Nothing to say. Oi. RP.
First time.
He's still alive. Nothing to say is going to survive. Ollie jabs, all getting caught. Lornoff's dead. Nothing to say doesn't even die.
G2IG, they want to take the fight. BKB from Monet.
Great RP coming in from Nothing to Say. Ollie's dead again. Monet cleaning up. They go after 23. GG's already called mid-fight. Near onto 2, Bushwhack on both. Now Inkswell gonna take that off. Jabs goes in with the Rolling Thunder. The Boundless strike out of Bobico, who's trying to get in, but he's dead immediately. He's got buyback, double lasso. That is on Nothing to Say as well as X-Nova. X-Nova doesn't have buyback, he bought under the Axe. Sharpshooter comes through with the Rolling Thunder. The right click's coming out from Lornoff, trying to take the throne, and it's going to game 3.
This is the beginning of an end. Potentially no Primal Beast for 60 seconds.
Slithering Crush, popping the Infest. They'll go after Lornoff, who's trying to get away with the Gleipnir there, but they've disarmed him, they've rooted him, and they've killed him. No Lornoff for 90 seconds.
He's going ham. Wind Waker, Cheese, BKB at ready.
All are healed as JT in the pool. Monet moving forward, 23 Savage in trouble even with the Lotus Orb. It's not looking likely that he's going to survive this one with the Will-O-Wisp pulling him further and further in. They've got more and more control. They'll get the kill. 23 dead for 90 seconds. And IG, JT is guarding you from coming back into the game. They'll call GG and IG eliminate Aurora 2-1. Stomp, BKB, Duraccio looking for his opening to come through. They got the Slither Crush on a Sacred as well as because they're looking for the Dream Core, but they got themselves the Hex as well as the Thunder God's Wrath. BKB's going to be popped by Quinn here. Now they look over Duraccio, but the Dream Core is going to be hitting onto the Templar Assassin. They'll infest in onto Bakaz as well. The Thunder God's Wrath comes out once again. They're going to bring over Duraccio off to the side with the Lotus Orb. They're going to get themselves the Abyssal Wave bouncing back onto Duraccio. The Silence hits onto 2. It's going to be on the Ace. We'll throw that Slither Crush out, but the damage coming up from Bakaz is way too much for them to handle. Seems like he's baiting here a little bit. How much has he baited? Blink Call, they've got the wall down as well as the Supernova. They got the Sunray. It's not going to save Knight. But look at this. Ace, Quinn, both gone. Hook shots a little bit late. They get the Code of Panda. They'll look over now at the Clockwork. And they'll take out Seller. They've got the Ob Sentry that's being cleared up, and they find themselves Duraccio. That's a problem with the Walrus Punch. The damage in Duraccio's gone. The Supernova, the Sunray, Quinn's going to be dead as well. Both these heroes don't have buyback. The Burning Barrage, the right clicks are through for Bakaz on the throne. The gods are out from the chat, and they're looking to finish off this series. Snowball turnaround onto the Clockwork. They've got the damage. Thunder God's Wrath puts Santos beyond godlike. Duraccio, Quinn, Tofu trying to hold on. They'll use that Gleipnir, the Melt Strike. Santo on the run, and the Heavenly Jump doesn't get him out far enough. He's dead for 100 seconds, but because he'll focus the throne, the Bushwhack is through, but he'll pop that ult. Duraccio in trouble. Great vacuum. Duraccio, Quinn die. GG is called. Boom Esports upset Gaimin Gladiators with a 2-0 victory.
Are they gonna even get him? Oh no, oh, not like that. That's not the way it's supposed to go. The hook shot into the relocate. Jumps in, BKB reaction right in time. Collapse in a weird spot now. They got Mira under control. He's silenced, he's in trouble. Mira dead. Xtreme. They have solved some of those woes, and now they're the ones on the hunt, but the BKBs, they're wearing low. Blink out, good resistance, able to get away from them for the moment, but Collapse, he's chased down and killed. That's 3 dead without any buybacks. Yadro Aegis is gone, but everybody is still alive. Xtreme don't give a damn about your Aegis as they take down all 4. Now they crush? I don't know if this is gonna work. Yadro's still very tanky, hard to kill on the turn now. Onto XM, the Lifestealer Infest to try and keep him alive. Barely doing it, the stun comes out, but they get that finish. Vaposhka, Snowball to try and survive, but they did kill the Gyro. They jump in, connect onto the Gyrocopter. Don't want to get too close because of the Soul Bind. Now XM pulls in 1. That's going to be Gyro dead 1 time.
All right, Mira's still hidden.
Collapse walks forward. They spot them, get the stun onto one. No follow-up as of yet. Laurel being brought down very low, but the heal, it comes into the turnaround is there. Io is gone. Can Yadro survive? The Fiend's Grip, Maposhka got a save. They get him out. Now Collapse in further onto DY, trying to do what damage they can. Yadro, he's out of his BKB. He's under assault. Ame is there for the finish. Spirit, you got to do something. They don't have a glyph available. Yadro, open wounds, and now creating the illusion, walking forward to him. They can't keep him alive. The infest for the kill, but then the buyback. As they're on to the Ancient.
Your base?
They're going to die yet again. GG is called. Xtreme take the 2-0. Nine cliffs himself. He can't stop clipping people. The catch on both of them. How much damage can they do? They interrupt the roll by jumping forward.
He's flopping. Oh, they're all on a ward again.
Yep, they are all standing right on top of it. They roll onto the roller. That one is stronger. 9 pops the BKB. Crit, fissure, connection, magnetize, hit from Skitter, low mana though. Fusel Blade's big, and the mid-game chrono is exactly what they needed.
Come it. Okay, I'll help me. I'm silencing. Five again, but he's useless. Just watch your spirit. Probably dead. Oh, you're okay, you're okay. I can force you. Oh, they all actually die. Pango's getting low. That's good spawn, yes. They'll die. Pango's dead as well. That's alive with the Pango dead. You're fine, you're fine.
Here comes 9.
A roll, roll, roll. Roll, roll, roll your carry. It's 9. Sitting there with the blade mail saying, come deal with me. Way too strong. Tries to go all the way in on the hoodwinking box. He can't quite take him down. Now roll forward, find the Pango, magnetize onto all. 9 dealing damage, silencing nerds. Trying to find more kills. Out of mana at the moment. So does need to be a little bit careful there, but he dodges the X with the roll though. They pull him back in. Now trying to find this kill. Can they take down the big tanky Earth Spirit? They want to kill him off. It's not going to happen. GG is called. Falcons take the series 2-1.
A very good morning to everybody tuning in here. This is day 9 of PGL Wallachia, or day 3 of the playoffs. It's finals weekend here. We have the top 6 team here, and we are ready for some Dota 2 action. A lot of action today once again, and I am joined by T-Gov and Kezu as well. T, how are you doing this morning? You ready for the final 6 teams?
Yeah, doing good. I've not had any morning beverages.
No Happy Luca either.
Or breakfast.
Yeah.
But other than that, Dota will sustain me throughout the day.
Dota will feed us very well. With only 6 teams left, it will be a good day. So good job. Good job not eating. Let the Dota do the work.
Let the Dota do the work. I know yesterday the Dota did the work and then some. We can take a look at what happened yesterday. Now, yesterday was one of the longest days we had here. And it all started in that first series, Kezu.
Yeah, with G2IG versus Aurora, we had a long game with, a long break because of the server crash, of course. But as we all saw, very nice job with the remake, getting it all done very nicely, and everything was set in order. But, you know, G2IG just looking strong. Who did we choose yesterday? Were you leaning on Aurora and I was the other way?
So I can't remember.
So.
Yeah, it was a day ago.
Okay,
no, I was leaning on Aurora. You were leaning on G2IG. But
take it away.
Unfortunately, I think some of the teams just kind of didn't perform to the level that they did maybe from their group stage. Of course, each day, it's like you have one day, one series, there's a lot of time. So for some teams, they love the intensity of the tournament. For others, the time is actually at their detriment. And I feel like for Aurora, Gaimin Gladiators, that additional time might have actually been a handicap to them in this tournament.
Yeah, we have heard the players talk about searching consistency, especially during the group stages. That was big on their minds. But it doesn't always work out that well, at least not for Aurora this time around. It did not work out, as T already says, it did not work out for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, it's. I feel like that was the one that maybe, it surprised me a lot, I would say, yesterday, how they were doing. Like, Gaimin Gladiators just not really, in my opinion, showing up to their game when they have to do, like, they have the tools to make things work, and they just didn't really use them. Whereas on the other hand, a team that I have underestimated, and hopefully I will not do the same mistake today, with Boom, I would say they did all the right things they needed to do, and their team fighting was very good. I would still say that today is going to be another real test because
It's the same story every time.
No.
No, here we go.
Because at this point, I feel like it's up to them. I don't care so much about who they play against. They have showed us that if they play their style and if they perform to the level that they can, I don't think it matters what logo shows up at the top of the screen that they play against.
For me, can I jump in?
I got one question before you can jump in. But
Ask away.
because tier up.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
swapped
he
to Doraccio.
Okay,
He's
he swapped
going
with
B for
Doraccio.
sure.
Okay.
Clean swap. It's
Okay,
just boom.
continue. That's all I cared about.
No, so I think with Boom, their group stage was one of the kind of nicer ones for an up-and-comer team. But their playoffs is one of potentially the hardest, right? They went up against Falcons, then they went to go up against Gaimin, and now they're going up against Spirit. So if there ever was a world where people have to put a lot of respect on the team, it's if they win this series. Because then they've beat 2 of the 3 big teams. So I'm really excited to know if Boom really can do it, or if Boom just beat a heavily underperforming Gaming. Like this now is like the perfect test. Because they've lost to one good team, they beat a good team who was underperforming. Spirit is in form. They lost to Xtreme in an incredibly, hype series of the upper bracket. Sure, it was a 2-0, but still there was like moments of, magic happening for both sides. Xtreme just looking OP at the moment, but no, this is going to be such a beautiful test today for South America.
You're getting a little bit ahead of yourself because we're still we were still seeing the highlights of where Pakaz was dominating
That troll
the
was-
squad. The troll, and I must say, I mean, shout out to Knight on his Tusk as well. That was phenomenal. It was good. I mean, without the Tusk, we wouldn't have seen the troll dominate the way he did. So, but as Tigov said, it is Team Spirit that we will see in the lower bracket, because yesterday in one of our upper bracket series, we had Xtreme versus Team Spirit, and yes, it was a 2-0, but it was a close one, Kazu.
Yeah, like the games were actually, there was a lot of back and forth going on between the two teams. I would say that just looking at the drafts, I like both. You can see like both have tools to like make things work. I know there's a lot of people who hate the Wind Ranger carry, but personally, I'm not really opposed to it. Like they try to find an answer to the Slardar. What I saw in this mid game is that Xtreme, all they needed was like 1 or 2 kills. They quickly outplay you on the map, and then the entire game, it was actually just over. And this exact thing happened in like the 15 to 20 minute mark in both game 1 and in game 2. It was one mistake into GG.
I just love the way that DY plays his Bane. Like he's always just exploring the map, looking for opportunities. I believe it's actually in this game, like he's soaking up so much time where he's like running in the enemy jungle, he's nightmaring up heroes, he's forcing not TPs, but at least moves to be made on him. And then through all that time, Xtreme are able to just, farm up for their moment. And I think Lifestealer, Slardar, this combination, it is so good, especially against like a Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter does not want to have 2 heroes on top of you with BKB piercing, stuns, and also just innate damage against you. Of course, the Yatoro doesn't enjoy Gyrocopter too much, but I think after this game, he might just like it again, because like he's on a bit of a roller coaster love story with this hero. But yeah, I think Slardar, Lifestealer, Storm Spirit, paired with a Grimstroke, that is by far the most enjoyable draft that Xtreme brings, and I think they've done it a couple times now. And you have to look out for that combination.
Xtreme were actually really far behind. Like they were down like 3-4k gold at minute 8-9, but they basically broke open their own lanes. They were like, okay, I'm gonna go top with my Storm, gank this Gyro. Then they open up the map for themselves. So Team Spirit going into today, I feel like there needs to be a lot of focus on like this minute 10 to 15, how we use our heroes, what can they do, because they fell really flat in that specific aspect yesterday.
Well, yesterday we had 2 upper bracket series. The other one that we had was a Falcons versus Team Liquid best of 3. It ended up going the way of Falcons, but it was a close one as well, as Team Liquid did manage to take a game. They took the first game, actually. I think they made a lot of people a little bit be reminded, T, that Falcons is playing with the stand-in.
Yeah, I think that's specifically the game 1. Like when I was looking at the CS difference between the mid sniper versus the mid Earth for it, I was like, ooh, this is gonna be a game. But no, I think after we got over the hurdle of the game 1 Liquid Schlacken and whatnot, it just become the Falcons that we see, like the eye with the Razor. It was so refreshing. I know we're not seeing the highlights here, but I'm going to get a little bit carried away. It was so refreshing to see Skidder playing the Razor again, because it's like Maureen, it's always a Mar. But seeing Skidder play it, going for like Butterfly, Manta, having the Gleipnir as well, Hex eventually paired with the eye. Like it was so nice to see that like Skidder on this hero. It was just so there was no map for Liquid to really play, it felt like.
Yeah, like game 1, I really like what Liquid brought to the table with both the draft and the gameplay. I feel like Insania's Ench and Mickey's Void were really, really strong. But Falcons in like the game 2 and 3, as he was mentioning, Skeeter's Razor was incredible. Amar's movement as well on the Razor. In game 3, they went back, like Nine got dumpster game 1 in this specific matchup. Game 3, he's like, I want this again.
Yeah.
Like, we need to remember, this guy is a TI winner. You know, he's just gonna shy away from stuff. When they feel something, they will go for it, and they showed exactly why it should work. And game 1, he said, it was just an off game. You know, it happens. Sometimes you roll it up again. And this game, he just destroyed them.
Yeah, this was not a close third game. It was also one of the faster ones that we saw in the series. And that did close out our day. We could take a look at the bracket with that as well, because you know we got rid of 2 more teams. We saw them eliminated, so we're edging closer and closer towards the right side of this screen where the grand finals are waiting. And with all those teams still in the competition, the 6 teams still in the competition, it's time to take a quick look at the brackets. No, not the brackets, the schedule, because we have one of our finalists will be decided today with Xtreme versus Falcons in a best of 3. That's our upper bracket finals. I'm incredibly excited for that one. And then there's the brawl, because the top half of this screen, because it was 4 teams, but by the end of the day, only 1 will remain.
Yeah, because the winners, they have to play against each other again at the end of the day. So it's like the first time in this tournament that you actually have to, you know, maybe prepare for 2 series towards the end of the day. But there's a couple of popcorn matches one more time here, like Xtreme Falcons. I guess I would slightly lean Xtreme because they still haven't dropped a single game.
Yeah,
I don't know how it's possible. So that's quite insane. But yeah, just a lot of good matches to come.
I just feel bad for teams in the morning. They've got to play first series and they've got to play last. So it's like, ooh. But no, that, of course, the players, they're used to that. And we'll see how they perform from the morning to the evening, if there's any difference. But what a delightful day.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good day. It's also time. I mean, we are with the final 2 days of PGL Wallachia. I feel like it's time to update a little bit on what we've been seeing in terms of the Dota, what we've been seeing in terms of the heroes, Kezu.
Yeah, because we have, of course, as the tournaments go on, you have the meta that comes, maybe some new heroes that arrive to the tournament, or heroes that go up and up. And as we can see here, so there's not all the heroes here, but it's the heroes with high amount of games and very good win rates. Like Bad Rider looks very, very strong, just gives you like this condition to fight. Then you have a lot of, you know, the beefy boys are coming in, you know, your Timbersaws, your Bristlebacks. Like Bristle is definitely, I would say, the standout hero of the tournament, maybe with the Scrimstroke, which is also in the middle. And then we did touch on some of these heroes earlier, the Lifestealer, your Slaughter. They're the ones that can maybe destroy, you know, the Timbers, the Bristles, and then we have 2 undefeated heroes that we see every now and then. Tidehunter just suddenly, you know, he came out of nowhere. Everyone is destroying with this hero, and the Chen. Sometimes it goes through, and when it does, it looks pretty damn unstoppable. So maybe it should go back to not being let through.
No, I just like the Grimstroke aspect. Like, all the other heroes are so good, and then Grimstroke comes in, like when you have the Bristle up front as well, like Grim just goes, hey buddy, go kill everyone. He's like, okay. It's such a nice combo.
It's a great combo. We've had some great combos here just in general, including great combos when it comes to heroes and items, Tigo.
Oh, it's my time.
It's your time.
Oh, it's been so long. I've not done this. All right, follow me. Come on, off we go. I put on my nice shoes for this one today as well, because normally I just wear my trainers. But anyway, the build timeline. Talking about Bristleback, the reason why it's so good is because of what you bring in the first 30 minutes. So first of all, let's skip to Lifestealer, one of the most important heroes right now. At 12 minutes, you get an... Oh, that's a tick. At 12 minutes, you get an Armlet. 20 minutes, you get a Radiance. Both of these items push you into the game, right? So that's green. They're like active farming, active fighting. The other popular heroes right now of PGL Wallachia, Weaver. Relatively fragile, right? Maelstrom, a Dragonlance, like they want you to fight, but it doesn't really secure a game. Morphling by 16, a Manta. Luna, Manta, right? So we're now seeing kind of a trend of some of these heroes who aren't really pushing themselves with the items that they buy into like really punching their ticket into their game. So by 20 minutes, it's like they're securing themselves, but not really hurting. Same thing for Gyrocopter, right? It's a farming Crystallis, it's a farming Aghanims. That's where, when you look at the Bristleback, right? Look at, again, the Aghs, the Bloodstone. It is super important to note that there is only a couple heroes right now in the game that actually fully utilize their toolkit. So by 20 minutes, the items they buy are really into the opponent to both farm Ancients, farm stacks, and farm their opponents. Bristleback can do it. with the Ags, the Bloodstone. Lifestealer can do it with the Armlet and the Radiance. And then these other kind of fringe heroes, it's kind of in the middle, where it's like, you've got some securing stuff, you've got some like Maelstrom, like a bit of Ags. Like, it's not as oppressive as these items. So I think Bristleback, Lifestealer, they're the key heroes, because by 20, 25 minutes, everything they want to buy is online and in their opponent's face. Back to the panel.
All right, thank you very much, Tia. I mean, I'm wondering how that will have an impact on our upcoming series, because this is, of course, information that we know, the players know, and a lot of the players will maybe know it by feel as well, just which hero feels good that you can fight with. But which ones are we expected to see, Kezu, in our upcoming series? Because it's time to focus on Boom versus Spirit.
I would definitely say so. The Slardar kind of goes in there. I think what people may sometimes underestimate are specific timings, which he did just mention. They are so important. Like even just a 1 or 2 or 3 minute window can really like push the game forward. So like the Lifestealer we just saw, the Bristleback, of course, they're on everyone's radar. But there's heroes like Io. They can allow a Luna, for example, to skip maybe Mask of Madness. Now suddenly you can go Dragonlance Manta, and maybe you now hit the next item timing at the same time as a Bristleback. Or a Kato who gets a Vessel way earlier than other heroes, and suddenly it can like kind of break the whole game open. So I'm not sure what people are looking at when it comes to the Bristleback, because this hero just looks too good. I don't know if you want to just ban it out or try to pair it with, you have some Kling Slardar like lineup where you double minus armor him and then go from there. So it's a little hard to say.
A little hard to say. Now, one hero that wasn't in the list was a hero we saw yesterday, T. Troll Warlord. I want to talk about Boom because I want to talk about Pakaz, and he was popping off on that Troll. Obviously came out as the last pick, and we've been putting a lot of emphasis on wanting to see good last picks coming out. Where does the Troll fit in that list? Or was it just very situational?
I think highly situational, due to the fact he was against like double high physical damage heroes against him, and also Troll is a hero that can itemize to jump the backline as well. You don't mind buying Blink into Swift Blink. And you have like Tusk Darkseer. So you needed a hero that was pushed forward by the Darkseer. So I think based on the bans that are in play, we're not going to often see Troll again unless the draft screens. But I think it takes a very good carry player like Pakaz to be able to identify when he wants to play that hero. Not other players would even entertain this hero due to the meta dictating it's bad. So I like when players can sift through like the public opinion on heroes and go, wait, it's good in this game, let me play it.
Yeah, it fit the draft very well because I think his support was a Phoenix, so you wanted like kind of a stronger carry to put there, and they had no one to like really hit buildings or Roche. I feel like Pakaz on a Troll, he ticked all the boxes. It also helped his Tusk to have more impact. Oh, I snowball save you, boom, whole fight is gonna be great, I get you in there, you can use your ult. So honestly, the Troll pick, very high up my list in terms of how good it was, but this hero is incredibly hard to pick in this position.
It takes a good carry player to indeed do that. So Pakaz, top tier. I want to focus our attention a little bit on Slayton. So I feel like we mention him not that frequently, but if you listen to the cast, you'll hear his name shouted out pretty often. This guy is 19, one of our youngest players here in Wallachia, and I feel like Kezu's been popping off.
No, he's doing really well. I think in both the last 2 matches he was playing the Zeus. He did really well. His item builds are good. I also want to mention, like you said, he is very young, which means he has very little experience. Yeah. This is like one of his first real teams, one of his like first real lands, and it seems like he is not really faltering under any of the pressure. He's just playing his game, you know, going 10-0, 15-1.
Zeus here, Zeus there,
yeah. You know, he is currently chilling, but he's performing very well.
He is performing very well, and I hope he's in good spirits today as well. But to check that, to see how Boom is doing today, we're going to head over to Banks.
Boom are looking to keep the success going, and Panda's here to talk with me as they're all getting set up and all getting ready. I want to first ask you, everyone had a very good vibe, good energy in the morning when I was in the van with you guys. You feeling good for today?
Yeah, I mean, every day when we come here in the van, we're just joking. Yeah. The only day we were not making jokes, it was a really bad day for us.
Oh, no.
So, like, I don't know, for some reason that day, everyone had headset songs, listening to music. We lost that day, so then we changed it up and just don't listen to music, keep making jokes in the van. And we're going to be in a good mood here, and the jokes are over, so it's a serious time right now.
Serious time right now, but I've got to ask this now. You said about the jokes. Who makes the best jokes? Who's giving you the craziest words?
I mean, it all depends. I think I got really good clowns in this team. They're all really funny, but it's between three. It's Vintage, Sacred, or Slaytons.
Okay. Now, this game, though, against Spirit, it's been a long time since you faced them. Right, it was back at TI. What do you make of them right now? Obviously, they're a very strong team, but do you feel like you guys have improved enough, or you're doing better here that you can take them down and go a step further?
Personally, I think for me and Pacas, we have always had a really rough time against them. Yeah. We never get to beat them in BO2s or BO3s, but this is a different thing. I think we have improved during the tournament. We can face them.
We're definitely seeing it. Let's see if Boom can get it done. Panda, thank you very much, man.
They definitely have improved during the tournament, so I think Panda is onto something there. And also, I'm very happy to hear that they figured out the recipe to success. It sounds like something so innocent, like, oh, we lost when we weren't joking around in the fan. And now we joke around the van again, and it's working.
No, I like it. It's like that's the small things that you don't really think about, but it is so impactful, right? Like if the hour build up to your tournament or your game, you're talking with your teammates, you're feeling good. When you get into the pressure moments, you're already kind of like, you're in that kind of mindset, right? But if you're all like zoned in and then you're cold and then you go to a draft, like I kind of like it. It's nice. It's very like whimsical, but it's important.
It is important.
There's also like random things that can happen. Like they're like, oh, today I feel like, I don't know, I feel like playing Zeus. And maybe if they do this, then I want you to play this hero to now make my Zeus work. And then in the draft it happens and everyone is like, wow, this feels amazing. This feels great. Whereas other players, I know that Quinn nowadays, you know, he has like, I like to call it the anime mode. It's the headphones on, don't listen to anyone, walk around, it helps him. That's good. But every team has like a different way to go about it.
No, but this seems like a very, very healthy way. When it comes to getting ready for big matches, Team Spirit is no stranger to it. So I think that they're doing just fine in terms of nerves. I don't think this. Do you think this team still gets hit by nerves and things like that, T?
Yo, you mean Spirit?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Probably not.
I think if anything, they get not nervous, but more just they're like, what draft are we going to do today? And it's, like, it's more like maybe slight discomfort on maybe an idea or something. But I think this type of team, they are so like understanding of each other, what type of draft they've done. They could probably autopilot themselves into the game and still be at a point where they can beat most teams. I think that's like the level of that they have. But of course, it helps that they've been together for so long. Like having that in Dota is often quite rare. So for this team, it is just the benefit of time.
They've won 2 TIs, Lara has won 1, but I would say there's no real pressure on them. I think every Dota player, no matter how long you've played, you still feel the, ooh, I'm playing a tournament, I'm going to play on camera, so like a little bit of this, just it's this feeling because you care, right? But not like this pressure of, oh my god, my nerves are going to take over, I'm going to choke and like mess up. No, none of this really exists for them. They're of course a great team. I would say yesterday they did get their ass kicked pretty hard by Xtreme, so they're going to have to show today really what they can take from this series, because Boom have been on the up and up. They look strong, and if you don't give them the respect that they deserve, Spirit can easily lose the series.
I mean, that's the phrase, right? Like if you are Spirit, like they are going to give them the respect. I think no team nowadays really has that mentality. Maybe if you rewind 4 or 5 years, it's the, oh, of course, we don't care about that team. How are they here? But like nowadays, there's always that respect. So I don't think we'll have any of those little slip-ups from either side.
No, I think mutual respect definitely there. And yeah, Team Spirit, they are an experienced team. They probably have some good vibes going with them. We're going to check in with Banks if that is indeed the case.
Spirit are up and ready. I got Yotori with me here, but I want to first ask the fact that Yotori, you didn't seem to get into a game, but the rest of your team are playing a pub right now. What happened?
I just cannot find my pub.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, you're too high MMR, not enough players on?
Looks like, yeah.
He's too good. Well, he maybe doesn't need it. But I want to talk a bit about the game against Xtreme as well, because for you guys, they've been a team you struggled with all year, right? You haven't been able to win against them. Is it starting to get frustrating?
No, I think every game is unique, every series against them, and we should play a bit tempo against them in both of games, but we did a couple of mistakes and then we lost.
It's never good to lose that way. But against Boom, are you surprised to see them in this position, to be deeper in the playoff position?
Yeah, definitely they are black horse of this tournament. They playing good. I saw some of their replays. They're moving pretty fast, and they know how to play Dota in this meta. So I think it's not gonna be easy match. It's gonna be tough, but I hope we will show our best.
And I asked you, I was hearing from other people that Spirit, you know, beginning of the year, you guys kind of sleep a little bit, then you wake up and you win the tournaments you need to win. What is the real case? What do you think it is?
I think we just, like previous, we just don't get in meta. We don't understand how which heroes we should pick, how we should play. And I don't think what it's our plan. Or maybe it's our plan, but I don't know about it.
Well, hopefully the plan is today is a win. Let's see if we get it done. Thank you very much, Taro.
I'm sure there's a plan, and I'm sure that they'll know what to pick. Well, they better, because the draft is on the way, and we will have Boom on Radiant side, Spirit on the Dire side, and Morofty.
Yeah, interesting enough, though, in the interview, he was mentioning how against Xtreme, they wanted to be a little bit more grouping and apply that pressure. One thing that Boom was able to do against Gaimin was find the point in which they can fireman to bring that pressure.
Yeah.
So, of course, I'm not saying Boom is to the same level as Xtreme, but in regards to, like, play style, at least Boom has tried to demonstrate the same type of philosophy.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can try and replicate that against Spirit, because, yeah, Spirit, of course, struggled against it in the highest form yesterday.
Yeah, and that's also, it just means that you may be playing against something similar, right? So you better be ready for it today if you are Spirit. There was also one last thing I want to mention in a game where T mentioned in pre-show, like, timings are very important. And Spirit yesterday, like, Laurel in a game on DK, where in my opinion he should have rushed Blink, he went Mage Slayer. Something that might sound as minuscule and as small as that can change the entire game. Now, this is 5 minutes where you should pressure, where you can't. So going into today, I hope this is one of the things that they will talk about. But this reserve time on this third ban is a little concerning to me to start it all off.
Yeah, this is a lot, actually. It's almost a full minute.
That's because, so you banned Disruptor, you banned the Zeus. Zeus has been played by Sladums in a lot of his last games, especially the two recent ones. Then they banned the Sniper, which it's just a good response, right? Like, it makes the Sniper better if the Zeus is out. So I'm a bit surprised that they dropped 1 minute of the reserve time. That's nearly 50%.
On the IO.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like they're pondering on, do we want to give them the IO? Like, that is the time.
Yeah.
But I agree with Kezu. When you go to a game one of a series, that often is your best prep. So the fact that they've kind of gone, of course it might be they weren't ready for, like, let's say, a sniper ban as an instant response. So now they're quickly, you know, having to develop just a little bit of their prep to get here. But they close out the phase with a TA ban as well.
It's maybe then also credit to Boom for being able to throw them off guard with just one ban in the Sniper case, because obviously the Chen ban shouldn't come as too big of a surprise. They ban out the Primal Beast there too, and it's instant to the Pango.
I think what we're alluding to is the joy of the tournament meta, right?
Yeah.
Like, we've been on this patch for so long, but still in PGL Wallachia, we now have Sniper in the first phase back, right? In Birmingham, we didn't really entertain it. So it's like, that is the fact that, yes, we don't need to have patches, we can still find new stuff, right?
Like, now I wonder where Spirit want to take this, because there are some teams that would want to take, like, very, like, nuclear, right? Some Bloodseeker closer here. But I think you have other options. You could go for just some, you could go Bane, you could go Grim. I think they give you good lanes. They give you, like, a semi-answer in a team fight, allows you to be pushed forward. There's also the Bad Rider for Miposhka, who's mainly played it. So I think you have a lot of decent options here.
They go for Sada. No, I like this pick for sure. It still goes down to the whole, you can kill Pango. If you have the Haze plus a ranged hero, the Sada will die. Excluding that, you now have the instant jump to catch the Pango off guard if needed. They double ban quite quickly with the Grim Bane. Interesting, though, because I was wondering if they would care about Lifestealer. Because Lifestealer into Pango feels quite good. You have Rage, you don't really care. But they opt to go for, like, double support bans.
There is a way, I guess, that, I mean, they shouldn't really be looking too much into picking it themselves, since they're going up against Slardar.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I'm like, oh, they really value supports.
I guess let's see. So I'm not too surprised that these two heroes got banned, but perhaps over something else like you're mentioning. That we'll have to take a look at the Lifestealer, what will ultimately come out here. For Boom, I feel like Phoenix could be a good pick for them. Like, in their next picks, SD is banned out. You want something against the Slardar to, like, kind of make him worse in the laning stage. And I don't see Spirit, or do you feel like they can flex the Slardar as well to mid?
I kind of want to see it offlane just for, like, the Willow or Lion aspect for the forward position. And yeah, they go for the Willow, as mentioned. I think just having such a strong lane, like, think about Centaur Willow, you stay in the lane the entire time. Slardar Willow, you now can actually take the lane for the kills, right? It feels a little bit more aggressive. And that is just because, I think, if anything, it was the Chinese team that really popularized this. Maybe I'm missing one off team that brought it, but at least G2IG.
You feel like Xtreme also, they did a lot with the Willow, G2IG with the Slardar and some combos.
So it's kind of like a merge of all the tournament ideas, and Spirit loved the Willow the entire time of the tournament. So yeah, I just like this as a really strong offlane duo.
Okay, so what can we see here? Probably Panda here. I mean, you could go double support, unless you feel like you just you just jam in one and then take one of the cores.
It does feel like the Ench pick for Boom will be the nicest here, just to secure your safe lane. You could go double supports, see a couple more to then close out the phase of core. Ooh. Boom's done it a couple of times in position 5, but they want to take the fight into the safe lane. They don't want the Slardar Willow to bully the carry.
Does it work well? Like, is this a good answer towards that lane?
It's a high-range support that never really gets into a position of vulnerability unless you're blast-offing into the lane. You can constantly poke them down, but you do need a carry that accepts the fact that Techies is on such high range that
you're going to be the front liner almost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I kind of like this Techies pick. I think the high range, right, you can constantly trade. You can also potentially get the taser later to disarm the Slardar, so you stop him from like a follow, a bash. So overall, I like this. I think it's a hero we have not seen as often in this tournament, but I know there's like very small aspects to some of these matchups. Like maybe he feels like I can outrange the Dark Willow and make it really hard, so I own him first and I keep getting to hit the Slardar. So all in all, I'm definitely on board with this one.
Sure, they just go for the double supports. A lot of damage as well. Both supports are going to play on the ability that if any lockdown happens in front of them, they can throw in all the damage to get the kill. I would argue that Boom has one issue of if Spirit are jumping them, there's no real major protection right now. That if their front line, if their formation gets broken, it is like every man for themselves. People will be just falling to shreds very quickly.
Yeah, I see Slardar killing at least 2 people in 2 hits right there.
Yeah.
Painful.
Okay, and they will get more of the jump, which, as you just said, is kind of what you want against these heroes. They're all squishy. Like even Pango is a great core if you can jump him first. So you get you have your Slardar Willow lane, you now have your Bat 5. I don't know if Spirit wanna, like what they really wanna go for here. You of course could, like you can take either of the cores. Best case scenario, you can find one that can even flex, but I don't, like finding this 1-2-2 flex is usually, I feel like people overrate it a little bit.
For the draft, you could just, this is where you just pick the lifestealer if you really value the jumps, right? Because then it's like you have the Bat and the Slardar. You don't really care too much about the supports. You don't care about the Pango. It does give 2 counter picks. So because of that, they might opt to go for the mid laner, knowing that it could be Pango mid. So it's like, for now, we're going to the minus threat. Do they care about the counter picks on their carry, if it's good for the game? Or do they just want to hold that for the last pick? This is pretty much what this will be tell.
I mean, I guess picking your mid would maybe make your draft the easiest. But if you just, like if you feel like Lifesteal is just a 10 out of 10, and no matter what, because you have your Slardar and so on, you can make it work, you can just jam it here. So here's more about confidence of the 2 core players.
Yeah.
Yeah, this, by the way, this is their last bit of bonus time right here. And they will end up going for the Faceless Void. So they do pick their carry. It's not a Lifestealer, but still confident enough to go for it.
Cool.
Yeah, that's fine as well. Like, it's very scary for Boom now, because we've already mentioned how they don't like it when people get on top of them. Void can still jump in. To kill off a Void, you have to use a Rolling Thunder chain lockdown with a blast off and then a bush, right? It's a lot of like awkward spells to try and lock down a Void whilst the Slardar's jumping you with the Bedlams and the Bat Riders. It's just a lot of mess. And okay, Boom look to try and at least start winning the lanes, right? Techies is trying to win a lane. Enigma wins or can win against Void in the off lane with a Hoodwink as well.
Okay, so Enigma is definitely, you're supposed to crush a Void in the lane. I was also eyeing, you want hardcore answers against Void, right? You want your Dooms, potentially your Enigmas, maybe some Naga carry. So the Enigma, I do like it a lot for the mid game, but I would say there are some answers that can make it a little uncomfortable. Like if Bad Rider jumps in first and he brings the fight like too close in, or if you get caught by some of these heroes on the backline. So I'm still looking for Boom. I feel like there's not enough body for like the front line, right? Like there's a Pango's rolling, but everyone else is kind of just hiding behind. So Pakaz's last pick will need to, I think, like really settle this for them. Like you have to do good in the lane with your techies, and then I want him to ideally be a secondary jumper for his team.
They do ban out the Tidehunter on the side of Boom, so they are still thinking that Slardar might be mid.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he can. I have not necessarily seen Laro play it, but it's just a very good matchup against Pango mid. You have high armor, you have your badge, you're gonna free farm, so why not?
What was it? I think Lao's played 1 game of Slardar in 8 days, lost. Yatori's played 1 game of Bristle, lost.
Yeah.
The Spirit, they've dabbled.
They're like, let's try this hero that everybody's so excited about, like, never mind.
Yeah, exactly. So at least in the pub sense, they've dabbled, both of the core players, with some of the tournament specialties, but they lost MMR.
Yeah.
Of course, that means literally nothing when it comes to the
that matters.
competitive
that
game.
one pub game might have broken them.
Let's see who he played with, actually. That's more important.
We got the troll band still coming out, the gyro now as well on the side of Team Spirit.
He lost with Utori, by the way. Yeah.
Big L.
No, I think for Boom, what they are kind of respecting with their bans is the fact that if they don't, from laning phase, crush the Void, Pango gets the defusal, they keep going, they are just going to fall apart a little bit, unless they find the Pakaz hero that can become that center of everything. Gyrocopter, BKB Satanic can be that. Troll, we saw Pakaz yesterday really showcase it. Like, even into like the Void and the hard chrono, they are respecting the Pakaz aspect there. And I'm trying to think, like, what else is that hero that can do it? I don't think I want to see like a Medusa here.
Because you do need a hero that can sort of live through the chronosphere, right?
Yeah.
Like, either live or you create a condition where like you're going on them to like not be as afraid of the chrono like landing in a way, or you've already like taken out the damage dealers, which is kind of interesting because I wouldn't actually have banned at least Troll, so there's just a different idea going on. I would have most likely the hero I would think about is like some CK, not because I feel like it's incredible against the Spirit heroes. I feel like it's some 50-50 where you're okay against them, but you play very well into what your team wants to do. Techies want some aggressive laner. I think CK is good. I would say your Pango and Enigma would like a hero that kind of goes in with them.
Yeah,
like maybe I'm very wrong, so they will still go with the Naga.
Okay. So, of course, high armor hero for lane, and when we're talking about the chrono, it's just the disengage. It does give them a little bit of the late game aspect, but I'm a little bit worried for Boom that we were thinking of a carry that wanted to play forwards, and now the Naga Siren kind of just plays the map. But
I feel like there's some Doom or a Magnus if you want to play the Slardar mid, or you could pick Lesh mid. That also looks kind of cool. Because they can flex the Slardar, I would assume at least. So
let's see. Final second.
Very low reserve time.
Lina.
Okay. That's actually, that's a kind of cool pick, because Spirit have looked at Boom's draft and gone, you've gone for a lane-winning Enigma, a lane-pushing carry of Naga that doesn't want to play on the map, and your Pango is now the pillar of everything. So now they just counter the Pango on mid lane. They want to prevent the efficiencies of his CSing. So when Pango is playing behind, Enigma can't fix the game. Naga still needs to farm. So it's kind of an awkward moment post-laning phase, like when on the graphic that I was showing in the pre-show, like that 15-minute mark. If Pango has been shut down, there's no core to like fix the state of the game, and that's when like the blink on the Starter will come online, the blink on the Batrider. So I kind of like the idea of the Lina just to prevent Boom from kind of autopiloting their way to being comfortable into the game.
Yeah, like I think the tempo control from the Lina is really cool. I still like the Naga pick quite a lot. Like, I think it has always been good against Void. It's good against Slardar in the lane. It helps like your mid-game map state as well against like the Lina and the Bat who want to find pickoffs. I am afraid that if what T also said, that Pango has a rough early game, that things can fall apart. But if Boom get to a nice mid game, I really like how the map can play out for them in that sense. So I would say like perhaps I'm slightly leaning Spirit, but if Boom have good lanes, I really like what will happen for them in this game.
All right, so it's all a focus on the lanes in this case to make sure, in Boom's case, that they're fairly even at least, that they don't bleed too much.
Yeah, Boom just needs to be able to control the state of the game so that Pakaz can like dictate all the pieces on the map, and then allow for like Sacred with the Black Hole or Saturn with the Rolling Thunder. Like, if that gets to that state, Boom will be happy, but if it doesn't, then they're always just kind of running away, retreating, wasting song to just survive. So I'm really intrigued to know how Boom can just kind of set up the map to play how they want it.
All right, the scene is set. Let's see who takes game one of this lower bracket match. We're heading over to B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number one, Boom looking to continue their success and potentially take out another huge giant in this tournament in Team Spirit. The lineup looks like it's going to be a little bit of more work for Boom.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts on the Spirit draft?
Spirit draft looks very good, very easy to execute compared to draft from Boom Esports, where you need to hit those spells. Those Rolling Thunders, they need to hit. You need to be able to hit Bushwhack, hit the Sharpshooter. These are not like the easiest spells sometimes, especially if you don't have the setup techies as well. So I'm leaning towards Team Spirit. I think they have pretty clear entry, what they want to do with their heroes. They did get counterpicked by Naga Siren, so Faceless Void doesn't like to play into that, especially pre-BKB, where you have some kind of a reset. The last two picks for Boom Esports, they needed to be some heroes that Faceless Void is afraid of, because it looked like a really good Faceless Void game, and in the end, Collapse will be playing There was a bit of a flex potential coming out. Smoke did break.
Because has an illusion to take the attention. He'll be
Plus
fine.
2 gold. Stop the count. Team Spirit.
Net worth lead here for Spirit. Look at it. An extra 2 gold.
That has to be increased for the next patch. Like, Nagasaren giving away only 2 gold early on, and you need to use 4 or 5 hits, depending on the hero that you're playing, to be able to kill off that illusion.
Right.
It's just too low.
So we'll see how Boom do. They got rid of that Zeus early from the draft. Spirit did, not wanting to give it up to Boom after seeing its performance twice yesterday.
Yeah, not really a surprise considering the way he played it.
The battle begins.
A sticky grenade thrown over. LSA not going to connect, but 3 bounty runes for Team Spirit. Make it 4. Whoa.
Okay. That's going to be
okay.
1k gold lead pretty soon. That illusion definitely going to help out a lot. Plus 2 gold, as we mentioned.
And the bounty runes almost at 1,000 net worth ahead.
Yeah. So far, Team Spirit are undefeated with Batrider. 4 out of 4 games. This hero becomes a core pretty early on. We've seen Batriders completely skipping these support items, at least early on. So going for the Blink Dagger, and then you have that Blink Initiation, BKB Piercing Tool, relatively early on. Makes ganks a lot easier.
We'll see how Miposhka plays it, but Bushwhack controls him for a moment. There is opportunity for kill here for Boom. These Eidolons do make things a little bit difficult, and if you're not too careful, can really output quite a bit of damage. That Bushwhack, Malefice, all of a sudden you're in a lot of trouble, but Sotum's is sitting pretty low.
This is the lane that I'm going to be looking into mostly, because Larl has been popping off again. He's been looking really good, and he's playing into a really good matchup for him. Playing into Pango, he gets close. I want to see what the build is going to be from Lina. We've seen a lot of spell damage Lina coming out, but also wouldn't mind to see, you know, a Gleipnir, so you have something to deal with Nagasaren and the illusions.
Yeah, Gleipnir.
Yeah, Gleipnir really good.
Yeah, for this team, if Laurel's going to build it, he feels like the only one who's going to build it, right? Because you've got a Dark Willow that doesn't really go that direction. Has Bramble Maze, something similar in terms of wanting that control like a Gleipnir, but yeah, there's not really anybody else who would build that item.
Mjolnir will be built by Faceless Void. That's kind of a standard stuff when you're playing Faceless Void anyway.
Panda just with the back and forth with Mira, not going into those brambles. Put him close, though, on the tree. We've seen Sardars take over games. I know that Gaimin Gladiators lost yesterday, but Ace on the Sardar, you felt a lot of his power at about the 25-minute mark.
For sure. And also one of the teams that are still in this lower bracket, G2IG, they love to play their Slardar. So definitely a hero that his stonks have been rising recently.
For sure. Miposhka over here just trying to make sure that this pull doesn't happen, and he'll salve himself. So just trying to stay healthy in this lane, knowing that if you're in the wrong spot, there could be a potential for falling. Like I said, the Eidolons, the Malefice, the Bushwhack, all possible control here for the side of Boom. And surprisingly, mid, I would say it's a little bit quiet. I thought that maybe with Sotum's so low, he might fall, but you can see all these trees also taken out. Boom not really having the opportunity top to get a kill just yet. But I feel like the tension is there, and First Blood will be coming in a little bit soon.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. Yatoro continues to farm up. Not an ideal lane for him, playing into Eidolons. Nothing to deal with the Eidolons in this lane, so overall looks like a good Enigma game when we're talking about the laning stage. Later on, you're going to be playing into Slardar, playing into Chronosphere, Lasso, so BKB Black Hole is not going to be that big of a threat.
Yeah, nothing to deal with the Eidolons, like you said, and it's just, Eidolon damage, you can't really time walk off either, right?
It's mostly like chip damage, constant harassment coming out. It's not that one big damage, let's say Mars, where he God's Rebuke into Spear, and then you time walk it away.
So, just Water Runes bottled by both mids. Things staying pretty stable at this point. Sotum's actually You know, it looked like he was taking a lot of harassment. This lane would be a little bit harder for him, but CS-wise, he's in a good spot compared to where I kind of thought he'd be at the beginning of that lane with it, how it went. Slithering Crush on a Pakaz, who is trying to keep that momentum, keep that dominating feeling going. He had 2 amazing games. What do you have? 1 death yesterday? Throughout both series?
Maybe slightly more, but yeah, we are talking about maybe 2-3 deaths combined. Completely popped off. Kaz continues to farm up. Courier did die.
Yeah, ooh, bushwhack attempt, but not going to be able to land that. So close, but still putting a lot of hurt on Yatoro as he's not really comfortable. Not really feeling too great in this lane. 23-3 though, so not terrible. Only slightly behind what Pakaz is getting over in the bottom lane on this Naga Siren. There are a lot of Eidolons here though. You get caught with a bushwhack and that could be really problematic. They've got this Quelling Blade. Try and make bushwhack not be a problem.
And Yatoro knows that there's going to be a lot of harassment coming out, so he's going to max out Time Walk. This is not a killer lane for them by any means. Maybe they can get a return kill, but that's about it. They will not be the ones playing super aggressively. And this is the power of Batrider. Uh-oh,
Panda. Yeah, there's the Bash looking to get this kill. Puts a sticky bomb on himself. Has that disarm.
Love that build, Miposhka.
Ooh, Miposhka actually going to die here to Sacred. Eidolons came over. Knight was the one scouting because there were a couple stacks made here that the Batrider was trying to swipe. And they might even get themselves Faceless Void if they could keep up with him. But the Time Walk down, the Acorn shot slows him up. Bushwhack nowhere near the mark. As, ooh, Slotum's also getting close to dying. That amplified damage on Laurel. Used the Laguna Blade too.
Not too big of a cooldown. 70-second cooldown. XP runes are about to spawn in 30 seconds, but Sacred is the one. Starting off really good going into Vlad's. I think this type of round, Enigma should play off of Eidolons by buying all these aura items early on. Because as we said, like you still want to prep for the late game, have that BKB blink, of course. But I feel like getting Shard, maybe even picking up drums to tank it up after picking up Vlad's Mira. We'll stack it one more time. Level 3 only.
By the way, the Hoodwink this time, 2-2-0.
Yeah, I think you need to have a point in Scurry. Maybe with that point in Scurry where he gets extra move speed, runs through the trees, extra cast range, would be able to get the Bushwhack on Void. Now Panda making a move, going through the Twin Gates, leaving Pakaz alone in the bottom lane.
There's the Bushwhack, Flame Break, pushing the Eidolons away, but the blast off on Yatoro. They've got the Eidolons to do the damage and get the kill. Secret with another. They will finish off the Faceless Void. And this is not what you were expecting this lane to be. You've now lost Yatoro, and it's Batrider getting a good amount of farm because he's stacking those top camps and taking them with the Firefly, but the lane's falling apart now.
Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna fix this lane. It needs to be rotation from Collapse, or they need to make Laurel come to the top lane. But it seems like they're gonna forfeit that lane because there's not much to play for. Tower already down to half HP. Enigma with the Eidolons.
It's already level 5.
40 plus damage on Eidolons. So yeah, everybody already farming on a different side of the map.
Thing here though is Fireflying, and you need the Batrider to help you, so you're splitting that experience. Mira's over mid, but so is Knight and Panda. They're gonna try and get a kill here on a Mira. Bushwhack, that connects. Swashbuckle into the Shadow Realm, but the Sticky Bomb connects, and that will get the kill on a Mira.
And so now having 3 heroes in the mid lane,
yeah,
that's gonna be good damage onto the tower. Holding the Blightstone on Pango, of course. -2 armor. Makes
you
a lot
open
of
up
difference.
So much of the map if you take this tier 1 mid too.
Enigma's coming. Sacred ready to go. Team Spirit map is gonna open up so much. Miposhka
They see Miposhka, yeah. That ward that was placed there by Knight. catches vision of Laro, and it might even catch Mira on the edge of it too. So they know everything that's here at the moment. Black Hole is available. They've got Void nearby, who is level 6 with Chrono, but you can see Void not exactly having the best time. Even with that kill though, Slotum's, he's really far behind this Lina.
Yeah, playing it a difficult matchup, getting constantly harassed, but eventually Pango will get his Diffusal Blade.
Yeah.
Other lanes are doing really well. Like Naga Siren, one of the fastest farmers in the game. She doesn't want to join early on, wants to pick up Manta style, get the Orchid timing, and then get something done on the map. Panda collecting XP in the bottom lane, level 5 for now. Haven't seen too much of a techie so far at PGL Wallachia Season 1.
Yeah. Can't really blast off into this Slardar, otherwise you just die.
Yeah, Techies has been picked only 9 times, 33% win rate. It's one of those heroes that was super popular a couple of months ago. Had the power from this hero comes from certain areas of the map cannot be invaded because he's planting the mines. You can see all the smokes. Roshan also becomes easily defended. And let's see. Panda needs to get that level 6.
Similar to TA traps, right? If
Yes.
you catch vision.
You know something's happening on the map. Slardar continues to farm up. Collapse, that's going to be his Blink Dagger after he finishes off this creep camp. Fortunately, Mira is not level 6 yet. Would definitely love to have that Bedlam available on him when they jump, but look at the stacks again.
If they can make another stack here, it's not happening, but if they were able to make another stack, and I actually think they blocked that camp. That big camp that's right there, so that's unfortunate, but they are going to get this stack of Ancients. Spirit doing the same thing. They're working on it. Just trying to get as much gold as they can. Collapse going Blink Ags for this Slardar.
Very interactive gameplay. Both teams farming ancient camps. 11 stacks for Boom, 10 for Team Spirit. Game did slow down a little bit. Team Spirit still, they don't have a single kill on the board.
Yeah, only 3-0, but they have a net worth lead at the moment. They've got Slardar getting a lot of the map.
Sacred with the BKB, not BKB, sorry, Blink Black Hole ready. 11 minutes into the game on top of Lads. This is one really farmed Enigma.
If you catch the Lina, you're in a decent spot to have a full duration Black Hole, and Swashbuckle blast off the look for the kill with the Sharpshooter. The ticket, the Lina, the Rolling Thunder.
Oh,
Yatoro. Ooh. Needs to be careful because they still have Sacred behind him if they could just get onto Yatoro.
That was supposed to be an easy bounce off, but he went the other direction. Apango's Rolling Thunder, like sometimes he bounces off so weirdly. They're like, okay, what's going on with this spell? He was in a good spot to get multiple Rolling Thunders and stun lock Faceless Void, which should result in a kill. Collapse, blinks out. That's his Blink Dagger reveal.
Yeah, he blinks out, probably giving away the fact that they have vision there. If they saw the blink. I believe Knight did, but we'll see if they deward that. Has the sentry. Won't use it. I like the little 4 stack of mines there by the rune spot too. Although that was giving Lina gold. Lina was getting rid of every single one, then died, so it did work as a bait. Multi-purposed mines. Mira level 6, so has Terrorize available now with the Bedlam, and we've seen that combo with Slardar a lot.
Yeah,
that
they need to be paired up
Blink
together
Slither
to be able to grab some kills. Lina, Boots of Travel, going into Aghanim Scepter Shard, the Spellcaster build. Still yet to get a kill.
Does feel like they're in a pressure cooker though, or it's just gonna explode out of them. Lina again though.
That thing is terrifying. I'm not using
Pressure cookers?
cooker. No, I cook every day when I'm at home, but pressure cooker, I'm staying away from it. It's like a bomb.
They're fun. And slow cookers.
Until they explode, yeah.
They're still looking, still searching. I don't know if that ward spotted Yatoro, but Laurel now. They scan on the Radiant side, don't find anything, and they're not going to go across this lane. So they're searching, and we've seen this a couple times where, like, these early smokes, they don't result in anything, and it allows the other team to continue to farm and get to that next item, and when they smoke again, getting frustrated with the fact that they didn't find anything.
Yeah, they brought way too many heroes to this smoke, I would say. Sure, you want to take engagement where you outnumber your opponent, but everybody was missing on the map except for one hero that was pushing tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. So not going to say it was super obvious, but Team Spirit having a good read on what's happening on the map.
Quick blink, by the way, for Miposhka, considering he's the position 5, and that goes back to the fact that he was taking stacks in the laning phase up above that tier 1 tower. You do have a good amount of gold here for Hoodwink, getting closer to that Maelstrom, not going into the Rod of Atos. We saw that shift yesterday from Maelstrom to Arcane Boots, Rod of Atos a couple times, but this time Knight going straight Maelstrom. And finding places to farm, actually going for these ancient camps. And
I can't believe Hoodwink, as a position 4, gets priority to farm in a triangle.
Yeah. Miposhka, he's got that blink. And it's just, I don't know how he continues to get away with this. I swear he's placing wards right on other enemy heroes.
Just scouted 4 heroes from enemy teams, so they know something's cooking.
Like, did Panda not see that ward get placed right on each other?
Apparently not. Yatoro continues to farm up. Maelstrom done, going into Manta style, playing into mostly Nagasarin. Usually you would see a BKB, but he wants to have a cheaper way of getting out of net and getting out of silence from Orchid, which is being built from Pakaz. He's got to be ready in the next minute and a half, 2 minutes. Ready to go, join the fight.
Don't catch Knight, and Enigma, Sacred also able to walk away from this. They shifted a lot here from Team Spirit. It's allowing this Naga Siren to continue to farm. We've seen this from Pakaz plenty of times before. And you are also catching Pakaz in the midst of feeling himself real highly. I mean, this guy had a great series yesterday. You must be coming in with a lot of confidence today.
Oh, absolutely.
Something that if you're Boom, you need the confidence coming up against Team Spirit for sure. And right now...
And speaking of confidence, I was watching them on camera. Like, their body language, everybody was having fun.
Yeah.
They look super relaxed coming into the series, elimination series against Team Spirit.
Miposhka, Malefice, look at the Eidolon damage. Sacred on a killing spree. He's getting closer to this BKB. Slotums wants his Ags. Laurel wants Shard Ags Shard, but... I don't know, well, you know. Chrono on a Panda. I mean, this will be their first kill.
Got him.
But Chrono for techies, I almost want to say makes Spirit pretty vulnerable.
I think it might be time to try to sneak in a Roche. You have Vlad, so that's your sustain, extra damage. Eidolons, there's going to be quite a lot of them. So with Chrono down, their team fight is not going to be there, so...
Blink Lasso on a Sacred, but here comes the rest of the team. They hit the Terrorize, they go to the Laguna Blade, they should be able to get the kill on a Sacred, and will. Now Pakaz is here, he'll ensnare Miposhka. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but the Sharpshooter lands, swashbuckle on a Laurel. That's going to be 2.
Oh, look
the
at
right
that
click,
combo.
the Bedlam, the Slithering Crush. Slotum dies, the song too late, they'll TP out, and it's a 2-for-2.
Not too bad of a trade for Team Spirit, considering that they did not have Chronosteer. Yatoro continues to farm up. And now finally you can feel the power of this Slardar's Corrosive Hate, Splink in, Bedlam on top of him combo.
Yeah.
Level 2 Corrosive Hate's minus 15 armor. They did get the big jump onto Enigma, so that there's no counter jump. And as you said, Song of the Siren slightly too late. Now Orchid is finished on Pakaz, Faceless Void. Still doesn't have his Manta style, so I'd like to see some more aggressive moves coming out from Boom.
I think maybe they expected Slotums to kind of be a little bit more free to leave because, oh gosh, here comes Collapse.
Supports are gonna suffer against this. Slardar, he doesn't necessarily need to deal with Naga Siren immediately, and he continues to farm up, about to finish off his Aghanim Scepter. the most farm hero in the game.
Silence.
That's that aggressive move that we
Yatoro.
talked about.
He is in trouble and will die here straight up to Pakaz.
Observer ward that was placed when they were smoked and tried to siege tier 1 tower near the tier 2. Scouted Yatoro exactly where he was going. So nice move from Pakaz, getting a solo kill. Delaying his Manta style. He's just a recipe away, 1,300 gold. So maybe they can sneak in one more kill.
We'll see. Yule's next from Maposhka. Is this an item that's going to be hit with a big nerf next patch, do you think?
Which one?
Just Yule's.
Yule's?
Yule's and Wind Waker. Somehow, like, Yule's will be more expensive, thus making Wind Waker more expensive, or some change that affects both.
We changed it to be less expensive a couple of patches ago. Mana cost is still quite a lot.
Blast
175.
off. Reactive taser, but that didn't matter. Panda just kind of blasted off and turned into Team Rocket and died.
They can't get anything done with these smokes. Sure, you are getting maybe a kill or two, some kind of a trade, but they want to get something bigger. Enigma, he did pick up a Blink Dagger as his second item, but didn't really get the value out of it yet.
This ward seeing Pakaz as Maposhka embracing being the ward on that cliff.
Uh-oh, this is dangerous. Sacred.
Yeah, he's dead again. There's nothing to get away from this. Curse Crown, everybody wanting to react, but that's actually an early terrorize. They get a kill. They find the bushwhack. They'll get something in return. You know, it's not nothing, but you're starting to see that right now Void's not the problem. It's Slardar, and we saw that yesterday by Gaimin Gladiators. You saw how much Ace was able to do on the Slardar.
This hero is insane. He also did pick up a shard of his own, so the first initial jump with Slithery and Crush gives you that 5-second corrosive haze, so you don't have to...
Oh, he didn't go for it.
He's going for it.
There it is, okay. Let that blink come off, cool down, then just, because, yeah. Sacred, blink, Midnight Pulse, Malefice, keeping vision on him, goes to the black hole. Will commit on this completely. Now they've got the Orchid from Pakaz. They need to kill this Slardar.
He's fine.
Yeah.
He's stuck nowhere to go.
I mean, there's illusions and Eidolons on that bridge. I don't even know if you could path off that. It's a good kill on a collapse, though. It needed to happen from Boom. Because he is the top net worth hero for the side of the Dire.
Level 16 on Slardar.
LSA. Laguna, lasso, right clicks from the high ground. Satoms, he'll die, and now they want more. They've got the disarm with the reactive taser, the blast off away. Getting out of the hands of Yatoro.
Thought he might chrono him there again.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. But once he got disarmed, I think he gave up on that.
Yatoro,
even game.
Still the lowest net worth core in the game, but is going to catch up. Manta style now done, so doesn't need to care about net and mostly Orchid. That's going to be the big one. We've seen a solo kill from Pakaz.
BKB, by the way, finished for the Enigma. It doesn't have Black Hole for a while. That's on cooldown for quite a bit of time. Yatoro going into the BKB, then finishing the Mjolnir. The full Mjolnir. And then NKB. Maposhka, he gets his shard from the Tormentor.
It would definitely prefer if Mira got it. It's not an S tier shard by any means, but it's a good one.
A lot of farm here. Maposhka's almost as farmed as his own Faceless Void.
That's the power of the hero. Being allowed to go for these extra waves, farm multiple camps at the same time. And yeah, holding the Philosopher's Stone, you don't right-click at all. He's setting up some vision in this top part of the map, knowing that Roshan is going to be on Radiant side just for another minute.
Eidolon's pushing out top. Maposhka picking up some Lotus Petals, going into the Boots of Travel, so that's what you usually see from these Bat Riders, that mobility with the Boots of Travel to be anywhere and set up Blink, Lasso, have somebody there like, say, Collapse, or even Collapse and Mira ready to go. Collapse getting that Eternal Shroud. And this shard is going to be going to Knight. So he's got the Hunter's Boomerang.
Boomerang available for them. Some extra spell damage coming out, more burst damage. We've seen Knight trying to go for solo kill on Mira with Boomerang. Should be enough to maybe even get that solo kill. An interesting build from Mira. He did go for Lotus Orb as his first item. Does allow them to remove a lot of these debuffs that they have. Orchid, then Ensnare, Malefice.
Yeah, it really weakens that early Orchid pickup.
Yeah.
So, only having one of them, but you can see Pakaz getting a lot of space and time. He's getting a lot of farm. He's almost at his next item. He's got 17,000 net worth. We've only seen that one singular song that was top, and it ended up being a little bit late to save the Pangolier. Pango, by the way, has that Ags. Like, I think Boom are in a spot where they can fight, but both teams are going to be looking for Roche, and it's big team fight, big potential back and forth here, while Miposhka, he'll die to Slotums, but Collapse, it looks like he was ready to jump in, decides not to, not knowing what was behind that Pangolier. But if Pangolier had the confidence to make the jump solo, he probably had somebody there ready to help him out.
Again, Observer Board scouting 5 members of Boom Esports making a move, so they want to go back. There's a lot of damage that, like, they can easily kill Roche. You only need to take one good fight. So whoever wins the next big fight is going to take Roche.
They're coming through the Twin Gate. There was an OBS there, but they are smoked up. By the way, this Gleipnir faster than the average by a minute and a half.
Not really surprised. He's been getting a lot of farm priority, sitting in the mid lane, clearing some of the stacks in the triangle.
Just squirrel things.
And again, they are getting scouted. These observer boards placed by Miposhka and Mira have been destroying them so far. They're constantly sitting on a ward, and now the smoke has been scouted as well.
Really getting scouted out. Reminds me of the first game that IG lost. If you can remind me who it was against, but they were getting warded and scouted by so many great ward positions. They come into the next game, de-ward all those nice wards.
Against Aurora yesterday?
Yeah. Was it yesterday?
Yeah, May 17th. Yeah.
And then they came into game 3, knew where those wards were going to be, and completely changed the outlook of the game. Lasso on a Panda. Happy to give up the techies if they can get this Roche, but it's down to half health, and they don't get it.
They can scout them out with some Eidolons, pop the techies mines, Naga Siren Illusions. Pakaz also finished off Butterfly.
Song
on to 4 of them.
Who do they want in particular? Laurel's out of the song, so he goes off to the side. They'll put the ensnare. It's onto the Bat Rider, but immediately the Yule's up. They go to the Rolling Thunder. This is going to be Collapse committing with the BKB going after Sacred. Black Hole committed. Nobody here to stop it just yet. Yatoro is going to be hit with the Orchid, so he's silenced for a moment, pops his own BKB. They get the kill to Sacred. This is going really horribly for Boom because they're surrounding Pakaz. There's the Laguna Blade. They'll take the kill onto the Naga Siren. They lose Mira, but it works out well for Spirit.
It was a good song on the 4 of them. They're still
Southern
not done.
Crush, they got Knight. And this is
a disastrous
TP's to tier 2s, so they're still right by Roche.
Oh, the observer wards again, scouting everything, every move that they make. They felt comfortable because they dewarded one of those observer wards near the Twin Gates and probably thought that's the last one. They're not going to see us, so they get a good jump. They go onto Enigma. They couldn't combo it off. Lasso has already been used, Song on the 4, but everybody from Team Spirit has been spread. So that means that he's not going to be the one initiating. He needs to wait until things get slightly more messier, but he was the one getting jumped, so next fight, they will need to execute slightly better. We're going to see that again, because
I was surprised he went for Miposhka here. He doesn't have Lasso.
Because he has Yule Scepter, and he's going to be able to blink out. So that was nicely done, buying a little bit more time, and you can see Collapse immediately going onto that Sacred during the black hole. He doesn't care as much. He gets super tanky.
Doesn't even use Chrono here. Yeah. Wow. Good fight there from Team Spirit. I mean, the vision has just been perfectly placed by the side of Team Spirit. I mean, every ward has seen Boom, every move they make, every breath they take. I mean, Spirit, they're watching you. It's crazy. Because the ward positions have been perfect.
They want to take a fight. They don't rely on any cooldowns other than Chronosphere, which wasn't even used in the previous fight. Laurel is chasing with that Shadow Blade. Again, Riverward on the high ground. He also scouted out Panda, so they might get an extra one.
Surprise Boomer here. I thought the Night kill would give away the fact that they have a lot of vision up in this part of the map. Blasting off, trying to get away. Aposhka. He's going to be right on top of Panda. And Panda, even with that Psychic Headband used, he can't get away, and Knight might be next. There's the bash, the crush, the kill. 3 more for Spirit.
This is the 3rd time Collapse gets a solo kill on Knight, who is super farmed, so he's getting a good amount of gold. Now almost 700 gold from that kill. Going into Wind Waker, we've seen this build on Slardar, where he becomes extremely tanky with his Aghanim Scepter, having that status resistance in the puddle, and then with the Wind Waker, allows him to jump in, jump out. That's also going to be the save for the Black Hole. This hero feels too good right now.
Yeah.
Even in the losing games, you did mention Gaimin Gladiators yesterday. Slardar did look good in most of the games that I've seen so far at Wallachia.
Collapse. Still searching. In tier 2. Looking like he's going to be in trouble. Yatoro, even when he was behind, because now he's in the top mix, was farming away and helped up by Slardar and Lina until he got to this point.
Dunk,
So.
dunk, dunk, dunk. Very satisfying sound. Yeah, Pakazi is still the most farm hero in the game, but we've seen Naga Sirens tend to fall off. I like that he's going for Nullifier, seeing that Yule Scepter, Force Staff wants to be able to lock onto a target and kill it. No shenanigans.
Rolling Thunder. Trying to catch up, but already blinked, so he's never going to make it there. Backs away from this, and you can see, look at the ward vision still from the Dire.
They see everything, every move that was being made so far.
Bottom.
I think if they watch
Triangle.
the replay after this game ends, they will go for some early gem, because it's been causing a lot of issues. And we've seen the teams pick up gems between like 17, 18, and 25-minute mark quite a lot.
That, I mean, we saw that last year in the Chinese DPC. I felt like they were the ones buying very early gems. Another Psychic Headband push away. Yules trying to blast off LSA. There's the kill. It was always like that early, like you said, 17-minute gem. 45 seconds left on this Aegis, so when they won that fight top, it was a 3K lead, and now it's 10,000 for Spirit ahead. We haven't really felt the same impact that we felt from other Hoodwinks, despite the fact that it was an earlier Gleipnir. And 79% to 21% in favor of Team Spirit.
They've been kind of quiet. Also, didn't feel the techies doing the work that you would expect him to do in a game. Not having that impact.
Or even Sacred, he got this BKB.
Oh, look at Marl again, Vision.
Yeah, they know exactly where he's at. Panda TP's in, and Panda's immediately hexed, but no reaction in time. Rolling Thunder, but the free movement here for Laurel. Okay, puts him back. Now they go to the Gleipnir, but this Acorn shot, the tree is off the mark. Laurel able to kind of get some distance. Hit with the Sharpshooter, Swashbuckle misses. Shield crash, but yeah, they're not seeing this
Another hex is available.
and they're just going to lasso him up onto this cliff. So now Satus is dead to rights.
It comes down to vision. This vision is not getting dewarded. They're constantly being scouted, and no D-wards coming out. I want to see the amounts of observer wards killed if possible, just to point out that Boom are constantly running around vision, getting picked off, but unable to get the D-wards going.
Yeah.
Not having a read. Look at him. He's the one scouting things out if there's an observer ward.
Another way to use Wind Waker. Use it to hover above a cliff and come back down just to check for a ward. Especially when you have Blink, you can do that. Come right back to the low ground. 15,000 net worth lead, and it, again, like you said, because he's top of the net worth, but we really haven't felt that presence like we did yesterday. Maybe they find him top. Illusions. Pushing forward. All right, at least Bedlam's down if they make a jump, but Yaturo's here in Viz. Another ward placed right on the Tier 2 tower's old spot by the Dire. So that'll see the Tier 3, anybody coming down those steps. Poshka with vision basically covering the entire Radiant side.
Their pickoff game is too strong. One of the reasons why Boom are going together is you show up, you're going to get lassoed, you're going to get jumped by Slardart. Larl with the Shadow Blade plus Hex combo into LSA can also burst most of these people. Maybe he can't kill Naga Siren from 100 to 0, but every other hero is killable.
Do you think that Shadow Blade was picked up here by Lina, knowing that the Vision game and the Sentry game wasn't good from Boom, so you feel confident enough that there's not sentries on the ground, they haven't bought a gem?
He's probably playing the pickoff game, Boots of Travel, this
Lasso on a Sacred, and they've got the Laguna Blade. They have the damage to get the kill onto this Enigma. Still not really feeling a big black hole in this game. There's a regen bottom, Yaturo will continue to farm. He's looking for his Ags.
Lina with level 25. Minus 25 seconds on Laguna Blade, brings it down to 25. Very cool.
That is insane. The gem now from Aposhka, so if they're not going to get rid of the
ready
vision.
To go.
Yeah, there's the ward again. Hex, Nullify on Aposhka, but there's no answer.
They can't leave the base. They need to go together. I just want to see the gem. I think this gem should have came in like 10 minutes ago at least for Boom Esports.
Yeah, instead it was Spirit who bought theirs. And their Tormentor's being taken at the moment. They've got the scan. Maybe they can make the move, but not before the Tormentor dies. Blink over Pakaz and collapses out.
He's super difficult to kill. I think they need to commit with Black Hole to be able to get the kill on Slardar. Now going into Octarine Core.
Man, this must be frustrating for Boom too, because the early game was so good for them. Yeah, I think so. Roche is up.
This is the fight where they are forcing Team Spirit to come where they want to take the fight. So
Ogre Seal Totem, Near stops that TP. Sharpshooter. Now on to Mira. Bramble Maze is down, but the Bushwhack lands. They'll take out the Dark Willow. That's a start to get this Roche, but they're pressuring your Tier 3 tower mid, so you have to start to make the equation. What are you willing to give up?
Yatoro itemizing completely against Naga Siren and the Illusions. He sees that Butterfly. Missed chance against Mjolnir MKB. Not going to be as good. And now going into Aghanim Scepter, so he can time walk in.
Batrider's coming over. Sacred. He's here too, but they will get the Aegis on Pakaz. Something they desperately needed, that second life.
So maybe the Aghanim Scepter also is to cancel the BKB Black Hole. If he jumps in...
Even if he goes, yeah.
Yeah, with the Aghanim Scepter. That's pretty cool thinking.
Just different tech.
New tech. They're getting closer to the 25s. Yatoro with backtrack talent. It's going to be pretty difficult to kill. Slardar as well. Whether he wants to go Corrosive Haze is undispellable. That's always going to be a good one. So no BKBs, no Manta Styles. But also, with Octarine, he might pick up the Slytherin Crush. It's now down to 5.3 seconds. Could push it to 2.3.
And in the Gaimin Gladiators game, and I know I keep referencing this because this is the most recent one, we did feel Ace kind of fall off on that Sardar a little bit. Collapse hasn't hit that point yet. He's still growing. Still getting stronger. This ward mid, there was the blink from Maposhka that was at Slotum's that I thought would give away the fact that they had vision there, and now they finally get it. But it was there for a long time, as they have a gem on techies now. So maybe this will start to help them getting rid of this vision. They're smoked and looking. Eidolons. Oh, Yatoro. Time walk in, time walk out. Dangerous move there. Time walk in again onto some illusions, but he is a hard person to catch. With how little amount of time he is there when he time walks in, the risk to blink BKB and Black Hole would be dangerous to go for.
Yeah, you can't just go on him. If he uses reverse time walk, you might not catch him. Slotum's might be the first point of contact. He's disconnected from the team. Uh-oh, they're gonna find him.
Oh, good blink.
No, something's up.
They know where Collapse is. They go to the lasso. That's going to be through in a night. And with a Laguna Blade, it's from 3/4 health to nothing. They look over as that's going to be Aegis on the Naga Siren.
I thought it was an
very
illusion.
quickly. Yeah, they got the real one. They're going to look and get the Chrono. Maybe not even need it. Look at this. They've got the fear. They have the Chrono after they've done the damage and the control. The only one dying on the side of Spirit is Maposhka. Kaz is dead twice in such quick succession. Down goes Sacred. And the one who actually survives is Slotum's after he was the one who looked like he was going to be caught out.
Naga Siren dying way too quickly. And this is with Alina right clicks, and she doesn't have anything to go through that evasion. So things are looking really rough for BOOM Esports. We haven't seen them get a big kill in quite some time. Slaughter now level 26, has Slytherin Crush cooldown, brings it down to 3 seconds. This Laurel build is also what's kind of winning them the game, allowing them to get so many kills. They lock onto a target, instantly kill it with Aghanim Scepter, and he's going for Refresher, so that's going to be double Laguna Blade, double Hex, and BKB. Yatra was thinking about not even using the Chronosphere there, but why not?
Yeah.
And another one.
There it is. All right, full team wipe. With Slotum's dying. They've got the Wisdom Rune. And they've got control of this game by a massive margin. By a full Naga Siren's net worth.
This has to be like one of the most fun heroes to play
Slardar?
at this stage of the game. Slardar with these items, yeah. Well, now he's about to finish off his overwhelming blink, so we'll be canceling the blink daggers. Even more slow coming out from him.
I would say Alina's also looking pretty fun, truthfully.
At this stage, yeah, if you're
you just pop
9,
heroes.
7.
I mean, there's so much candy on the ground. He's popping heroes like pinatas with that Laguna Blade. It's so crazy. Knight had 3/4 of his health left. Laguna Blade dead. That's it. Just gone.
He's inside the base. He's stuck.
Lasso on a Sacred. They don't have Chrono. BKB, Sacred, though, needs to walk away. They try to go to the Song, but they've got the Bash. They'll have the Slytherin Crush. They get the kill onto the Enigma. They look over at Panda. This is looking like the end. Tier 4 Boom. Song runs out.
Buyback available on Enigma.
Buyback on Slotum's. They have the buyback available on Sacred. Not on Panda, though. Rolling Thunder, I mean, this is Collapse eating so much damage. They go to the Chrono. It's going to be out of Kaz. The damage is out from Yatoro with Bedlam on him, too. They'll take out the Naga Siren, who buys back. Acorn Shot controls up Laurel. There's the Gleipnir. Now back down. Flame Cloak, GG. Okay. Pause it. GG. Gone. Game 1 going to Spirit over BOOM Esports.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they didn't have any kills for the good 10, maybe even 15 minutes. The first Chrono.
Or 17 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, they got a kill on position 5, but they continued to farm up. Collapse, it's been the stacking game for him. He gets the Aghanim Scepter, becomes super tanky, and then Paired up with Dark Willow, the combo is insane. Also, Collapse got multiple solo kills, and also Laurel as well, playing this assassination game with Shadowblade.
Just popping him with Laguna Blade. And
very well executed draft from Team Spirit.
Yeah, once you got that cooldown reduction, every 25 seconds you have Laguna Blade available,
yeah,
it's disgusting.
And Vision has been on point. Like, this is, I think, pretty good example how Vision win games where you can get the really good pickoffs. Next time, I want to see some early gem. I want to see more sentries from BOOM Esports.
Yeah, hopefully that's what Boom talks about during the break, but we've got the panel to talk about the game. We're going to send it their way. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Bika Lacoste. Yeah, this game goes the way of Team Spirit. It was a game that was very even for a long time, T-Gov. Unlike what we thought maybe was going to happen, it was the later portion of the game that were all in Team Spirit's hands.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit that Spirit looked at Boom going, oh, well, you're just going to farm, so we're going to farm, and we're going to make sure that when we enter the game, it is just a little bit punchier. I think Spirit showed a lot of discipline in not allowing Boom any moments to try and take a grasp of the game to, you know, with the heroes like Enigma, Pango, Naga, if at any minute they have an early lead, the map feels horrendous to play in. I think unfortunately for Boom, when they did try to enter the game, they just kind of blundered a couple times. I think at like 18 minutes, you had the Enigma getting picked off by the Bat Rider, and then the rest of the team's kind of swarming in, and it's kind of that's a moment where they could take over. Then the highlight we see here as well, it's like you're starting with the Naga song to initiate the fight. It doesn't really connect to become anything again. The Black Hole wasn't really impactful, and they're the two big moments for me where 18 minutes, 27 minutes, they don't go the way of Boom and Spirit at that point after farming so nicely. It's just their game to kind of dictate the entire state.
Yeah, I would say that Boom did very well, like early on, like their minute 0 to 15 was kind of what they needed to have happen, set themselves up for success. But afterwards, the item timings that they got with the Orchid and like the Diffuser Pango into the Blink, the Enigma BKB, as T is mentioning, they didn't really get much done with that. I would highly attribute that and credit to Team Spirit, who played very well around the map. They knew what to do, where to go, and kind of like make time for your Toro, let him get this BKB, because like in the Roche fight, they danced very nicely around. They just kind of made Boom walk back and forth until Yatoro finally got his BKB. He shows mid. It kind of forces Boom to like go in with an aggressive song, set up this black hole. Then he comes in with the TP BKB. Like there's so many nice levels of what they did that ultimately I feel like just made it really hard for Boom to play this mid game the way they want. And if they don't find these timings, I feel like this game will just put a lot of pressure on them, because the Spirit scaling, it's just through the roof.
It's such good scaling, and like we just saw on the scoreboard there, like the net worth, like Collapse, he finished the net worth 30,000, the most of anyone on his team. Like that style of play, it's like if Spirit happily want to farm up, Slud at top net worth, Lina top net worth, Void catching up with the team fight potential as well. It's like that is such a scary like concept to go into, and for Boom, poke poke, they had to do something.
They did. They were waiting for that perfect entry to the game, and that just never happened because Team Spirit was always one step ahead. That's kind of the way the game played out, and sometimes games do be like that. So hopefully Boom also can reset. Game number one, I feel like Kezu, you wanted to highlight a couple of items coming out from the support duo of Spirit.
Exactly, because we talk about what Boom had to do with their items, like get kills on the map, right, with the Diffuser, with the Orchid, but every single one of their players had a way to do something about it, right? You had Mira, who went Brown Boots into Lotus Orb. He can dispel himself with the Orchid, then use Shadow Realm, or he can help someone else. Also in the Roshan fight, when Pakas comes in with the song into the net on Meposhka, well, joke's on you, bro. I have a Yules. I use myself up after the song, then he blinks away. So all of these things combined just made it really hard for Boom to, do the things they want. Then by the time Yatoro joins the fight, he has Manta, he has BKB, he has a Dispel, Larl and Collapse also both have BKBs, and then this Orchid on Naga, when you don't get many kills, it can fall off, and then after that time, they never found the song into Black Hole, which they kind of needed to bring the game back. So Team Spirit, perfect itemization, nice gameplay, great team fighting. That will just make for a hard game.
It was a hard game, and it also felt, T-Gov, that this was a very different style that Boom was going for versus what we saw from them, not just yesterday, but I feel like the whole event so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think they started the game very commendably. Like, the way that they looked at mid-tower, they were pressuring the Lina, they brought 3 heroes, they took it so nicely. But then it's like the question of, because when he was playing the Troll, he's like screaming, like, look at me, I'm in the game. The Naga, it's like he's playing on the fringe, he's pushing out lanes. It's like waiting for the piece of the puzzle to fall, but it never really slotted in. So I think in the draft, Kezu and I, we were hoping for a carry that forwards, that wanted to be part of his team, maybe joins the mid fight to take the tower quicker. But Naga Siren just wasn't really that hero.
He had one really cool play where, with his illusions and the orchid timing, he got a solo kill on Yotoro at the triangle, which that did quite a lot. And I feel like that could have maybe helped them to get more done. But then the next minutes, they had to keep following with this play, like another kill on the next minute, and then black hole, and then do this, and then you get Roche, and keep doing this. But they fell a little bit flat doing that.
They did. We did see also Team Spirit. They did ban out those style of carries that you mentioned with the troll and the gyrocopter. So they were aware that that might have been the path that Boom had taken, but they did not, or they could not in this first game. Of course, it's only game 1 of a best of 3. What will happen in game number 2? Find out after a break.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Dota 2's Item Price Challenge. To our wonderful audience and everyone out there, oh, it's so good to hear you all. And I've got Heroics Devi Llama with me.
Hi, Banks.
How are you?
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good.
Are you ready to take on this challenge?
Definitely, definitely.
Do you think you'll beat KJ? He got 4 correct.
Yeah, easy, easy.
Easy, yeah?
I'm such a nerd in items.
That's what I like to hear. That's a good sign for us. Okay, we'll get things started off. We'll get up the first items for you, and at 60 seconds to go, we will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Echo Saber, that's 2,700.
Correct.
Shiva's 5,175.
Correct.
I believe. Nullifier. For 375.
Correct.
Hurricane Bike. For 450.
Correct.
1,200.
Correct.
225.
Correct.
Ooh. 5,300.
Correct.
1,800.
Correct.
800 now?
Oh, no.
It's 900 still, huh?
Yes.
80.
Correct.
3,400.
3,600.
600. Okay. Nelson is 2,950.
Correct. And that's the time done, but you got 10 correct. That was brilliant. That was really good.
Thank you.
Fantastic stuff. Well, thank you very much for playing, dude. Well done.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We are in the middle of our first series of the day here at PGL Wallachia, and it is elimination on the line, and now Boom with their backs against the rope because they are 1 game down against Team Spirit. It's a best of 3, of course. Both teams have already secured top 6, which is great. But they want to move further. They want to play again at the end of the day to try to get as far as possible here. And I think, Kezu, we're just going to focus on game number 2 because I hope that that's what Boom's doing right now as well.
I mean, there must be, right? Perhaps also, like, you look at your wins yesterday, you feel like what made you win was like you continue to press forward, you were very aggressive, you had like the type of stuff you want. Now the Naga Siren, I don't mind it. I think it could easily have worked, but it didn't make it as easy as I would have liked. So I wonder if they want to switch up the draft a bit and like just keep having more things that can move into the draft to help them with the tempo. Because Spirit's mid game, you're gonna need a lot of good tools to like make them blunder and make them give you these openings.
Yeah, I just want to see a couple more kill combos from Boom. Like the fact that we just saw Xtreme dismantle Spirit to some degree in the upper bracket, like that should be your source now. It's like, look at Xtreme, what did they do?
They did it, how are we going to emulate their style?
Don't copy Xtreme, but just go, this was the style, this was the approach, this is our Boom approach, find the merge and go, now go together. I feel like this game 1 draft, it didn't fully respect the way Spirit lost, therefore it kind of allows Spirit to just play their game. Now I look at this game, it's like, oh, that's why Spirit should be in the upper bracket, right? And I'm hoping in game 2, someone in the Boom team is like, wait a second, let's make sure we have this piece of the puzzle. A Sacred's more aggressive, or Bakaz has that OP carry that allowed him to dismantle Gaimin.
So where did it go wrong for Boom? They were in that game, they were first pick, so that should be their comfort zone.
I mean, I don't mind either of their last 2 picks with the Naga and the Enigma. I think you could have slotted the Enigma with a slightly faster paced hero, so you have another kill combo like T is talking about with your supports. And then similarly with the Naga, like they're both maybe a little slower, but it can work. So you could slightly tweak those.
But also if we disconnect ourselves from the draft, in play, like there were some key moments where the Enigma's entry to the game was him just instantly dying to a Bat Rider. And then the fight after was the Enigma then dying as well. So if we appreciate the draft Boom was presenting, their play also didn't support the volatility of them having to make minimal mistakes to win with this draft. So it's like, sure, we could say the Naga was a defensive pick, but in play as well, like, there were some improvements Boom need to make as well in game 2.
No, a little bit of first game of the day issues, potentially.
Early wake-up time, yeah.
That being said, Boom has played in the mornings before. I believe it's actually Spirit that is maybe the odd one out in terms of morning games. So,
It's
you know, if
time.
anybody has that excuse, it's Spirit.
It's time for jokes. You know, he talked about the jokes coming into you know, from the bus. Like, you talk about, okay, this we do different, keep the mood high. Because, again, it's beer 3, you lose game 1. Maybe today they want to do the Gaimin Gladiators strat that they apparently learned the other time. Lose game 1.
Lose game 1, win the other 2.
I was
That's
worried,
true.
like, they just want to lose. That's not a good strat.
No, that's not the strat.
You have to clarify which strat you're talking about here.
No, I think they wanna use the Gaimin Gladiators strat in the way that they wanted the 2-0 yesterday, but you know that already didn't happen. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens in game number 2. See if Boom can recover, because that is really what it's all about. We're in the draft for game number 2, and we got Boom coming in the Radiant side, and they do get first pick again, so they are in their comfort. Team Spirit, they get overall last pick, so second pick, and they are Dire, so in that sense it is exactly the same as previous game, which actually makes me very happy. It's Spirit that chose second pick, so that is how we got to this point. And it's always good to see that both teams are just playing on their comfort.
Yeah. What were the first phase bans of Boom in the last game?
I will tell you. It was Chen, Sniper, after which Spirit took forever to think of their next ban. And then they banned out Primal Beast as well. For Team Spirit, they banned out Disruptor, Zeus, Io, which was the one they thought about a lot, and then the Templar Assassin.
I mean, Primal, of course, is a great ban for Boom as well, and many teams do go for that, but I would say that Spirit's Bad Rider is very annoying. I don't know if you want to ban it out or just be more aware with both the play and the picks you're going for, because I feel like they make it look very good. Like this top lane with the Void Bat, they're not picking this lane to win. It's that, Yatoro, you're going to farm whatever creeps you get, and I'm going to farm backwards in my jungle, get really strong, get a 10, 11, 12 on the blink, and getting that from your post 5 is honestly quite insane, but in this meta, people have figured out how they can get away with greed, and this hero fits that perfectly.
Yeah, it's like if you're willing to sacrifice your tower in some capacity, then it is really annoying to have to think about, wait, am I invading the jungle for the 5 player whilst I'm trying to also shut down here? And they pick they ban the entry, just straight, I'd say Slaughter or Enigma. That's the 2 offlaners that are super high value against Enchantress.
Yep.
No, not against. They're weak against Enchantress. There you go, that's good English.
I mean, this hero is just really rising. Like yesterday, the 2 games that Spirit lost were also to Slardar. I mean, most of the panels right now are Slardar Bristleback.
Yeah.
It's a lot of the talk of the town. So them having a little switch up, you ban the Ents, you take the Slardar, pretty good. There's, I mean, of course, many options that Spirit can take it. We've seen some Phoenixes, always like Shadow Demon. Maybe they feel like there's a specific core here that they need to close out the phase with, which doesn't really fully come to mind to me. If I'm looking at like the Slardar first pick.
And let's see how Team Spirit answers the Slaughter. Obviously, they went for a previous game, so it's always fun to see when a hero is relegated to first pick rather than later on. You know, as we said yesterday, picks like this come earlier and earlier and earlier till their first pick. So it is interesting to see what Team Spirit thinks is going to be good against it. They open up with the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, so they didn't want to instantly react with a support. They wanted to set down their foundation of their draft. Team Spirit doesn't really take me as the team that flexes Dragon Knight too heavily.
Yeah, not too hard, right?
But even though, I like the concept of multiple cores that don't care about that initial jump. A lot of times, like when you think about Magnus, it's like, can I survive the RP? Against Slardar, it's like, can I, just at least cushion that Corrosive Haze? Of course, Dragon Knight can do it. There's plenty of carries and cores that can also do that as well. So nothing too crazy. It's just high armor hero, can play multiple roles, doesn't really pigeonhole your draft into any bad spots.
I mean, Spirit most likely they talked a lot about Slardar yesterday since they got their ass kicked by it twice. They also did play the DK into the Slardar yesterday against Xtreme. So I'm kind of looking like how Spirit also want to complement this hero. Because, yeah, you have a lot of armor, but even so, if the Slardar lineup can overrun you, you will die pretty quickly, even though you are a Dragon Knight. So I could be looking at heroes such as Grimstroke for either team. Grimstroke helps the Slardar like really power through, whereas Grimstroke could help the DK to like dispel one of the Corrosive Haze, stay alive, keep going in, get a little bit of lifesteal and spell lifesteal going on. So a lot of eyes for me are gonna be on the supports in the next phase.
Yeah, I mean, compared to previous game, both teams also opened with, they opened with Pangolin Slaughter, of course, but then all 3 bans that came after that were all supports.
Not to be the case this time, right? Boom, they banned out the Morph and the Windrunner this time around, so a slight change up, but I think if anything, it feels like this time it's higher value to go for that, but like I mentioned with the DK, Boom and now respecting, what if Slaughter plays into multiple cores, he doesn't like jumping?
Yeah.
Morph, of course, has high armor, can disengage. Windrunner with the Windrun, good lane, so they are kind of showing us a little bit that Slaughter could just be the off lane here.
There's
And
a Grimstroke.
Yeah, such a high value support in this game. Like, Kezo's already mentioned it, but I think Grimstroke at least lives or dies by what other heroes play. Like, because there's a lot of frontlining tanky initiators right now, Grimstroke looks really good. Grimstroke never had bad spells. He's always been very good, but if other heroes can't utilize it, he then just becomes an irrelevant hero. So it's kind of refreshing to see how he returns, not because of himself, but because of others.
Yeah, it's like Caudle and Grim are like, they complement what other people do. So in these type of drafts, it just looks so strong always. So Boom also must have known that this is coming. So I want to see kind of how they now like adapt and move forward in their draft. Because the SD ban into the Grim pick is very good from Team Spirit.
I just hope that we get to see the teams really kind of clash a little bit earlier. In that previous game, it took, I think, at least 18 minutes for the decisive fights to start occurring. But with these heroes, like Boom, even like taking the Willow as well, like we are seeing elements of just going for that skirmish, pressuring the map just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, they have the exact same lane as Spirit had previous game, and it worked out well for them. So let's see if Boom can replicate that.
What other supports am I missing? I love
Bane.
Bane is good. I love Panda's Phoenix. He's played it a few times. I feel like that's also good, right? Sunray is, I mean, I wouldn't compare it to like Grimstroke, but it can easily help your tanky core stay in or burst the tanky core that you're jumping. So I think both teams fully identify what they need to do to help themselves like further down the line in this draft. It's really beautiful. Team Spirit. It's going to be the kind of choice now, again, where you man up and like pick the carry? Do you want to keep the DK flex open? What's your other support?
I kind of like the idea of an additional jump. Like, Maposhka likes playing his like position 5 task. Along those lines of a additional form of Grim to play with. It doesn't force your carry or offlane to have to be that vessel for it, but...
They go for the Pug now.
Okay,
so high range. I mean, that's one of the heroes we have seen once before against like some
against the Slaughter. Yeah, we've seen it against just physical damage, right? Because of the decrep.
I like it a lot with Grim. Like this, and you don't always see it, but like Soulbind into the crep, double silence with some Inkswell going around. It is very strong.
I will also say that combined with the Dragon Knight, it makes their tower pressure quite intense.
Yeah. It's spooky. And I think that's one thing to note where Spirit, when they played with these heroes, they played very farm heavy, right? Slaughter wanted to sit in his lane the entire time. He got 10k net worth. He entered the game. He broke the map, right?
Yeah.
This time around, like you mentioned, this won't happen. Bristleback will get Aghanims, will get plenty of farm by 20 minutes. Pugna DK will move together on the map, chip down tier 1 towers. There is not really good tower defense right now from Boom. Teamfight sure looks good, but like there isn't that early damage because Slaughter is not an early game damage hero. He complements other people, and the next 2 picks for Boom either need to deal with the expected onslaught of a 20-minute Blink DK, Bloodstone, Ags, Bristleback timing, or they have to just skip the map the entire time and overcome that by just waiting much longer. And they got Plankton.
They got the Keeper of the Light, and that is a good tower defense hero.
Yeah, and that is one, I think it was one of the games where you also called the Keeper of the Light. It was maybe Aurora or G2IG in that series.
Vessel, yeah.
That one, that pick worked out very well, right? The early Vessel, the amplified damage and everything with the Solar Bind. And you, of course, you play into high tempo very well because that's what you want to do as well. So you do play into it very nicely. I'm still very much of the idea that they need more. The Caudle is a good start, but Pakaz's hero, or whoever the last pick is, I think it needs to continue to help. Because at minute 20, T mentioned it, there's going to be a Bristleback, there's going to be a DK, they're going to be decrept and Inkswelled and everything. Pakaz needs to also be able to stand his ground and help his team.
I really like the idea of Tidehunter for Spirit now. Sure, they have last pick in the draft, so they'll be able to see.
Crazy.
But I'm thinking like just the Shard Blink timing, it just complements the get to the 20-minute mark. You then have everything just breaking open for the game for you. And then Kotal steps up, boom, you're now stuck to the anchor. I think it'll be too much for them to handle. And sure, they banned out Centaur, again, a movement-based offlaner. You can catch up with him, but if we're trying to answer the Kotal in the mid-game, Centaur has Stampede, and then Tidehunter has Dead in the Water. So I think that's two pretty good bans.
I think this hero has got to go. Like, look at Kotal, Slardar, they want to, like, amplify and like get you killed. Tidehunter always breaks free. Yep. He's so good for his team. The shard destroys, I mean, Slardar as well, right? High mobility, same with the little horseman on Kotal. So would be very surprised if Boom do not ban this hero. But we can, I guess, focus on their carry pick out of phase. I would love if they can find a hero that gives them a mid-game nullifier timing. Or like maybe a Radiant split into nullifier. The reason I say this is because you're going to jump this one core who's going to get Inkswell dispelled or gets decrept, and now your Slardar or whichever your last carry is can potentially not hit. I think in order to break through this, like I'm looking at, I don't know, or like Muerta carry, I don't know. I'm just like mentioning heroes that go like nullifier or have a way to power through decrep and backline saves.
At least from the carries that Pakaz has played so far at Wallachia, it is like Juggernaut, Troll are the two that at least can do that in some degree. I think because of the aggression of Kotal and the amps of Juggernaut, these carries that I've just mentioned don't feel that unnatural because their team will bring them into the game as well. Like independently, they struggle, I'd argue, but Lifesteal, of course, was like the most default ban available. It does the Radiance disassemble trick that you mentioned.
The ban is Sven as well.
Okay, yeah. Sven's, I think, more tournament flavor that would give Boom some fight. And it's less about killing the Bristle and more about, I see Pugnaut or Grim out of position, they are instantly dead. And that will be the entire theme of the game for Boom. It's find the Pugnaut or Grim, once they're dead, turn around and deal with the raid boss.
I mean, that's another thing they could look at, right? Like just the carry who, okay, I don't care so much about the front line. Like Koto and you guys, you play on high range. I will go and take these supports out. And then, as you said, then we go on the course. That's also a good way to go about it. I wouldn't like Gyro so much. I feel like this hero's going to get overran in this game.
Could they go for Void themselves, just for dilation? It's a very high-value dilation game, and you already have enough. You have Corrosive Haze to give you early game damage when you have Maelstrom. The Kotal gives you the creep killing aspect to delay the overall ball up, so that could be a slightly safer scaling option. It is pretty much stealing Spirit's draft, but oh, they ran it themselves.
Oh, so they're entertaining the idea of Bristle potentially going offlane. Okay, fair enough.
And they don't want that as a carry at all for themselves. So in regards to the nullifier aspect that we mentioned, Jug and Troll are the two heroes, but again, I think because he used this position of draft yesterday exceptionally well to get the Troll pick, I am really excited to see where he goes with this logic, and
5 seconds remaining.
We kind of feel like we've already stated our case here, so I'm just going to sit back and wait and see what he cooks up. We've got 15 seconds.
Like I'm looking around and I'm not fully sure. I know he likes CK a lot, so if they're looking for like a backline jump, you can, but yeah, I'm just looking for a carry in the mid game that you can fight with your team.
Like a gyrocopter.
I mentioned that one that I didn't like as much because I feel like there is a chance that he can get overrun by some DK Bristle running in, but we'll have to see it.
Yeah, I think we, in the pre-show as well, we showed the timings of like these heroes, and Gyrocopter is one of the more, every item pre-25 is just about his own scaling, and then after 30 minutes, it's then the Satanic, the Daedalus, the items that we really entertain to take over the game. So if they can kind of weather the storm early, then sure, he becomes a hero, but that is, like as I mentioned, it does somewhat play into Spirit a little bit for the early game should be theirs to punish with and
the Doom.
A hero that has been not forgotten about, but other heroes have risen up so much in value that Doom kind of has faded just a little bit. And yeah, I think it's a generally quite a nice pick for the delete a hero. If Kotal wants to keep amping it for the fight, just get rid of it. Phoenix, oh, no egg for you, just get rid of it. I'm scared for the fights. From like 15 to 25 minutes, that window, I expect Spirit to be super proactive.
So yesterday when we were watching a Keeper of the Light in the mid lane, because you pointed out the weakness of Keeper of the Light is that he has to leave the lane and therefore his tower will be taken.
Yes.
If that happens over here, I mean, we got the DK in the mid lane. He'll definitely take a tower.
I mean, he will definitely do it, which means Sladem needs to get a lot of kills in the side lanes. Like, have this early earn, go top, try to offset a kill, get the vessel, keep going. Because I'm with T. I think Spirit's draft is very strong. Their mid game when they go, I want Lara to rush Blink, no Mage Slayer shenanigans, go together with the Inkswell around the map. And I think that this Doom pick is very good against a quote-unquote single core lineup. Like, they're all about the gyro at minute 20. Yeah. He's already going to have trouble. Now he gets doomed. I don't see how Pakaz can stand his ground and carry this game.
It's all about Sladem. Sladem can break the fact that
it's him.
Spirit need to farm to get to their state of happiness. They don't really want to make early moves. So if Coddle can TP to that lane, use the Slardar, TP to a lane, use the Gyrocopter, they can have life. But we've talked a lot about Pakaz, but this game, if they want to get there, it's all about the mid lane.
Sladem and his Keeper of the Light, he needs to basically dominate the side lanes and obviously not do bad in his own lane as well. But focus on those side lanes and see if he can win them for his team and get that Gyrocopter online in time to force out a third game potentially. Will we get there? We're finding out together with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Tournament lives at stake here for Boom, and I like Boom's draft. It's looking pretty fast, and they started the first game with a significant advantage. Maybe this time around they take that advantage, get a Spirit Vessel on the Coddle, work towards shutting down this Bristle, and get the Gyro online, right?
Coddle needs to explode in this game. Like, he needs to be super active. He's also one of the heroes that gets, like, I would say, most involved in the kills early on, whether we're talking about, like, just him rotating, picking up some rune, or TP rotation once he picks up the Spirit Vessel. You get that pretty early on, 7-8 minutes into the game. I also want to see his camps being blocked so that he doesn't get that man to farm. And also Bristleback, this is the hero that nobody found really an answer to it so far. He's sitting at 80% win rate, 8 out of 10 games.
Yeah, they kind of have the answers, I would say, on Boom with the early Corrosive Haze, maybe the Spirit Vessel.
It's a god-tier Spirit Vessel game. You're playing against Bristle, heals from Pagana, Dragonite. Doom has a lot of HP as well. Let's see. Again, they're sitting underneath the Observer Ward. Team Spirit staying one step ahead of Boom Esports so far in this series in terms of vision.
You gotta wonder what the deal is here with the vision. If they spoke about it in between games, it was certainly the thorn in the side of Boom, how much vision was just able to stay out there for so long from the side of Team Spirit. So let's see how this goes. As early game, Boom, I really liked what they did game number 1. It was 4-0, 17 minutes into the game, but that's where the real turnaround came from. You know, they still farmed pretty well. They had somebody like the Bat Rider that was able to do a lot in terms of farming and getting that early blink for Spirit. And maybe this time around, it's not the same, really. Maposhka, he's on the Pugna, not really that control hero like Bat.
But they do have control coming out from Dragonite, Soulbind as well, Inkswell. You're going to have the spell mechanic. That's going to be the big one. You need Shard on Grimstroke ASAP. 15 minutes in, need to have gold saved up so that you can have it. It's great against Corrosive Haze, Solar Bind, Cursed Crown, you name it. Fiery Spirits, but mostly Spirit Vessel.
2 eyes, 3 lanes. Taking a look at everything here. Any lane, a killer lane, I can see it being bottom. Spirit, Inkswell, Infernal Blade with the Scorched Earth. Maybe they get a kill down bottom, but I guess the same could be said here. A couple Fire Spirits, Pakaz runs in with the Rocket Barrage. That does some pretty decent damage early on.
Side lanes, definitely. We've had, what, 4 kills, 15 minutes in the last time. This time around, I think it's going to be much more action, a lot more trading going on, because you have some of these heroes who do love to get the trades. We're talking about Doom. Let's say Mira gets a trade, he gets closer to his level 6, which is much more impactful than Pakaz getting his level 6 on Gyrocopter.
Right. One of the things that I think Boom need to worry about is if they go aggressive on Yatoro, as we've seen Bristles somehow stand their ground like level 5 against 4 heroes. It was that Ame game against IG. They go for Collapse early on. They've got the Blood Grenade with some Fire Spirits. The Rocket Barrage, Collapse going through the trees, trying to get away here from Pakaz. But the Rocket Barrage a second time will be what gets them first blood. And Collapse will be the first death for Spirit.
Yeah, good start. Exactly where you want to be. This is a kind of a single core lineup from BetBoom Esports. There is Doom available. He's going to be having one target, pretty much. He wants to take out Gyrocopter out of the fight. That's going to be most of the damage coming out from him anyway. This is also the hero that builds into Satanics, so you stop the heal coming out from him and makes him much less tankier.
Gyro not a hero that gets Lincoln Sphere.
Definitely not. So somebody will need to build some of the Force Staff to push him out of the trouble. Maybe a Lotus Orb, some kind of a Lincoln Sphere that can come out. I'm not sure who's going to buy it, though.
Lotus Orb could be Knight, right? Like we saw that as Knight goes into the Shadow Realm. The Nether Blast will kill him, though. Maposhka getting a
solo kill.
Yeah. They were fighting back and forth, but Knight getting a little bit too comfortable. But going back to that, we saw Mira. He did play Darkwill in the last game, and he went Lotus Orb first item.
Yeah, he might try to replicate that. Great against, of course, Doom. Having a Dispel mechanic, great against Pogna, Dragonite, all of these heroes. So what is
Sacred. He's also low. These Nether Blasts starting to stack up quite a bit. Knight comes over. The Quill Spray, the Nether Blast again. Maposhka gets the kill once more.
And this is some Giga Brain Pugna, the hero that has most intelligence gain in the game. 5.2 per level.
There's a lot. He does well with it to get that kill, not only on Knight to start, but getting Sacred. And we've seen Slardars die once or twice in lane. They get higher into the Slithering Crush, but now it's 1-1-1 for Slardar, so wanting that Guardian Sprint. Like we've said a million times before when we see the Slardar, the Slithering Crush is the farming mechanic here for Slardar. Inkswell not going to catch anybody, but a Rocket Barrage onto Mira. A lot of damage and
has
no
Lotus,
creeps, but the Fire Spirits Panda burns him out.
He was already low on HP, had 20 mana left, so did not want to pop it. Can't really blame him. We'll save that for the next fight. Was maybe expecting Collapse to have a point in an Infernal Blade so that they can set things up. Somebody gets close, get hit by Infernal Blade, Inkswell. So now they want to play slightly more aggressive. 2 points in Scorched Earth. They have Ice Armor from Ogre Vampire Mage.
True. Brambles around him. As Sacred. I mean, Maposhka really being annoying. Level 2 in the Nether Blast. They're not comfortable in these heroes. Knight especially. Look how low he's sitting. Inkswell pops. Panda. He was without Icarus Dive, so couldn't continue to go through on towards Mira, who still has that Lotus. And Healing Lotus just held on to. He also has a Blood Grenade if they want to make another aggressive take with the Inkswell. Scorched Earth. No level in Infernal Blade just yet, though. Sometimes we see that early level in Infernal Blade when you think you can get a kill.
Slatims does stack it one more time. In terms of CS, he is struggling. 15 denies on Gnarl. Quite a difficult matchup for him in the mid lane. You don't care too much about these blasts as Dragonite. You dodge them. And the damage that you have, 78 now with Power Tread's about to be finished. So quite a difficult one for him. Laurel not too afraid to sit on the high ground.
We've seen Coddles, once they get this early urn, rotate and try and get a charge on it pretty quickly. So if he gets this stack, maybe he comes over, gets level 6, he's got that extra movement speed, runs down towards bot, because it's definitely a lane in which these heroes are sitting low, or maybe help out top with the either side lane, I think would be nice.
Got 2.
With that Breathe
only
Fire,
20, yeah. He got the 2 small ones, so 28 gold, use the scan, knew something was up. If you leave the mid lane as Coddle, Dragonite with Elder Dragon form, he might not immediately take your tower, but he will deal some good damage to it. So Slatims, Spirit form available, Solar Bind as well once he pops it. And he's
First crown?
Yeah, he's deeping top immediately. They want to kill.
On Maposhka, so Slatims with that 6, he does make that rotation. Solar Bind in another Bramble, Illuminate, and there you go. Urn's got some charges.
Forced to use the Glyph immediately. This is also the Catapult Wave. Oh, maybe Lara could have tanked that one. They're ready with the TPs. They know exactly how Team Spirit is going to play.
Knight. And Blood Grenade, Solar Bind, Brambles again, Curse Crown, both supports are here. Dragon Tail hits on a Panda, but it's not going to matter. Great move by Boom.
Excellent rotation from both of the supports. First Slatims TP stop, then Knight TPs to the mid lane. And Panda walks from the bot lane to the mid lane and tries to set things up. Spirit Form was still up and running.
Yeah, so he's got that extra movement speed, and he gets there really quickly. Rocket Barrage again, collapse, solo, gone to Kaz. Wow, boom, killing all 3 lanes. Yeah, all right. I mean, this is what we said they did in the first game, right? They had this early aggression. A little bit of it was stymied because of the vision that Maposhka was putting down. And another wall down. That's going to be potentially another kill. But the Stroke of Fate, the right-click damage, now the Scorched Earth, Kaz under the tower. Rocket Barrage doing a lot to collapse, but with the Scorched Earth, the Infernal Blade, Kaz is going to get run down and traded. That's a killing spree that goes to Collapse.
And this is the trade that I talked about, that they lose a hero, they come back, and now Collapse is the same level as Gyrocopter, level 6. So once he comes back to the lane, they're going to have Doom ready and try to play and get a kill on him one more time. Larl mid lane.
Again, Icarus Dive, Curse Crown, Solar Bind. They've got the Urn, they've got the kill, they'll take him out. And Sunray for a second to heal up Slotums, but they'll look over at Maposhka, who's trying to chase Panda. Knight's here with the Kato again. There's the Chakra Magic. Inkswell on a Yatoro. They might want to just get out of this. Maposhka was sitting low. Inkswell's going to pop and stun up this Dark Willow. Stroke of Fate. And the TP attempt not going to be enough as Knight is dead.
We expected this game to be much more active from early on. 12 kills, 8.5 minutes into the game. Doom is ready, but somebody needs to play with him. Pakaz already backstabbing.
Icarus Dive, the chase with the Rocket Barrage, Collapse. You can see just that one Rocket Barrage doing so much damage, but the Doom turnaround with Laurel here, the Breathe Fire, and can they stick on him to get this kill? Stroke of Fate, that lands. It is close. He'll survive. Inkswell, they just need a touch more. The Breathe Fire connects. And Pakaz is dead again. They've got the Phantom's Embrace, the silence on a Panda who's just trying to pick up a bounty rune. But he can't do that. He'll lose his life to the Infernal Blade of Collapse. This is a bloodbath.
It really is. No breathing time. So Pakaz can still come back to the bottom lane. Now that there is no Doom available. There are no stacks being made this time around. We've been pretty busy fighting. All right, I got a question for you, B-Cup. Okay. How many spirits are in this game?
Oh, gosh. There's Fire Spirits. There's Spirit Form. There's Spirit Vessel. There's technically Phantom's Embrace is the spirit of Grimstroke's wife.
5 spirit members. So you're not even close. Spirint from Slardar.
Oh my god, all right.
Quite a lot, yeah. We're 10 plus. But
10 plus? Wait, how did you just get from 4 to 10?
5 spirit players.
5 team. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay,
there's 4 spirits from Phoenix.
Yeah, okay.
So
fair enough.
15 plus. Mira will be able to TP out.
Yeah, nothing to stop that. As he just leaves. I'm always so close. This one not so much.
I don't think, yeah, this time not really amplified damage.
This time I felt so dumb. Mira, we'll pause the game for a second. This is sound. This time we just aren't feeling it from the Slardar yet. And I mean, he went Phase Boots, Soul Ring, and he is pretty far away from a Blink Dagger. So we won't really have that initiation. And the question is whether or not, without that Blink Dagger, Sacred's willing to be in these fights. Because, you know, Slither Crush and the right-click damage with the Corrosive Haze is a lot of added extra damage. And I think with that little bit of minus armor, they'll be able to
you need a little bit of oomph to be able to get that extra damage. So Corrosive Haze plus Spirit Vessel should be enough to kill off the Bristleback. You also have some good damage, magic damage coming out. Rocket Barrage on top of it, Sunray, percentage-based damage, Bedlam, we've seen how powerful it is in the previous game.
And the Dark Willow combo with Slardar. Bedlam Knight was trying to farm with it. Tranquils was the first item on this Dark Willow. Interested in seeing what's next for him. There is this Obs here that spots Pakaz. Not in the range of that sentry on the cliff, and a good spot right by these steps. So they had that information. They knew where he was. Meanwhile, the mid-tier 1's still up.
but not for long. There is Nether Blast level 4. They are really trying to just take it out, and they'll glyph it. So they glyph to keep the tower alive. Meanwhile, you saw it on your screen. That's an earlier than average blink for Laurel.
Laurel has died 2 times, but still has 11-minute blink dagger on Dragonite, which is pretty impressive.
It's pretty good.
They'll blast the tower. One more blast, and that should do the trick.
Well, they deny it. Yeah, they're trying. 45, 20, and... So they'll deny. Another BetBoom used to farm here from Knight. Not really seeing that combo with Sacred just yet. He's 1,300 gold in on this Blink Dagger, and there are stacks for him in the triangle to continue to farm that up. Believe Crystallis is coming out for Pakaz. Right?
Should be. Yeah. It's coming on the courier. Pretty standard stuff.
Is it coming on the courier, or is it going to be killed before?
They know.
This is bad news for
Thanks,
Pakaz.
Donkey. I don't know what that is.
Giving away, the Warhorse is giving away his positioning. They'll allow him to get that Crystallis.
They were following that courier.
Just to follow the courier all the way. They don't care if he gets the item, as long as they get the kill.
Such a clutch play.
Knight's also here. He's hit with the Phantom's Embrace. Gets the spirit off of him, but there's the Breathe Fire. Sacred came in. Life drained from Baposhka onto the Grimstroke. They'll use the Doom. That's 3 heroes that are going to die here on the side of Boom.
But they got something.
They get Mira with the bash.
But that's going to be another tower for Team Spirit. Every single time Doom is off cooldown, they are getting a big kill.
Oh, and this stack now taken. Yatoro will TP out.
The creep stacked him from behind, so he got an extra creep before he TP'd out. Value. And he didn't even TP. That's a very early Aghanim Scepter on Bristle as well. We've seen that build being super popular, picking up that
faster
Aghanim
than the
Scepter
average.
immediately. Yeah, there it goes, almost 2 minutes.
That's faster than the average timing.
He doesn't need to go heal, because playing with Pugna will allow him to stay full HP, full mana. Does have a good neutral item. Seeds of Serenity. I know that's one of your favorite neutral items.
Hell
This item is too good right now.
Make it better. Still doesn't get picked as often as I'd like, so it could be...
What do you mean? It's one of the most picked tier 1 neutral items.
Yeah, how many people have it right now? Okay, 4. Never mind. I'll shut up. Whatever.
You were close again.
All right. Don't kick me when I'm down. They could use a buff, though. Sacred, he's got that Blink Dagger flying out. But they're down 4,000 net worth, and one of the things that we talked about, Boom, that they needed success was the early game, the aggression. So maybe with this Blink, they start going. But Pakaz, again, he's farming in the same area, the same spot they just killed him. And he'll die the same way. We have talked about how well he's been playing, but this game, he's died 4 times already.
I don't think I've seen anybody die in this exact same spot 2 times in a row. Like near the crystals. Smoke from the rest of the team. They want to make something happen. Sacred does have Blink Dagger available. As the longer they wait, things are going to get much more difficult. Laurel, Blink Dagger ready.
Blink, Slither, and Crush, Solar Bind, Knight in. BetBoom going to be placed there on a Sacred. They've got the damage to get the kill to Laurel. This is exactly what they saw was possible. Supernova will explode the Soul Bind, and the Phantom's Embrace on a 2, though. Mira now hit with the Soul Bind. Ink Swell, terrorized, thrown over, hits the Fear. Sacred got to run out of that Ink Swell. But here comes Yatoro up out of the high ground. He's solar bound, slowed up, blink forward, Doom there onto Sawtums. They get the kill on Mira. Pakaz has the damage onto that. Bramble Maze, Collapse chasing, looking to get this kill, but Sacred is here to maybe get a turnaround. They get the kill on Baposhka. Collapse, he's gonna die with the call down right on top of him, and Sacred there. Now they'll look over Yatoro. They've got the BetBoom on top of him. They'll go to the Slither and Crush, but the Brambles will spray out, kill off Pakaz in Knight before they kill off this Yatoro Bristleback.
What a hero.
Just run and you'll do enough damage.
They have no ways
talk about
of turning
nerfs.
him around.
Until an Ags for Kato, maybe?
That's just not going to be good enough. He's going straight into Bloodstone, even though he's playing into Spirit Vessel. I feel maybe... I've seen a lot of Bristles pick up casual plate mail, especially when they play against Slardar, and we've seen also Lotus Orb before Bloodstone, just to have that extra protection. But let's see if he wants to commit to it.
This was a long fight, and one, you know, Boom got the full team wipe. That's really good for them. It just the ending really takes the wind out of it when they lose both Knight and Picaz. They're going for Collapse again, by the way. They're trying to get the kill. They've got the homing missile, blinding light on Alaro and Miposhka, pushing him away. Homing missile will run, but once it starts to fly, it'll die.
They have an insane amount of magic damage. Fire Spirits, you have Solar Bind to increase that spell damage. Bedlam on top of him, Blast, Rocket Barrage, maxed out. Picaz is getting more active.
Yeah, usually Bristles aren't afraid to go for Eternal Shroud either, right? Seen that a couple times. Slithering Crush, Dragon Tail, Nether Blast, Sacred. He's feeling the power of this Slardar. Bramble Maze is down. Solar Bind is there, but Collapse comes in. They go to the Supernova again. It's off cooldown. 3 more shots, 2 more shots, 1 more. It's a popped egg. They've made themselves an omelet.
Now it's time to maybe get more. Laurel, Blink Dagger ready.
Yeah, Blink, Dragon Tail, Terrorize, Charge, but not thrown. No, Knight.
Wingstorm didn't
looked like he had a chance to get the turnaround. They'll lose this Coddle. They'll end up losing Collapse, but now Terrorize, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Slithering Crush with the life drain. They get the kill to Picaz again. They lose the Gyro every time he plays aggressively. He's dead 6 times in 18 minutes.
Oh, a bit too active, I would say. You usually want that Aghanim Scepter. Okay.
Oh, wow, they
Sacred.
want more.
He went pretty greedy. Maybe he thought he was dead anyway with the Blink Dagger available on Laurel, so he's like, I'll try to get some creeps before I die. Oof. Bit of a rough fight. And I guess one of the reasons why he's not building into Lotus Orb immediately on a Bristleback, because Grimstroke, we said he needs to have the money saved up. He needs to have that shard for Dispel, even more lifesteal coming out from that. Plus his Bloodstone, you have Pugna, who is also about to finish Lotus Orb. We've seen that in the previous game. Mira rushing it on Dark Willow.
Yeah, but this time Lotus, where to be found? Eternal Shroud being built for the Slardar. They have a Yules on both supports, by the way, on the side of Boom.
Yeah, Obs cutting things out. All 3 members of Team Spirit that wanted to play aggressive.
So Obs sees Sacred as well. That is Boom trying to make moves, but they'll go. Lotus Orb, Mira reflecting over a bit and trying to survive the Soulbound. Mira
He's still alive.
Is still alive. He'll
Still alive.
Take down to the Spirit Vessel. It's a 1-for-1, but Yatro going in even more. With the Viscous Nasal Goose slowing down Sotoms, they're trying to get this kill with Miposhka, as well as Laurel blinking with the Dragon Tail. Nether Blast, the Life Drain. This Coddle's dead again. Spirit overwhelming Boom. As the homing missile reflects, goes on a Picaz. Collapse. He's not
Doom
got
is
Blink,
ready.
but Laurel does. Slithering Crush on a Collapse. They've got the Doom. They'll use it. And Yatro's here with the Bristleback, throwing his quills. They'll get the kill again on a Picaz. Slithering Crush, it may keep him alive. They find the Terrorize, but it's not onto everybody. Icarus dive, Supernova, downmoves Miposhka. But the Breathe Fire Knight's dead, and this Supernova is going to explode. It lands on Alaro as well as Yatro, but they don't have anybody to follow it up.
Team Spirit in a beast mode. The spell casting, everything is on point. Miposhka playing out of his mind right now. All these saves that he provides, the Cripify, Life Drain now level 2, having Lotus Orb, and he's super speedy. Windlace, Bullwhip, and the speediest hero in the game, so he can easily keep the distance. Doesn't need any like repositioning tools or anything. So things are looking pretty difficult for Boom. They need to execute. They need to get this jump from Slardar. I think you got to kill those 2 supports immediately. Otherwise, they're going to cause way too many problems. Dispel, double Dispel actually coming out from both supports.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, these supports really carrying the weight of their cores. And it's a 7,000 net worth lead. We talked about Miposhka not potentially getting the same farm that he did on the Batrider. That was a lie. He is almost as farmed as the 3 and 2 of Boom.
Panel did mention that this Coddle also needs to pop off, and he's doing quite the opposite.
He did for a moment, but he's so vulnerable now that he's getting this BKB to just be able to walk away
when Laro jumps in and they've got Inkswell, Dragon Tail.
I don't know if that's going to be enough. Also, when you're itemizing, like your first big item is going to be a BKB, because Spirit Vessel, you get that pretty early on. Boots of Travel, necessary on Coddle for sure.
Right.
But having a BKB, I've seen that when you're playing against Kunkka a couple of times, where you want to have something, and they have no real saves. Sure, you have like Terrorize, some Sunray, but I don't think that's enough. Once these heroes from Spirit connect on top of you, you're most likely going to be dead.
Say, because despite the fact that he's died 7 times, his farm is okay. Obviously, he'd like to be where Bristle's at, but it's not awful. So, we'll see what they can do here on the side of Boom, down by a lot again. They need to hold on.
Oh, they smoked underneath Yobs. They placed down a sentry, but it's just out of range.
Sometimes we've seen this Slardar buy out on their own shard to have that upgrade to the Slithering Crush so they can hit Sharder. And it's the Corrosive Haze upgrade there.
Took me a second to realize what you said.
And he's going for the BKB instead. Roche. Team Spirit.
They have the sustain, they have the damage.
Oh, they've got the vision. They go to the Doom. It's onto this Phoenix immediately. Panda just can't survive.
Panda does have
an outpost, yeah.
But seems like they don't want to take the fight. They still don't feel fight ready. Picasso wants to have his BKB. Problem is, Doom is most likely going to be used on you.
Yeah.
Like right now, they did get a kill just to secure Roshan, but in every fight in the future, maybe there's going to be one on Slardar, or if Gyrocopter's out of position somewhere else, he's going to go for a different target. But this is the most damage that is coming out in the fights from Boom Esports. And now, playing the top part of the map.
Sacred. We'll start to leave the dire jungle. Miposhka solar bound for a second, but he's got that Lotus. And there's good vision from both teams in this area. So they know where Miposhka's standing, still have an idea of where he's at, but the side of Spirit are starting to rotate. So creep's taken out as Miposhka tried to life drain, but Laurel's here, and then pressuring up his Yatoro over mid. He'll pop that Bristleback, clean up a creep wave. He's got an Aegis still for 4 minutes. Is backing up and farming for Boom, though, going to be enough? Is their high ground hold good enough?
They have a lot of damage, especially with Keeper of the Light, but if you're going to be stuck in base, we've seen Bristle, Dragonite, Pugna, they can slow siege, so it's not going to be as effective. Eventually, you're going to need to take the fight.
It's tier 2, full health, but when they're willing to give up if need be. Yeah.
The turnaround potential.
Dragonite is kind of stuck in this cheering pose. I don't know what's going on. But he's sliding on the ground.
He already won in his book.
Oh, yeah.
Celebrating.
Celebrating too early. It's not over until the Ancient falls or until somebody calls GG.
So much lifesteal. Bloodstone, Vampire Fangs, Sanj to amplify all of that, and then you have some coming out from Inkswell, so there's going to be a lot of healing, plus Pugna on top of it. They don't never need to go heal. Pugna can lifesteal or life drain off of the creeps, and then get some healing going.
Sodoms, what's next for this Kato? He's got 1,800 gold saved up and nothing queued.
Most likely Octarine Core. If you feel like you need more control, you go for Hex. Level 14 only. Same level as Miposhka.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Silver Edge for Gyro, wanting that extra break mechanic for the Bristleback.
Has been killed.
Panda, this is not your side of the map. He's all the way behind the 2-2s of the Dire side, and this is Kato just getting chased, forced to pop the BKB.
He just got a
Link, Slither Crush, he's still...
It goes through debuff immunity. I was really surprised that he did decide to go back. Okay.
Oh. Yeah.
Scratch that one.
Yeah, Quill Spray. Says it when you read it.
3 stacks there on the Viscous Nasal Goo there on the Phoenix. So Panda trying to find the right position. He's going eggs. I don't know if that's going to be too amazing. They don't exactly have the best egg crackers or egg smashers or egg breakers.
They still managed to kill it once or twice. Again, vision inside the base. So Yatoro, he's going to go in, holding the Aegis for another minute and a half.
Yatoro. Bloodstone, life drain, full health. Okay. Full reset there for him.
Miposhka, he keeps blasting the tower every single time it's off cooldown. Down to half HP already. This is why Coddle is not going to be as effective.
Looking, Phoenix caught, Panda in trouble, and Slither Crush not going to give him the time to go to the Supernova. Yatoro sitting with a little bit of health, but he still has that Aegis. They'll get the Doom out. That's onto the Gyrocopter. Sacred's dead. Spirit trying to push Boom to the brink of elimination. Yeah, collapses in really deep. They'll go to the Terrorize. That's sending him towards mid. Bedlam on a collapse, but the Glimmer Cape coming through and making him invis. That was thrown onto him by Mira. Yatro's still sitting on the high ground. He's got this Aegis for 40 seconds. And he's basically back to full health. The guy's in trouble, stunned up, life drain killed, gone, dead, 70 seconds.
They might blow this one. They have no business left in this game. Yatoro is
just
diving the fountain.
I mean, he's got the Aegis. He doesn't even care. Team Spirit making this look easy at the moment. They are just fountain diving for a second. And there's the GG. Boom goes the Dynamite. And Team Spirit will take the series 2-0.
Yeah, this one was a clean Team Spirit. They continued to farm up. They had all these dispel mechanics, love the itemization, Shard and Grimstroke immediately, 15-minute mark, then Lotus Orb on Miposhka. Miposhka got way too much out of that top lane. Top lane was never contested, getting a lot of stacks for Bristleback, and also Collapse continues to farm up. Very difficult game. Like, they relied so much on Coddle to make a move, and also having only one core who does scale so well. Sure, Slardar can, but he needs a little bit more time.
Yep.
And then with the Doom picked as the last pick for Team Spirit, you know that most of the time it's going to be thrown onto Gyrocopter, which means that you're playing the fight 4v5, taking out most of your damage out.
It felt like there were moments of positivity there for Boom when they were fighting heavily, but they kind of got washed away. Like that fight that happens in the Dire Triangle where they get the full team wipe, but they ended up losing Knight and Pakaz at the same time. Like, that's what slowed down Boom's approach. And Spirit taking easy 2-0. To break it down, we've got the panel. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Bcup and Lacoste. Yeah, this felt very smooth coming out from Team Spirit, and we were keeping our eyes on the mid lane, and mid laner, more specific, Tigov, didn't play out the way he was supposed to.
Yeah, no, not at all. It was a bit too much for him to have to do by himself. Yeah. It felt like, you know, it was like cuddle or bust. And I will say, big props to Pakaz and how he played the Gyrocopter. A lot of Gyrocopter carry players will kind of just go, no, guys, I need this items. If the fights come to my towers, I'll join, but I don't really want to be invading the enemy jungle. But this was incredibly commendable in that approach. Unfortunately, though, the Undoing, like, he invades the enemy triangle, he gets 4 kills, or not gets 4 kills, but part of 4 kills, to then overstay his welcome and die. Like, that type of death is the initial plan is great, but the death then offsets it. And we said in the draft, Spirit's lineup, if you aren't ready for the 20-minute ball up, you are just going to lose the game, and that's fundamentally what happened.
Yeah, because I also want to talk a little bit about Pakaz more, because yeah, he had 1 or 2 bad deaths, whatever, where they did this type of stuff, but there's so many carry players that would use these deaths would then make them play backwards and be like, as T said, I need 5 items, I need my Satanic, but instead he was like, okay, the only way we can win is if we try to go aggressive on them. They tried to take the fight to Spirit. They did succeed in like 1 or 2 fights overall, but Team Spirit had such nice lanes, itemization as well, with like multiple purges, knowing like who to go with. And yeah, eventually this ball up, I mean, I wasn't the biggest fan of the gyro, but honestly, who cares? At 20-minute Spirit, they're going to run at you. They have this big ball, and I don't think that Boom are perfectly equipped to take the fight back into them.
No, they were not. As our caster said, they showed signs of life, and they did try, but at that point, it felt like they basically started from behind.
Yeah, this game too, it really felt like strategically Spirit just had the edge. Like, we're basically saying that for Boom to win, we have to look at a carry who needs to overperform, the moves to just do Spirit, and that just wasn't to be the case. Like Spirit is just so filthy what they have. The Pugna Grim pushing their tanky cores forward. Collapse who's able to identify the Phoenix or the Gyro or the Kodo as a Doom target. Like he's not locked into just having to carry out one. They get the first Roshan for free. Like the entire game, it felt like it was inevitable for Spirit to win it based on how insane their draft was going to be. Like to get this many heroes who at 20 minutes feel all online compared to Boom, where it's like, you might be ready, Sara might have a blink plus something. Like, it really just felt like the strategy of Game 2, Spirit just showed why they are consistently such a top team.
Yeah, it was maybe a little bit more one-sided than I was personally expecting the series to be. It happens like that sometime. And this game, too, in particular, there was a lot of itemization going on the side of Team Spirit, Kazu, that you wanted to highlight.
Yeah, so we need to think about, so what did Boom have in that draft, right? They have Slardar with the amplified damage. You have Cardo who's going to throw a Solar Bind, a Vessel. So having purges in your team is so crucial. So Mira, of course, he rushes the Shard on a Grimstroke, allows people keep moving forward. You Inkswell them, you take off the Corrosive Phase, you take off the Solar Bind, you take off the Vessel. Miposhka as well. Now they can also, the supports can even save each other because he straight up rushed a Lotus Orb. Now again, you have Bristleback, Yatoro, he doesn't have to buy it. He can skip an item. He can get to his Bloodstone faster because of this purge. On top of all of this, you also had Collapse, who held onto a purge creep the entire game as well. He can use it aggressively as well to take off the sprint from the Slardar. And here, look, they go on Mira with all the heroes. He uses his Inkswell. He keeps healing. Now he's decrepit. Lotus keeps getting healed by Miposhka as well. Honestly, if he runs to him earlier, maybe he even lives. But this just goes to show this guy lived for like 10-15 seconds, and now they just get ran down by Yatoro's Bristle because he's like, all right, you guys did all the job. I'm going to press QW, QW, QW. All right, you're all dead.
Yeah, it was a smooth game.
Another Q.
What?
Sorry, we're talking about in really intricate Bristle mechanics on if he goes QW or WQ.
Very, very, very important topic. And what I do think is very important is to getting some words from Mira, who is standing by with Banks.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Spirit do get a pretty comfortable win here, but you were just saying to me that it was not so easy. So explain to me why it was maybe not so easy for you in this game.
Maybe because, we thought if Gyro gets like a few kills on us in fight, he probably can make game long for 10 minutes more or 15, but it's still more winnable for us than for them because we have like Doom, Grimstroke, and a pretty imba hero Bristleback nowadays.
Did work out for you guys massively. Now, to go forward though, right, looking at the rest of this tournament run, lower bracket for sure, but it doesn't seem too scary for you. You got either G2 or Liquid coming up next. Who do you think you're going to face and who do you want to face?
I mean, it's like the same teams for us. I don't have a really choice which team I want to meet, but yeah, I think it's quite the same team.
Same team and one that you guys can win no matter who you face?
Probably, yeah.
Probably, yeah. There's a little bit of confidence in that. I like it.
Yeah, totally, yeah.
Totally, yeah. There we go. That's what I want to hear, confidence. But what about, okay, let's go really far into the future. Tomorrow, Grand Finals. Yes, win?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I'm getting some confidence out of him, Shiva, and that I'm happy with. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Banks, and I love Collapse there indeed, as he has some confidence there. We'll see who he ends up facing, though. Tico.
I like there's like a good 6 seconds of thought.
I need to do that more.
Really contemplate, do I want to say yes? Because then it's like, that's going to be the cliff if they don't do it. It's going to be like, Team Spirit eliminated, yes. But no, I think he was trying to stay humble, other than the low bracket where he thinks he can beat G2IG or Liquid.
Why do you think they're considered the same team for him?
Because he doesn't care.
He doesn't, yeah. To be fair, I think once you get to that level of team, it's less about I want to play this team for it to be easier or harder. It's just more like, I play any team and I show my Dota to the world, and then we continue our journey.
I was more hearing it as I'm considering these two teams, even because they're similar in style and, same type of game.
No, I think that's also true, but I mean, it could just be a mixture of both. I would say Liquid and G2IG are both fairly fast. But to me, like with most of these players, it's more like, we don't care who we play against. Yeah. And at this point nowadays, it's more about making sure that you do what you want and you execute your style, as opposed to, they play all these heroes, let's ban them, let's pick half of them. Screw that stuff. Do do you, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, for Boom, that worked for a very long time. They came top 6 here at Wallachia, which is a heck of an achievement, but they will take their exit, and they will also take their exit interview.
Yes, Panda will be taking the exit interview here. And well, first of all, Panda, thank you. You're always doing all the content, all the interviews, even in bad moments like this for you. And I just want to, we spoke before the game, right? And you said you hadn't won against Spirit. You wanted to try and get that done. What does this game feel like for you? Do you feel like you had chances that you couldn't capitalize on?
I think in the first game we had a decent start, but we just really messed up in the team fights, or our vision was not that good. We didn't have a clear idea on how to fight, how to approach them, and I think that's what caused the first game. And in this second game, I think we're owning the bottom lane, and we're just not moving the Coral to the right lane. So, and I think Spirit is outplaying us in the map, and so we just lose control of the game. My gyro is 3-3 after winning the lane, so we just messed up really bad, and they took the game from us.
And outside of this game, looking at the whole tournament, finishing top 6 here, how do you feel about your whole tournament experience? What would you say about it?
I think I'm pretty satisfied because we didn't get to practice much before coming to this tournament. We just changed one player, so we only had like 5-7 days to practice with him before coming here. We didn't even think we would make it out of group stage. We made it to playoff. We beat Gaimin Gladiators. There's a lot of mistakes to fix. There's a lot of... We need to do a lot to improve still to be a tier 1 team. We're not there yet, but I think we can do it.
You think you can do it, and it's definitely some positive steps forward. I want to look at something completely irrelevant to Dota as well, though. We've seen many amazing drawings coming in here, right? Yesterday was Dragable, today was SpongeBob coming in. Where does the inspiration come from? Where do we choose which cartoon we're doing?
Today we based on just small characters for the small boys. Plankton, the Cinderella, or I don't know how it's called in English, Blancanieves, and that dwarfs from Blancanieves. And someone will know. So we have went to small characters for small people, like Slayer and Secret. We just tell them, don't talk in draft. It didn't work today.
Don't talk in draft, draw away. Didn't work today, but maybe it will work next time. Thank you very much, Panda. Shiva, we'll go back to you again.
I love the fact that he's just giving his teammates, like, here's your drawing.
Here's your crayon.
Here's your crayon. Go make a little drawing while the big guys talk about the draft. That's basically what it sounds like.
I'm so actually now I realize that they didn't just win the tournament.
Yeah.
Then we could have framed like all the draft drawings that they made to get to there. So they could into the mind like, what do you want to draw today, buddy? I want to draw Dragon Ball Z, and then I want to just slaughter Gaimin Gladiators. Like, I've been so cool, but alas, the drawings have concluded.
They have concluded. Boom's road has concluded. I do want to say some final words, because Kezu, I feel like this squad, normally gate-kept in the South American region, they've not made it out of anything other than this one. Normally Heroic is the one that beats them in the qualifiers. I think we're going to see that change.
No, I think they're doing great, right? They got top 6. As you said, they just had a roster swap. They practiced for like 1 week. I like the draft stuff they have going on. Like you maybe not so good at the draft. You like chill. You go draw some comics. And overall, even when he talked in the interview, it was more like, we didn't lose because of the draft. We made these mistakes. We know that we could have won this game if we do this, this, and this. So their approach is very good. I have high hopes for this team. So top 6, use this experience, keep going. You'll be super cool, super fine.
Super fine. Another time, then, that is. Because it is Team Spirit that move forward, and they will play again later today. They will need an opponent. And that's another team that's going to make it through the lower bracket, and it's going to be one of our upcoming 2 teams that are playing each other. So we're going to have a little break, but when we're back, it is time for Team Liquid versus G2IG.
It's time to play Dota 2 emoji as we work out what emojis represent different things in Dota. And this time I've got Shopify Rebellion, Saberlight with me. And I'm looking forward to going into your mind and seeing the wild world of how you think some of these emojis represent Dota. People, teams, talent, you name it.
Perfect, let's go. I'm ready.
He's definitely ready. But I need to ask you first, do you use emojis in your day-to-day life? Are you an emoji enjoyer?
Yeah, usually when I text, I like send emojis, but I read on the internet that it's like a beta behavior, that like when you text girls, you shouldn't use emojis. So, I try to limit it to like maybe 1 per like 2 texts. That's my go-to.
Okay, so you're cutting down on the emoji uses, but you know the best ones to use.
Yeah, exactly.
Smart man, I like it for sure. Now the first emoji we're looking at here, this is a trophy. what comes to mind straight away?
I would say probably Team Spirit. They're like, I don't know, they won all the big tournaments, you know, the 40 million TI, now the Riyadh and another big TI. So they do seem like the, like the biggest winners in the Dota scene. Maybe OG would be like a close second, but yeah, Team Spirit.
Definitely, I agree with you on that one. The second emoji is a scared, shocked face.
Shocked face. Probably like some Nisha, you know, like completely outplaying people.
So Nisha going in there for this one. Let us see on this one, who's an angry face going to represent?
So yeah, I think this one will be like Arteezy.
Okay.
That's just, first thing that comes to mind.
Because?
Well, because of the stream, obviously when you watch the Arteezy stream, he just gets upset at people because they're griefing his game. So yeah, he just seems like a passionate guy.
A passionate guy, but an angry guy when it doesn't go his way.
Yeah, I would use the word passionate though.
Okay, we'll let you have that one and be passionate more than angry. For this one, strength, strong biceps.
Okay, let's see who's the buff players of Dota. Recently I saw a picture with like Tal, who's obviously mega buff, and Lelis, and somehow Lelis was actually more buff than Tal.
Okay.
Which is very impressive, to be honest. So either Lelis or Sanbi, who I met this morning, and he is also a very strong guy. Or Blitz. Did you know that Blitz can bench like, I don't know how much, but probably a lot. He's like
Blitz, really?
Yeah, he has the sleeper build, but he benches like, I don't know, like 100 kilo at least.
Now this one.
This one, well, that just kind of looks like a mirror, actually. I feel like I'm looking at myself.
No. You really think you?
Yeah, but not in like a bad way, you know. It's more like a respectable way where you can rely on me to like be a clown and stuff. Let me think. Timado also is a clown for sure, but also in a good way where I think he's one of the like funniest guys in the Dota scene. So yeah, one of the two.
Well, I think you bring a lot of good energy to the stage and stuff for us when we've seen it across the bed. And so it's a different way of looking at the clown, but I get what you mean. I'll take that. I'll take that. Now, next we have a baby face.
Baby face. Who's... Okay, well, I mean, hopefully he won't be too mad, but I feel like Yatoro.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't know, I feel like, or Amar, mainly just because they're really young.
Yeah.
I mean, Yatoro doesn't look young, but I feel like he is like pretty young, and yeah, it's like, I mean, it's good. It's like I respect them, being like this successful at this young of age. It's impressive.
Our next emoji after the baby face is cool. Sunglasses on.
Well, since I've been spending a lot of time with our stand-ins, I would say Sumail.
Okay.
He's very cool, very funny. It's like when you're in his presence, he like has this vibe where you can tell that he's like the coolest guy in the room. Kind of.
Oh wow, nice.
In like a good way.
Yeah, just emanates off him, right?
Yeah. It's just like, and he's fun to hang out with. So.
Awesome. You're enjoying your stand-ins then for the moment.
Yeah, they're very fun.
Brilliant. Seb, thank you very much for playing, man.
Thank you.
You're watching PGL Wallachia, and we are here with our second series of the day. Lower bracket, elimination on the line, and advancement, of course, with Team Spirit waiting in the wings for the opponent of whoever wins in this upcoming best of 3. We got G2IG taking on Team Liquid, and we're first going to start off, Kezu, by looking at what these teams have been up to over these last, week or so, because this is also the very match that for both teams that it started it all with.
Yeah, like honestly, these two teams have been playing, well, obviously since day one, a lot of games. There's a lot that they had to improve on and kind of like, fix some mistakes, take in some heroes, push out some heroes, pick up the bristleback, put up the slaughter all the time. Because I would say that with these two teams facing each other, it's a very identical style. Like there's going to be a lot of mid-game clashing, so that's where I really have my focus on, like this 15 to 20-minute mid-game fighting, combining your heroes.
I mean, when we remember the first series, it was the Ember Nisha. I was like, oh my God, is Ember going to be a hero? And then it kind of just fell off very quickly. It didn't really become a hero at all. But I fully agree with Kezu. I like the idea that I want to see both teams utilize their drafts where they like to, from lane, keep going for that next little step. Like Mickey likes to break from lane to join the early fights, and I want to see like JT from North lane bring that as well. I just want to have a bloodbath in this series. No like disciplined, chill 20-minute farm. I want like 10, like maybe like 8 to 12 minutes. The clash, the go. Try and take ownership of the game.
We'll see if that's going to happen. So far, Team Liquid, they obviously played quite a lot of games, considering they went through the... well, they went the long way around, at least in the group stages. They did, of course, end up in the upper bracket, only to be knocked down just yesterday. In terms of first pick, second pick, when we get to the draft, it doesn't seem like Team Liquid really has a preference there, Kazu.
No, I feel like it looks pretty even, right? It was 4-4 and then the 5-3. So overall, I mean, I think they're good from both sides. I like a lot of their first pick drafts as well. Even in BetBoom Team, they brought like a lot of the Marcy with the sniper and the IO, which they also busted out another time. So they have good foundations when they need to like lay it and make the enemy team respond. But they're also very good at like finding the right heroes for themselves when they're second pick, find the right responses, give yourself good lanes. So overall, I mean, they're just a very solid team. They're just a little inconsistent, but when they hit it, they're incredible.
Yeah, I think some of their drafts, you look at them and like they're all blocked around like the Faceless Void or like the Kunkka, and I think sometimes that can be a vulnerability for them because they lean quite a lot on a single hero to be like the big piece of the puzzle. But you know, there's other drafts where they get like the last pick Dazzle, right? And then they slaughter mid lane, right? Yeah. And I think that's that, knowing that sometimes Liquid can, with their playstyle, if their draft just isn't on the mark, it can make their playstyle even harder to execute.
Yeah, I would say that the only thing that Team Liquid lacks a little bit is consistency in terms of doing well. But the same thing can be said for their opponents, although they did start in a little bit more of a normal trajectory, Tiga, because they started off a little weaker and then they got stronger and stronger and stronger.
They did. I think they're one of the few teams that I would argue are slightly more predictable in draft, but their play is always so much fun to watch. Like if they get JT on the Magnus, if they've got the Slardar being flexed around, Monet on the Morphling, like there are so many key heroes for them that they can lean on to play with, but it is still the same logic where after laning phase, they aren't afraid to make these big moves to break down the map early on. And yeah, I think that, again, could be the issue for them. Where Liquid, they sometimes draft themselves into a high skill level of play. I think G2IG often replicates a lot of drafts that allows teams to find the weaknesses in what's to come.
What I've been like very impressed with when it comes to G2IG is like some of the hero pairings that they came up with. I feel like the Slardar Klings, I wouldn't say that they were the ones to bring it in, but they play it their best out of any team. They also play the Klings on support. Like Xnova's Eng has always been very good in all the games, like moving around, setting up his course for success. Whereas Liquid, I would say that sometimes they have a little more like of the magic sauce when it comes to like the picks. Team mentioned they had a last pick Dazzle game. No one else has done that in this tournament. So like being able to find those in the right spot is like the closest I feel like we have in Pro Dota right now to give you a unique draft. Because most drafts right now, they aren't that crazy, let's be real. Like you have the good meta heroes, you give them the enablement around them, and that's about it, and you're good to go.
Do we then just think that Team Liquid has deeper pockets when it comes to those picks? Because I'm sure that, for example, you know, nothing to say, we'll also play those type of heroes, but how come that hasn't happened for anybody but Team Liquid?
I think other teams are doing it, but at least Liquid, with the journey here, the amount of games that they've played, the ups and downs they've had, it's maybe a little bit more apparent because like when they win with the Dazzle, you remember, oh wow, Liquid won with that. You know, when they lose, it's like, okay. I think just Liquid's had a little bit more of a statement journey to get here. So it's a little bit more memorable, sorry.
Yeah. And I think also maybe like for G2IG, it also always depends on like the draft and the players, like what are they supposed to do? Like is your draft even set up in a way where it can really enable one of these type of last picks? Because Liquid sometimes have these really cool drafts that come together nicely through not just 1 or 2 picks, but like then the third one, right? The Marcy IO with the sniper, then the Bristle +1 with the Dazzle. But overall, yeah, what I'm looking for here is this early aggression. I think like Enchantress has to be on the mind of both teams, IO as well. So obviously IO is already being taken out, as has the Eng as well.
Into Disruptor.
Which means we get the Thunderman, who is very strong, good laner. He does so many. I feel like he is starting to be a little bit like Pango from the core role. This hero used to not have wave clear. He has wave clear. He used to not have the best scaling, aka giving yourself gold. He does that too. He has incredible scaling, plus catch, plus laning from a support. This is what makes him so incredible. And Liquid, a very clean Pangolier.
Yeah, I think the Disruptor, by the way that you're talking about it makes me do a PSA to get your disruptor games in now.
Yeah.
Because he's gonna get nerfed.
While you can.
Act
What is
2, how bad is he gonna get removed? do you think?
Disruptor?
Yeah.
I feel like he just do something about Thunderstrike. The shard is not okay. This hero doesn't need that much capability of getting all the gold.
You could just do Glimpse, where no matter what, it glimpses to the disruptor. So then it's just. So then the disruptor just always has to die.
It's like, I'm dead.
Yeah,
Guys,
it's like,
you're gonna kill
It's
him,
like
right?
you're coming next to the
yeah, you're
disruptor.
holding. Yeah, exactly.
There's no. I don't know. That seems also very abusable
Could be
because
good.
Yeah,
no,
you could
because now you can
TP
just
back to
glimpse
base.
someone that is really just you know a little bit further away.
if
He hasn't
in
even half
range-
been to there.
You glimpse someone with like lens and all the cast range, you TP to base,
Base, yeah.
and then you bring him to the base.
Okay,
Sounds
of course,
really balanced.
there's some levels to this, guys, but I was trying to find a way to just insta-kill Disruptor as a punishment for using a broken spell.
10 seconds.
I think you found a good way
Yeah.
to make it happen.
Or just trade his. Yeah, it's like, oh, wow. Oh, God, that'd be crazy. You glimpse, but like the Disruptor just insta-dies.
Wow. Well, I don't think it will get picked in that case.
Is that too much of a
We'll
nerf?
keep you in the waiting room while the frog cooks up the
Yeah,
patch.
no.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
fine.
yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
trying to let all the core players enjoy
I
their
would go
time.
with the bans are very good from, I would say, G2IG, one of the few heroes that can save later from like the Exodia combo, right, with the static storm with the field, Rubik with the shark can lift you out, Oracle. It is one of the few teams where you actually can ban it because Insania plays probably the best Oracle that we have in this entire game of Dota 2.
And they're really just making sure that Disruptor's not having a very good time, right? Like, you've got the Pango who can roll up to dodge Glimpse, you've got SD as well now to buy time during Static Storm. Even if Disruptor gets ags down the line, SD from a distance with Ace Lens can do that. I do think that, let's see what this pick is. Just strong lanes are expected here, right? Like G2IG, Centaur Hoodwink, Disruptor to secure. We're mentioning how both teams like to fight, and I'd argue G2IG right now look like they can leave laning phase with kills and the desire to keep moving forward.
For sure. Like here, if this was a different team than Liquid, I would love entertaining the idea of a Mars. But I feel like 3-3 will stick more to his potential heroes. It could be maybe a Kunkka. I mean, they could also pick their carry. So like here, most likely we're looking at the other support and one of the cores. But I feel like when you see these three heroes, they don't show you all that much, but they have like overarching stuff of they don't want to be kept in place, right? They want to stampede and like run around, not be seen in the back line.
Isn't this like where you flex the bristle back? Like the bristle +1.
Yeah, how's this hero in the pool?
Like you put Pango mid, and I see Disruptor Hoodwink. Sure, there's a break on Hoodwink, but I think the argument of Hoodwink being the answer is...
It's not.
Yeah, it's like
Also,
you're kind of hoping. But
yeah, you can dispel the break too. Like it's not like you have some Lotus Orb or whatever, right? You clean up your Bristleback. It's a-okay. Bristle with the other support, you hold it for 1 and 3. I think that's perfect. I would say you're on the money. Let's see if Liquid have a different idea.
Yeah, they're taking their time here for this the next 2 picks that they get to do before the banning phase, the next banning phase.
Otherwise, I think one of the 2 heroes I mentioned is maybe like Kunkka. They have played it pretty well. I would say that's a little easier to counterpick. Like if I see a Pango with the Kunkka +1,
CM Bristle, please.
I would.
That's kind of hype.
I mean,
Why is CM hype?
Okay, because of Bristle, I was liking the idea of it. Nisha, wake up, buddy. Come on. We got a big, important series to play.
Well, he's in his own.
No,
he's in his own.
he's getting the comic treatment. He's like, you know, the other people draw. They tell him just nap.
No,
it up.
look at all the food behind him. He's
food coma.
He's in a food coma. Oh no.
That looks like that hasn't been eaten though.
I don't have my glasses on.
So, or at least if it had been eaten, they did not use the sauces to eat the food.
Definitely need to use the sauce. So.
Okay. Anyway, they went for the Monkey King, which is just going to most likely be the safe lane here. And again, it kind of boils down to the whole excitement of the fighting that we see, right? CM is, you asked why I enjoyed it. Against Centaur, I think the level 2 advantage is very nice. If you get the first, if you like Nova down the range creep, get level 2, have a carry that can kill, you can prevent Centaur from like autopiloting his way to like level 3, level 4 in the lane because you have those moments. And even if you don't kill him, just putting him to low HP, have to think about your regen. I like the idea of it. It's just a big focus on let me punch into the laning phase. And they're allowing the last pick to go the way of 33.
I also love like in my opinion, Mickey is best on heroes that have this good tempo early, have a good laning stage, and then he can utilize the twin gate. He's very good at opening up the map and finding these small movements. I will say, though, I love the CM monkey lane, but there is high volatility as a CM when you lane against a hoodwink. This hero can easily take you out of control. Suddenly there's some acorn shot into a bushwhack centaur hoofstomp. Yeah, you're dead because you're a CM.
This lane is like a lane to look at. Like as soon as after bounty runes are spawning, you're looking at top. How do they approach getting level 2? Do they look for the fight? If not, I think CM just needs to play behind the Monkey King and just kind of throw the spells to enable the farm. But there is like a window of potential aggression. And G2IG, we see the Monet Weaver come into play again. Against Monkey King, it's always nice to have a hero that can poke out the Wukongs to then disengage and take the fight again after. And Weaver is a very high skirmish hero with good movement, with the time lapse. Like you are one of the better heroes that can threaten it just a little bit.
G2IG are very good at this closing pick. I feel like this is the third or fourth time where I really love the pick that they close the phase with. Like also against Pango, you're very mobile, you get rolled on, like you can just Shikuchi away, you can threaten him in the roll. These two supports don't enjoy Weaver either. I mean, generally supports don't really love playing against Weaver, so very nice. You have to follow up damage, it can hit Roshan, it can somewhat hit buildings. Both drafts are really nice.
And when you don't have overall last pick, that position, as in where you pick the Weaver, your fourth pick, is your most important pick, right?
Protect it with 2 bans, yeah,
and he's not super easy to be countered, as he's a range carry that lanes pretty well, so it ticks like all the boxes.
It does feel like hindsight might be where Liquid looks after game 1. If they are to lose this game, the fact that G2IG instantly banned Bristle, it's like that Monkey King pick could be the source of debate where it's like, why wouldn't it be a Bristle? Other teams in this position would have bristled there. So again, we'll just keep an eye on it, how active Monkey is going to be. But I really hope Mickey, like when he played Faceless Void, even though they lost against Falcons, he was very active. Like he was 6, he was making moves on the map. That's exactly what Monkey King will do. And for mid laners with G2IG, I think that Liquid are down the right track here, just super active, nothing to say mid laners that can play with the aggression that we expect to see from them.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about this nothing to say pick.
If Zeus is still available, I think that's perfectly fine. Just
I like Zeus.
Provide additional vision, which enables the glimpse, gives Centaur purpose. I think Weaver is such a scary hero to play in carry if you don't understand the fight correctly. Because G2IG, when they picked it before, he would BKB into the fight, time-lapse instantly, and then he's a creep. He can't, he's fragile. So I like the idea of just any information obtained gives Weaver more comfort, and the rest of his hero is time. So it's also like a hero that can play into most matchups, so it doesn't feel bad picking it blind into... Oh, you already know there's a Pangolier, but technically
there's
Pango's
a chance for
flex.
flex. Yeah, exactly.
So if you, I really love the Zeus. Maybe you ban like Kunkka or Storm, because then maybe the Pango goes offlane and like they pick this new mid. But Zeus, I think, is amazing. T already mentioned like so many good things about it. Good with the kill combo. Weaver gets a secondary guy that also dishes out the damage over time.
Do you prefer damage from mid or more control though for G2IG right now? Because I went for the damage option.
Well, they do go for the Zeus.
Yeah, and I think it's important that they did ban out the Kunkka, because this hero would have been god tier for Liquid against both the Zeus and the Centaur. So what will they go for? You can put the Pango mid if you feel like you can get this superhero from the offlane for 3-3.
Is there still a superhero from the offlane available?
If there hadn't been a Centaur, I would have said Doom. Never mind, he's banned.
Yeah, he's banned, yeah.
If this was a different offlaner, I would say Mars. I think this is an insane Mars game to contain heroes for your Monkey Ring and your Pangolier.
Doesn't 33 play Mars? Of course he does, no?
I don't think he would love to play. I'm sure he can.
I don't care if he likes it or not. I care if it's good.
No, I feel like they will stick to their comfort. Like you could put the Pango offlane and pick a Storm, maybe still. Like I feel like a secondary jump or team fight in any capacity. It can be from your mid, it can be from your
Brew that
offlane.
he has played a lot is still in the game, as pointed out.
Is this where they could...
I really dislike Brew against Weaver.
Okay.
Bring back the Ember for the mid lane, and then you have Ember plus Monkey, the Mage Slayer on the
That's
Ember.
not bad. I like
that. Could be a good option if Pango goes offlane.
Could be a play. They got like 5 seconds left remaining, so it's time to make a choice, and it's gonna be the Beastmaster.
Okay.
Yeah. For some reason, I was like, back in the day, you know, Necro Book 3 against a Weaver.
Yeah, that was hype.
That was hype, but no. This is just gonna be... I think it just completes the loop for Liquid, where we expect the aggression from Monkey King Pango, but like there was no way to break it because you're just killing. Beastmaster now completes it, where it's like, okay, now we can take a tower after a kill. Now we can look at Roshan after a kill. It's like, it kind of just allows them to just cement their aggression. Not opposed to it. I think both drafts are really nice to see. I think Liquid might even be happier with the scaling aspect because Monkey King late game with a Pango and a Beast will be able to just slaughter a Weaver. But I think there's nice positives and negatives for both sides right now.
Yeah, I love both drafts too. I feel like the Beast covers for the Monkey King very nicely. He wants to play fast, but can't really push the map forward. He can get stacks from his SD, which allows him to really get more farm in the game. So both lineups are so nice, but there's such fine lines of what they're allowed to do and fail with for the game to not really break. So it's a lot about the lanes, how do they go, the mid game, how do they play there, who gets the first Aegis. All I can see is a lot of fighting, a lot of brawling. First Roshan will be contested. And I can't go with either lineup. I think this is completely up to execution.
Yeah,
50-50.
It does feel like a beautiful execution style lineup. Again, I think Liquid enjoyed the late game a little bit better, but the journey there, it's evenly matched, and it really is like who can make just the better choices. I'm really excited to see this.
Sometimes when we see two teams that both are skirmishy, we see both teams not fight at all because they're waiting for the counter initiation, which then will never come. But is that a thing that we should be worried about here for people that are, you know, waiting for those fights?
It could be like a lane into farm some stacks, but once JT has Blink, I feel like that is the latest point in this game where, boom, baby.
Someone has to get Blink.
Yeah.
Then
it's more on G2IG. Like that type of idea I could see G2IG doing, but if like the Monkey King's like AFK in his lane, and I think you're missing some of the advantages of the hero. So I hope Liquid doesn't do it, but I can see maybe G2IG doing it to enable them the one entry like Keza was mentioning.
Okay, well I'm expecting fireworks now, that's for sure. I'm expecting big blown out brawls, team fights. Let's get it also with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Lacoste, you heard him. 50-50, even game here, different types of execution. Looking for victory in this elimination series. Where's your head at on this one?
I feel like both teams got drafts that they wanted from it. This felt very, back and forth in terms of drafting. And Zeus have been, I know a lot of people don't like Zeus because they feel that Zeus is countered. His win rate is also not that great. But overall, Zeus, when you have everything to set things up, you have a little bit more global presence, you have these very maneuverable heroes, you have Scurry, you have Zeus with the Heavenly Jump, then you have Weaver, Stampede on top of it. These heroes are not, like, you can't catch them easily. So I want to see how that's going to influence how Team Liquid's going to play, because in terms of lockdown, they don't have that much early on. If we're talking about, these, like, real stunts. Spangler, he needs to connect with the Rolling Thunder. Sure, you have a Frostbite. Beastmaster needs a level 6, but Monkey King, played by Mickey on kind of his signature hero. And one thing I want to see is carries making a move through the Twin Gates. These are some of the best heroes that can make a move, go through the Twin Gates, backstab the enemy carry. Weaver a bit in a better position, I would say, because you are providing vision with the Swarm on Monkey King. He can get the jump on the tree, compared to Monkey going through the Twin Gates, trying to gank Weaver, which is a bit of a difficult kill to get, but definitely a lot of Twin Gate action.
So with our content, we've been doing a lot of association with emotes. If you had to, maybe think about this as this fight potentially happens, what would you associate this game with an emote as Bobica on the run? And we'll drop here for first blood to Mickey.
Bobo the Squirrel dies for the first blood. Good start for Mickey. So to go back to emotes, I would say XD.
Would be the emote that you choose for this game to associate with? Okay.
Yeah, or DX, maybe. Swap things around a little bit.
I feel like this one could be a Pop Nemo. With the way the panel said, it could be brawly and fighty. I'm excited for that one. So 3 lanes, 2 eyes, take a glance, look at these lanes. Where are you seeing the most killer of lanes?
Bottom lane for sure. This is Crystal Maiden plus Monkey King. You have ways of a lot of like these small spells that you can throw. Bobica, starting with the Bushwhack, will block the champion of bottom lane. Pool is open for IG.
See if that top lane finds any early kills, because you do have Glimpse a little earlier on. Maybe you get the Weaver to go in with a Swarm.
That was
some right
such
clicks.
a nice play from Nothing to Say, using that Heavenly Jump.
Axe is thrown forward. Monet in some trouble. Shikuchi on cooldown. And Boxy gets the kill on Monet. It's 2-0 for Liquid.
Good start for Liquid, but to go back to Nothing to Say, what he did is he used Heavenly Jump, slowed his attack speed, and then Nisha was unable to secure the last grip. Last hit on the creep on the range one, even though he used Shield Crash. So Pretty cool stuff coming up from these professional e-gamers.
Bushwhack onto Insania. Nothing doing though. There's been a kill top. There was that kill technically in the jungle, but we'll see if there's one that happens here bottom. JT, we talk about it all the time. Centaurs that really, you get that level 2 in the double edge, or really you hit that point in level 3, it feels like Centaurs just run in and try to get these kills. And Crystal Maiden, certainly one of those heroes that is very vulnerable to just a Centaur hoodwink combo. Bushwhack, hoof stomp, double edge, and you might just die after the second double edge.
A lot of burst damage. Mickey, once he gets to level 3, will have 2 points in Jingo Mastery. He's also bringing Boots of Speed. This is one of more active carry heroes, I would say. So is Weaver. This hero gets involved really early on. I also...
Crash.
Nisha doesn't have anything else available.
Maybe a swashbuckle if he dives the tower. Sip it on that bottle, though. Nothing to say. Will get hit by the swashbuckle, but it won't be a killing blow.
I want to see who's JT gonna harass in the old chat now that there is no Ollie.
That Ollie's eliminated? who's he got his eyes honed in on, yeah. We'll have to see. He'll get a kill on them and then just say their name in chat. But that was friendly banter. The two of them did an interview together yesterday after their series. Pretty friendly between them. Bushwhack onto Mickey is nothing really doing just yet. For the side of IG. Nothing to say, tipping 33 as they're going to make the move in. The look is the Weaver. Shikuchi's towards Boxy. They've got the Swarm. They'll have the Glimpse. And Boxy still with that bug on him. Finally, it's off. Xnova getting low. But Boxy is going to die here.
Boxy with the bug on him.
Yeah.
So he's going to die. There's going to be a lot of stacking going on. You have Beastmaster, you have Pango. These heroes can easily clear the stacks. And you also have Stack Demon, the hero that does stack pretty much the most. Both him and Hoodwink can stack multiple camps at the same time easily with not too much commitment.
Good kill there up top. Monet needed something to kind of get the lane going a little bit more. Another Bushwhack onto the Monkey King. Not really the major focus onto Insania that I thought there'd be. But Mickey hoof stomped and he was looking to maybe kill the squirrel of Hoodwink.
As long as they can control this bottom lane, keep it close to the tower, they're always going to have a kill threat. Okay, Fairy Fire, Magic Wand available on him, but Nisha is playing super aggressive in the mid lane.
Nothing to say though, top of the CS, 30-1.
Needs to go back. He's been pushed out of the lane now.
Yeah, that'll slow that progression down, but he does have a little bit of a buffer in not being in trouble considering the fact that he is top of the CS marker. Courier will come over. Monet again looking to get this kill on a 33. There's a bug on him now from the Swarm and need one more shot. It'll come from Xnova. The Glimpse would have done it if that didn't kill him. Bottom lane, Blood Grenade, Mickey. Jingu 2 shots away. Double edge, hoof stomp once again.
Fire.
They need to kill him quickly. Double edge, oh, the mischief. Oh, Mickey, he'll die afterwards, but it looked like for a second he walks away.
Clutch play, that mischief, and also getting Jingu Mastery on the last hit makes the difference. We'll need to bring some extra sustain in the lane. Raindrop must have item in these side lanes. You're also going to be playing against Zeus, so you want to have that. Nothing to say about the crack level 6. So as soon as he comes back to the lane, I expect him to play aggressively. But Mickey needs to be careful. Zeus is 6, needs 1 CS again.
Then they'll have that Thunder God's Wrath. They might turn this around, but the balance strike, Bushwhack. JT is fine. But now that Jingu is up, he'll heal. Boxy, Disruption, and
he has no TP.
He's got no TP, but he's got the Heavenly Jump. I wonder if Nothing to Say on that saw the edge of that stack being made, if they want to invade on that at all. They've got 3 heroes down here. They'll use the Glimpse. Mickey in some trouble. Hoof Stomp, Bushwhack, the Ultra Control, and the Thunder God's Wrath, Nothing to Say. He'll swipe that.
They even brought Xnoa to the bottom lane. Nothing to Say, securing that kill. And they could potentially, if the lane is in a good spot, go through the Twin Gates, try to set things up. Or maybe Xnova
gonna glimpse him back home.
He doesn't have the mana for it right now. He's got
has 0 mana.
Yeah, he went through the Twin Gate, used his last remaining mana to go back top.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Man. 7 minutes in, Wisdom Runes. They'll be spawning in a second. It's Hoodwink going back for theirs. So Bobica will get his and more stacks. Stacks on stacks. The camp now blocked, though. Over here in the triangle. Not the ancient camp, though. Could we get those 7-minute stack numbers? Please. Thank you. 6-0. Shocking. This is the first game we've seen 0.
Yeah, they've been pretty busy making moves, but Bobica needs to start stacking a little bit so that Zeus can get some extra farms. Same goes for Weaver.
I'm a little bit shocked. Usually even stacks are made just so Hoodwink can take them. But nothing done in terms of stacks yet. Xnova looks like maybe he'll stack something here. Or one of them, but instead they smoke. You said they're being active, so they're not stacking, and that's what this is showing. 33, he's in a spot where they could go, they could wait on that glimpse. There it is, glimpse immediately, kinetic field into the bushwhack. He's level 6 though, he does have Primal Roar.
Difficult kill to get.
No Thunder
Iron
God's
Will,
Wrath either.
Magic Wand, Raindrop, and Safety Bubble. So, didn't even cut him down to half HP.
JT, he would have liked to have some stacks because he wants that Blink Dagger early. They talked about it on the panel. We've spoken about it a little bit. Just getting that early Blink Dagger so you can play hyper aggressive. And if IG, they're playing aggressive now, I can only imagine what they're going to want to do once they do get that Blink Dagger.
They have ways of setting things up. Xnoa not playing greedy on Disruptor position 5, having 3 points and Glimpse on level 5, so we'll be able to... More stacks being made for Liquid.
Ooh. What is that? 10 now?
And it's also Boxy who's thinking about maybe helping out a little bit with this stack in the triangle. Don't think he has enough to clear. Can pop the magic one, so might actually get it.
IG's here with timing. If they get a couple of kills and get these stacks, that would be a big bump for them. And you could see Monet, Shikuchi over here. Could catch an eye on it. And meanwhile, it's just going to be Nisha clearing up this ancient stack. So they don't get the benefits of that on IG with the pressure they've put in, but they do see this stack.
He's making a move.
They look, find 33, the bushwhack. They've got the control, Thunder God's Wrath. It's still Xnova who gets the kill, and now this stack can be taken.
Well, let's see if they stick around. Team Liquid making a move.
They don't have Thunder God's Wrath anymore, but they do have Time Lapse. Some experience here would potentially get Xnova or Hoodwink to level 6. More so potentially Hoodwink, but
seems like they're not going to find it. Playing a completely opposite side of the map. That's why G2IG, managed by legendary Venomancer player in the triangle, they don't need to use any of the stacks because they can come in and steal your stacks. That's definitely his call.
That's Jack Chen's call, taking the stacks?
For sure.
Oh, okay.
Also known as Korean Barbecue. This guy is on next level. Let's see if they can find something here. Nothing to say. Disruption available.
Has Heavenly Jump to get some distance, and that's what he'll use. Bobica coming back over, maybe looking for a bushwhack. That just doesn't connect. Nisha, he's off here to the side. Heard he's a really good Venomancer player too, by the way. Jack Chen, that is. JT. Bottom lane just pressuring out Mickey from really securing farm, but pushes him out too early where IG, they were coming through the Twin Gate. They were looking to make that move, and if he was there for a second longer, they may have gotten a kill on the Monkey King. Nisha, top of the net worth by a good margin.
He cleared those stacks. Boxy helped him out by quite a lot. Used 5 Shadow Poison stacks. Did get some of the creeps, but left the big ones for Nisha. Not going to be too much damage on the tower. Catapult about to die.
Top lane, nothing to say. He's up here, and 33. He's just protecting the tier 1 tower, and they're still continuing to control this triangle. They'll smoke up on the side of Liquid. As they might find a kill bottom on Centaur. He's a tanky boy. He's got Stampede, Boundless Strike, Primal Spring, and they'll get the Jingu. Hoof Stomp on it too. It won't Stampede. He'll end up accepting his death.
As, like, Boxy has his finger on Disruption. If you use Stampede, you're going to get disrupted. Another Frostbite is going to come out, so no point to use it. Pretty even game. Boboka now making some of the stacks in the triangle, going super greedy as we expect from Boboka. Picking up that Maelstrom at Hoodwink. At least has one in quick buy, still very far away from it.
Oh no, the only stacks that IG make are going to be stolen by a Crystal Maiden. Oh no. That was stacked a couple times, I assume. It's, yeah, the Ancients are stacked once.
Revenge is best served cold, Crystal Maiden says. Steals those stacks.
Yep. She does say that. So 33. She's going to continue to farm these stacks. Although, he's farmed a lot of stacks. He's only as farmed as the Centaur.
I think we said word stack like 40 times already.
Yeah.
How many game? It's all about stacking, though.
It really is.
This is where things kind of slow down. Both teams feel comfortable getting to their next set of items. 33.
It'll be
the Dominator finished.
It'll be slow for a moment because JT, he's just short of that blink. But when he gets that, I expect IG to be on the move.
Needs another 100 gold. Yeah, Zeus ulti is available. Vision game for G2XIG is going to be very good. You have Weaver providing vision, Shikuchi, Zeus ulti, and then good front line for Glimpse.
And having that high level in Glimpse, meaning your reach is pretty far if you're IG, and they smoke up. Blink Dagger picked up by Centaur, so JT, he's bottom, he's not here to help out. More stacks to potentially take here, though. I just keep saying that word.
Look at this little fella.
Oh,
they're the best looking
familiar.
creatures.
Static Storm, Kinetic Field, and there's the Sharpshooter. X-Nova getting credit for that kill, and they'll immediately try to TP out, but the Rolling Thunder lands on X-Nova. So they'll trade for the Disruptor. The rest of the team will escape. We had that live look at the Kobold.
Very important, especially for this stage of the game, to check what Kobold looks like. Centaur did pick at the XP rune, has a Blink Dagger available.
There's the Blink reveal. And that will get Mickey. Well done there by IG. JT reaching that timing and immediately going for something.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
IG have themselves a slight lead. This Monkey King not really at peak performance in the moment. Nisha trying to pick up that Blink Dagger, go for that Shard afterwards.
Monet was thinking about picking up Glopnir, as you like to call it, but changed his mind around. He is going for Deso now.
Well, he may not be getting it in hopes that Hoodwink gets to it quickly, but we've seen both Hoodwink and Weavers get it when they're on the same team at the same time.
You can, sure, but this also puts you in a bit of a difficult position that you're playing with Glopnir, as you call it. So you need to go in, you're going to pick up the shard, deal damage that way. This is something that Yatoro did 2-3 days ago. I think it gives you slightly more scaling, gives you a little bit more damage, but you don't have ability to keep them in place, so they might be TPing out.
Stacks get taken now for the side of JT. Or for the side of IG. 2,000 net worth lead for nothing to say in the rest of them, where he's got the shard, he's got those lightning hands. McKay looking to just clean up. He's going for the Gleipnir. Gleipnir's a play.
Allows you to keep people inside Wukong's command. This is like poor man's Basher, but with a lot of value. So let's see.
Smoked up on IG.
Next move. 33 again.
Thunder God's Wrath gets them some information.
Kobold did scout him out. This poor fella providing vision. Almost gives him enough vision for the glimpse. It's like Kobold is too good. Trusty Shovel, too good of an item. Gives you HP, gives you mana, scouting tools, maybe even stacking tools if you want to stack with the guy. Not the easiest thing to do. And look at him. Look at him go.
He's just walking around. Can I spot? As Seeds of Serenity this time, not as good of an item. Deserves a buff this time.
Only one.
Ugh. Just that one.
A lot of bubbles, though.
Yeah, a lot of safety bubbles. Are tier 1s in general just too strong?
Tier 1s have a lot of impact.
33. Almost at Helm of the Overlord. Nothing to say, we'll go back. He's going into that Manta, of course. Now Yasha, 2 minutes, 15 seconds faster than the average.
And this is not the most farm Zeus that we've seen.
No. That was Slotum's yesterday, right?
It was Slotum's, and it was also XM, because he's been fed up a bottle by Jin Q.
Yeah,
that was the game where he completely popped off.
Got that probability.
And with the Deso finished, Monet going into Roshan's pit. They do have the damage to take him out. And look at that guy.
Kobold's gonna
Kobold the scout.
check top. Oh, they're doing Roche, guys.
He dies so quickly.
Disruption on a JT. Stampede committed. But that double edge not going to get the damage that he was hoping for. Hoof Stomp, they got the Aegis, so JT going to buy some time while hoping that the rest of his team comes to help him out, but he's got no more mana. Swashbuckle lands, and Nisha gets the kill.
They got what they wanted. Monet continues to farm up. On top of the network, him and Nisha.
Let's see what they do with this Aegis. They'll probably wait for JT to be back alive, maybe smoke up if they had information on getting Mickey. Hoping to get this Monkey King, but he'll TP into the top lane where he knows it's pretty safe.
Everything is faster.
Yeah, everything is faster.
These guys are playing turbo mode.
Seriously. Feels like the farming's just so fast. Boxy caught. A little revenge there for JT. Sanya as well as Nisha come in to try and get Bobica, Bushwhack, Sharpshooter to maybe get distance, but Swashbuckle is there to finish him.
Nisha is owning this game. He is making the rotations, does have that shard for better drive control. And the Blink Dagger. IG. They would definitely love to take the fight, get some Deso stacks going onto this Weaver, who is holding the Aegis.
And Liquid not afraid to try and fight, even though they don't have the Aegis. They know that Hoodwink's dead for a little bit longer. They were looking for some information, but couldn't find anything with that smoke. And now taking over top of the net worth is Monet. Nothing to say right behind him. Nisha looking for this Ags. He bought that early shard, so he's got that roll up. Boxy looking for a blink. We've seen Shadow Demons be so important to turning fights around.
Not going to be an easy game for Boxy. There's a lot of vision. You get scouted by Zeus ulti. Monet is now chasing. Nisha not the easiest kill to get.
Insania already has this Crystal Clone shard. 2 shards purchased by the side of Liquid, and they'll probably get a third one with their, if they're taking their Tormentor, which it looks like Insania might be standing waiting for the rest of the team to come over, but not doing it just yet. Monet goes through the Twin Gate. They'll show bottom. Monkey King still continuing to farm, going into the BKB next. Next Nova looking at even purchasing his shard.
It's a good shard. There is still Tormentor available, so he might wait it out, see if he's gonna grab it by accident. They do have Monet. He can be the one killing the cube.
So they smoke. They also land that scan over mid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This Ancient Black Dragon throwing the fireball down, protecting the tier 2 tower. Mickey was nearby.
They keep avoiding the smokes, and IG, they've been wanting to put pressure on, but can't find Liquid with their movements. And I say that, Sania might be the one who ends up dead, charging up the sharpshooter. They drop down the static storm, they go to the sharpshooter, and static will be used, but now, the glimpse pulled him right out of the Wukongs. So Mickey spotted, and if nothing to say can keep up on him, maybe they could get that kill, but he's able to get into the trees and Primal spring away. JT will get Boxy instead, but a good job there by Xnova to glimpse the Monkey King out of his own ulti.
They heavily committed. Like Zeus ulti wasn't there for damage. It was mostly to scout things out. If Liquid wants to take that fight, there is still Aegis for another 50 seconds. But they are getting the kills. 33 being very annoying with his Ancient Black Dragon is pushing out. I believe the dragon died, so we'll not have that anymore.
So Crystallis.
Oh, never mind.
Ooh, Boundless Strike. And Rolling Thunder, Gleipnir controlling JT and getting the kill on the Centaur. Not feeling so tanky against those two. He backs off, picks up that Wisdom Rune, and thinks about doing this Torment. Oh, Aegis was, okay, Aegis was about to expire. All right. That's
all good. They needed to replenish mana. We'll wait it out.
That's one way to do that.
Or not.
You don't have the Aegis this time. You do have time lapse.
Not enough.
Calculations. Okay. Yeah, that works. Shard for Popoka. That was
a lot of investment from Monet. That's why he's not on top of the net worth anymore.
Time-lapse Aegis. Really a lot there. But he got it. All right, that works. Mickey going into the BKB so he doesn't get glimpsed out of his own Wukongs again. Obviously for other reasons too, but the most recent reason showing its face. 33 and Mickey going to be over here to get their own Tormentor. We talked about how multiple heroes already had their shard on Liquid, so this one will go to Mickey.
Mickey, okay.
The top of the net worth hero.
Boxy's not too happy about it.
Huh. Yeah. It was between him and Boxy, and gave it to the carry. So he'll have that shard to jump to the other end of a Boundless Strike.
It's a good way to set up Wukong's command. If you don't have your 3 dance available, the 3 jump, Primal Spring, here we go. It is springtime.
Really not the aggression I was expecting from IG. I thought there would be more, but I have talked about how Liquid have really avoided it well. Gleipnir now for the Hoodwink, so it does give them that extra control.
What a great looking inventory. Casual Mantle of Intelligence, Gleipnir, Mana Boots, and the Magic one in your position 4.
Actually, that Mantle is going to be turned into a 25-minute null. Value.
Null is in a good spot right now. This item was never purchased until we buffed it. The extra mana region does make a lot of difference. Seems like there's not going to be any defense in the top lane. Liquid will get this one for free.
Yeah, both teams doing the same move. Getting the top and bottom tier 2 tower without contest. So nothing to say. See if it's Ags first for him on this. But a 5-man smoke from Liquid, knowing that Roche can be soon, and Monet also sticking bottom. Might want to get out of here if he knows what's coming. Starts the Shikuchi down.
They know.
The scan. They know exactly where he's at. Oh, Boundless Strike misses, but Boxy's here. Uh-oh. Gleipnir stacked on it. Wukongs, Monet dusted, Primal Roar. Can he survive? No. They'll stick him up and take the money. Get the kill onto the carry.
They're not done yet, it seems. Wanted to go for more. Insania. I want to see some more aggression from G2IG.
Yeah.
Seems like everything is ready. Next, Roshan is going to respawn on Dire's side, so this is where the fight is going to be. The first one they got for free. But Monet still sitting at 0 Deso charges.
That is crazy. We saw that from a TA yesterday, too, where they got that early Deso and just had 0 charges for the next 15 minutes. So, 3,000 net worth lead still, though, for IG. But now Mickey, top of the net worth. Obviously getting a little bit of help from that shard that he was given, thanks to the Tormentor.
And thanks to 33 being super farmed.
Yeah.
Who did finish off Pipe, so there's going to be a lot of damage reduction against Zeus. Kind of need to have it. Glimmer Cape also available on Crystal Maiden. Boxy going into 1. And now they are the ones already in Roshan's pit, ready to go.
They are coming towards top for the side of IG.
Monet would definitely love to have his BKB for the next fight, but I don't think they can delay.
He's going to have to go through the twin gate. He's not here yet.
He's being pinged out.
He's showing bottom, and that might give them the idea that IG's not going to come for this. They go to the Thunder God's Wrath with the Blink Hoof Stomp, Bushwhack, Gleipnir coming through, Boundless Strike on X Nova.
They still
Good
not
Static
there.
Storm, but they need more follow-up. Bobica scurrying through the trees, trying to avoid Nisha. And with
Roshan
Monet not showing up to the fight at all, this attempt from IG seemed very splintered.
They were not on the same page. Boxy found another one.
Yeah, JT, his TP stopped. Demonic purged, and they're going for Roche while all this is happening. So JT, he's going to be caught by Mickey. And that's 3. All 3 that went for that are all dead. I don't know what IG was thinking, just sending 3.
We said that Monet's very close to his BKB, but they could have tried to maybe delay a little bit until he gets it. He also showed in the lane. That was the big problem. As soon as he showed, it was 33 who pinged it out. And he's like, he's bottom. We have a good window. We have like 10 seconds before he can go through the twin gates and rejoin the fight. We also did set up the vision, so we're going to see him coming through the gates.
Thought he might come through when they got that Static Storm in a decent spot from X-Nova as he died. But they didn't even have Zeus there either. So it's not just Monet. It just felt like there were 2 different ideas there for IG.
We've seen IG having some of these issues in the last couple of tournaments where they are staying ahead of the net worth of the enemy team and also not able to capitalize on that. And a slower BKB. This is the first item that we've shown so far in this game.
By 4 minutes, too. That's a lot of time.
That death in the bottom lane. 5-man smoke from Team Liquid. Did cost him not having BKB for the second Roche fight. And that's the second Roshan on Dire, which means Cheese is available for Beastmaster. He's extremely tanky. I don't know if 33 dies. Cheese, Gossamer Cape, Pipe, and also some extra armor from Plate Mail going into AC next, so he's going to be buying all the auras for his team.
So they'll push mid. We'll see what else they can get out of this, especially with this Aegis. But Liquid lining up to start to push an advantage.
Monkey with Ags. It's a good damage on towers, plus Ancient Granite Golem on top of it. G2IG, aggression after first 15 minutes completely stopped. Nowhere to be seen on the map.
And it was them not having the full aggression, but at the same time, also Liquid avoiding it. But IG didn't compensate well enough. This Rolling Thunder finds nothing to say, and they will kill this Zeus very quickly.
Dying in random spots on the map. Now Team Liquid 3K gold ahead.
And IG really falling apart at the seams on this. Boxy even looking for more. Going straight for Monet. Wow. I mean, they just seem to have an idea of where everybody's on IG is at. So, Mickey. Jumping down, looking, searching in the Dire jungle, not finding anybody. Okay, I don't know where these creeps are coming from.
They really hate that camp. Wildwing Ripper must have done something bad to them.
They just showed up through the river. Interesting. AC next for 33 will make him tankier. Monet. It's the Shikuchi away, but this is him thinking about going back.
This really is a Deso later, because he does not have a single stack of the damage. Zero. Nada.
32 minutes in. And that was an early Deso, too.
Yeah, that's what he picked up. This was his second/third item, depending if you want to count in Falcons Blade as a full item.
So IG, they need to find some answers, and they need to find them quick. To come back against Liquid, who are in a good spot. Another minute 15 left on this Aegis.
AC about to be completed on a Beastmaster. That's going to be the protection against all this minor armor coming out from Deso and the Swarm if this time around Monet decides to show up in a fight. Should be fight ready.
Big wave here with the Ancient Granite Golem, 2 boars to push in. And these Monkey King illusions that hit the tower. So they get that, and they're looking at going on to the high ground. Swashbuckle almost finds the mark. Leipnir, Blake, hoof stomp. Sharpshooter. Okay, Boundless Strike for some distance, but they've got the glimpse and they'll kill the Monkey.
Off. Okay.
They got themselves one. They'll look for more of the TP attempts from Liquid, just not in time to stop that one, and everybody escapes.
Whew, this could have ended up in a disaster if they got a couple of those TP, some stuns to cancel the TPs out. Mickey didn't pop the, maybe he thought that Boundless Strike is gonna get him out of the glimpse immediately after he pulls him back, but not perfectly timed, and doesn't get a BKB off afterwards. That's a 9-second BKB that he's still holding.
JT. Glimpse to safety. I believe that was Demonic Cleanse on Anisha. All these Shadow Demon noises from his abilities make the same sound.
Wait until he gets his Aghanim Scepter maybe, gets to level 25. We've seen that the other day. So you have 2 charges on Demonic Cleanse, 2 on Demonic Purge, 2 on Disruption. Everything times 2.
That's the great point of Shadow Demon, right?
Yep. Smoke from Liquid. Okay. Coming from the bottom lane. IG, they did lose some of the heroes, but they're still keeping up with the net worth. This last fight, they got almost 5k gold out of it. The next couple of minutes, another cube is available.
The win probability is kind of wild, in my opinion. 74% for IG. Rolling Thunder as they take this Tormentor. They're gonna not get hit. Stampede, though. Shield Crash bashed up JT. BKB popped by Monet. Trying to get Nisha. They'll throw dust down on where the fight's taking place. They need some vision to get themselves a glimpse, but instead, IG, they'll back away.
Yeah, these are not clean fights by any means. Popping a BKB, running away. This is a fight where Monet had amplified damage. Level 22, that level 20 talent does give him a lot of extra damage. Plus 90 on Geminate combined with level 25 that he's going to hit probably in the next 5, 6, 7 minutes, depending how the game's going to play out.
Got JT the Shard. We've talked about this a couple times. Not one you're really looking to purchase, but a good one to have.
Definitely a good Shard when you don't buy it.
Yeah. S tier when you buy it, B tier when you or S tier when you get it for free, and B tier when you buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, look at this win probability. 76-24.
Monkey, like, he's has some like weird power spikes as a hero, where once he hits level 25, with his items being 6 slotted at a time, having a refresher, this is where he feels super strong. But in some of these fights, we've seen the previous fight where he doesn't get the BKB off, or if he's getting stunned, everybody has a shard on G2XIG managed by legendary Venomancer player Jack Chen. So let's see the push coming out from Liquid.
Gleipnir Bushwhack.
On to 33, disruption to avoid the sharpshooter. Nisha even rolling to take the tower. And balance strike to the back line, nothing to say, heavily jumping. But Mickey's got the kill. BKB, Wukong's command, but the damage coming out from Monet. Oh, he just gets out of the way. They've got the Static Storm down. That's around on Anisha. JT trying to get the damage out, but they've got the disruption to save Nisha for a second. Freezing field from Insania. Monet forced to run. Mickey back with full health. Gleipnir boundless strike right on top of the hoodwink. They'll get themselves another. Nisha finally dead, but JT falls behind him. Only 2 heroes alive for the side of IG. They have buyback available on JT, nothing to say, but they're not going to want to use it. However, if Liquid go for more, they might be forced to.
76% my ass. Look at the Team Liquid playing.
Seriously.
They're ready to go. All these auras from Beastmaster, providing them with sustain, keeping Mickey alive, who goes back to full HP. Demonic Cleanse did help out, and they're forcing the last glyph. Mickey, boundless ready if necessary, with that shard.
Disruption, and there is the balance strike, the TP out. Liquid get the bottom set of racks. It's now only a 2,000 net worth lead. Let's see this again, because
yeah, this shard puts you in a really good spot.
Yeah.
You can close the gap. You don't necessarily need to play off the trees.
He gets out here. I think he gets past the cheese by 33.
Yeah, he went back to full HP,
and then he
made
eats
a
it
slot.
immediately.
Demonic Cleanse as well. And then he's going to be fight ready.
And then Monet can't stand his ground in that freezing field. And the balance strike on the hoodwinks, an easy kill. They did get Nisha. They only lose 1 set of racks. But Liquid, they looked way better in that fight. Roche up and top. This is Ag's Blessing. Bought for the first time on this hero, the Abyssal Blade. Timeless Relic for the Zeus. What does Dota Plus say now?
Imagine being 80%.
50-50. Yeah.
Okay, we're down to 50-50.
50-50. That's what the panel said. Dota Plus finally agreeing, though. Thunder God's Wrath gets them the vision. They go to the hoof stomp. That's going to be through, but the disruption avoids the bushwhack coming out from this hoodwink. Mickey taking a lot of damage, and they'll take the Monkey King. So they'll look over at 33 with BKB, the Prime Aurora. Static Storm is down. Nisha with the Rolling Thunder trying to get the kill on a Monet, but he'll time-lapse into the freeze coming out from this Crystal Maiden. The freezing field gets the damage. Roche kills Bobica, and all they get is Mickey after what looked like such a good initiation from IG.
Boxy's pinging it out.
He wants
might
JT.
not get out of this one. Somebody needs to TP.
3 stacks. Double Edge, now he's starting to get his own stacks. Those are the ones above him. 5 stacks on the Shadow Poison, making another stack. It's 33 going for Roche alone. JT buying some time by pulling them off of this. Hoof Stomp onto 2. The Crystal Clone breaks. That will frostbite JT, and they'll kill the Centaur.
75 seconds
loses his
without
legs.
him. He does have buyback available. Seems like Team Liquid, they want to wait it out, give this second Aegis to Mickey, because he's the sole focus this time around.
Ag's Blessing too, though.
Yeah, Monet did get on top of him. Roshan is going to go through the gates. So that's going to be a refresher. Not too bad. Double BKB, double Wukong's command for Mickey. He's going to definitely be the one holding it.
So
and
it's
it's
better
much
than Ag's
easier for
Blessing.
them. Yeah, for them to defend Roshan on Radiant side. They have Outpost to TP2. There's no tier 1, tier 2 tower for G2IG.
Refresher's better for Liquid, I would say, considering that Monkey King already has his Ags.
So does Pango. Beastmaster 1 is fine. Shadow Demon, of course, is going to be great.
But the Refresher double
Refresher, I think this time around, Refresher, even though it's only one-time usage, it still feels really good.
Yeah.
So Mickey picks up the Aegis for now. Nisha will hold Refresher. And Roshan's banner, very important at every stage of the game to have that in the backpack.
Boxy feeling like the savior of Liquid. Every time they're about to get jumped on, there's this disruption from a distance. And with the Aegis now in the hands of Team Liquid, the Dota buff probability changes and shifts even more to 70% now in favor of Liquid.
Aegis for Mickey is going to make a lot of difference. Monet, He is about to crack level 25 with Daedalus, Ancient Guardian. All of these items, this is 100+ fighting near the Ancient. Daedalus was completed. You get extra Geminated attack. It's quite a lot of damage. I'm not sure if he, like, they need to cut into backlines, find Shadow Demon, kill Crystal Maiden off, but Mickey is already sieging the high ground.
Wink, Hoof Stomp, Thunder God's Wrath. He still has the Aegis, though. There's the disruption from Boxy. They've got the refresher from Nothing to Say, and they'll take the Aegis with that second Thunder God.
It's not dealing damage. This pipe from 33, nullifying all of it. Everybody on Team Liquid except Mickey, who was in the front lines, is full HP. He did pop that pipe, and also the aura around the pipe. 10% extra magic resistance, making the difference. Double Glimmer Cape also available.
They did, however, stop them from pushing with that kill on a Mickey. Monet, we've seen before when he hits this level 25 mark on the Weaver, he'll split push if he feels comfortable enough to do so. But he came back early, helped get that kill. The creep wave was pushing in, and the side of IG, they are maybe looking for something. If they could catch Nisha, that would be a huge kill. Stampede, they'll jump. They've got the Static Storm, the Glacier follow-up, Bushwhack control. Sharpshooter misses, but the double edge from JT kills that Pangolier.
Second death of Nisha. JT getting good amount of gold, 600 for him.
So are the 3 others. Look at that, plus 903. Whoa.
Zeus ulti, another scouting tool. And have in mind, Nothing to Say was holding onto Timeless Relic in the previous fight, but that pipe soaked up most of its damage. That was a double ulti with Timeless Relic.
So, Liquid, Boxy riding the line. I think telling them to come back to that tier 3 towards top. Ags being built by Disruptor needs 1,000 more gold for that. Ags being built by JT.
Here we go again, Workhorse.
Okay. The other one that was bought, in my opinion, was a meme.
We saw the game ending as soon as Centaur showed his card. They're like, too strong, we can't play into this.
So if it happened once like that, it means that must be a reality, right? Right?
I guess.
JT, Workhorse, the cart. We'll see if it's as strong as it definitely looks in all the examples I've seen.
Gives you a second Stampede, which is fine for yourself, so
yeah,
getting out of trouble.
But 4,200 gold for just the second Stampede for yourself?
Back in the days, I loved when Stampede had damage reduction. So people were buying Refresher on a Centaur, pop 2 Stampedes, and the damage, like the numbers were super high. Damage reduction, I think, was at 70% when it came out. Good old times. Very balanced. Let's see.
Going Thunder, Bobica, Stampede. Ooh, hit him out of the high ground. So he'll TP and gets away. Unfortunate for Nisha where that bounced him up to.
That's why Bobica was running close to the cliff. This is what these E-athletes are very good at. Yeah. Professional gamers. They know all the tips, all the tricks.
Thinking about what they could do with the Workhorse cart, the hitch ride, as Monet has the 3 Geminate attacks, just kind of attacking as he is on the cart on the back of it, turret style.
I want to see if he actually uses it on someone or if it's going to be just for the Stampede.
Did I see that right? Centaur only has 15 armor?
Going into Shiva's, Plate Mail will provide him with some extra. Team Liquid, onto the high ground, there you go. Need to be careful. Problem is Boxy, like he has good cast range. Ether Lens, Psychic Headband, but if he gets hit by a Zeus ulti, his Blink Dagger is gonna get cancelled, so might not get the save on Mekke.
And this is what I talked about, Monet willing to go for the split push. Thunder God's Wrath, they go and have the Crystal Maiden with the Glimmer Cape, but they're trying to chase a little bit. They have the Ags upgrade on this Static Storm. Looks like they're going to take the mid-center axe, but they are going to lose their top center axe. That's the Abyssal Blade to use on a JT. The BKB is going to be popped as well as the Stampede trying to run away, but the Primal War comes out. They got themselves a Static Storm. They're coming into it, though. It's an upgraded Static Storm. They get the kill to JT. Monet, he needs to come back and finally is here, but the Rolling Thunder bounces him up into the air. They pop the BKB on Monet. He'll TP out. They've got a glimpse. Ooh, the roll lasts long enough to not be pulled back.
They still got a good trade out of it. Monet did go for the split push, has more than enough damage, and then comes back to the fight. They want to go. Team Liquid, they want to secure Mega Creeps. Monkey King getting closer to his level 25 refresher. This is the big timing for Monkey if he can get it.
It's where you really don't have to commit as heavily.
Yeah, you use that Wukong's command. It's pretty much covering the whole screen. So very difficult to fight into it. JT doesn't have buyback for 40 seconds. Team Liquid, they are moving fast. Insania. With that Observer Ward, they might pick somebody off. Roshan's still not going to respawn, so they have another big fight.
20 seconds until 1 Thunder God's Wrath. 60 seconds until 2 Thunder God's Wrath. So a minute to play with until the double burst is available. Like you said, though, they're soaking a lot of that in. Everybody on the side of IG but Monet is just short of buyback. So bottom lane's pushing in. If Monet had boots of travel, he could probably go for that as well. Bottom heavily pushing in. And it starts to get pinged by the side of Team Liquid.
I think it might be Divine Rapier time for Monet.
We've seen it before.
Just pick one up.
And he has felt the potential of the Divine Rapier and has had to weigh this option before with Satanic as well, because he went Divine first last time.
I think he needs to swap things around, get that Divine Rapier before.
Does he get rid of the...
No, yeah. He has only 4 charges on it, but he's getting rid of power treads.
Yeah. I know that's the first to go, but I'm saying Satanic and Divine.
Most likely going to get rid of Deso. You can also swap the BKB out and stuff, so you don't necessarily need. You also would love to have a buyback available. Monet going in with the Lincoln Sphere. Double Zeus ulti available.
Strike jumping Mickey. That puts him in a spot to be glimpsed. X-Nova's here with the upgraded Static Storm. JT Monet with BKB, but they just don't have the damage. Dust's gonna come through. Thunder God's Wrath. Rolling Thunder, JT on the high ground. They go to the Primal Roar. They've got the right click damage. They'll get the kill to the Centaur, who's short 90 gold from buyback. So immediately, Monet shifts his attention bottom.
Roshan,
he wants to push
50 seconds.
This base. And Crystal Maiden's the first to go back.
Monet doesn't have BKB available. Time lapse is ready, but he needs to be much more careful. Does have some protection from X-Nova. No Static Storm though, so will TP back. I don't know. Haven't really felt the power of this workhorse yet.
No. I don't have... Did the cart come out?
No.
Okay.
I mean, he got heavily focused, so...
They keep going for these jumps on a Mickey, but Boxy's always ready.
Boxy's there. This pipe has been such a valuable pickup from 33.
Pressure for Mickey, like you said, soon. Would definitely be willing to buy out if they do get Roche. And Roche, 5 seconds. Mickey and 33 already there, so...
They just noticed it. Yep. Nimby, damage numbers. Tango, 33,000. Zeus, of course, going to be on top, but damage from Monet is still super low. 15,000 on Beaver in a 50-minute game.
About to hit level 25 for 33. A couple creeps away. Roche's banner.
Divine Rapier purchased by Monet. He's bringing it on the courier. Team Liquid might have scouted it. It's going to be in the base for now. And also 1 Divine Rapier queued up for Bobaka. He needs 25 as well. Like, these are some big items. If they can pick it up, definitely can change the outcome of the game.
I was going to say Weaver needs buyback. He's 130 gold short. Because he's... Yeah, there we go. I was going to say he was holding the Divine Rapier and Courier. Now he's got the buyback available. Everybody going to have buyback for the side of IG. I almost want to say focus Boxy, go to the backline somehow.
They need to find him, yeah. But it needs to be some Centaur Stampede, get on top of him. Rest of the team, Monet also needs to be in a good position to focus down Shadow Demon.
Even game, what does Dota Plus say?
Gonna be
just
50-50.
56-44 in favor of Liquid. Huh.
Up and down it goes.
And that's my heart rate. This clone, really strong. Crystal Clone, especially with heroes that want to be right in your face from IG.
All these auras, AC, Pipe, Guardian Greaves even picked up by 33. Insania with Vlad, so they want to have the sustain. They can poke. Double Wukong's command available for make a double BKB with level 25 talent.
JG's got the Lincoln,
it's ready.
Thunder, and now they'll pop the Lincolns. They go to the Stampede. They've got themselves the Wukong's command down. Monet standing his ground in this, but he's hit with the Gladiator. He's going to have to time-lapse and get out of this one. They'll look over at Nisha, who's on the back lines, disrupting them while they go for the tier 3. But the refresher, the right clicks for damage. Monet's got the kill. Nisha doesn't have buyback glimpse. Uh-oh. Whew.
I believe there was a...
BKB. That was close.
Okay, I thought Boxy used the disruption, but... yeah, no buybacks. They still got Nisha. He needs to be careful. He needs to stay away from Weaver because Pango during Rolling Thunder, there are a couple of these heroes, especially in the later stages of the game. You're playing into Drow Ranger, Medusa, even Leshrac to one extent. You can still die during Rolling Thunder. And he popped a refresher, so not going to have that one.
That was Weaver doing 6,500 damage. Very quickly. Then I was worried about the Monkey King. I saw the Glimpse Orb do a circle as he boundless strike down. Oh no! Monet, the Crystal Clone! They've got the Static Storm. Can they get the kill on Monet? He goes to the time-lapse, but now he needs to run. Bushwhack lands up the Shadow Team, and that's what they wanted. Whoa! Both supports absolutely obliterated by Monet. They're going to go for Mickey, who's back with the second life. 33 only behind them, but they'll get the kill. They'll take out the Monkey King, and 33 is going to be Glimpse, but he'll BKB. The TP attempt, Monet, he's wiped some people out in 2 shots, but he won't do so to 33. IG have blown the doors open.
Oh, Monet, such a clutch play. He goes in, 8,000 damage in the span of a couple of seconds. Looking at the buyback status, Pango, he's going to be out. One available on Beastmaster if necessary. Mickey is the one who doesn't have it for 70 seconds. And they might just end the game. That just might be it.
They're going to go for it. No Monkey King for 70 seconds. Liquid, they need to hold on, but the throne is exposed.
BKB ready for Monet.
He's got the BKB. They go to the Rolling Thunder. The BKB's going to be popped. They go and hit the Primal Roar, but there's the Workhorse pulling him. He's trying to do the damage while he's in this cart. But it's not the quickest taxi. It's not a lot of life. Monet's gonna die. The Divine Rapier's on the ground. Who can pick it up? They go to the hoof stomp. They've got the sharpshooter. They get the kill on Anisha. Divine Rapier is still down.
He sold his BKB. He's coming back to the fight.
Wants the Divine Rapier. Wants to pick it up. X-Nova hovering over it. Bobik is here. They'll pop the Lincolns out of nothing to say. They're trying to get this throne. It looks like IG's going to be able to get it. The Glyph's already been used. The damage is there. And IG, Glyph back up. Whee! Oh, it's going to be close with a call. GG and IG will take game 1.
Oh, Workhorse coming into a play. And I love that Monet, he's like, what do I need to do? He sold his BKB, made a slot, gets bots, and TP's back into the fight, picks up his own Divine Rapier. And
that shard is brutal from Weaver.
It is insane. Like, you go through the heroes, suddenly the heroes die immediately, and you can see the coach being pretty happy about this one.
He's got a team.
They're drinking water, they're chilling, but the coach is like, yeah, get up, get up.
Get hyped.
It is a hype game. It was, especially the ending.
What a great game there between Liquid and IG. IG have the 1-0 lead in this best of 3. We'll throw it back to the panel to hear their thoughts. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Bika Pentecost. My personal thought was that it's been a while since I've seen the yellow M&M graph that we saw in that game, and it was a fantastic game. G2IG take it. T-Gov, I don't think when we walked over here that was going to be the case.
No, it looked like Liquid had got to the point where they put fear into G2IG, right? Like, the Weaver was never really able to enter the fight. He saw Wukon's, he'd run away. It was all like, what do we do? What do we do? But then, he buys the Rapier at the very end. They get the kill on the Pangolier when they're sieging top, and I think Liquid, they fought at the high ground a couple of times. You've got mid lane, they give away the Aegis pretty much for free. Then they go top, and then Nisha dies, and they still have the Aegis. So 2 Aegis sieges. Liquid absolutely fumble it, and then G2IG, again, the Weaver, Monet, buying that Rapier, picking them off, going mid, getting another pick off, just running it down mid, but in an ethical way where they're not trying to break items and get out in a bad way. Like, it was just a never give up type game from G2IG.
I mean, both teams had like so many clutch moments in this game. We said it was going to be a lot of big like back and forth, 50-50. I feel like the graph kind of represented that, right? You had all this like high ground sieges that failed, so Liquid probably want to look at that.
I mean, this is where it ends.
Weaver with Rapier and the Shard, when he gets on top of you with the Shikuchi, it's just nasty. Like they just straight up turned the game in one play. One play, one item, 1 minute, boom, we're back.
Yeah, and that was off the back of a flubbed high ground defense, as Tigo says there as well. I thought this was a game where G2IG, they played so well because for a long time, they were the only team making all the moves. They were the ones to force out all the movements from Team Liquid.
No, it was really cool to see how G2IG used their early game advantages, like the Zeus early on to give even more life to the side lanes. They were making these like grouping moves to shut down 33. Like, the entire early game felt like, wow, they could be doing it. But then Liquid just showed when they hit their stride, they play around 33. It's like, you can just prevent all aggression if you're together. And they just never left each other's side. Like, this is just a game loss where Liquid will sit and like, wait, what? We were meant to win this game. We had like 2 Aegises to go high ground with. And
like they tried the high ground like 5-6 times. Like they should feel like this game was in their control until like what, the last 2 minutes?
Yeah, but at the same time, the net worth.
Always G2IG.
Always G2IG, apart from like one moment, which was only still 1K in favor of Liquid, but that was it.
But I think both teams could feel that even though they had the slight net worth lead, at that moment, both teams can feel that it's easier for Liquid to play and kind of like make things happen. But G2IG, they respond well. Liquid maybe slightly overplay. Boom, 1 item, the Rapier, you clutch it up, you get the dub.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why it stayed as even as it did for a very long time, it's got to be the way that G2IG handled that Beastmaster T.
No, yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the way that G2IG approached this early game. Like, we're talking about how we want them to break down the map so early on, but like, what, minute 9 was their first time that they entered into the Liquid triangle, not triangle, sorry, but ancient side on the far left side to get a kill. They sit back, they wait, they go again. It's just like having that level of identifying a problem. We are going to see some highlights here about it, but like, you're bringing the Weaver, you're bringing in the Zeus, you're bringing in so much resource just to kill him off, and then they do it again. The cool thing here, though, is I didn't include it because I thought it would be a bit too much, but the third highlight is actually 33 dodging this gank. They tried 3 times, killed him twice to stop the Beastmaster. It didn't help overall, but again, I wanted to highlight other stuff, but because of the Rapier,
last minute swap.
Like, we had to just highlight this. We didn't catch it here on the game time, but the main thing here is like, I think G2IG showed a massive understanding of what Liquid wanted to do. Early game, they shut it down. They couldn't inevitably stop it because 33 still popped off. But MVP of the series, MVP of the play, of course, is Monet. Because if he on the Weaver doesn't go for the Rapier, doesn't find that clutch moment, then yeah, it is just Liquid winning the game.
Yeah, if you go for one more defensive item, maybe he doesn't even go Daedalus before, they can already lose then. If you don't go the Rapier at the end, you're also not winning then. So I love these carry players that take the moments. You know, you turn the 20% win rate into a potential 50. If you make a mistake, you lose. That's all right. But you take your chance, you make it as much as you can, and obviously, you should trust yourself to execute. They did, they win, perfect.
Yeah, sometimes you do fights that go well, sometimes you do fights that go wrong. One of the team fights that went well for Team Liquid, I believe, Kezu, you would like to dive a little deeper into that one.
Yes, everyone, we have to go to the drawing station. So please follow me, because this game, it still looked pretty good for Mr. G2IG here. So we're going to highlight the game time. We're at, you know, the 27-minute mark. They have a 2K lead. They're chilling. But what the game is about at this very moment is actually our big boy, Mr. Roshan. He's about to respawn. It is the second Rosh of the game. So I want everyone to just pay close attention to what Liquid do and what G2IG do. So Nisha already TP stop, pushes out the wave. Next up, we're going to see Mickey instantly TP Smith. He does that. Pay attention to their other 3 heroes. They all instantly take the gate. Boom. Now they're already 5 heroes in this top lane. In the meantime, G2IG, you know, they're slowly coming with their 3 supports here. But where hello? Like, where's your Weaver? Where's your Weaver? Where's your Zeus? Where the hell are they? They're the ones that are supposed to deal all the damage. So you're going to miss out on them. That sucks. Also, at the same time, Insania, perfect positioning. He's up here. He breaks their smoke. JT, I mean, that's a sick stomp, my bro, but who's going to do anything? Nobody. So Liquid, you know, they get a chill fight. Here's some solo hoodwink. You know, no one else is coming. Look, Weaver, he's like debating, how can I get there? Zeus is like, okay, how do I get there? Seems hard. But this is not really where it stops. What we have to pay attention to now is this, because this is like a little nice bonus. JT, he's like, this team fight sucks. I'm going to go cut the next wave, get some more gold, and get the map in control. But look at Boxy. He instantly TPs, he pings. He's going to find Mr. JT on the fight, blinks in, Shadow Poison, 3rd kill. So now this is not only 1 kills, 2 kills, it's 3 kills into an Aegis that they probably shouldn't have. Map play also now with map control that they also shouldn't have. So G2IG, amazing late game, but this mid game, I think they can do better. Back to the panel.
Yeah, they can do better. I will also say we glanced over it a little bit because those 2 high grounds with Aegis didn't go the way the Team Liquid wanted to. You said fumbled it. Like, we know going high ground is hard. Like, how badly did they mess up, do you feel? Looking back at it, hindsight, we've got the power of hindsight.
Trust yourself.
Trust yourself.
It was really fucking bad. There's a reason why we didn't show highlights, Shiva. It was bad. No, but like we saw in there, like that, the breakdown that Kezu is giving us is the fact that Weaver doesn't want to fight into Wukongs, into anything. Like the Weaver at this stage of the game, he'd already pieced out. He was like, I'm not going to play the Dota game. I'm going to skip waves. I'm going to poke a tier 3. I'm going to play the big picture because I can't take the fight. And that's why Liquid should have won the game in theory because they win every fight. They win anywhere they want to go. Objective should be theirs. Put Wukong down, hit building, they come, they die. Rinse, repeat 3 times, that's megas.
Yeah, I feel like that's what we've seen other teams do, right? When they have, I mean, there was maybe a game where there was Monkey King and Viper, so it's a bit easier, but you have Monkey King, he can drop the Wukongs, like T is saying. You have Beastmaster, you put in the summons, maybe Nisha, you know, he hits it a bit, you go back. You don't need to, like, go to the tier 4s to kill the tier 3.
Yeah, exactly. Just a little bit side.
Like a little more chill, methodical. Yeah. If you're Liquid, you lose this game. There's no way you go out and don't say, we should have won this game.
Yeah.
There's no way Blitz isn't like, guys, what the fuck?
This is nothing like this game. If they had interviews, like this is not about ego. If they should win the game, it's like they literally should have won the game.
Yeah.
Like it is their game. They lost,
and they know that too. So next game, you know, just shape it up a bit. They'll be good.
Yeah. It also seems like the going high ground part was the only time where they were the ones trying to be the initiating team. And they couldn't. Because other than that, all the fights that we highlighted, it was G2IG being the ones to initiate the fights, and they didn't go the way they wanted it to.
This is like what Reddit would use about, high ground's broken. It's a really bad example. High ground is not broken for this instance. This was just that execution. So, again, clean it up for game 2, and again, respect Monet, because like, buying the Raper in that position, not a lot of carriers would have that confidence. They'd think of like maybe a different item, or they'd play for a different style, but that is clutch.
That's why he's A tier.
That's why he's an A tier carry, exactly, yeah.
I mean, we'll see, because I think G2IG is also going to look at game number 1 and think, we probably should have done things different in the earlier game. Yes, they won, that's great, but there is a lot to learn from game 1 for both teams. Let's see how they adapt for game number 2 after a break. I know that was a very quick break. It's because we got so much to talk about from that one game. But imagine if we have this much to talk about, the teams for sure will have maybe even more to talk about. And that is what we're going to focus on. We're moments away from draft of game number 2. But we ended the draft, Kesu, saying that it was 50-50, and it played out that way.
Like, I wouldn't really change much for either team. Like, if they can make sure to, like, I mean, it might be hard to get the same draft again, but the same foundation, same style. They play into each other. They both have the tools in order to win the game. But what I would like the two teams to focus on, without making it too complicated, think about what you want to do next. Like G2IG around this Roshan, what's next on the line? Roshan is what's important. And for Liquid, they're about to go high ground. So all you need to think about is how do we enable this? Think about it, try to execute. If you fail, that's fine, but at least you had a plan. Because to me, it looks more like there wasn't much of a plan to begin with.
Yeah, I think for me, it's easy to get caught up in the moment and get excited for oh my God, they did it with the rapier, all this. But like the journey there was pretty underwhelming from G2IG. Like the fact that they had so much conviction on shutting down the guy you see on screen here, 33. Like his Beastmaster, 2 deaths early on. He had to like think defensively, play behind his tier 2 to dodge these 4-man ganks. But then like the 3-4K lead, it never become anything else. Like the first Aegis that they got on G2IG, they never pressured a tier 2. They never really turned it into anything. And then it was the blunder of the map play where it's 3 heroes going for Roshan, Weaver bot, Zeus mid, that then gives Liquid all of this like timing to become the ball. So I really hope that they do it. And again, look at the treat of that inventory.
Yeah.
That is a sexy inventory, I'm not gonna lie.
That is pretty fucking hot.
That's a lot of Deso stacks, a lot of damage here is going on. Like, yeah, just some clutch.
That was terrible. Context pretty bad. I said that as the inventory faded, so it's only Insania on the screen.
That's good enough for me.
Yeah, that's fine as well. But
he's a handsome lad. I don't have to shy away from it.
Clippable.
Ship it, everyone.
Insania, I love you.
Xnova, you won that game, by the way. Just check it out.
But that's the thing, right? Because we're saying how Team Liquid came off of it, saying, oh, you know what, we should have won that game. We threw it. At the same time, I think G2IG is very much aware that
they're grateful. Yeah,
they should have not won that game.
No, yeah, I think this is a very difficult game for teams to really process because, like, for Liquid, you can already see here, like, they feel defeated. Of course, they were defeated, but, like, it was their game. And for G2IG, it's like, this is a 1 in 10, 1 in 20 game where, like, it's like, oh, wait, what? This is what actually happened? All right, cool, take the free win, but we need to really clean up. So I don't think either team in the break was sitting back and going, oh, wow, that's great. Yay.
Maybe the manager, he was definitely.
Oh, he was hyped.
I mean, we can hear him as well. You can't hear him, but like we're next to like where the coaches and managers are. But they were hyped. They were screaming. There was some energy in the room.
Rightfully so. If I see my carry player clutch it out like that, oof, my man.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it's top tier, then that means that it's now G2IG that is 1 game up. It's an elimination series. So for Team Liquid, no more margin of error if they want to continue in the lower bracket. And keep in mind, this is a team that, yes, they came this year, this 2024, second in BB Dasha. But other than that, the results, top 6, max, is not, like, it's still very good, don't get me wrong, but this is a squad that is not happy with that. At the same time, for G2IG, if they win the next game, that will be their best ranking so far this season.
Yeah, I think especially for G2IG, like when we think about like what's the most important event of the year, it's TI, it's coming around the window. And for G2IG, they've had multiple top 8s, some top 6s, but they've yet to have that kind of crowning moment. It's like, they're a top 4 team.
Yeah.
They're that team. And I think this is the tournament where if they can get it, now we're entertaining an actual invite to the international where qualifiers aren't a thing. And I feel like right now they still are the fringe where depending on how the invitations are working, they could be the team that's like, sorry, you were 9th actually in our logic. But they're 1 game away, potentially 1 series away from really being contenders to getting the coveted email of, hey, don't play qualifiers. Just jump on a plane.
Invited, my friends.
And their region is scary, and they do not win every qualifier. They, for example, the upcoming tournament for Dream League, they did not qualify because Azure Ray beat them.
I mean, it's also about the fact, like, you know, peaking at the right time, because G2IG have not been that good throughout the year. Birmingham was like the first real good showing, and now they're even more on the up, right? As we're saying, 1 game away from being top 4. But as we get into the draft, the one change for Liquid is that Nisha is awake for this draft, but he has been given Pango again.
Yeah, but that means that same as previous game, he sees he gets the Pango, he can go back to sleep.
So we will see later when the camera does get there. But the first phase looks, it's the same, just with a different pick order. Last game it was or am I correct? Yeah. I am correct, yes.
You are correct.
It was just that the Disruptor was first picked and it was closed with the Pango. This time around it's open with the Pango, closed with the Disruptor, and a familiar face made it through the draft in the second stage, actually, the Mr. Dinosaur Primal Beast.
Yeah, quite a beautiful hero, I feel, in the current tournament. It fits the bill of everything we're talking about in regards to aggression going forward. And I think JT, at least, for G2IG, he's shown us the style of offlane where from mid lane, you can make side lane moves. But he's playing from off lane, still making the save moves as if he's an off laner, like breaking down the top lane, ganking mid. I really like to see it. And now Liquid, we've not seen it too often, but they go for the Oracle, all about the backline and keeping people alive and going forward. It would have helped in the previous game if you could just ult your Monkey King. He wouldn't die and lose his Aegis. And
I mean,
They're not opposed to it.
Yeah, it is super good against the Disruptor, which is why last game they did also ban it out. I would say Primal Beast has, of course, tools to potentially get on your Oracle later, but Liquid, being the best Oracle team, they will exactly know what to combo it with, right? If they want some Lash Strike later down the line, or heroes that just go in, Bristlebacks, who knows?
Oh, Rubik, okay.
Yeah, so they get the some double save, right? They're both good against the Disruptor.
I really like Tusk normally with the Oracle, just to give that map movement option. But yeah, they go for the Rubik, and you're going to have ways to stop Primal early on at least, because the Oracle can go for the ult save on whoever's getting pummeled. Then you have Rubik as well for good range. I still would like to see Liquid have a little bit more frontlining aggression, because there's no one that really stops Primal from, like you were saying, just finding the backline right now, unless Pango has hit the stun and kind of set the pace for the fight.
Yeah, and there's a high chance that G2IG will just continue to like compound, right, on what they have. Yeah, we have Primal, but we may want more people that go in. At least for now, they're going to go with the Gyrocopter. I mean, if you're G2IG for now, at least a little bit, you should be aware of some potential, like maybe Lifestealer coming out, unless that's banned for Liquid on your 18. I don't know if there's much that you're going to pick here as a support to deter it, but should probably be in your mind when you have Gyro Primal from this stage.
It's not banned out at the moment, so we'll see what's going to happen. They do get up their Marcy, though, and that has been a very successful hero for them.
This was a really scary draft from G2IG.
Yeah.
Primarily because Liquid, they've gone for supports that can, make the big plays in the fight, but that's about it right now. They don't really pressure the map. They can secure lanes, but there's nothing that really threatens the scaling requirement of a Gyrocopter, the scaling requirement of a position for Marcy, where you want the BKB ideally, and the next two picks from Liquid, you're going to either have to defend yourself when the fight becomes inevitably to your side of the map, or secure the lanes where you just win them, prevent the scaling from happening so quickly. Because I don't see a Gyrocopter having any issues right now in just freely hitting creeps. I think Marcy and Primal, with the Disruptor behind, is going to be really scary on the map.
Is the Marcy also a support that will sway Liquid maybe away from the Lifestealer, or doesn't that matter for Lifestealer?
Not so much, but it's kind of annoying for Oracle in the lane, right? Oracle hates being jumped or ultimately like protecting your carry. You're not that good at doing that in the lane. I must say G2IG might be the most annoying team to draft against in the second phase, because you just want to cleanly close your face here and be chill, and they keep throwing like this Morph Marcy at you. Now it's the Marcy Gyro. They will go with the Kunkka, which I guess it could be like soft flex between the two in mid and offlane. They both played it, but can be either or.
This feels like within the draft, it's a bit of like damage control. It's like, okay, we've got so many problems coming at us. What's the hero that can make things feel a little bit more comfortable? And Kunkka is that hero. When a draft has holes in it, Kunkka fills quite a lot of them. Like, the aggression is inevitable. Kunkka will prevent Primal from feeling nice in the early fights. When Marcy has pre-BKB, you've got that additional just ways to bring the fight to life. You can stand up front, Aghanims, Bloodstone, Shivas if you want. Like, any of these items that give you just purpose, I don't mind, but it's offlane as well, most likely, right?
I think so.
Kunkka Pango is flexed into the very end. They'll decide once they see everything, but Liquid's now big problem is they need a carry that can either A, join the fights early, so you can at least threaten the farm required for G2IG, or the 1v9 carry that goes, okay, we will just eventually win the game if we can farm for 25 minutes, 30 minutes. Like how Spirit played against Boom earlier today, where they just didn't go for kills, just farmed, and then it become like an OP lineup.
Because they don't really have a great Oracle combo. Like, if you put it on Kunkka, he will drop his spells, but it's not like he's going to run back in the fight and start clapping people, right? Similar with Pango. So the Oracle combo is still missing. They also need to do it blind. I mean, they can assume that Primal's in the offlane, but they're not sure. So this last pick for Liquid, at least for now, it doesn't seem super simple for me.
The reason why I like G2IG's lineup so much is because I've seen Xtreme run this concept before, and that's why they're in a top 3 position. And I see the combinations. Like, Marcy prevents range carries from feeling good. Marcy buffs up the Gyrocopter through the damage, and then you can jump off the Primal for the additional move speed to buff him as well. Meanwhile, Disruptor's thriving on all of these heroes wanting to take the fight. Like, there's so much damage through levels and items, whilst Liquid is, if their draft looks a little bit more delicate, right, like Kunkka needs to be in the correct position. The Pango needs to hit the damage during the roll, needs an Aghanims and a Diffusal, plus the missing piece. So just from, if you took team names away, like I would lean on the Dire draft.
Me too.
9 times out of 10, I feel right now, at least.
Like, I'm looking for Liquid. They did play a carry Pango yesterday. I don't know if it was once or twice, But even then, you usually just do that in the draft when you get this last pick. Haha, screw you, I found this. But they're not even the team with last pick. So I'm having a hard time to find a role for them for their last pick that isn't the carry role at the moment.
Could it be the return of like the bristleback carry that we've seen? Like if we're talking about timings for G2IG, of course, Gyrocopter down the line will be annoying. The Ags from the Primal, again, the break is annoying. But at least it might give them a moment to utilize the Oracle, especially with Monkey King banned out, which I think is another obviously good Oracle pairing. It does put Liquid on a bit of a timer, which is not probably what you want in a potential elimination game, but I am struggling to find the carry that uses the Oracle and fights early.
I can see the bristle, but I feel like... No,
I feel uncomfortable saying it.
It will help you because it allows you to play the timing you want. But does Bristle ultimately win against late game Gyro and the Primal Axe that you mentioned with the break?
No.
Like that's all because that's the problem. Like Nakes, I feel the same. I want to mention it, but it doesn't really sell me either. Like it's fine, but it's not incredible.
For people at home, that is the life stealer.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
this is true.
It's hard. I can't wrap my head around what this last pick needs to be for Liquid.
I will say G2IG also took a very long time to decide what they were going to ban out last, and they ended up doing banning out the Wind Ranger, but that means they are also in the same position as they're trying to see what Liquid would see.
They've got the double respect there. They've got the Oracle, the Monkey King ban for the Oracle, and the Windrunner for the they can just assassinate the Giant. Okay, they just go for a Luna. It's more on pacing, if anything. Decent in lane. It can utilize Oracle quite nicely. It's like, yeah, it's a Luna.
Does that mean that we know a little bit more about where we want the Primal to go to? Because we've seen it in both Nothing to Say and JT's hands. Laning against the Luna, who wants to do that?
I don't mind it being in either role, to be honest. I'm a little bit scared for the Luna pick because of the Marcy. We've already seen how Marcy with BKB destroys any range core. Put a Basher in that. It's like you're picking a range core into a position for Marcy whilst you're already under threat of maybe getting outmaneuvered early on. So that's why I'm a little bit skeptical of it.
Hey, they go for the Bristle.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the lane setup here? Is that
JT Bristle.
Okay.
Sure, offlane Bristle. I mean, Oracle doesn't really touch this hero all too much when it comes to like the laning stage.
I feel on paper, from what I've seen, if G2IG can execute based on Xtreme's level execution with these heroes, I would say that G2IG have found an outdraft against Liquid. Like the Marcy beats the Luna, the pacing of Bristle beats the lack of damage that the Liquid lineup presents. If Liquid are to win this game, it is going to be like just incredible map play, choosing the fights, punishing the greediness potential of G2IG, wanting to farm a little bit more than they need to. Because yeah, on paper, the lineups, it feels like 75-25 based on the lineups. I don't know about
Pango and Kunkka have not yet been picked up by their players, so I'm waiting to see who's playing which lane. I was thinking Kunkka offlane.
I don't know if it really like changes all that much, but I also prefer it this way. And I'm with T. I prefer the G2IG's draft by quite a lot. I think they have ease of execution. Their timings are all, again, like a few minutes earlier than Liquid. For Liquid, what I'm looking at, their mid-game teamfights need to be really good with the water puck and the roll. But I'm also eyeing, I feel like Insania and Boxy need to do well in their lanes, which is not easy, to combine themselves to help Liquid in the early game, because the way they win this game is off of tempo and good play.
Luna likes playing into like kind of that single core, like the 1v1. Like I can't do with you, then I right click and I have my glaives. But this is a Luna who has to try and kill a Primal and a Gyro and a Bristleback. Kunkka won't ever kill them. He'll control them. The Pango might tickle them and annoy them a little bit, but for a Luna to do all of it, Liquid are going to have to make some incredible moves.
Mickey has to go
It is Mickey that we are looking for Team Liquid to step up.
They help him early, but then later he has to put on a S-tier performance. He has to go ham.
We are going to be singing his praises if they win this game.
Well, you guys are believing a little bit more into the draft of G2IG, but let's hear some words from Coach Blitz about that.
Thank you. Yes, I am joined by Blitz of Team Liquid, where more than the draft, I kind of want to know about the emotional state of the team, because around 14 hours ago, it was 2 losses against Falcons, chaining into a pretty heartbreaking loss here. Are your players pretty good at mitigating their own emotions, or can you tell when they're spiraling and need someone to be like, relax, dude, just focus on one game at a time?
I'd say for the most part, our team's pretty good at self-regulating. I could tell that game kind of bothered some people. Just obviously how it ends is not pleasant. But in those moments, you can't really do anything about it. Like, the game is played, so you kind of have to be mature in the moment and move forward, because what are you going to do? Just sit there and like complain about what happened? Like, there's still a game to play. I feel like if you do stuff like that, it's kind of loser talk when you're just focusing on the previous game so much. Yeah, I mean, what happened with Falcons yesterday happened, but like I can't go back and we can't redo that. So we might as well just put our best foot forward. So could tell it bothered people, but I was just like, guys, focus next game. Like, what happened? You know, let's just move on. It is what it is. Like, what do you want to talk about? Like, we lost a shit game.
And moving on, in this scenario also involved Nisha and 33 kind of not really fully deciding on which heroes they were going to go for. What was the discussion between the Kunkka and the Pango after the draft even ended?
I mean, it's just because it flexes. So we just wanted to make sure that Nisha had a good game. And so Neta was like, whatever you want to play. And then they were just kind of discussing it because there's no real rush since both of them play them both proficiently. So easy.
Well, let's see if it works out in game number 2. Let's send it to our casters.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Some interesting words coming in from Blitz is Liquid. They try to backstab here. Xnova getting into the trees, maybe helping Monet with the Fortune's End that's coming his direction. Shield crash on the 3 heroes. Nisha, he's the target. He's got the dispose. They'll get the kill on Nisha, taking out this Pangolier, and Bobica getting first blood.
That's not the hero you want to give first blood to.
No.
We've seen Jinkyu, we've seen Bobica popping off on Marcy, so that's going to be a good start for him. Did by Bracer immediately. Not gonna say. This is his signature hero. I think he was the one spamming it probably the most out of all professional players when this hero was introduced to Captain's Mode. So definitely knows how to play the hero, knows how to play the matchup. You're gonna have BKB piercing ability coming out from him, and also another hero that doesn't care too much about his levels, can easily rotate easily to execute games. Blitz did mention, this flex between Kunkka and Pango in the mid lane. We've seen a lot of the times when Kunkka's playing into a bit of a difficult matchup that he can kind of struggle. So there's going to be, again, need to be some stacking happening so that 33 can clear some of these stacks. And Nisha still far away from his bottle. There is bottle coming up from Nothing to Say.
And a lot of damage taken there from Nothing to Say.
Nisha got the last as 2 CS, so he's good.
Yeah. Nothing to say. He's happy to make those moves. We've seen it time and time again. Onslaught towards top, get a kill here. Especially top lane being Gyro Disruptor. You just glimpse back into an Onslaught, and you're probably dead. So I wouldn't be surprised to see an active Nothing to Say. You were talking about how Bobica is going to feel strong in this Marcy. That's usually what? Early BKB?
Early BKB into whatever
else
is necessary, either Maelstrom / Gleipnir, or you want to get a Basher, maybe a Diffusal Blade, Nullifier. There's a lot of items that you can buy depending what the game needs you to buy as a second item on this position for Marcy.
Right.
This time around, this might be the first offlane Bristle that we've seen so far.
First or second, one of the two. Is it? Ooh, hold on. Blood Grenade. Boxy. Now a Blood Grenade thrown over onto Monet. Pops that Flak Cannon, doing some damage there onto the Rubik. But some Blood Grenades thrown, some back and forth damage, nothing really doing there. I was going to say, what's the difference in build between safe and off Bristle?
I don't think there's going to be much difference. I think you're still going to rush for Aghanim Scepter. Too good of an item. We're off that point where you want to buy Vanguard on your offlaners. So I see Mana Boots. You have some extra sustain from Sidekick, so that's going to be your damage.
Monet making sure to get that Flag Bearer creep.
Good harassment in the top lane. Team Liquid are playing the top lane really well, keeping them low on half HP. A lot of kill threat with the next Blood Grenade coming out. And also once they hit level 3, 33 is already...
He's 15-2.
Yep. 2 point in Tidebringer. Constant harassment on Monet.
So just trying to even this one up with his CS. As he'll have it close after this creep wave. He's got an easy time at getting creeps under the tower, but now this stack will clean up this creep camp, but Monet needs to be here to try and flat cannon a couple. He'll grab at least 2, maybe a couple of neutrals, but Boxy...
Big problem right now.
Yeah, Monet went forward to Boxy, went for the Rocket Barrage, but they end up getting the kill on Monet. They take out the Gyro, who thought maybe for a second he could get a kill there on a Boxy.
Aggro from the creeps was on top of Monet. So some extra damage, and then he got stuck there for a second. Now the creep camp is blocked. Insania
disposed onto, and Fortune's End to run, even with the Viscous Nasal Goo and the Quills stacking up. Just Fortune's End, and you're pretty safe. JT, he'll pause. Bit of sound issue, and I wonder if JT's going to be like anything more, if he's going to troll a little
the
bit.
old chat, probably not. He's been pretty silent. He's not playing against his friends. Marcy as a position 4. The thing is, you can't stack multiple camps, so there's not going to be as much stacking going on. And we've seen in the previous game, G2IG, managed by legendary Venomancer player Jack Chen, that they are not stacking as much. They've been more focused on stealing the enemy stacks.
They didn't stack a lot last game, but we'll see. See how it goes here, as they are playing aggressive over bottom, wanting to look for even more. Viscous Nasal Goo on a Mickey as they spot him tier 1. Just some creeps on it. IG being annoying. No rebound in. Insania disposed. He's under the tower. The Fortune's End. A little bit of control. The Lucid Beam.
And charges. They've been spamming a lot in the bottom lane. So he survives, but they are putting the pressure. JT CSing nicely, sitting at 23. So is Mickey. Mid also pretty even.
Gyro actually got ahead of Kunkka.
They needed to stabilize. That one death on Monet didn't make that much of a difference. Sure, Team Liquid did get a kill, but he came back to the lane and now is getting some decent CS.
It's crazy to think that he's ahead in terms of CS, because Kunkka was 17 CS to the 7 of Gyro, which means since then it's pretty much been all Monet in that lane. So nothing to say he hits 5. He's about to be 6. I won't be surprised to see him move around, especially, like I said, top's a good target for him to go to. They brought in a second support there as well.
If top lane gets pushed in, nothing to say. Most likely gonna try to make a move. And speaking of making a move,
good torrent. But they've got the dispose afterwards. 33 unable to get away initially. Tries to turn around and maybe do some damage, but Monet gets some revenge, killing off 33. As the homing missile hit 33 and kept him close even after the torrent.
Yeah, Nisha's gonna be pretty happy about this one. Arcane Rune on Pango gives you that extra kill threat, lowering the cooldown.
Yep.
On Rolling Thunder. So you're gonna have that maybe slightly earlier than what they expected. JT, never mind, he's going for Vanguard, it seems. Might be tanking up a little bit more.
We've seen sometimes that Vanguard Radiance, but Onslaught, wow.
Solo killed.
Insania just not there in time. Nothing to say, just knows this hero inside and out.
That's why we mentioned that this guy was one of the first ones to bring it back, bring it into the competitive scene.
Mm-hmm. So Vanguard soon here for JT. Could just be Arcane's Vanguard Radiance.
Radiance?
Yeah.
All right, might be.
Or Ags, I don't know.
Might
Radiance
be the first
Ags.
one. It's a bit too greedy. You want to get to your Aghanim Scepter timing.
I'm coming up with new strats right here.
New tech.
As Ags is in my head and Radiance comes out my mouth. Yeah, you're right. He's already got the Ags queued up. I'll simmer down with my theory crafting. 1K net worth lead. As they have nothing to say, continuing to farm top of the net worth by 600.
Yeah, 33. As Kunkka. Now in a triangle.
He's only level 5.
There, no torrent.
Knows he can't onslaught with Boxy right there.
Liquid's bringing numbers.
They've got the X. They'll go to the torrent. They have the control. He'll just bail from nothing to say, because if he starts that onslaught, he'll immediately be hit with the telekinesis. And 33 back towards top, trying to get that level 6.
Not an easy lane for him. Be playing into Gyro. A lot of harassment, rocket barrage. Monet going for a pretty standard build. Desperately needs that level 6 on Kunkka so they can try to make a move.
Ooh, sees the Serenity from Marcy. See what everybody else chooses. We've talked about Royal Jelly feeling strong too. Boboga just died, by the way. He'll drop down the Seeds of Serenity to dispose Nisha onto the high ground. Healing, surviving, rebounding off nothing to say. He's got the moves, but can they get the turnaround? Nisha, this Rolling Thunder is going to run out. But JT,
he's Vanguard's being delivered.
Careful on his damage, and oh god, nothing to say, ends up dead. Vanguard's finally here. They've got everybody from Liquid looking to get another glimpse back on Anisha, avoided with that illusion rune. They throw out that ghost ship, they have the X, they'll take JT's life, and really well done there by Liquid to continue the pursuit of
Liquid.
IG.
Using the full squad to take down, they're gonna beat down on this tower. Lunar Blessing is maxed out, so everybody has plus 21 damage. Luna gets even more. So this opens up the map. They have an entry to the enemy triangle, the outer ring as well. Not what we usually see 9 minutes into the game, taking the enemy offlane tower.
No, that's usually not the one to take. But they got it. Wonder if they're going to go for more. Because safe lane mid could be easy to take after this, and then the map's wide open. But good moves there. Pursuit of IG worked out. 33 looking for the Torrent Storm with that Ags. You've got Luna top of the net worth now. Torrent thrown to get the stack, and it is... Oh, good. Just barely.
We'll get it. Let's see who's going to clear those stacks. I wouldn't mind 33, considering that Mickey is on top of the network, didn't die a single time. So sometimes Kunkka has a problem getting to his Aghanim Scepter, especially if he didn't have that good of a laning stage. Now with Tidebringer maxed out, he can clear those stacks easily.
So he'll come over here with Insania, bringing the extra creeps for that Tidebringer. And also getting a bounty rune off the Trusty Shovel. Tier 1 Yusei is overpowered.
Yeah. Super strong neutral item for scouting purposes. Extra gold, of course. 2 ways of getting it. Prospecting Aura, bounty runes. And it's also the item that scales. The only item... I mean, you can still keep Royal Jelly, of course, always into your backpack. We've seen players hold it for a really long time, 35, 40 minutes, just to have that extra region coming up. But so you can do with the Trusty Shovels, the same thing.
Also the timing here to get that stack again, keeping this farm continuous. Where's Bobica in terms of what he's getting? Phase boots.
Still level 5 though.
He's only, no Unleash yet. Stacks being taken by JT. This should get Bobica to 6. He's been 5 for a while. 11 to 12, a lot more stacks this time from IG.
They do have Bristleback, and they're also going to prioritize his farm over Monet getting the farm in the triangle, which is going to slow his farm by a little bit. They want to get this earlier Aghanim Scepter timing on Bristle. Bobica is level 6 now. Shield Rune available for Primal.
Nothing to say. Looking for potentially a jump. They are smoked as 3. They've got that Unleash. They should be able to blow up a hero pretty quickly. 33 still taking stacks, still farming up. Finally getting back to where the side of the Dire are. Onslaught in, popping him over the kinetic field. The glimpse back, so now Boxy, he actually steals Pulverize. They've got the Rolling Thunder, the Fortune's End, and nothing to say. Blade Mail pop, Lucent Beam, Uproar onto a couple. Now going to the Eclipse. Nothing to say is pretty tanky. Swashbuckle now looking for the onslaught, but pulverized by Boxy. Call down comes in from Monet. They get the kill on a 1. They'll look for 33. The damage is not looking quite enough with the help from Insania, but if they keep the chase, maybe they'll kill him if they've got another glimpse.
They got a glimpse.
They get the kill on Anisha. They'll take out 33. And that's 3 heroes dead on the side of Liquid. That was Bobica with the Unleash and the amplified damage, who had enough to help get Nisha.
Definitely not lacking damage with their lineup. Also, Shield Rune making a lot of difference. Nothing to say, did survive because of it. Seeds of Serenity. And now they got the towers, so big team fight for G2IG.
He soaked so much damage.
And he also dealt so much damage. 3,000 damage dealt by him.
Getting that additional armor with the Uproar, I mean, that was on everybody, right? On the side of Liquid.
He was in the middle of 3-4 heroes, maybe even all 5 of them. They continue to farm up. JT immediately runs in the triangle. Even though he's not farming the triangle, Monet on top of the net worth. Same item build we see every single game. Falcons Blade into Crystallis, into Aghanim Scepter, then you pick up a BKB.
No Radiance?
No Radiance on Carry Gyrocopter, no, not this time. We leveled up, we ranked up. We're not in Archon bracket anymore.
Whoa, chill, stop!
He's dead.
He's blowing up my spot.
And JT again, like, he's been playing this part of the map for the last 5-6 minutes, pretty much. He clears one stack, goes to the other side, makes another stack. So they're probably already up to 20 stacks so far on G2IG.
If it's 20, exactly, I'll be impressed. Wow, the Cobalt again. He's here for the vision. Glimpse back on Nisha.
Good positioning from Xnova. Experienced captain. He still want to check what's going on. If the rest of the team is still smoked behind him, Bobaka, he does continue to farm up. Ogre Axe available. Once you get to that BKB time, and this is such a strong scaling lineup from G2IG, all of these heroes, they scale so well. You're basically going to have 4, maybe even 5 cores if we're talking about Disruptor with Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. So, Onslaught into the mid lane. Stealing Trample. JT, this Ags completed just about. One camp away, and he'll have that Ags, and all of a sudden, you're going to really start to output that damage from JT. Xnova, what was that? Just, oh, nothing queued up. I thought maybe straight Ags off those arcane boots. More stacks. There's got to be 40 stacks made in this game.
I think so too. 33 and JT have been farming the triangle for a really long time. Tier 1 tower,
39
and 17. Yeah, this is just insane. I think we need to do something about stacking, because...
Make it harder. How could you make stacking harder? Make the boxes bigger?
Don't get extra gold for the guys who stacks and XP. Let's see. Nothing to say. He wants the rune. Can they get the bait?
Boxy, Telekinesis, and they're charging up the Fortune's End, but the Pulverize. Rolling Thunder on a nothing to say. Call down used by Monet. They've got the homing missile flying out onto Boxy. Boxy right now is fine after the false promise, but Insania's dead. Xnova falls to Mickey. They've got the X. They'll hit the Torrent Storm. Now they'll go to the Ghost Ship on a nothing to say with the Blade Mail. It's not going to matter. They'll take out a second. JT running forward. He's got this Ags, but he needs to find somebody to throw those quills onto.
He's super tanky. He's soaking up, again, most of the damage, getting closer to Eternal Shroud. Still gonna need a BKB as well, I would say, in this game. Might also want to pick it up early so that he has, you know, the entry, because he's been lifted up. He's been fortunate, and any kind of a mini stun can cause a lot of problems from him using his combo. Okay, on top of the net worth. Doesn't have a single death to his name. Level 14 already.
There goes the Cobalt. Sorry, Zon. We were showing it. It was on the screen. Luna taking the tier 1. BKB next for Mickey. Only 7-6. So not a lot of kills going on, but there's some tanky heroes in this. Is the Luna the only issue from Liquid with the farm that they have right now?
I think so, like...
Telekinesis. Homing missile, JT nearby Nisha. They'll swashbuckle. Bobaka slowed up to the inhibit of Diffusal. Call down. That's going right down the line. Well placed, but the Rolling Thunder, now they've got the Dispose. Rolling Thunder's a little bit late because of it. Ghost Ship flies in, only hits JT. Bobaka looking to output some damage with the Unleash. Static Storm comes through. 33. Torrent. And the Tidebringer, they'll get the kill, but the Pulverize onto Insania. They'll take out the Oracle. They'll find themselves around on a 33. The Kunkka, nowhere to go. And 3 heroes are dead on Liquid.
Yeah, the difference between two carries is one wants to join pre-BKB, that's Gyrocopter. He gets his Aghanim Scepter, he's definitely fight ready. Luna, even though she's on top of the network, still wants to have BKB before she joins the next fight. Then she wants to pick up the Shard. Also, they don't, like you asked me about this scaling coming out, but we'll hold that for now.
And Nisha tries to start the Rolling Thunder. He gets disposed.
Dispose was
And
perfectly
that's-
timed.
yeah.
Didn't get the Rolling Thunder immediately. And Monet, this was also a fight without him having Aghanim Scepter. Nothing to say. Him going in, jumping on top of Insania, making things a lot more difficult.
Look at Bobica trying to hide within the trees. But it forces 33 to stay a little bit longer, and I think he was dead anyway, so he gets something out of it, but Bobica being really annoying. And he has almost got his BKB, which means he'll just be able to go in there and...
Yeah, they need a little bit of
throw
extra
down.
damage. They need a little bit of extra front line, especially if Pango doesn't get the Rolling Thunder off.
Really love that taunt. Whisper of the Dread was chosen by 33. He's still got that trusty shovel, though, so... Just needs a second to dig one more time. Gets a bounty rune. Every time I look, it's bounty rune. Onslaught. Now the pulverized. TPs, though, coming in around the horn from Liquid. Rolling Thunder. Shield crash up over onto the high ground. Now the stolen pulverized. Always very funny to see. Fortune's in, but again, he's so tanky that they even have to use the Eclipse to get nothing to say.
Eternal Shroud, Vambrace, plus the Blade Mail. If he gets the Uproar, pretty difficult to take down. Bobica needs a little bit of extra farm to get his BKB online. 20-minute mark. It's going to be time for some more stacks, of course.
We're probably at 50, I would say. So I said 29 last time. Instead,
we're
it was
getting
actually
there.
39.
Insane numbers.
But now it's 47. My math is correct this time.
Fast and correct. JP,
fast
will
and
take
wrong.
the Tormentor. There is Shard purchased by X-Nova, so one can go to Bobica, which is not too bad of a Shard anymore. Or Primal Beast could get it. And it's going to be Bobica.
The Shard's good for Bobica. It allows you to just be on top of heroes, you rebound off your enemies, and then you're there for the dispose immediately. So the gap close on it is really nice. Big fan of it. Silver Edge being built there by Mickey.
Still needs a lot of time to get to that Silver Edge.
Oh, yeah.
But he's swapping things around instead of going for Conda. Having break mechanic, gonna be great against Bristleback. You also do break Gyrocopter's Flak Cannon coming from the Aghanim Scepter.
Well, it's either one of
the
them.
side gunner, yeah.
Insania, Boxy, be careful. Be careful. Okay. Never mind.
No, he's not
Doesn't
the one
even
who
get the
got it.
shard. He committed. He thought he'd get the shard if he just gave up his life. Wrong.
Sometimes you have to do that. Aghanim Scepter getting closer for Nisha. Level 15 as well. Rolling Thunder duration. Gonna be a big one.
Picks up that 3-second Rolling Thunder duration. X33 just farming away. Eats a couple of quills for his creep wave. Always love the courier that 33 has. Sorry, I got distracted by cosmetics. It's on fire, it's floating, it's got Orbital Decay and Trail the Burning Doom on it. It's a pretty cool courier.
All of the expensive stuff.
All the expensive stuff.
Bloodstone now completed. A lot of lifesteal. Let's see what he chooses from his neutral item. Of course, Vampire Fangs, because why not? On top of the Bloodstone.
So BKB finished off for Bobica, and this is where I'm curious at where he wants to go with his build.
If he wants to lock the target, I think, because you're playing against Pango, Basher could come in super handy. You have Gyrocopter. We've seen Pango dying in the previous game in the end to this overwhelming physical damage. Smoke. Good vision so far from G2XIG. Roshan down to half HP. Torrent Storm, it needs to connect.
Ooh, this courier from Bobica. Wonder if
they know.
Catches any vision. Yeah, they definitely know.
Did catch them.
Obs spotted. Nisha watching Monet as he cleans up the vision. Nisha in the trees. looking for his target, looking for that torrent to hit from 33. They go to the Lucent Beam, nothing to say, but they're going to rebound in. They've got the Static Storm. It's going to be through out of the Kunkka. They get the kill to 33. The Rolling Thunder comes out, and Roche is going to be low. Monet looking to pick up that Aegis. He will, and now they'll go towards the rest of the team. Bobica, though, with the Unleash isn't going to get any damage out. Boxy gets the kill there. They bought back on this Kunkka.
Oh, no, he's getting caught again, potentially.
Needs to run 33. The tidal wave doesn't land. They have the X. It's on Monet, but you got to remember he's got the Aegis, so if he dies, he'll be back ready and able to fight. These heroes getting low on the side of Liquid, especially 33. They finally get the Aegis out of his hands. They got vision onto 33. The tidal wave pushes back the Bristle, but the Glimpse pulls him back towards him, and they take out this Kunkka a second time.
He bought back for that fight. Can't really blame him. It was felt like they need him. It was only Bobica who was isolated. He did pop a BKB and he ate full Eclipse, BKB from Luna to be able to get Bobica. And this is going to be the problem. We talked about scaling, how they're going to be able to scale into mid and late game on G2XIG, managed by Legendary Venom player Jack Chen. Just to check, you know, because there's going to be another massive issue once Bobica starts to get to his items.
What's he going for? Nothing queued yet. You're just getting faster and faster.
Yeah, 23, not happy. Not 23, 33. Reduced it by 10.
Fortune's End is the viscous nasal goo. Coming through on Anisha. And IG, they're pressuring, keeping themselves forward. No longer with the Sages, but they know they're finding their groove with 4 cores.
Pretty difficult. Everyone is super tanky on G2. You have Satanic queued up on Monet. First, he's going to finish off Daedalus. But the front line is soaking up so much. Primal Beast, Bristleback. I don't think you can ask for a tankier hero in the front line.
GT Eternal Shroud, we've talked about how good that item is. To exhaustion, pretty much. BKB still not picked up here for the Primal Beast. He's got that Eternal Shroud as well. And once he gets his, because I'm a little surprised too, because usually BKB is a very early item for Primal Beast.
Yeah, opted to go for a bit of a different item build. Eternal Shroud, Blink. Thinks that he can get away with it, and so far he did. I mean, he's been sacrificed 2 or 3 times. JT.
Nisha and Senya being chased here by JT. They've got the glimpse onto this Oracle. Trample, Onslaught, and the Bristleback activation to get the kill into the Oracle. Nisha coming over. Monet slowed up. The inhibit, the BKB pop. Bobica was trying to rebound on Monet to speed him up, but they don't even need that.
Didn't need to use a BKB to run away. Monet deals a lot of damage, has the extra survivability from the sidekick. So, a lot of Ghost Scepters. I see that Bobica is going for Basher. Gotta be good, but I also wouldn't mind seeing Nullifier. I think that's the big one.
Is he gonna commit to this, Midas? On 33?
Maybe. No. It's just a bait, it seems.
Okay.
Thinking about how he wants to scale, because right now, he's just been overthrown by Bobica.
Yeah, he is no gold. And this is 33 with not much, and finally, Bobica chooses what he wants, by the way, and it's Basher. He was spending some gold. He got the Wraith Band, then he got the Bracer. Some cheap positives for him, and now they've got the Silver Edge on this Luna, so now they have the break, but will it be enough? Wonder if they see that. Maybe they switch to a more defensive item for Bobica, say maybe a Lotus Orb or something. Nobody building Yules on the side of IG either. Usually we see a lot of that, a lot of Wind Wakers, especially with Bristle, knowing that eventually he's going to go up against that break and that damage. You want to be able to save
time. Yeah, definitely needed. Let's see. Oh, Gem picked up. X-Noah. No, it was actually Bobica who bought it. Bubba, what are you doing, Bobica?
This isn't like you. And he's going Blink Dagger next, so he's changed off the Basher
He's
now to
not,
the Blink
he's not
Dagger.
going
He's not
anything
sure.
with 300 gold for now, so
Yeah.
Still a lot of time to figure out what he wants to buy. But that gem pickup, they noticed the silver edge on Luna, so they want to be able to see her. So that
Blink in, immediately the Pulverize gets stopped. Static Storm, they'll pull back in Boxy, and they will dispose, try and kill him on the TP. Homie missile hits, he won't TP out. Ghost ship, damage with Mickey going in, using that Eclipse. They've got nothing to say, dead on the ground. Gems on the deck, but the rebound onto the Kunkka with the Unleash, the Dispose, the damage from Bobica, even with just a BKB.
Insane amount of damage coming up from that position for Marcy. He does have Sidekick, level 2 ulti, and they got Gem back, so that's what matters. Gonna lose it immediately. Bobica would be pretty pissed about it.
And just bought that.
Mickey dealing a lot of damage, but most of that damage is onto Primal Beast again, who does have Eternal Shroud, soaking up a lot of it. Blade Mail on top of it, giving back some of that damage.
So next Roshan, a minute 50. Nemesis Curse for Nisha.
Good Pango item. Bobica's the one who's holding one. That's why he's dealing that massive damage. Roshan could be back up in a minute and 30 seconds.
Mickey?
AD with that gem.
He's just running at him. They kept the vision, so they've got the glimpse. Mickey's in so much trouble. We'll get the break out of the Bristleback, but it doesn't matter. Boxy's been spotted by Nothing to Say as well as Bobica. He bought back in the previous fight. They've got the Pulverize onto him while Insania TP's out, and Boxy will attempt to TP and will.
Static Storms have been on point from Xnova. He's the one, like this one was to zone out for potential false promise to come out, so. And we've seen the big one in the previous one as well, on top of Insania. Boxy will pause the game for a second.
My guess is sound. But nothing being said, just a quick little pause. 49 seconds without Mickey. This is not a push coming in from IG, but does allow them to maybe set for Roche if it's a quick one. So we'll see what they want to do.
Rubik also in this game doesn't have that like cheap ability to steal that has a huge impact. Static Storm is going to be fine always, but you don't want to steal anything from Gyro. It's not that good. Marcy spells pretty lackluster. Bristle, you're not stealing anything.
Xnova's done a really good job of static storming, and because he's got this shard, he could easily throw Thunderstrike out there, and he makes sure that static storm is not stealable. So he's really doing a good job. He went for the Blink Dagger, and I thought, oh, you know, you're spending a lot of money. You're maybe not going to get a lot
of money.
But he got 2,000 gold again. This Blink Dagger is pretty recent for him.
Shard allows you to get quite a lot of farm.
Yeah, he is farming up pretty well, and he's more farm than both supports on the side of Liquid, and you can see where Bobica's at. I mean, that's no surprise in itself.
And that's the item that I wanted to see immediately on Bobica. He was toying with the Blink Dagger, he was toying with the Basher, but Nullifier makes a lot of sense. You see these two supports, Force Staff and Ghost Scepter, so you want to be able to lock onto the target and immediately kill it off. Now Monet is going to be even tankier with Satanic. They just can't burst them. Like they can't burst any of the cores immediately unless someone from IG is in no man's land. BKB as well on Bristleback now.
And now Wind Waker is the next item for him. So double defensive after seeing that Silver Edge.
Wants to have some protection against Silver Edge with the BKB. Gets another shard. Nothing to say, we'll get it.
They're not getting the damage on this Tormentor yet. Boxy, be careful this time. Watch out. All right, he's fine. Just barely again.
Insania was ready with the false promise if necessary. Roshan's going to respawn in 35 on Radiant's side. Again, G2 IG are setting up some vision on the hill. Doesn't matter if that Observer Ward gets dewarded. You want to catch something. Get that first jump.
Swift Blink next for Monet. And nothing to say wants that Ags. That's so far away, though. He wants that upgrade to the Uproar. We've seen Bristles countered by the Uproar from Primal Beast, but this time they're allies. So you don't have to worry about. The only thing you really need to worry about is the Silver Edge. So right now, it's pretty safe for JT overall, right?
Definitely. He's also the one holding the gem, so he will see Luna getting close to him. And again, does have BKB for it. Monet will pick up the Aegis. I feel like it's time to go. 12k gold lead for G2IG. Going through the gates. They have the good jump. Nothing to say. Did a good job so far getting those initiations.
And he's done so without BKB, which he now has. So that's a 9-second BKB this late into the game for a Primal Beast, which is uncommon normally. Because Primals are usually quick to the BKB. So 12,000 net worth lead for IG. Liquid trying to pull out what IG did in game number 1 and steal one away. As Bobica getting closer and closer to this nullifier. Almost has enough for that finishing piece on the Sacred Relic. Meanwhile, Konda could be a bit of a difference maker there for Mickey. He's almost at that in this top tier 2 tower. That's going to go down. Then maybe they'll go and kill the mid tier 2 tower. But with creeps continuing to push top, they'll probably stay here. Just put the creep wave in the base.
Vision is non-existent for Team Liquid. This relatively early gem pickup from Bobica, making things a lot more difficult for Team Liquid to play the map. Okay, in Silver Edge, you mentioned Konda, level 20 talent, 2 Moon Glaives fired on Lucent Beam. It's an insane amount of damage. And there it is, Bobica. He wanted to have his Sacred Relic, wanted to have that nullifier for the next fight, plus level 18. Might even get it.
Yeah, he's got level 18. He's 200 gold away from the Relic. He is so close to finishing this off. And
35-minute mark. XP rune.
He's also got one greater Healing Lotus if we see a later game, maybe a block of cheese. But that would need some time. And Monet just continuing to keep the creep wave and the push right on the base of Liquid. And they are farming up. They go to the Rolling Thunder. They've got themselves the Eclipse, the damage on the JT. They'll wipe out the Bristleback immediately, but the Pulverize comes through on Mickey. Now the Onslaught. Nothing to say. Starting to turn around with the 9-second BKB. Nisha onto the backlines. Looking over at X-Nova, who already dropped down this Static Storm. So there's not much left to his kit. They find themselves Monet. He does have himself the Aegis, so he'll have a second life in this. False Promise on a Mickey. He's standing his ground. Rocket Barrage not doing anything. The creeps are in. The Torrent misses. Nothing to say. And Monet starting to run.
That was such a good jump from Team Liquid. You see Luna with Silver Edge, you're like, oh, never mind. But then Nisha, perfectly timed, Rolling Thunder, gets the stun, gets another connection with the Rolling Thunder, and they burst him down from 100 to 0.
They're trying to catch up. They've got the Konda, so they know they have the damage, but the rebound, that will speed up Monet, and Liquid won't get their hands on this Gyro.
This is also the fight from Liquid, running into the enemy high ground obs. Okay, you can feel the damage coming out from him.
Yo, yeah. Yeah, you can. It's 7,000 there for him, 7,000 for the Gyro, but the biggest thing is that Bristle only had 322 damage.
Again, they saved the gem. This is the second time that they lose it. Nothing to say was quick enough to pick it up. Problem is, they have no vision. This gem is causing them problems. Okay. At least they have night vision from Luna. Monet still wants to use his Aegis.
Homie Missile hits Boxy. Hear that dunk. Now Boxy glimpse back, kinetic field. They don't have Eclipse, they don't have Rolling Thunder, the Ghost Ship, nothing to say, taking a lot of damage and dead. Gem on the ground again. They'll find themselves Mickey though, the False Promise just in time. Oh, saving Mickey just by the skin of his teeth. They get that kill into Insania. They look over at Boxy. Both supports dead. Gem now on Nisha. They finally lost it on IG. But Mickey, he needs to heal up. He has Eclipse if they want to go for a round 2.
Problem is he does not have BKB. Even if Oracle uses his buyback, there is no false promise. Such a clutch false promise coming from Insania. That's why he's the best Oracle player in the world. Do they want to push the high ground? X on Monet. Aegis in 15 seconds.
They could slow burn this. Maybe get him after that Aegis pops, but they just don't want to chase. Nisha here ahead of the creep wave, but JT won't have a way to stop that TP out. So 38 minutes into the game. Ninja gear for Mickey. Pick that up with a Trickster's Cloak for Marcy. And there's a big one, Mindbreaker for the Gyrocopter. Nisha is almost level 25, which is crazy to think that Nisha, he's level 25 almost.
And Luna 23.
And Nothing to Say is 18.
Yeah, there's also a big difference. Nisha has been living in most of these fights. He's been involved in 11 out of 13 kills, being in almost every single fight. Aghanim Scepter. X-Noah changed his mind, did pick up Force Staff to push people out of trouble, buy a little bit more time when they try to focus them down during the Eclipse. Good save against Kunkka's Torrent combo.
I didn't actually
oh,
realize
Mika's Courier
that.
got killed. That's Reaver, no Satanic for 3 minutes.
Disruptor's a higher level than the Primal Beast.
He's been dying a lot, Nothing to Say, playing a bit of a sacrificial game.
Which he can do. JT's level 24. Like, he's the guy who's the secondary carry on this team for sure. And he's almost level 25, almost has that Wind Waker too. So, no Twin Gate to top. They might find Nisha. They did. Static Storm. This is the one they need to kill. He's not level 25 yet. Now he won't be for a while because he is dead for a minute and a half.
Damage from Bobica. This hero gets pretty nuts. We've seen Jinkyu, what the hero can do, and now having Unleashed movement speed talent makes things a lot easier for him to jump the target. Picking up 2 dusts. They want to have vision. I also wouldn't mind seeing another gem. Maybe from X-Noah, but also Aghanim Scepter.
Break, Eclipse, the damage on Monet. He needs to run back. Bobica up into the air thanks to the Torrent Storm. The BKB is a little bit late from him. Insania gets the kill there, but they want to go and put their attention on Mickey because the false promise was on a 33. They hit the stun on Mickey. He goes into the Silver Edge. Just back into the base.
JT.
Oi, so close. JT.
He tried to snipe him.
He's going to be put into the throne, and look at the Quill Spray. Is it going to be enough? He'll churn his back.
Can he kill Mickey?
To the
buys Ghost Scepter on Mickey.
Woo! Forced to buy the Ghost Scepter and puts it in his backpack. JT getting a little bit too overzealous there as Insania's dead, but JT falls.
I mean, JT has to be the biggest troll in the scene. Like, what is this? I mean, it's a good play. If he managed to kill Mickey, that would be pretty big. Mickey doesn't have buyback. His Courier died with Reaver on it. But, yeah, check the damage numbers. 8,000 and 9,000 from Bristleback. So these are 2 real carries in this game.
He could have, I mean, if he had gotten the kill after the Ghost Scepter, that game, Mickey was dead. No buyback. That was it.
But the clutch play from Mickey. Bought the Ghost Scepter, stopped the Quill Spray damage from getting in. Roshan, 2 minutes. Team Liquid, they don't know. They're going to scout things out. Would be pretty clutch, but a bit unlucky.
Wow. No, just technically you did force him to buy a Ghost Scepter.
Spending some of the gold on it.
What did X-Nova buy that he... Oh, he got Force Staff, because he had that point booster and a lot of gold towards the Ags, and then he Force Staff brought him back.
Somebody needs to deal with the top lane. It's 35, 40 minutes in. Double catapult waves are approaching. Gonna be some good damage onto tier 3 towers.
Divine queued up, by the way, from Mickey. And he's not... I mean, he'd be way closer if he
You
didn't have to
sell
buy a
Power
Ghost
Threads,
Scepter.
You sell Ghost Scepter. So
He's holding it. I think he wants to keep it.
just in case something like that happens again, close to his fountain, if JT goes giga ham.
Yeah, you swap with no timer.
Yeah.
Go to the Ghost Scepter.
Level 25 now available on him, plus 20 Lunar Blessing damage. You get 82 damage on Luna. Just from that, everybody else gets 40. Heaven's Halberd's gonna be the big one, nothing to say. But it's not as effective as it was before, because you have this level 20 talent to Moonglaze fired on a Lucent Beam, so you can still deal damage. I would love to see some Aghanim Scepter, like some break mechanic against Luna, so there's no Moonglaze, there's no Lunar Blessing. Removing a lot of their damage in the fight.
17,000 net worth lead, but Liquid, we've seen what happens when Divine Rapiers get purchased. And maybe they have the same fortune.
Roshan in 10 seconds, amplify damage ready. In the top, Team Liquid not having much vision.
Switches to MKB. Roche. Aegis, Refresher Shard, and Roche's Banner, the most important of the three. And he does go to the Divine Rapier. Had MKB queued up, thought about it again.
I think it's time. You need to risk it a little bit. Loses his boots. He did sell that Ghost Scepter.
Oh, the clutch Ghost Scepter.
It's all about the damage. The one who's really struggling is 33. Now he has BKB available with the Ghost Scepter only. So needs to hit. No buyback on him. That Torrent Storm, it needs to connect.
IG. Rolling Thunder to start. The break is there. JT's dead. 100 seconds, no buyback. Look at the damage coming in at nothing to say. He has to run. He's dead too. Both of which do not have buyback. Liquid, with the Divine Rapier, have held with ease.
That's their way to come back into the game. 2 quick kills. This is the...
That was in seconds.
3rd or 4th time JT dies like that. He's in the front line, getting broken by Luna. Immediately dies. Another good connection from Nisha.
Never got that Wind Waker off.
No. It's time to go. Okay. Pushing onto the tier 2 now with the Illusion Rune. Long 60 seconds. No buyback on both of these heroes.
Mid-tier 2. Mickey looking to put the pressure on the tower with the rest of his team. There's a lot of time for IG. Without this Bristle, without the Primal Beast, but the glyphs are a problem, and see how much they can get out of this, because right now just the tier 2 isn't exactly a lot. But after a fight like that, you got to feel pretty confident if you're IG, or if you're Liquid, taking a fight so quickly. 15%, I wonder what was it before that? It was 97% IG to 3%.
Until that Divine Rapier purchase and 2 kills that they got.
Yeah.
They still have Aegis for almost full 3 minutes. And Monet also thinking about picking up Divine Rapier for himself. Needs that extra damage.
Divine Rapier purchased for the first time on Luna. I think Bobica should get the Divine. Jump in. Unleash.
He has Basher. They need more control against Luna. Disarm is available for Primal Beast. Xenia has one job. He needs to get this ulti on Mickey. So Mickey feels pretty safe. And with Satanic, Kanda, Divine Rapier, look at his damage. It's 800 with Critical Strike.
I would almost say be early with the False Promise.
Yeah, well, he used it last time pretty early on onto Mickey. No reason to risk it. This is also level 2 ulti, so 8.5 seconds, getting closer to that level 3 ulti, which is 10-second duration. Doesn't seem like G2IG is going to be able to get a lot from this Aegis. They still feel very timid after what happened in the previous one. Can't really blame them.
Yeah, they want this Ags on X-Nova. They want to make sure that they are able to shut them down on Liquid with the extra help from the Static Storm. Like you said, Monet wants a Divine Rapier, so they'll use this minute and a half. And most likely as well, the minutes in between Roche respawn to get the next items. So I'm not shocked we're seeing IG play timid, and I won't be shocked to see them stay back.
I think they're fine if they continue to farm up. We talked about scaling. You have Marcy, who's getting there, level 23 right now.
Level
Still
25.
grow pretty big.
Level 25, the 65 sidekick damage will be big for multiple people.
Yeah. Also, X-Nova, he's so close to his Aghanim Scepter, so that's going to be big if they can drop the big Static Storm, which means no Satanic, no BKB, none of these items working.
And he's kind of far from it, but 25, the extra 200 Static Storm radius makes that huge.
XP rune in 40 seconds, so maybe he can pick up one, deep it to his side. We can see the trolls chilling.
Just doing their thing.
Good looking fellas.
Waiting in the night. There's 13 seconds left on this Aegis, and they've got the Ags on Disruptor. Nisha going into a Disperser and a Wind Waker. Bowica just farming away, and Roche 3 minutes away plus whatever is there. So this could be potentially 5 minutes out. And that would be buybacks available for everybody. Most likely when the Roche is up.
Yeah.
And the next items coming through for these teams, such as that Divine Rapier that Monet was looking for, as well as Pango going for the Disperser and the Wind Waker, but he wants Ag's Blessing first.
Meke has Refresher on his career and just got delivered, so double BKB, double Satanic. That's going to be a big one. They also didn't lose too much. Tier 3 towers are low HP. They did lose mid-set of barracks, but overall, still in a good spot. This 14,000 net worth lead doesn't mean that much at this stage of the game.
It really doesn't mean anything. It feels like the number doesn't quite matter. In the previous fights, IG had been able to wipe out both supports before they were able to do much, but now it's kind of come together for Liquid with their items, with the game plan, knowing that late in this game, this Luna is going to be a problem. And I think the Divine Rapier is just the right purchase.
They're pushing out the top wave. X-Mark. Boots of Travel on Nisha. TP's in. They might try to set up a trap next time. Needs to be JT with his Wind Waker. Stop him from pulling back Nisha. And I love what I see from Insania. He's been chilling inside the base, holding the Philosopher's Stone, going into Refresher. So double ulti, potentially 20 seconds of Fault Promise on your Luna.
And Boxy going into E-Blade. I like that as well.
Gonna be another save. Most of the damage is physical.
So Roche a minute away, 5-man smoke here from Liquid. And 5,200 gold saved up here for Monet.
Monet's not moving. He's having some troubles moving across the map. Does have Swift Blink.
Yeah, he sold his
boots. But doesn't have boots, yeah. 8 the Aghanim Scepter as well. Mindbreaker as a neutral item. Feels good, but sometimes prepping for the super late game, you would want to pick up a Ninja Gear just so you have that extra smoke, extra 20 movement speed. Roshan can spawn in 25.
33 with the Rattle Cage. He still has this trusty shovel. And every time I talk about it, he gets a bounty rune.
It scales. Like, you're getting more gold from bounty runes. He just got 600 gold for his team.
Hell yeah. That's great. That feels really good. Top lane pushing in, nothing to say. Finally level 25. He's getting a lot more experience these days than the Disruptor, who's 24. So 1 level away from having that extra radius. And For the side of IG, they wait for Roche, which is a bit of a long one, a minute still. And if this Aegis doesn't do it, we're going 60 plus. And we've done a lot of those. We've seen a lot of teams struggle to take the high ground with the Aegis even. So I wouldn't be surprised if
this
does happen to go that way.
60-minute game for sure. They're going to wait it out, try to get some more items, pick up some refreshers. There's one refresher being delivered on Nothing to Say. Bobica also getting closer to his level 25. Both supports from G2XIG.
So they set up bottom. 30 seconds left on Roche to respawn. Last fight we saw down here on Roche, Bobica got killed very quickly with the Eclipse that was in. He was trying to unleash the damage. They really haven't allowed Bobica to output too much damage, which has shut down his farm. But given the opportunity, he could take out the supports very quickly if he finds maybe a good rebound out of the backlines with a BKB.
Definitely, these heroes will evaporate as soon as Bobica locks onto them. They also have boat protection, Ghost Ship for Luna, reduced damage from Moonglaze. Doesn't seem like they want to take this fight. They're setting up some vision, but seems like they are gonna wait it out. I want to see some Hexes, I want to see some Wind Wakers to be able to deal with this Luna, because most of the, if Luna's gone, like their damage output is just not there.
Bobica just giving X-Nova the Roche's banner by force. And he'll throw that probably mid. We'll see when he does throw it. Might throw it in the chaos of a fight. We'll see. Yeah, you're taking up the slot for his Windlace right now. I believe
Refresher
Bobica's holding the Refresher Shard.
Speaking of Refresher, Insania does have his available, so False Promise. Double, 20 seconds. Mickey, where he cannot be killed. And also synergizes nicely, of course, with Satanic. Mickey has double BKB, double Satanic with his Refresher.
Gyro, only 700 surplus of his buyback, so he's holding his Courier at the secret shop with a locked Sacred Relic. He's looking to farm up the full Divine Rapier and buyback. Maybe going in without the Divine Rapier. If he loses the Aegis, has to die twice, buys back, has the Divine in the base. Can hold that way.
Buybacks are getting much more expensive. 3.5k for Monet at the moment.
So that surplus has to get all the way up to 2,200. So another 1,000 gold needed for the Gyrocopter to get that. AC, I think that was being built there by Bristle. He's got 8,000 gold. What's his buyback at? 2,800. So not as high. But he is level 27. Haven't talked about his extra Warpath damage per stack. Marcy finally hitting that 25, so they have that plus 65 sidekick damage.
Big damage increase for himself and for Gyrocopter.
They'd really love to have this Oracle at level 20.
If they could get the jump on Oracle somehow, if their vision is not that great. There is no Shiva's Guard, nothing to, like, no Zeus or anything. And there's the XP rune. Give it to X-Nova so he can get to his. Never mind. Okay, he's the one who got it, so all good. Level 25, Static Storm. Radius gets pretty massive.
I assume there's no question on that or Glimpse every 6 seconds.
Okay, he goes for Glimpse, actually.
And, okay, I was hungry anyway. I'll eat my words real quick. So Glimpse every 6 seconds.
Time to build Octarine. Lower the cooldown of it. Makes things a lot more easier in the fights. Let's say Mickey is trying to get out. You get pulled in. You put that Thunderstrike on top of him.
Misha.
Uh-oh.
Where'd he go? Trying to find him. Goes toward the Lotus pool and will bounce back. That could have been dangerous. And he TP's away.
What if Nothing to Say used Refresher for a second Blink and second Onslaught?
I would have respected it if they got the kill.
57 minutes in, getting closer to those tier 5 neutral items. What do we want to see? Giant's Ring for Bristle and Primal Beast?
I want to see Seeds of Serenity. No, I want to see... Yeah, Giant's Ring is usually fun. Gyro... Pirate Hat? Apex?
Apex, and also, if they want to play the slow game, maybe some Book of the Shadows type of a style. Stygian Deso.
Ooh. So Divine Rapier being helped by Monet. He won't be without it. Looking towards the high ground. That call down gonna blow up the spot of 33. But look at this, Monet's dead. He dies immediately.
Divine Rapier.
He's got the Divine. He's putting the Butterfly back into his equipment, but Monet pops the BKB. They've got the Static Storm. The False Promise is through. Nisha's still rolling. The Pulverize onto this Luna. They're trying to get the damage out. But look at the damage onto this Dire side. They're down to about half health. Monet's getting low. He needs to survive. He's so low. 4 staff down to the back lines, and he is able to survive it just barely. But they killed off Mickey. They got Nisha. They'll look at JT, and they'll take out a sec.
He was the one holding the Divine Rapier, so they're going to get that one back. 2 big buybacks.
Woo, that was close.
And Monet, I want to see the damage numbers, because this felt like Monet definitely exploded. What was that? 10,000 plus, almost?
He almost exploded in more ways than one.
Let's see if they want to push. I think it might be time, even though there's still 1 minute left until tier 5 neutral items. Try to get those buybacks out. McKay is going to smoke himself. Ninja Gear chasing. Aghanim Scepter finished. So that's going to be Eclipse.
Nothing to say was pushing the top lane. He'll TP out. Liquid have to be very careful about how they approach this, and Monet wants to hold buyback and potentially buy a second Divine Rapier. But we're looking at tier 5s here. You know, when you guaranteed it earlier, I thought you jinxed it.
Oh, we're definitely going. We had so many long games at PGL Wallachia. Bristleback thinking about picking up Abyssal Blade. Can eat his Aghanim Scepter, can sell his Arcane Boots, maybe even sell Eternal Shroud. Arcanist Armor could be a really good pickup on
Shadowblade.
On Bristleback or Primal Beast. Who got Shadowblade?
Disruptor.
I don't mind it.
Instead of Refresher? JT's gem? Where was that? Where did that courier die?
There was gem inside the base.
Yeah, and JT's courier tried to get it, but Nisha now he got that.
That's the
gem
issue.
held by Oracle.
Not having enough vision. Gem, like, it really depends. If the fight is happening on like 2 different spots, you're not gonna see some of these heroes. And there it is, Mirror
Shield for Mickey.
That's a good protection against Primal Beast jumping in.
Both gems, by the way, on the side of Liquid are bought by.
Pulverize is almost 4-second duration with his level 25 talent. He did control Mickey.
Seer
With
Stone.
Refresher, that's almost 8 seconds, 7.5.
Seer Stone there for Boxy. Choices being made for 33 and Nisha, as well as JT and Monet. There's the Pirate's hat. Yar.
Also, maybe the reason why he didn't go for the Static Storm AoE is Boxy's Shard. This has always been a good counter ever since it was introduced to Dota, where you can throw people out of the Static Storm.
But you could also hit Boxy with the extra radius.
True. I love the way you think.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
You were talking about reading and books. Well, it's Book of Shadows for both 33 and Nisha. So they're studying to try and survive in this fight.
Are there any Book of Shadows?
There's 2 Books of Shadows. You're thinking of Book of the Dead, right?
I don't know, I'm thinking Book of the Shadow for IG maybe coming out. Bristle thinking about his item choice.
Giant's Ring for Bobica. That is a huge Marcy. Another gem purchased by Bobica. So all 3 gems in this game were purchased by IG. As one of them sits sadly in the Liquid base. Bristleback getting close to that level 29. We'll have the other side, the extra 25 health regen. If he gets to that level 30, the spell lifesteal might come in a big play. But level 30 for Gyro, not the most effective 30 when you've got flat cannon cooldown, global range, and call down.
It's not the greatest. These Book of the Shadows could cause some problems for G2IG.
Yeah.
Untargetable, silence muted, disarmed for 4 seconds.
RC going Boots of Travel. I was wondering if maybe there'd be something different. And I say going for Boots of Travel, but bought Boots of Travel. Going for bots too. So we'll see how that goes as things still quiet with Roche up in 30.
We might see Insania dropping down 3 false promises. It's down to 40 seconds with his level 20 talent and having a refresher. Pirate Hat, time to dig.
X-Nova. He's nearby, but... Did they not pick up that Wisdom Rune while taking the Tormentor?
Somebody's gonna pick it up. 33. Book of the Shadows.
Okay. Was a little worried that X-Nova might get it. So he's level 27. He gets the other side of the level 10. Ghost Ship Fleet for 33 as he finally hits 25. So then it's 6 boats.
He did not have an item for a really long time. Now refresher pinged out. Nobody wants to pick it up. It's going to be Boboka in the end. This is going to be one of those never-ending games, isn't it?
Potentially, yeah. Could be 70-minute game. So we'll see if Liquid can hold. Like I said, Divine Rapier kind of has that allure to it, and it helped IG win game 1, but they've got one of their own, so clashing allure. And an Aegis on to Monet. He smoked up, and Monet...
Boboka has 2 refresher shards.
Unleash, unleash, unleash.
There it is.
Global call down. Monet's going to jump in. They've got the Ghost Ship Fleet coming in. The Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria, all thrown over onto this Gyro. They'll take out the Aegis. They've got the Pulverize, the False Promise out of the Luna. They're trying to get the kill here to take out Mickey for the fight. Another Pulverize with the BKBs being popped around the horn from the side of IG. They look over at 33 as well as Mickey. The False Promise isn't going to keep him alive with the damage coming up. He's trying to get the kill, nothing to say. They'll take him out. Now he finally comes alive. Half health, Mickey full health. JT, Wind Waker has to leave 33 with a little bit of health. But now, the right clicks, the flat cannon, Monet will take the life of this Kunkka, who needs to come back alive with the buyback.
And that's Mega
And that will be nothing to say who does so.
Nothing to say. Boboka, flag, Barra creep. These are Gaimin's creeps coming in right now. Banner has been planted.
Tier 4 is going down. Tidal Wave to try and pull in Boboka. He's still alive here. This banner is in their base. Oh, they look over at Monet. Needs to be careful. He's in pretty deep. They get the kill on Monet. It's going to be the Divine Rapier on the deck. Nobody's picked it up yet. The throne's going to be exposed. JT with the BKB. He's going to try and get the throne.
Glyph ready.
Trying to get the 2-0 here. They are going to Glyph. Mickey with the damage. He's got the mute as its Book of Shadows popped here by JT.
All in heroes.
Mickey trying to keep these creeps out of the base, off the throne.
Wait until BKBs are up. Blink in and finish the throne. These are mega creeps coming in. Where's the banner? I saw Boboka did place.
The banner's in the base.
Look at Boboka. Boboka's positioning. He's going to go for the throne.
He's going to go with BKB and go for the throne. He's hiding within the trees. The Giants Ring is trying to keep him in the trees, out of the eyes of the side of Liquid. They've got the Rolling Thunder. They've stunned him up once. BKB in 8 seconds. Maybe he could go for it. He's got Unleash available. He just needs to survive.
So much work.
He's also got Abyssal Blade ready to go in the Nullifier. Hit one more time by Nisha. They'll pop the BKB. They'll go for the throne. It's going to be G2O over Liquid and knocking them out of the event with a hard-fought BO3
what a
where they
long
take
game.
it 2-0.
Boboka was used as a bait in the end to try to, bait
take the attention.
Yeah, pretty much.
They saw what he wanted to do.
The attention on top of him, and then Monet. I really love that he risked it, especially he did have Aegis. Blinks in, goes for the tier 3 tower, goes for the barracks. They secure the mega creeps, they plant the banner, and they go in, force a glyph, and finish off the game.
So G2 IG, they take the 2-0. We're going to throw it back to the panel to hear their thoughts. Take it away.
Thank you very much, B-Cup and Lacoste. And this was a quite a nail-biter of an ending. I know G2IG was very far ahead for a long portion of that game, but somehow these late-game fights, Kezu, they keep delivering.
Honestly, G2IG, they know how to present some good Dota games. Yeah. They did it against Aurora. They're doing it again here. There was a lot of back and forth. I'm not going to lie. I feel like Liquid had a very hard game ahead of themselves, even from like the mid-game. They did a very good job at like kind of even pulling this game back. But I feel like G2IG, their draft is good. And once more, they show us like they know how to execute what they want to do. Like Boboka on this Marcy, like their supports are also on point. Like it's not just always the cores and what they're doing, but Marcy, Disruptor, they played so well. Also, their itemization is good, and we all know how well these two heroes can scale throughout the game.
Yeah, and that scaling was so disruptive for Liquid the entire game. You could see that Liquid just couldn't muscle up against what the aggression was from G2IG, but Boca on his Marcy was just such a thorn in their side, and maybe also kind of the start of why the game got a little bit good for Liquid when they went for this mid push at the tier 3. Boboka jumped in, got hit by a torrent, to then not get the BKB off. Luna lived on 1 HP. JT then moments later was diving the fountain. Like there were some real quirky things happening from G2IG, but for Liquid, I will say fair play to Mike in this game. He needs to be the carry that does not look at his team. He needs to focus on himself. He was top net worth most of the game. And he was like, okay, don't do anything, just buy Manta. Okay, don't do anything, get my BKB. All right, now I need my Silver Edge. Now I can pressure the Bristleback. Then he gets Kanda. Then he gets the Rapier. Like, he did everything in his power to try and be the carry that he had to be. But yeah, unfortunately for that, G2IG just showed how strong this draft was. We thought this draft was incredible, and even with the failure points that they had within it, it still scaled so perfectly.
Yeah, we assumed that Liquid was going to be behind from the get-go purely due to their draft, and it was the case, but the fact that they made it 66 minutes into this game, Kezu, it does show that they had something going for them as well.
I mean, they're obviously a top-tier team, right? They can clutch it out. They know what they have to do. As T is saying, like, look at Mickey's scoreline, 10-7 in this game. We highlighted how hard of a game it was going to be. Then they're also like down 10K, 15K gold. I think 3-3 had a very hard game on the Kunkka. I was expecting maybe a bit more from him. I would say Mickey needed perhaps one more player to have like a standout performance like he did. Because yeah, I think it's nearly impossible for him to carry this game. And he got fairly close to like kind of touching or getting close towards the win.
I mean, you could feel Liquid in the early to mid game. They felt the pressure of the draft on them, right? Because around that Roshan pit, 33 dies. They like smoke through the top side. They position really nicely. G2IG finds the Kunkka, kills them off. He buybacks, joins the fight to take the Aegis. So it's like all these motions. Yes, it delays the grouping from G2IG, but it completely killed 33's game. Like he was entertaining like Ghost Scepter as like his third item. Like it was just one of those. Luna has to do everything because they made so many forced high pressure moves, and again G2IG this draft it's just filthy. Like this is what Xtreme does to be up in top 3 right now.
Yeah, one of the players that was really good at pressuring Team Liquid was of course JT on his Bristleback, and it's Tsunami who has a chance to talk to JT right now.
Thank you very much, and I'm talking to a J2 who's actually a little bit spent, and I don't blame you because those were 2 long and intense games. After a series like that, normally you're very upbeat, happy-go-lucky, but right now you seem that was an intense series for you.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of tired, but we play such a long game. It's for the viewer, Viewers should enjoy the games, like watch us play Dota,
You're a showman. You're entertaining the people right now.
Yeah. I mean, if I don't die, the game should be like close up earlier, but I decided to like maybe make the game longer.
So you're referring to your fountain dive in game number 2, right? The people were like, this game is a little too easy for G2IG. What if JT did something crazy and you're like, don't worry guys, I got you. I'm gonna go dive the fountain. Is that what was going through your mind?
I mean, but the Luna has bought the Ghost Scepter. If he did not buy Ghost Scepter or he doesn't have gold, I think he could die there. Yeah. This is my plan. I mean, yeah, he reacted to my plan. I mean, he read my plan, so my plan.
The logic was sound. I see where you're coming from. It wasn't just pure, showboating on Liquid or anything like that. It made sense. But then whenever you're in these late game situations, do you enjoy the intensity of how frantic and random it is? Or do you prefer more organized Dota?
I mean, I'm okay, but 4 of my teammates maybe they doesn't like it, I think.
So then who takes point then? Are you the one telling them like, guys, I've been in this situation 1,000,000 times before, relax. I know exactly what's happening.
I mean, I never tell this kind of thing. I mean, this kind of thing is like kind of stupid, you know? Like, it's like kind of like a troll, but I mean, I like to do it, but I mean, it's not good anyway. Like, yeah.
It doesn't matter. Like you said, it's for the viewers. The people appreciate it. JT, you've got another series, so I'll let you take some time off and study for Team Spirit, which will be coming up next. And we'll send it back to the panel.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tsunami, and of course JT. And, you know, asking JT if he prefers the more organized Dota, I think, T, we all know the answer to that one.
I mean, you already know what I was going to say.
Look at this guy.
I mean, he's just so happy. And like, every time, no matter what team he's on, it's always like, I like making my plays. My teammates might not. But
it was a good play.
Yeah.
Forcing out the purchase of the...
The logic is sound. Like, going up to the high ground, like, with the Bloodstone, plus being able to turn your back, use that to get additional kills. Like, it makes sense. We've all been in the pubs where the Bristle does it and farms you for a long time.
Yeah.
Like,
We all die.
We've seen it. But Mickey very quickly buying the Ghost, it was, yeah, it happens.
And that's what the good Dota players will do. You know, they make these plays where they vibe check you. You succeed, you kind of live, you have to buy goals.
He respected him after, right?
Yeah,
Like
you fail, you know, fair play to you. You reacted nicely, you get to live.
He didn't dive again.
That's true. That's true. But maybe he'll try again next time.
Against
you know, gambling if they have the money to buy the Ghost Scepter or not. No, G2IG, they, of course, as said, they will play again today because they move forward in our lower bracket. And that also means that Team Liquid has reached the end of the road. And to hear some final words, we're heading over to Banks, who's standing by with Boxy.
Thank you, Shiva. That's right. I do have Boxy here with me, and we were just talking about the game, and I want to touch on that game too. You yourself said, okay, there was a chance where you made it easier for yourselves, but you weren't able to capitalize on it. So what do you feel went wrong?
I mean, I think the game was pretty tough for some time, like 20, 30 minutes, and then I think the game was pretty good. And then I guess what went wrong is we played the team fights a bit poorly when we like pushed high ground. Didn't manage to save my Monkey King. I think we did like some fight in the end when the Weaver had a surprise rapier and he killed our Pango. And I think probably we could have like roared him or something if we coordinated more nicely. So probably just bad team fighting, I think. Otherwise, it was like pretty nicely played because the game was a bit tough and we kind of made it, I think.
And overall, for your performance here, right, we look at Birmingham, we look now coming to this land, we're playing Wallachia out of the top 6. How do you view that for you guys? It's not good enough? Where do you think you're missing some pieces at the moment? Where do you feel you are overall as a team?
I think we've been better. There's some lacking individual performances from 5 players in the team, maybe. And I think we have like some good stuff, some stuff that we know we're bad at right now that we need to improve on. Probably in Birmingham, you know, we were worse at other things and better at other things, and then every tournament you play it like shifts. So now we will work on these things which will go unnamed, and we'll hopefully keep all our other skills intact.
Okay, so you're not going to tell me the bit that's unnamed, right? But tell me this, how do you try and keep all those skills intact? How do you make sure something else doesn't drop off while trying to improve on the rest?
Yeah, good question. I think you need to just play a lot and probably play with the intent of getting better and like learning and not just grinding mindlessly. Probably we need to, like you need to kind of focus on learning like one thing, maybe one specific day, or like we need to practice this, need to get better at this, and just build it like step by step, I think.
Step by step is certainly positive. And you do have Dream League coming up next for you guys. Obviously, another tough test, some different teams coming in there as well. Is there enough time to get ready, or will it be a slow grind for you guys?
No, I mean, I think this tournament is like a good, I wouldn't say warm-up, but it leads into the Dream League nicely. And we're pretty warmed up right now. You know, we were not so happy with how yesterday and today went, but in comparison to where we were like a few weeks ago or a month ago, I think it's much better. I think it's fun to play a lot of different teams from different regions. I think it's nice to play the Chinese teams. They play very different from, I guess, European teams. So yeah, it will be fun. New teams in Dream League as well.
There we go. Well, focus on the positive, focus on the fun. Shiva in the panel, we'll go back to you.
Thank you very much, Boxy and Banks, of course. Yeah, it is the grind. You got to continue improving every time. Focus on the little things, and eventually, you know, hold all the little things together so you can bust them all out at the same time and be in your top tier form. Now, Liquid had some good moments in the game that we just witnessed, and Kezu would like to tell us more about us.
Yes, everyone It is time.
It is time.
Once more for the drawing station. So, of course, Liquid sadly lost the game, but there's always good things that you can look at from these games to also learn. And what the best teams need to be able to do is to clutch out games. It's the 44th minute mark. They're down 19,000 gold. But what we want to focus on here is just Mickey, who played an incredible game on the Luna, and this Divine Rapier. And what I just want to highlight in this fight is when you're far behind, you need to really understand and figure out how it is potentially possible to take the next team fight. So what I just want to show here is this high ground defense by Team Liquid. I'm going to slow it down because they can all already tell that G2IG, right, they're going to come here, they're going to try to push. They're going to go up to the high ground. But the faster that you attack them here, the more ready that you are, where Mickey is already going in with the Silver Edge to break the Bristleback. Pango, Nisha is going in to make sure that he's going to be stun locked, minus armor as well. You have 3-3 who's going to drop all of his spells as well, just to make sure that you get this Bristleback before they're even ready. G2IG are not ready for this play. Insania also, during this fight, he uses his ulti to cleanse Mickey as soon as possible from all the spells on him so that he breaks free, he gets to kill the Bristleback, and suddenly they turn this 20k deficit into 14k, but now the heroes are still dead for 70, 90 seconds. So you can take the map back, you know, lower the lead a little bit. The only problem for Team Liquid was they needed 1 or maybe 2 more plays like this in order to come back. So sadly, it didn't work out. But this is what top teams do in order to come back. Back to the panel.
Thank you very much. Kazu, anything to add to that, T?
Yeah, it feels like also what Kazu's kind of alluding to is the high ground isn't just about the steps that you start. Like when you get to the kind of the point below, that is where it begins. Like the fact that Bristle is by himself in proximity of the vision of high ground, and then the team are around him, like nowhere ready. It's like you have to respect that high ground isn't just as simple as walk up the steps and hit that tower. It starts from the position in which they can see you. And clearly G2IG did not respect that with their lead. So high ground, like I'm saying, it isn't just the inside parts of the base. It's everything around it.
Well, this series definitely has given G2IG something to do during our next series, but I wouldn't mind, I wouldn't blame them if they take this time to just sit back and watch our upcoming game as well, because of course G2IG, we will see them again later today up against Spirit. They're both secured top 4, which for G2IG is the best result that they've had with this name, so congratulations to them. But can they go further? Can they go top 3? It's either them or Spirit. We'll see later today, but first, it's time to decide one of our grand finalists, because we are going to get ready for our upper bracket finals. Xtreme Gaming versus Falcons coming your way after a break.
I'm never chasing a sound. I'm trying to chase an emotion. And it happens to be with sound. You know, when a chef cooks for you, he's trying to do it with obviously presentation and taste and all that. For me, it's really capturing an emotion with sound. And when you do it with the right equipment, then something special happens. We here at Verse, we want to be the best at everything. We have the best monitors, we have the best drum kits, the best amps, and naturally we had to have the best mics. And I remember walking around and thinking, man, I like this song. I wonder what it is, because I curate the playlist and I didn't remember putting the song on, right? And I look over and it's a band playing. I'm like, oh my God, it sounds like a record. And I go up to Steve and I'm like, man, that sounds so good. And I noticed that he was using Earthworks and I was like, oh, okay. Hearing those drums was incredible. I had never heard it in here.
There's a spiritual thing that happens when you get a whole bunch of human beings together in one room. And the artist is using that energy, and that energy helps to inspire them to keep going. One of the first things I notice about these microphones is they're solid, they're rock solid. You can tell they're just high quality when you pick them up. And so then you plug them in and you throw up the channel and it's like, oh my God. Because the articulation is so consistent across the entire frequency range, it doesn't have to be loud to be in the mix. I have so much confidence in what I'm getting is accurate and what's happening is accurate. I don't have to use any of the RAM in my head up on, oh, do I have to compensate for this or compensate for that? No, I can put that energy to creativity.
When Earthworks talk about a fast microphone, they're alluding to the capsule in the microphone moving really fast. How fast it reacts is going to determine just how accurate it is, how fast that capsule can move in response to the signal that it's presented with. So the faster the better. You know, the quality these microphones are putting out is something that, you know, needs to be heard. it's really great.
Once you use these, you just simply can't go back to anything else.
My name is Manny Mariquin.
My name is Steve McGuire.
My name is Kevin Madigan.
And I'm here to talk about Earthworks.
Emojis and Dota, we're finding out what it means to some of our players here. And we've got Gaimin Gladiators, Tofu with me. Are you an emoji user, my friend?
Somewhat. I do believe them to be funny overall in chats. I always add like a little smiley, not necessarily emoji.
Okay.
Like not that zoomer. But I think like it's important that people get a good feeling in a way, that you know, I don't know, that you give them a vibe of like, everything's good.
Okay, so you're focused on a positive. You said you're not much of a zoomer. I'm a complete boomer with it. So these are the emojis of choice. We'll see what you think. We're starting with the first one, and it's a trophy.
I mean, it could be many things, just as in championships, competition, like kind of the reason why most of us as pros like want to play prestigiously. It could also be TI.
Okay.
Or for teams that had good runs, as we had a lot of those Golden Cups last year, but we fell down a deep, dark cliff this season. But I hope that we will come back and eventually get back to that bad boy there.
Okay, our next one. Maybe there's a player that's angry. Maybe there's a team that makes you angry.
Angry face. No, first thing I thought is Batters. That's Seb from OG. That was actually his original nickname before.
Yes, I was learning that. Someone said that before as well. Okay. I can agree with that one as well. So you have the mad betters at the same time as we do.
There's some, I don't know, old chat became a bit more of a thing where I don't really respect that. People, some think like school is drama, like makes the games more interesting and all. But personally, I think it's out of place. Like you should just play, but everyone's free to do whatever. So I don't judge or care what people do, but if you all chat me and you lose, you're gonna look bad.
That's what it's about. All right, the next one, strong bicep.
I can't really draw a conclusion from that. Actually, I was in the gym earlier, and I saw GH there, and he is actually looking somewhat buffed compared to all other Dota players. When we compare that to CS, where CS was like, I don't know, it's like normal part of their routine. And I'm kind of happy to see him grinding again. He used to be like one of the greats. He's still like a big name out there. He's been grinding a lot. I met him a lot in pubs, and he's just like overall really nice person, and he gets to stand in here. Like he hasn't competed in a while, and it's good to see him.
And also grinding in the gym that we just learned from you. That's good. That's good. Okay, this one. This is a clown face.
The last person I could think of with the clown face is Amar, because in the last tournament, like he kind of made it up himself, because they lost to XG, I think, in the grand finals, and that was also a back and forth, all chat tipping people.
Okay.
And then he called himself out for that.
Okay, the next one's a baby face.
Maybe Satanic, if I think about player. It's like very high rank. I think he's like maybe 16 now.
Okay.
Like there's young and upcoming talented players. It's just kind of hard to break into the scene, even though I feel like nowadays high rank like gives even more worth than like previously, but you kind of need to get a shot. But most teams, they kind of establish so best you can get as a stand-in, which isn't really reliable though.
Of course.
I don't know, there's a lot of luck involved to actually break into the scene.
Here we have a cool face with sunglasses.
I'll give it to Skeeter.
Yeah?
From Falcons, they won a lot of tournaments. They had a good run overall, but he like has this happy, cheerful, confident vibe in a way. I give him that one.
On the media day, I got to my first interview with him. He was very chill, very cool. So I can agree with that.
You can resemble with that?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I like it. Tofu, thank you very much for your time. That was very eye-opening for me.
Thank you.
Welcome back to PGL Wallachia. It is the middle of our day, and as the day normally does, it is a swap over with our panel. And I've got Fear and Lizard joining me yet again. Sorry, I kind of just lost my train of thought halfway through.
It's okay. It's
second half of the day.
Yeah.
We're doing a next series.
Yeah, all those general things.
Yeah.
Actually, you stood in doing a little bit of hosting for a minute.
Yeah, for
yesterday?
literally 30 seconds.
Yeah, do you want to keep doing it?
Oh yeah, well, welcome to the second half of the day, everyone. We've got an exciting match coming ahead. Xtreme Gaming against Falcons.
Falcons, yes.
I was so tempted to say Falclowns, but just by reading some post-game chat.
Yeah, I was going to say, we were like also looking at the pre-game lobby, and there's a little bit of banter going on between Jinkyu and Amar as well. But before we do get into this series specifically, let's have a very quick recap of how the first half of our day looked. It was Spirit up against Boom, which was a pretty quick and clean 2-0 for them, unfortunately ending Boom's run here at PGL Wallachia. Same thing for Liquid. They won't be continuing as G2IG was able to get the 2-0 over them. However, that series was not as clean cut. It felt either game could at any point swing to either G2 or Liquid.
Yeah. Before we go into the Liquid G2IG, I just have to praise Boom because I feel that they've improved quite a lot in the last couple of months. Even in this tournament, they looked better and better as they were playing, and I just love the attitude that they're bringing. I love that they're hardworking. I think there's a lot of potential within that squad. I hope that they stick together, and the drafts for me, like when they were playing versus Spirit, honestly, I thought in game one at least that they had them. In the draft, they had them out-drafted. However, Spirit, they're just try-harding so hard that it didn't even matter.
Tryhards.
Yeah, these goddamn tryhards.
It's like they want to win. It's like they're competitive or something.
Who does that, right?
Crazy. I mean, both the teams that we will be seeing, Xtreme Gaming and Falcons, they're both pretty competitive. They faced off before already this year, not in this tournament yet, and they're going to be our upper bracket finals. So winning this best of 3 would guarantee them either first or second. So top 2 is guaranteed for them if they win it. Right now, they're only guaranteed top 3. It's going to be a hard-fought battle because the last time they came up against each other, there was a little bit of old chat. There was a bit of banter and some memes that did stem from it, Via.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part that whenever you play versus Falcons, you got to expect that. And that is what it is when you play against them, right?
But the lobby chat, by the way, is very friendly. Like it's banter, but it's friendly banter. Last time
it was actually Malrine catching strays in that pre-lobby. By the way, the TLDR was Jinkyu said that 9 was better than Malrine in mid, and then Amar said any mid player is better than Malrine. So the poor man catching strays, not even here at this tournament.
Yeah. It is kind of hard to agree with that. Of course, there's a little bit of tongue-in-cheek because Malrine has been amazing and is considered, like, if not the best, maybe second best player on Falcons at the moment. But yeah, Jinkyu as well saying that he should join Falcons and play mid a little bit.
He did ask, and Skidder said, all right, let's do it.
There you go, new squads forming left, right, and center.
Well, they're still in this tournament as well while they're just about to go up against each other. Something that comes to mind, Fear, is yesterday when we talked to Aoi, he discussed that having 9 as the stand-in, the most difficult part was learning how to draft with them back in the roster. Whilst they'd been on that Tundra roster before together, and he knew 9 pretty intricately with what heroes he likes to play, it's still very different with the supporting cast around and with these 2 side lanes and also this meta of where 9 exactly slots in.
Definitely, but it's still in a way, like, since they have so much history, it's like sliding back into some shoes that you're comfortable with. It'll just take a little bit more time to get used to it, but he knows his hero pool. He knows, like, his mannerisms and how he likes to play and what he'll probably do well with. So at least that history there instead of just having a brand new player from a different team that he's never ever played with before. So that's definitely a big advantage. But of course, when you are a team that has won multiple lands, just this patch alone, it's kind of hard to replace that one player at any given time, but they've been doing well. It hasn't been clean, but they have been winning almost every single time. Where on their side, we got Xtreme Gaming. This team is an anomaly for me. It's like either they're so damn good and they just win, or it's like, oh,
all right, I guess they lost. You know, it's just Xtreme playing bad again, or they just win everything, and they have not lost a single game yet.
Exactly, right? Like every single series in Elite League so far, they have won. So every single one went 2-0 for them. Before that as well in Birmingham, okay, they had a couple of hiccups, but they've improved quite a lot. And I feel like that's the story of this team in the last month. In Elite League as well, they didn't start, well, they played the upper bracket finals versus Falcons there too.
Which they did lose.
They did lose, exactly. They dropped in the lower bracket, but they improved, and they came back even stronger in the grand finals. And from that point onwards, I feel like the trajectory has only been upwards for them.
They have only played in 5 tournaments this year, and they've hit top 3 in 3 out of those 5. So there are those ones where you're talking about fear. It's just like you expect them to come in. On the back of Elite League, we expected them to do well in Birmingham. They placed 7th and 8th there. And then coming into here, we're like, okay, we're probably expecting a similar result as what we saw in Birmingham, because there wasn't much time that had elapsed between that tournament and PGL Wallachia. But it's a big difference. Already guaranteed top 3. So back up there in the form that we expected from them.
Yeah, and I think just everyone looks at these players like Ame, Xinkyu. You expect them to be, you know, grand finals almost every single game. They've got a lot of pedigree on this team. And whether or not they get there really depends on just the week, I guess, for them. Because sometimes they're just on fire, and right now they're definitely on fire.
They are, Lizard talking about it before, they haven't lost a single game yet in this tournament, not a single one. Everything has gone 2-0 in their favor. We'll see if they're able to continue that trend for themselves as game number 1 draft on our screens. The bans that we are seeing, Disruptor is taken out. I was wondering why XG hadn't banned it, and that's because Falcons themselves banned it.
Yeah, when it comes to these bans, one thing that they let go through on the side of Xtreme Gaming, they always let it go through up to this point, was Razor and IO. I feel like this is probably one of the first times they've banned Razor even. So very interesting. Completely different here. Of course, you are playing versus ATF. You want to remove that hero, and we've seen yesterday or day before that Razor can actually be played finally by Skitter as well, and he also owns on.
Was let out of the Owie jail.
Exactly.
That's what I'm going to coin it. when you know you can play a hero, but it doesn't get drafted for you.
Now, just too many Razor players. What can you do? They're thinking pretty hard about this, but the one thing they did leave in the pool that a lot of teams have done and lost against, and then it was Team Spirit who banned it, is the Marcy. This has been like Jinkyu's favorite hero this tournament so far, and it just fits the way he plays just so perfectly. He is like, we'll call it greedy, right? He's like the greediest position 4 player in the sense he always wants his farm, and when he does get the items, he's not buying items for you. He's buying items for himself so he can carry the game. And he's proven that he can do it not only on Marcy. Whatever he plays, he'll make sure he gets some scaling, Yep. And it's still in the pool, but they're going to go for the Bane first.
I feel like one great thing about having a position 4 that does that is, like you saw that last game, it could have lasted forever, like Liquid versus G2IG.
Yep.
And on one side you have Oracle, of course he's doing some things. On the other side you have this Marcy on position 4, Baboka, and he's literally eventually going to become your 4th core. Like, not eventually, he already was, but his scaling is indefinite. That's what helps. Like, it's not indefinite for him, but for the team. They can grow even further and further as the game progresses, so you can wait for that minute 60 and wait out all these items. So in that sense, it's also nice. Of course, it has its downsides, and most of them come post-laning stage, where these heroes usually take a little bit of more space and take a little bit of more time to farm up and get their items.
Yeah, but it does mean, though, when you play against Xtreme, it feels incredibly bad to like lose a team fight, because if you lose to a team fight, you know they're farming, they're playing for the late game scale. That just feels terrible. When normally, like, oh, I lost a team fight, you know, their support got a double kill. Maybe they'll get like half a 4-staff off of this, but no, they're getting nullifiers, they're getting abyssal blades, like some crazy item on Jinkyu.
Basher, BKB, but yeah, like speaking of the heroes that they might pair up with the Bane, they have paired up a Grim before, and that's not really the same kind of a playstyle like it is with Marcy, with Muerta. They've played Muerta as well, which is another position 4 that they like to roll and play with. What is interesting to me is this game of chicken when it comes to IO. Like the hero is unbanned, unpicked, and I feel like both of these teams are happy to let it go through.
in terms of this whole draft, just not even touch it,
like
almost like a gentleman's agreement that, hey, we won't pick IO if you don't pick IO.
Look, Xtreme Gaming, they let it go through 4 times and they won they won versus everything.
Yeah.
But they won versus IO as well 4
Yeah,
times.
that's a bit of a tough one to say. They've been able to beat everything. They've got answers for it all right now.
Pretty much, yeah. And most recently, you kind of have to like look at the last played games. Sure, Falcons, they played the IO and they won, but then they realized Xtreme just played against Spirit. They gave IO 2 times and they beat it. Do they want to risk it? We'll have to see probably later in the draft, I think is what they're looking for in this one. But I think when you play versus DK, that Grimstroke doesn't sound too bad. And most of the times you want to make it a copy and have your own flying dragon that slows everyone. And that's a great target to do it for. So in that regard, he could scale in that way. But there's still the Marcy if he wants to go that route too.
They banned the Grimstroke.
They banned it themselves, and they're going to go for the Jin-Q signature hero, I'd say, of this tournament. He was the first person I saw playing it. It started becoming more popular. I know Baboka was playing it as well. And a lot of the Chinese teams really like this position for Marcy. Paired especially with like a ranged carry, then you have even more scaling. So yeah, this is something that you have to deal with in the draft, I think. You have to have some type of hero that is prepared to deal with a core Marcy. Even though you know this is not a core Marcy, you have to prepare for it.
It's going to build like it. It's going to scale like one.
There's another really cool thing here. Because you second picked the Marcy, IO is still left in the pool. And like Fierce said, this Marcy is 99.9% your position 4. But can you risk it? Can you go and let the IO go through now? Then, I mean, maybe need to snatch it here or just play against IO Marcy eventually. Probably not going to happen. They haven't played IO, but...
Yeah. I'm got a big question mark around this Enigma. Who exactly it's going to be playing?
I've got an exclamation mark for you.
Okay. Wait. Let me ask the second part of this question is, not only who, but what position?
Most likely offlane.
Yes?
Yeah, I mean, I guess Amar, he doesn't play it a lot, so that is like the question mark for sure. But seeing these 2 heroes, it makes sense. Because like the one thing Enigma is incredibly good against supports who cannot kill the Eidolons. It puts entire onus on the... I mean, I'd pick Gyro right now if you're Falcons. Just seems like a no-brainer. You have Marcy versus Enigma. It makes a lot of sense, but there's not many carries outside of Gyro, for example, who can kill these Eidolons by himself. So typically you need this help from a support to do so. Marcy, not so great at it. Kind of decent in some way, actually, but Bane is terrible at it. Absolutely terrible. And they're going to pick the Viper. This is something I called for a lot. I wouldn't be surprised to see Viper Gyro here. But, oh, Bristleback. That's another hero that can kill the Eidolons. Sometimes forgot about that one, but you do have Ame, so it makes a lot of sense as well.
He brought the hero in the meta, right? Like you put that Bristle now on the safe lane, you can put the Viper into the DK lane and play off of that. The only question is there some flexibility now with the Enigma? I don't really see it. I've seen one team do something completely different.
Sure,
and put
Snake
a 5.
can play it, right?
They played 5 Enigma on Liquid. So maybe there is an option for you to do the same thing here and just put this draft upside down.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this though because there's a couple of things, right? Like Amar loves Viper, so you take that away for the Bristleback. Amar also loves Timbersaw. You see Bristleback, maybe I want a Timbersaw, but now you have the Viper too. So I think this Viper pick was actually pretty genius to help protect not only the Bristleback, but just in general their draft as a whole.
I'm enjoying it. I still just don't know where I want to see this Enigma. And I know that the time's going down for Falcons. It's just, do you put it down in POS 5 and have your position 5 not on this typical support hero, but at least then you can pick a core that you think is going to do better. But in which case, what core is going to do better? What's going to be able to lane with this most likely POS 4 task that is going to have big impact?
They do it anyway,
They still get the Timber. I feel like we have seen this done before as well. And of course, you now at least have some ways of dealing with the Timber, but the hero has been on an insane streak, 65% win rate. You like playing it. You have one person that plays it amazingly well before you had 2. I mean, you can play it on 9, actually. What am I saying? 9 owned with the Timber.
Yeah,
too.
he's very good on Timber.
They're still flexible in many ways. And with this last pick, you're going to give everything away. But right now, what do we see? We see a Timber, we see a DK. Enigma is a 5. I don't think you can... Only if DK is safe lane can the Enigma be off. And do you want to play a DK position 1 into Bristle and Viper?
That's the question I think Fia should answer.
I mean, I think you might not have a choice in a lot of regards, because you have some, as you mentioned, like this is Enigma 5 almost certainly, unless there's some hidden Enigma mid tech that we haven't seen yet, which would be super cool, but I doubt it as well. So Snaking's probably going to pick that up. And yeah, I was looking through Amar's hero list. He's never once played Enigma in his professional career, so
didn't think so.
Not about to start today, it looks like.
I don't see it like into a bristle, just
yeah, I mean, he doesn't like to lose his lane either. So, and he likes to play lane dominators, and Enigma's very fickle when it comes to that. So, yeah, I mean, as far as the DK goes, you mentioned it pretty well. That I think your options are kind of limited for the Enigma 5. In a lot of ways, Enigma is a core, and you're going to have to enable him, even from a support. He can't just have a bad game, run around and drop wards. He's going to have to, at some point, be able to get his black hole off to get the full effectiveness of the hero. So I think the DK will help enable that. Only downside is, yeah, you might lane against a Viper, but you might lane against a Viper in any lane. So that's
the thing is, like,
unfortunate.
You're going to be this 5, and I feel like this goes back to the old school of playing Enigma. Something that has reoccurred now on the offlane. Like, you see a lot of Enigma just buying Vlads, farming a lot, going for that shard. I feel like that's the playstyle that you actually have to do here. After all, you are playing into a Bane as well. So like, your black holes from a position 5 usually are not the most important thing. It's the fact that you can play with the equilibrium a little bit in the lane. You can have eidolons. You can't hit the creeps, but you can help deny, farm the jungle a little bit. You are on the greedier side, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking back and why they picked this Enigma, it may have actually just been a position 5 Enigma from the beginning, because as mentioned, Amar doesn't really play it. And I could see how it could be good in the offlane versus a Bane, but it's not going to be that type of Enigma where you initiate, right? If we look at Marcy's gameplay throughout the games, she's always jumping in and killing your backline, right? So, like, I think the goal of this Enigma is just black hole the Marcy, and Bane most likely will not be in the same range as the Marcy, right?
I just love that we're in the situation in which, yeah, we have to use our black hole to kill the position for Marcy. That's how big of an issue it is. But
it's true. I think great, Bane was the #1 answer to Marcy, because he runs in the back, he goes really deep, he buys BKB, you stop him there. Black hole's like kind of like a Fiend script, right? You can lock down one hero for a long duration of time through BKB. So it definitely makes a lot of sense there. And then we're going to get the Wind Ranger, which doesn't really answer our question too much of who's mid and who's carry.
I feel like all these 3 cores, you know, like Timber, DK, Wind Ranger, they're so flexible when it comes to the lanes themselves. I'd still like to see the Wind Ranger as, no, I mean,
Wind Ranger wants to follow Viper. I think that's how they're going to do it, right? Timber wants to go against the Bristleback. Wind Ranger wants to go against the Viper ideally, and then whatever they pick last here will probably go against the DK. So in this position here, I would just do carry DK, right? Throw the Wind Ranger mid would make a lot of sense.
Yep, that's exactly what they're going to do.
Lovely.
I love this brew, by the way. It's just a hero that always shocks me when it goes through. It's a lovely hero as well. We don't see a lot of it because it's banned out most of the games. And it's a natural vessel builder. You get that radiance as well. You can always cyclone out one of these heroes. Amar on Timbersaw is a scary thing, and I do believe that they have answers to the Bristleback, but I'm not so sold on Falcons.
What gets answered more, though? This Bristleback or this Timbersaw? Because in my eyes, it's like, okay, you pick this Timber to answer the Bristle, but to protect it, we already have the Viper. So this weird triangle exists of who overall, when it comes to team fights, is going to be able to support what's occurring, who's going to be able to initiate better, and who's going to be able to sustain themselves throughout the fights.
For me, at least, the way I see it is there's a lot of work for crit. When it comes to saving, when it comes to initiating, these snowballs have to be on point. And on the other side, I feel like it's a little bit easier to play, specifically because of the brew. Like, he can just create a lot of chaos in fights. And then if Amar wants to be that unkillable, just going in Timber, he can't do it. Like, you have a Bane and you have a Viper against you. So ease of execution, at least for me, sides on Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I would say for Falcons that, like, just core-to-core matchups, they might have a slight edge in a lot of ways. I think Timber, you buy the Eternal Shroud at some point, and then that helps you a lot against Viper, for example, and the Brewmaster Radiance, they won't be able to kill you. And you're very tanky against Bristleback too. But there's the X factor, as always, and it's going to be Xinqiu. How farm does he get? Does he become the next core in the game? If he is able to do that, then that'll swing the pendulum for me.
I do feel like Falcons just have to keep pushing. They can't look at their side of the map at all. Otherwise, that's going to give the room for Xinqiu on the Marcy to be able to farm up. But all of your answers are going to be given. All of your questions are going to be answered. Answers are going to be given. Okay. All of the above as we do get into game number 1 with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. Yes, questions, answers given, gotten, good.
We have them, I think. Maybe? She didn't seem very certain that we did.
No, I'm not certain that we have them either, but we'll find out soon because the game's about to get underway. Trent, how do you think? You like the drafts that we see so far?
Yeah, I mean, we get to see the Xinqiu Marcy again, right?
Awesome.
It's been looking pretty good. Obviously, had a pretty good showing the last series as well in the hero. She gets some gold, gets BKB, hops in those fights, has a grand old time. Crit giving the tip right away. Lots of smiles I noticed during this draft. I gotta say, Crit having some smiles, Ame having some smiles. Looks like both teams here all lit up for some good Dota. And talking about the Xinqiu Marcy, the XM Viper. And when I think of XM, I think of Razor and I think of Viper.
Oh God, you gotta think about this. Ame, you still got a smile on your face. 9 gets first blood. I have not seen a first blood gotten there in a long time, I feel like.
Yeah, that's a rare one these days, huh?
They just knew where Ame was gonna go, anticipating his movements.
A little bit of knowledge coming to this one, so well done. And hey, what better than to give it to 9 there on that mid Wind Ranger, which, she still appears here ever so often. We had it versus the Sniper, I believe, one time that in one of these games too. Didn't go too well, if I'm correct. I think that was for Liquid versus 9's own Sniper, right? Yeah. But, historically, this is where she was before she suddenly became a carry.
Right.
For what seems like the past couple of months here. And she fits the meta well, can still be very active and still farm up, but doesn't really, go through the ancient stacks and stuff. So she gets to leave those to Amar on his famous Timber Saw. We've done now what? The Amar Razor, Mars into the Timber.
Right.
In our last Falcons matches here.
I mean, that's it, right?
It's his catalog. Yeah.
Well,
he doesn't get a lot of tokens,
No, he's not a Crownfall gamer, definitely not. But he can get the same ones over and over again and trade them out.
He's got to go to the shop a lot to trade those in.
Hopefully he made it there in the first time. Otherwise, he's not getting there ever. But you know what? He gets the wins, and that's what's most important about all of it, as they are sitting pretty right now, upper bracket, trying to continue this streak on forward. I'm curious to see if, there is going to be some power coming out from this Enigma support that we're seeing. A little bit of a switch up from what we've traditionally had that hero in, but Snaking already unblocking that pull. And I like what the panel was talking about. More thinking about this in terms of trying to get farm in that mid game. Since everybody's just out stacking and farming anyways, might as well take a carry.
Yeah, and Enigma always has an impact on the draft. You saw it with the Bristleback pick. And this idea of maybe the gyro, you have to at least address it because, you never know when maybe Amar will play Enigma. I mean, it wasn't that long ago where we didn't really think he was going to play Pango, and now that's in his arsenal as well. So it could still be something that you have to at least respect because the hero can get out of control. But, that's kind of what this draft all boiled down to, was just lane-on-lane matchups.
Right.
We have the Wind Ranger versus the Viper, historically one of the few heroes that could do well. There was a time period where we used to do Exort Invoker versus Viper, could win the matchup, but Wind Ranger is one of the main ones people go to these days.
And you know what? 9 is starting to cook and looking for it. Forces out the fire, or the Fairy Fire. It's interesting. I think, he looked so happy after the games last night that came out when he was able to run it back on that Earth Spirit against the Nisha Sniper and just put together a hell of a performance after the solo kill. I think it's scary when you have a player like 9 who has this, really strange and unique hero pool. If he starts to pick up steam at a tournament, you gotta watch out as all the rest of these teams.
I don't know much about Dragon Ball with all these drawings and stuff from Boom, but was that Super Saiyan 9 on that Earth Spirit? Is that how it works? They power up, they go crazy?
I think that's about right.
You're my expert.
I mean, it's like a pretty, it's a low tier ask.
Oh.
That's the most basic thing.
Oh, sorry. What's a Senzu Bean?
A Senzu Bean?
Yeah.
He had to eat a Senzu Bean in between game 2 and 3. And then he became the greatest. And right here again, goes in for the solo kill. 9 takes him down.
Did he eat his beans?
He ate his
As I'm
beans
getting
this
here?
morning.
All right, I'm starting to learn the lore here. Thank
The
you.
most British man in Romania right now. Sorry, Banks, my bad tea. But we're going to get a sleep there as DY tries to get this pull off. It looks like they're going to be able to get that one.
Wow, epic battle. Maleficent to run away.
Yeah, it's a good one. And in on mid again. A level advantage for 9 as he was able to pick up both of those bottles, water runes. And yeah, I mean, if Windranger has a good game, all of Falcons right now are winning their lanes. This is looking very nice.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing they got out of this draft. Because to me, it looked like the core-to-core matchups just all look solid, right?
Oh, yeah.
But there's still this issue of, like, if the Bristle gets out of control, we obviously have seen what can happen in several of the series in the later half of this tournament, as the hero just keeps on popping up, including that last match that we just finished. So there's always the chance here, but when I look into rotating to these side lanes as 9, it looks really good, right? DK stun setups, Enigma's there nearby. Just check out a Malefice, you got crit there, and all the damage of a Timbersaw. Like, even though you have these tankier heroes like the Brewmaster and the Bristle, they're certainly killable in the earlier parts of this game.
Right, but to be honest, if they're winning their lanes and 9 can sort of just hold down this Viper, I'm pretty okay with him just everything staying static, right? I guess the only worry is if Bristleback really starts to come online seriously and start forcing Amar back, which we can already see. You know, Ame is having a pretty solid start right now on this Bristle. Does have 6 denies on Amar, but you can see the danger of those Quill Sprays stacking up.
Yeah, of course, the legendary DY Bane supporting him, so.
Oh, yeah.
You know that he's going to get something in that laning stage.
Just spamming out those power shots. Dude, if he gets level 6 unobstructed, XM might just go down here.
He wants to keep him kind of low, so he'll have an opportunity for it.
Misses that power shot.
They glyph for it, yeah.
Nice, nice. Yeah, that's important, because I think that would have just about, that would have been his 6 just about on the Windranger, and that could have turned into a kill. So that glyph mattering. It's not just Skitter that can do it, everybody.
All right, Kezu, calm down.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
There's some truth to it, though, as, well, Viper definitely getting bodied in the mid lane as XXS trying to deal with this, already has the urn completed, and
seeing a Viper jungle before 6 minutes is one of the most beautiful sights in Dota. Like, there's some heroes you kind of feel bad for when they have a bad lane.
Right.
Viper, not one of them.
No.
Everyone should be ecstatic. It's like seeing a Tinker just in the jungle, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I think Timbersaw might be on that same level, to be fair. But Amar, a bit too beefy, will just TP out. But that puts him all the way back to the fountain with the wave crashing into Ame's tower. He is going to jump to the top of the chart here pretty soon.
Well, that be a scary sight to see. Timber is getting some stacks built for him, though, as Nisha, or rather Nai, excuse me, gets the bottle, the rune. So he's seeing the end right there as XXS brought down. Skitter gets that kill. Tried to run away.
They didn't even use Focus Fire. Like,
yeah.
Very easy to go right back for a potential kill mid here. XM, about 1,000 HP. Crit's going to block him off. Doesn't get it, though.
Yeah, that would have been death.
Yeah, it would have been close. TPs and raindrop might have been
a
bad situation.
7-minute mark coming up now. And of course, Bane always good at being disruptive, trying to steal away that wisdom rune. Looks like Hugh's over here, and they're making the move.
They can definitely go for this. This is going to require TPs from Falcons. They're gonna lose it. So Crit's coming.
Okay. Bring in numbers, bring in help. Amar gets nightmared, and Crit right there for the rune. They're going to try and go onto Amar with the focus fire now into Ame. The turn comes. Can they bring down this Bristleback? He's doing a ton of damage and manages to kill off 9. What a play. DY. He's going to try and get out of here, but with this fullest surround, they're able to bring him down.
So the greed of going for both kills means that they're going to lose out on 9. And now they're trying to get their own play happening up here. 2 level 4s onto a level 5 DK. They need this Viper's assistance.
And they got it. Move in, stun, not going to be able to get out of there. Suddenly, Xtreme right back in it.
Yeah, a couple of quick kills there. Crit gonna hop right to the mid lane though, because he wants to get this level 6. Give it a little more oomph to his own rotations there with the big old fish punch.
Yeah, needed. How is that Timber doing, by the way, now? Got up to level 6 on Amar. So Soul Ring going to be heading out very soon. While XM gets an Invis rune. No chance for 9 to get aggressive on him there. No points in Shackle yet. Saving a point. Or no, he's not. He's just got it fully maxed out right now.
Yeah. Even with that rotation up top, though, XM hurting. Like, him and Crit are almost the same net worth.
Yeah, that's nuts. This is big, though. If they can manage to get the kill with Crit moving in. Focus Fire still doing its work. Snake King moves in with the Malefice, and 9 gets the kill. Does he have enough to get out? Can bottle for regen, and yeah. Separating. Ooh, but there it is, the urn. And now trying to run. There's nothing to jump off of Xingqiu. Can't quite get there in time with Bane making the move over. If he can hide behind the trees, tries to TP out. Is it going to be enough? Dispose? No. DY comes in for the finish.
Not quite. Almost found a way out of there.
And a stack.
Of course. Yeah, always checking that clock.
Well, Ame, he knows what he wants to go for. As soon as possible into that Aghanim Scepter. Fortunately, there's a couple of heroes that want to slow that down a little bit.
That burst is just ridiculous, though.
Yeah.
A Tusk plus a Timber. You are gone. Whirling Death being extremely useful there.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Like, obviously, Timber is not getting that much in reactive arm right now. It doesn't really matter if you've got the other heroes to control that Bristleback. 4 points in Whirling Death, it'll do the work. And Spirit Vessel getting close to completed for XXS. A lot of big tanky boys in this game.
I definitely worry about the cooldown of the split, though, because, I mean, obviously Bristle and Viper, it's not too bad on the cooldowns for the Viper, and obviously Bristle's just like no cooldowns beast. But Falcons, I think, are just going to try and run you over.
Right. Well, and then also, if Snake King gets a decent chunk of farm, this is going to be the other scary element, is they'll have the team fight control that they need. And he's just going straight into Arcanes and trying to farm as much as possible, getting Greaves. Level 6 is online. Stun, Snake King moves in. Malefice, Black Hole. Can they bring him down? He doesn't have level 6 anyway, so yeah, XXS, no chance. All right, position 5 Enigma, it works.
Yeah, making it easy there. DY hoping to do the same thing himself here on this Bane, right? Try and get level 6. If you can make a rotation with a Fiend's Grip, that would be lovely. But for now, he doesn't have it. A glyph on that tower up top. There's lots of XP up here that DY is trying to get to.
Well, this is the other way to get XP, right?
That's right. Courtesy of your cores.
Always love to see that. Oh, yeah. Good stacking.
Now he just needs someone who can farm it.
Right, exactly.
You know, it's Ame.
If he's not careful, Timber might help with that a little bit. As they try and get out. Oh, no, wait a minute. Now Ame overextending, taking damage, disposed to try and keep him alive. Xingqiu doing everything he can to help out his buddy. Obviously, no Black Hole available. Skitter, stun, going to be back up in a second. Sneaky barely surviving, is going to tick down to the damage, but is it going to be quite enough? Amar, he is brought down. Xingqiu with the turn. Crit is also going to fall. The support's doing work in this one, but it's not enough damage at the end of the day. As DY is brought down, 9 with the double kill. In the end, there's one core that didn't show up.
Everyone just looking at that TP cooldown. He's just pinging it. Like, I got TP in 20, guys.
No ability to get over there for XXS, and that is a triple kill for 9. Oof. Falcons come out winning that fight.
That was a streak as well on Xingqiu. So, yeah, that's 1,000 XP and 1,000 gold for 9.
Yeah, that's scary. That's really spooky.
My goodness. I mean, he had a couple deaths there on some of those last rotations, but yeah, he's back in it, I'd say.
Right?
Empty column under Brew.
I mean, here's the thing, right? You know what that is?
Brew doesn't like early team fights, does he?
That's the Black Hole kill. He TPs back out to lane, and then it's on cooldown.
Oh, that's tough. And Ame, so great start to a fight because Bristle absorbs a lot of damage.
Right.
And then gets out. But the problem with early Bristle is you don't have that like go back in potential. So he kind of hangs around a little bit and he gets clipped by a power shot here from 9. Oh,
Bam.
got him.
Yeah, that one hurts.
That's a disappointing way to go down.
This was, you know, looking on, hyping up the team, getting excited, but it did not end up making the difference. And as you can see, DY goes down at the end, right as the Spirit Vessel was completed for the Brew.
And back in our current game there, you can see that the mid tower is taken.
Right.
After this kill on Sin Q. So they just do DK things. Skitter comes mid. He has this early blink, so despite being a safe lane DK, he still knows that like I have a mid Wind Ranger, she's going to scale a little bit, and I want to be active and aggressive. So let's see. You want to still knock down all these towers. You want this ability to jump in alongside Crit and Amar with your blink. So that those three just like hop in, right? Like, and then it's so easy to play the back side of the fights there is 9, who has the finished Maelstrom and a Haste Rune. So expect a play. I don't know if you want to just go straight for XXS or try and target Ame again. He did, as we were seeing there, clean up all of those stacks though, so he'll be a little bit harder to deal with this time.
DY
Magnums
on the hunt. Thought he was going to be able to get sneaky with it, but no such luck this time. The other nice thing you can see there, trading the Nightmare over to the one Eidolon. It's a nice little pickup.
It feels like for a while we had no one going for steals on Wisdom Runes, and now I feel like we've overcorrected the other way where someone's dying on every Wisdom Rune spot.
Literally all of them.
Yeah, it's always someone contesting. All right, so this is the move time here from Falcons.
Ooh, and this is big.
There's a Radiant Observer ward here.
But they think that they're safe. If they would have spotted that the gate was active, maybe they could have anticipated this, but I don't think they're going to be ready. Immediately onto him, and XXS just does not get to play Dota. Oh my god, in the shorts, XM, he's caught!
All right, Crit, calm down.
Xtreme Gaming getting pulled apart by Falcons with the movements early. 6,000 gold lead now.
Yeah, you just... I don't know, you need a DY save, I guess, right? That's like your only hope.
All right, this is how they get back into it. Amar is just kind of in no man's land, and, well, he gets punished.
Yeah, and no, DY doesn't have to use the grip either. That's great.
Yeah.
Because now they can actually fight another time here, because that grip's going to be quite crucial here. DY also trying to set things up for the future by getting some vision down. There is no Dire Vision here, so that is a sneaky ward to get into that Dire triangle there from DY, and yeah, likewise, another sneaky ward there in the mid lane from Falcons.
I mean, 23 kills so far in 15 minutes. If we could take a look at the damage maybe as well, you think about like how much you said you want to be active in these fights as Brewmaster, and look at him, lowest in the game, 1,500.
Oh, you didn't have to do him like that, did you?
It's the truth. This is what's going on. He hasn't been able to do anything. It's a tough time right now for the Brew, and it needs to find a way to get XXS into these fights.
Oh, they're so close to finding 9 with this grip. Trying to use this Bane's famous nighttime vision, but they just miss him.
Snake King. He's sticking around over here too, but it looks like it's just going to be a bit of a dodge.
And the smoke ends. They pass by one of Snake King's wards up top.
Okay. So clearing up some more of the farm. Amar back to work.
Snake King, he intentionally runs into DY here.
Oh. All right, making use of the black hole, and oh man, does he even manage to get anything here? Are they gonna bring in help? No, Snake King's just gonna have to give up his life. Malefice buying more time, buying more space. He has a mech, won't even pop it.
Viper strike down, team. Viper strike down.
XM with the Midas, the catch-up Midas.
Hopefully that'll give him the mustard he needs to win this game.
Me think of hot dogs right now is Xingqiu gonna get fish punched into oblivion. Or even Timber Chains to walk away, has shards to try and get some separation. The Aghanim Scepter, it's gonna do some deeps, gotta back out. 9 is there too, Gleipnir run away. Does have a shackle if he needs it. I mean, it's hard, and the stun comes out from Skitter to stop the progress.
It looked like when you just can't quite sneeze.
Yeah.
You know? It's not,
Not happening for him this time.
All right, XXS though. Again, using this board that DY snuck in here earlier. They know it's down. Get
Right
him!
there, grip, everything. Wait, it broke it. Crit, he's there for the save. And now the turnaround. Oh, man. And they're going to focus fire XXS. They're going to kill him off. No, XXS, not like this. Bro, I have not seen XXS have this rough of a game in years. This guy has always consistently been able to make solid moves happen, but this game, Falcons have his number. Stun is out. On to more. Xingqiu with the big stun. On to 2. Snake King pulls him in. How much damage do they have? The mech actually manages to keep most of them alive. As Ame turns to hit, they bring down the DK, but it's not enough. And now Crit goes in for more on to XM. Another shackle lands from 9. Falcons, even when it looks bad, it turns out good.
Yeah, they can just feel how strong they are right now, too. Just keeping this pressure up. Nice play there from Amara to get to the front side of the bristle there to ensure, because that was getting a little bit troublesome, right? Like the quills are going a little bit crazy, but they're just able to get to the front side, ensure the reduction's not there, and blow them up. And that all comes off the back of what happened mid. Despite the great warding there from DY to set up that kill, Crit, he's just too quick with his early Blink Dagger to cancel the grip. And then poor XXS.
Yeah.
Back to the jungle.
I mean, it feels bad. He's going to get passed up here in a moment by Snake King. And I guess that just goes to show, like, in a way, using the black hole that early, as DY is just done, using the black hole that early to help shut down the Brewmaster's farm, make sure that he couldn't show up to the good fight. You know, for a last pick Brew that was supposed to be doing so much in this game, he just hasn't been able to get it off the ground.
Yeah, it's a bad feeling. And you get the last pick and you feel like you're having the hardest time in the whole match.
Oh, yeah.
And we are seeing, we talked this a lot though, the Mage Slayer versus the Bristle. There's also a Viper in this game too, so tons of value from this Mage Slayer for Skeeter.
They find him again, DY there to try and save. Snake King goes in,
it.
Black Hole immediately broken. But they move in and they still kill XXS. As Amar turns, follow-up, double stun, chase for more. DY, you got to get out of there, but the shards connect. XM up on the high ground. Maybe an opportunity here to turn things around again.
Ame's going to try with his new Bloodstone.
Can they do enough? Skitter, stun, tries to back out. 9 shows up, focus fire onto XM. Amar chases for more. They get the root now onto Ame. Trying to control this bristleback. It's Ame versus all 3 of Falcons here, and he might come out on top if they're not careful, but the latch and then the runaway. 9 shackles have been on point this game.
Oh, they're not going to give him the satisfaction. They're heading on out of there. Ame, like every little bit of timing is just a bit too quick from Falcons. They're doing an excellent job here, and XG they're always just scrambling to like get to this defense. It's a 9K lead, but these fights are just like almost close. It's like if the Bristle's there a little bit earlier, maybe they could have done something. Right. But it always feels like Falcons are just 2 or 3 steps ahead of them.
And now Crit trying to rush towards this Aghanim Scepter. You know, that is a really interesting item against the Bristleback too. Because like normally people think about the Ags for trying to get people pulled into the fight away from their team. I feel like here they're just going to be trying to kick the Bristle away from them over and over again.
Yeah, there's definitely an opportunity there to just get him out of the fight, kill everyone else, and then if he dares to come back in, you got the answers. It's 2 very positional-based heroes as well, of the Viper and the Bristle. They like to be in like a certain spot in the fight, and they want the focus to be on them, and being kicked around and making the fight all weird. Not something that either of them are going to enjoy.
I mean, the other thing about it is it's like that, it's a move slow of 40%, like for 4 seconds after the kick too. So it's really hard to get back into the fight from where you are if you can get to it. But it's going to take him a little while, most likely. He does have the Philosopher's Stone.
The old tag team Wind Ranger combo here for Roche.
Takes it down rather rapidly. But this timing right now is the second Midas gets bought on the side of Xtreme. Maybe telling of their thoughts about where they feel like their timing is. And it's a ways away.
You know, DY, he can hit his spells anyway. He doesn't need it.
That's true.
And who needs cast range?
I mean, It does feel like maybe a glimmer or a force staff. This can be some pretty good items every now and then.
It's good to get it now for when you hit 60 minutes.
Yeah, that's true.
So you make sure you get the tier 5s before you lose.
Well, that is one thought. Maybe they're trying to bait out XXS down bottom here. He's almost got his relic.
Surely they'll try and kill me again, he thought.
But no luck. All the Falcons is down south.
Oh, they saw the ward get placed.
Yeah. Yeah, now they're running back, and they're going to spread out.
They scanned to see if they went up the stairs, too, and they know they didn't, so.
Yeah. Very heads-up play. Yeah, Skitter with that fireball. Going to be able to push out the lane pretty quickly. Almost into, and I think the Manta completed. Flying out to him now. Yeah, that is this is a big dragon. Doesn't even have Ags yet, but very farmed in this game. It feels like so much of the hopes are relying on Ame here in these ones to be able to be that like big indomitable force. Because XM, I mean, he's sort of got some net worth, but it's fake net worth with that Midas.
Yeah, the old Pyrite Gold.
But they are getting farming items on Xtreme. And, you know, if Falcons, if they don't sort of take advantage of their lead, you can imagine a world where 20 minutes from now or so, Xtremes start to be pretty scary.
What if they just miss everything with this Radiance?
That's a possibility.
Except for Walrus Punch, of course.
Yeah. Well, that one, he just doesn't hit it. He, doesn't get close enough to punch it.
Oh, just don't use it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Walking uphill, a little bit scary, but if you see the bristle, it tells you where you need to go right away. Walrus Punch, Ame, Bloodstone doing some work. They're all grouped together. XinQ pulls in Amar, trying to do what they can now onto Skitter. There's a lot of damage. Falcons, not the best fight for them at the moment, and no Blink Dagger on Snake King means they can't go for the turnaround Black Hole. You get the Fiend's Grip onto crit. Snake King still standing there. Black Hole onto all of them. It is mainly the Brewlings as they are brought down low at 9. He ends up going down to Ame. Ame standing strong enough. XXS lived through it all, actually. That Wind Panda got out. Skitter in trouble. Look at this. You fight uphill into no vision, and woo, man, they punished you.
So what was their lead before that? Like 10K?
Yep.
Never go on the bristle. It's just not worth it, I guess, right? Like,
how much damage? Oh my god.
Just, I mean, they have ways to reduce it, sure. We're talking about the Mage Slayer being in there. They have this cutting capabilities, but they still don't have a true bristle kill answer.
Yeah.
They can kill everyone else, but this was a situation where the rest of the team gets there in time. They come to save the bristle. The fight is still centered around the bristle, and then that whole staircase situation there too as well from XXS was just the best possible way to start this.
I mean, yeah, you cannot draw up a better fight for Xtreme than this, I don't think. Like, unless XinQ hit 3 people with his, like, jump in.
He does get a nice one after this.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely.
And, yeah, DY just controls crit. That lets XM kind of do his own thing. Keep swinging down in the river. I mean, the Black Hole comes out. It does get XinQ, but unfortunately that Wind Panda way in the back there, tossing up, staying alive, and helping Ame just do his thing.
Scary. Scary stuff. You run into a bristle, he does a lot of damage, and all of that lead that's built up, you can see, liking what they're seeing.
And it's always hard to keep track of, too, but there's always the impact of the Storm Panda versus this Wind Rager. Potentially dispelling the Wind Run every single time, but it's a bit of a nightmare in the fights to actually spot it. But surely XSS has done it a couple times.
Well, now, less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams. And XM moves in. The other thing is that, this is with the Midases they took that fight. If they do really start scaling into the later stages here, the Falcons got to be very worried.
Yeah. I wonder if Crit's regretting this Eggs choice. I wonder if he should have just been immediately going for the Silver Edge.
Yeah, it's... I mean, I think that it is the type of thing that can win a fight, but the build-up for it takes a while. And obviously, if he had something else in that moment, it could have been solid, but... No, there's definitely... mean, if nothing else, just the questions about how they should have done it. Snaking turns now onto Marcy, stunned, but the BKB reaction. XinQ right there, and now the lift up onto DK. They're going to bring in the rest of their numbers. There's no BKB on
We have
Marcy.
a secondary fight happening up top here between Nine and Ame at the same time.
Another lift. They have Snowball save with the Blinken if they want it, but they will decide to retreat. That's a full MKB done on the Viper.
Yeah, and also the Blink Dagger for XinQ. Blink Dagger Shard just makes Marcy a lot more reliable. It just guarantees that you're going to get your ulti going onto someone. Makes it feel a lot better in the team fights. Ame, going to be jumped on again here.
I've seen this before. Don't go on the bristle. Don't go on the bristle. It's dangerous. It's very dangerous. And it seems they have learned their lesson.
Yeah, harder to turn this one around here. They're going to instantly smoke, though. Snaking coming back up.
That's a better target if they can bring him down, and they will. XM dead. XinQ tries to jump away. And the Timber Chain chase down with the Yule Scepter lift up. Will be enough to take down XinQ. Now, maybe they could think about going for a little bit more. Amar wanting to chase. The stun connects now on to XXS. He's going to be shackled and brought down.
Anyone else just dies. You got no hope in a fight if they can't force it to be around this bristleback, as you can see. And Falcons reasserting that they feel like they should be in control of this game outside of this bristleback.
I mean, it is a big problem, though. And Ame, Sanj, and Kaya throw out the hairball, rooted. Now, Ame, he's still very strong, but when they move in with numbers, they do manage to take him down. And just like that, Falcons up on the high ground, trying to clean up Arax.
Yeah, once he's ISO'd like that, I mean, we know they have the damage. They just got to stun him, get to the front side, and you just see him explode like that. And so they've kind of weathered that little bit of a storm here. Crit now has that Aghanim Scepter complete. We can see if it'll have an impact here as he gets gone on.
And just is going to get black holed by Snaking. Not enough damage to kill, but they make sure that Kurt walks away, although he does finally fall, and now maybe out too far. They're going to be able to run down this Wind Ranger. Turns for the Focus Fire, not going to happen. Lift up onto one. It's a Yule's retreat for the Timber. And with the blink after, make sure that he's able to... Well, they tried to chase him down with the Marcy, but can't get him.
That was no buybacks either. That was just straight up respawns coming back into it, so...
It didn't even get the tier 3.
No. All after the Bristle's dead. Unexpected, I will say. I did not think they'd be able to turn it like that. It's kind of showing that they have their own damage. You have to be a little bit worried about here as Falcons.
I think between Marcy and Viper, it's pretty scary stuff. That MKB is a lot of damage now.
It's just so like... I mean, we saw what happens at X7 if he gets jumped. He just evaporates. He is not tanky. It's a bit of this like fake Viper tanky at this point because the burst is just so crazy from Falcons right now.
The glass triangle.
The strongest of shapes.
We've talked about it. Ceremonial robe. And that is the Aghanim Scepter done for Crit. There been any other big items that are picked up to change things around? AC, they're looking for it on Brew. Marcy's trying to get towards a Relic, I think.
Oh yeah, for the Nullifier.
And DK getting closer to Ags too. Yeah,
you know the Wind Wakers are coming.
Oh yeah. Are they just running down mid again? I mean, they have a catapult here.
XinQ will be a great pick.
Jump forward, stun, punch, gone. And yeah. There have been no buybacks this game, and now, with Skitter up on high ground, they're trying to finish off the racks.
God, their burst is just so ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
And it's got such good reach, too. It just takes one Dragon Tail stun, and the follow-up is immediately there from the rest of Falcons.
Well, still 40 until Black Hole. But you also, as Xtreme, now need to be careful about the kick out of base. If they have vision up on high ground with Falcons, the displacement starts to be really scary.
All right, that's the Black Dragon also passed here, and now gold for Nines. Aghanim's here too.
Okay. Smoke up with Xtreme. Everybody but the Marcy.
Pretty cool. The physical damage reduction versus Bristleback.
Oh yeah.
45% wall in wind run. Still dispellable. We have to get that from the talent at 25, so we'll have to keep an eye on how XSS does it with the Panda, and then that Nullifier potentially coming over for XinQ at some point. But yeah, maybe that'll be enough to save 9 in these wild bristle engagements.
Dude, I love that Falcons, like, everybody talks about map movements and big, you know, sneaky plays.
Yeah,
they just keep
they're
running
so
mid.
clever.
And it's like, they never saw it coming.
Keep it simple, stupid.
That is a thing. And Roche, 10 seconds away. I don't know if Falcons want to come and contest that, but they should be able to take it really quickly.
XG have just decided this is the plan.
Yeah. And they immediately go in to get it. So racks for Roche. All right. It might end up being a little bit more than that, as a tier 2 tower also looking like it might fall.
And a Tormentor, they're going to steal that too.
So this Roche, very expensive.
Yeah, that's a costly Aegis.
Oh, and that's XM's. The ultimate orb is going to be towards his Lincoln Sphere.
Trying to.
Ame's also
survive,
going
huh?
for the Lincolns. Interesting. Well, still 4,000 gold lead, but feeling like it could be anybody's games. Falcons, at this point, feeling ahead with 1 racks up. But all, of course, predicated upon what Xtreme can do with this Aegis. You win a good fight, start to retake the map, things start feeling a lot better.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And for a little bit, Amar did have eyes on a Hex potentially, but looks like he's instead going to be going for that Octarine Core, maybe.
Well, the Aegis is enough to push them back here.
Okay.
And those Lincolns will make the next fight a lot better for them. They can actually get to them. But how do you make another successful fight here as XG? Because obviously Falcons, you know, they're aware that Bristle's the problem. They still don't have the best solutions, right? Like we still don't have any sort of a Silver Edge answer. Again, break. It doesn't have to be the way you do it if you can get the positioning right. But it's often the one that we see because it does just make things a lot easier.
It feels like their solution has been to kill everybody else and then get the Bristle last.
That's a good solution.
Yeah. And I mean, it's just a question of like how viable is that strategy going to be? They've got like stuns to try and control them. Obviously, Black Hole. I think the best thing still will probably be the Walrus Kick, as Gem is coming out. We've seen.
Sorry, I was scribbling.
Yeah,
just ignore me. So I was testing the Dota Labs. I want to see if I could draw on that map that pops up. I can't.
Got it.
Yeah, I can't draw on that one. Sorry. Just misdrawing on the map. Valve would be nice.
As TP rotations come in, they want to defend their tower. There is no Marcy here. Mar taking over the Watcher, with the Lotus making it a little bit tougher to use that Fiend's Grip. But it looks like Falcons, in spite of not having the Aegis, they're not super afraid. They will come and deward this area, though. Not wanting to take an outright fight, but not afraid to put pressure on the map.
Just, I gotta say, XS, yeah, he's trying to be careful here because this is a risky spot to be on the map right now. With this Tusk having the kick.
Skitter, got him. Chasing, pops ulti. Now they're bringing in Marcy. Crit still far away. Skitter pops BKB. Starts to run, turns for the stun onto Marcy. XM now shows up. And yeah, they bring in numbers and kill him.
And now chasing XXS, wants a toss up here. Blink for it from Snaking though, he's gonna get out. Ogre Seal Totem too.
Yeah.
He won't be another victim as Crit is running down here. He went the opposite direction to escape. Okay, yeah, I mean, I was a little worried for XXS, but they had a plan. Get there in time to back him up.
I'm remembering correctly that Walrus Kick also with the Lincoln Spheres, it stopped now.
Yes, Lincoln's does get blocked by the kick. That's what I was checking, yeah. Making short.
And so now with Lincoln's on both Bristle and Viper, we haven't really seen the value of the Walrus Kick yet, and it looks like we're not going to. Unless they're able to get it onto somebody else, but yeah, not really getting the full value out of that one on the Tusk. Success trying to starting to heat up a little bit.
Oh, and another big item. The nullifier finally complete for XinQ.
They're getting their items. I mean,
That's
look,
scary.
I said if they can wait another 20 minutes and Falcon don't put pressure on.
DY's Midas right now. Oh,
I know.
Baby, stocks.
Xtreme, they're getting what they need. He's got a Force Staff, a Ghost Scepter. He's eyeing up an Aghanim Scepter. Like
Viper has gained flight. That's pretty cool. That item's incredible. I feel like the Feather's one of my favorite neutral items there.
It's pretty gross.
25% evasion and you get to fly.
You gotta love it. Only if you're really hurting, though.
But yeah, but you know that's every fight for a Viper.
That's true. You're not wrong about that one.
We have seen so many rattle cages today.
Oh yeah. No, I think that it's the fact it doesn't have a cooldown is like really, really good. So 38 minutes now, 21 to 34. And I think the lead that they had on Falcons no longer feeling like much of one at all. There is still tremendous blow-up potential if they can find like an initial jump, but I think as these fights are getting extended, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Xtreme more and more.
Yeah, Falcons are having a lot of discussions right now. I think you can tell because Crit had queued up the Shadow Blade for a little while, and then he took it off. And now he's going for the Octarine, and instead Skeeter's going for it. Oh, never mind. Now he's taking it off. Okay, so we just committed to nobody's going break. Never mind.
Okay.
Because, I mean, they've got to be talking about it, right? Oh, sorry. All right, Snaking's going to get the Shadow Blade. All right, perfect.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I mean, he won't get a Silver Edge. He's just Shadow Blading, you know. It's a good defensive item in Dota at this point.
I mean, somebody needs to get something. That's all I'm saying. Or they need to take a better fight around the rest of those other heroes, because it hasn't looked good over the last several minutes here. I mean, Falcons can keep playing this style of trying to shove in lanes and then go for an individual pickoff. That's the benefit of having this like DK Ags and spamming out all the lanes.
Yeah, XinQ doesn't want to die in the same way he did last time. Being a bit too close to the tower.
And it's instead, they're going to put XM up front and center back here. Skitter steps forward. XM pops it. XinQ, dispose, connection. Everybody else right onto him. Oh, look at XinQ! Look at him go! He's tearing him to shreds! Triple kill for XinQ! This guy's a monster! Get the hell out of there, Falcons. You are not meant to be.
That Viper Strike connected on Skeeter. That was the ghost side.
Oh, wow. I mean, he's looking for more. He's not done with him. Get over here.
The nullifier?
The nullifier. Okay, might have been enough before you get you. All right, okay.
All right, triple kill was cool.
That was pretty sick, and then he ends up losing the gem, but they'll get it back afterwards. Ray to put him back in his place a little bit as he gets away from Ame and going to be stuck. Sort of just still sit next to each other here. Brewmaster in the area. Still hard to kill Amar. Lift up. I mean, he's stuck around long enough that with XM moving in, no, they're not going to go for him.
It's been so long, Viper Strike's back up.
Look at that damage, dude.
That was unreal. I couldn't catch what happened to 9. Because his wind run wasn't quite back up yet, and he just got dunked on by XinQ.
I mean, I don't know if he got the nullifier onto him or not, but it
yeah,
was
maybe that's
pretty
what it was.
gross. Pretty gross. So we take a look at this replay here.
We can find out here. Immediately onto the DK with the break, so he's squishy.
He just
he just nullified him. That was it. It was easy.
And then DY with the grip to follow it up.
Just that simple.
So again, that like clip that you saw there, that was about what, 2.5, 3 seconds, 8,000 damage done in that time.
XXS just looking on like, wow.
Ame gonna get kicked. Maybe, possibly. Nope, he's gonna Wind Waker himself. Now running. Viana's, well, no, he's focus fired. Still more damage onto Ame. Oh, another Walrus punch, throwing out a lot of quills, and they find the backlines yet again. He can't get off the black hole. They're gonna take down Skitter. XinQ, the true carry in this, because now they beat the crap out of Amar, and 4 dead. To never go on the bristle.
And that's where it all started, and that looks like where it's all ending here. On the side of Falcons is, oh no, we've reached it.
Yeah.
Viper has become
Universal. Jeez.
Incredible. What a talent.
I mean, he's going to hit very, very hard. And I mean, I don't know. I don't think, like, there's no buyback on Amar. They might just keep going.
I mean, bottom's done. They can probably fight for Megas here. I don't see why not. The only downside is they don't have Split, I guess. But they have CQ, so it's fine.
Right? No. Make the moves. XM hits hard. Keep going for more, why don't you? They've got AC done. They're going to try and go for the tier 4 towers, pop the Bruce Split, start to pulverize these tier 4s, and yeah, in for the Ancient. They don't have a glyph. GG is called. An explosion of damage, and Xtreme, they knew. Just get the Midases. It'll be fine.
Just kind of waiting and waiting, waiting, and yeah, we're going to win now.
Unreal.
XG. All right, so some classic SG heroes. They bust out the Bristleback again. Ame looked pretty happy in that one. And okay, back to Falcons though. The way that game went, it felt like things were going well. Overall, right? Like they kind of had an idea. They got this carry DK who got some mobility. They're moving across the map. They're getting the burst kills. You're seeing the Timbersaw come to play. That was their game, I would say.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't think you have to change your strategy necessarily as Falcons, other than your gameplay a little bit.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And I think that they did a really good job on Xtreme of just recognizing how much Falcons could get, and that the key to their success was finding that pickoff into push. And when that stopped happening, everything fell apart. And Xtreme continue their undefeated streak here. See if they can do it again as we get ready for game 2.
Before we get to game 2, though, let's have a chat about game number 1. Let's break it down, because for so long in this game, Falcons were in control. They were pushing it at high ground numerous times, and ultimately it was just one big fight. I say ultimately, there were a lot of things, but one big fight.
That's just Dota, just one big fight.
That's it, just one big fight, continuously spread over 45 minutes. Not always, though.
They made one crucial mistake, though.
They pushed high ground.
They pushed high ground. That's the crucial mistake. You never push high ground. You just wait and wait and wait, and when everyone is maybe dead, that's when you go.
Especially that one time where they just took mid-bergs for free.
That's how you do it.
When there's no Xtreme heroes there.
Yeah.
You let the creeps push. You don't do it.
Heroes don't go high ground. Creeps and Eidolons do.
True.
But we do talk about, and we will see in this highlight reel, that there was a specific fight that just led to XG being able to close out this game. More like a nail in the coffin, because it felt that Xtreme Gaming were playing that time sort of game. They were waiting for themselves to come online, and you could see it with his Bristleback continuously trying to engage in fights, and Falcons weren't able to do anything. They tried to single him out, and they still couldn't shut him down. And then all of a sudden, you've got Marcy, Xingqiu on post 4, just obliterating 3 of the heroes without any help of the other
Yeah, this was
heroes.
one of those fights, right? Like he goes in, it's a triple rebound and a double stun as well. Yeah. Just from the Marcy, they have to use the black hole, like Fear mentioned in the opening panel. Like they're just literally using the black hole every time just to control him. And if they're doing that, of course, the Bristle is doing work elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying they're waiting. They're just waiting for Xingqiu to come online, because that early game...
Right, sorry, it wasn't the Bristle, my bad.
Yeah, no, of course, it actually wasn't, because in this early game by Falcons was so good. In the offlane, this Brewmaster got just about nothing. They're super farmed as well. They made some really good rotations throughout this game. Like, they killed the Brewmaster top, realized because he TP'd back top, they 5-man bottom lane. They get 4 kills out of that, and the tower. Like, all the rotations were super good by Falcons here. It's just... You buy time, you buy Midases on your Viper, you buy Midas on the Bane, you realize you're playing for the long game here, and it worked for them. They just waited it out. Eventually, Marcy got items. I don't know if the Bane Midas did anything, but it looked cool. But eventually got to their items, and they got the team fights they needed. Yeah. Falcons tried to go high ground, and they lost a couple fights.
He got the items eventually. That's what matters. Was it the Midas? Was it the shard? He knew that he's not going to get that shard from the Tormentor. His luck is so bad, and he decided DY was like, I'm buying Midas. That's it. Bane Midas. Let's go. But one very important part is you can't let Brew go 1-6. The moment he went 1-6, he started winning. That's the magic number.
Oh,
Don't kill him
it?
6 times. Yeah.
You just gotta hold off on killing him that 6th time there.
Same like with 33, right? But it was a different game. 33 died 6 times in the lane, and this was a little bit different. It was throughout the game. But it honestly felt like a much worse Brew game, because 33, I think Neta got Radiance around minute 16, and Radiance last
He
year
skipped
was
the boots and he went straight Radiant.
He went straight, but still he got it. Here it was a different scenario in which he went Vessel and Radiance was very late, that they had to wait not only the Xingqiu but also the Brewmaster to get.
They came
the AC.
online at the same time, actually.
Interestingly, so AC was a big part of why they won. It was a huge item for the Brew.
I mean, the way that the Brew was playing was also really different. There was a lot of times that he just wasn't involved in the fight, and it wasn't necessarily because he was farming. There was a moment that he was taking the racks. I know that you have 2 highlights specifically for you that you want to have a look at. So we're going to play them. We're going to hear some of your thoughts about them and the impact that they had on this game and the result that came from it.
Yeah, let's see them then. I'm ready.
Ready? Well, cast your eyes over there. Between the 2 post 5s.
No, this is the offlaner in the pos 5, actually.
sorry.
So the Brewmaster against the Snake King's Enigma here. As you can see, you don't have a level 6 right now at 10 minutes in the game. It's 10 minutes, 30 seconds. You're still not level 6 on Brewmaster. This is to highlight how bad his game was. And you look at Snake King, he's already level 6. He's got mana boots. He's feeling good. And you're going to see here.
Solo black hole, right?
Yeah, this, right here, he gets stunned. And then the position 5 you laned against is black holing you before you even have your ult. And this is really just showcasing how bad this lane went. And something we didn't really go over very much as well as you can see in the net worth. The Wind Ranger is also destroying the Viper mid. So you have 2 lanes on XG this game that went so bad, like disastrously bad. And you still find a way to compose yourself, get your farm, believe in like the mid-late game team fights, and still take the game.
Also, the build from Brew in that lane was insane. Something that I don't see very often. 0 points in Thunderclap, so he couldn't clap. He instead just died a couple of times in the lane. And they had not a lot of ways of even utilizing Cinderbrew, so that was definitely a big problem for them.
It was a big one. This Marcy we talked about was probably the biggest issue that Falcons had towards the end, along with the Bristleback. And this is the specific fight we will be seeing after the hero highlight of the top lane when Falcons are trying to push in, and the Marcy being able to jump in and just.
Yeah, it feels good to like highlight like how bad the early game went, but if you persevere and you wait for Xingqiu, this is what Xingqiu will do for you. He'll go in the fights. He realizes Brew is taking bot racks right now. Maybe this is just a bent for a distraction, right? But Xingqiu's like, all right, I'll just go, see what happens. He just goes in, casual triple kill while getting racks on the bot lane. I don't know if you can let this Marcy go through. Like, it's insane. Your position 4 is pretty much going to solo triple kill while you're buying time at the same time for you to get racks.
Okay, so I have a different idea about the same thing. So the problem with Xingqiu is he owns from position 4 and he turns into a carry no matter what. Who gets him there? I feel like it's the Bristle. Like, he's making so much space and they're focusing him down, and he's the one that is constantly fighting that the position 4 is able to get there. And my question is, okay, you ban out the Marcy, but he still has Muerta. Like, he still has these other heroes.
That's what I was going to say as well. Is you do, to some extent, have to pick your poison with Xingqiu, because the Dark Willow, the Grimstroke, the Marcy, the Muerta as well, like, all of these, you can't ban them all, because if you do, then it feels like Army is going to get a better matchup. Maybe your mid lane goes differently too. And I do kind of agree with you, Lizard, that this Bristle was enough of an issue and was pushing into Falcon's side of the map enough that Xingqiu could safely farm. He wasn't repeatedly dying like we've seen a couple of post 4s have to do when they make space for that.
And another hero that was actually pushing in was the Brewmaster. When they were defending, when Marcy and Bristle were fighting, Brew wasn't there at all. He was
I feel like the Brew actually went to post 4 and the Marcy was post 4.
Pretty much, yeah, it felt that way.
I mean, you can pick your poison, right? But I think the Marcy is just too lethal.
Yeah?
I'd rather have the other poisons.
All of them combined.
All of them combined than one Marcy.
All of those other poisons of Dark Willow or Grimstroke rather than the Marcy, but we'll see exactly what is going to be playing out in game number 2 after this break.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another Dota 2's Item Price Challenge. I'm your host, James Banks, and this wonderful audience we have, they're fantastic every single time, and they're cheering massively more than normal because we've got Team Falcons, Crit with us here. How are you today?
Good, doing good.
How do you feel about remembering item prices?
I feel like I have a good intuition.
Okay.
But, yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
I don't want to sell myself,
okay. So you're making sure we understand that, look, I'll be okay. Yeah. And then if you do really well, everyone's like, oh, what a god.
Yeah, exactly.
I like it. You're playing the long game with it all. We'll get things started. We'll show you the first slide. I will count you down when it's ready to go. And we will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
1,400.
Correct.
700.
Nope.
90.
Yes.
4,050.
Yes.
6825.
No, 6625.
5600.
Yes.
6000.
No, 6100.
2750.
2850.
2900.
No, 2950.
3400.
3600.
80.
Yes.
900.
Yes.
1800.
Yes.
5200.
No, 5003.
225.
Yes.
1400.
1200.
4450.
Correct, and that is the last one. The timer is done. 9.
That's not good. The bottom one just destroyed me from the start.
Yeah, it threw you off, right? You're like,
yeah.
Should have been an easy one. Didn't quite get it right. But you did beat Snay.
That's all that matters.
But you're not the top one just yet, but it's a very good effort.
That's right.
We'll
I will take beating Snay, that's all that matters.
Beat your teammate, that's what it's all about. Thank you very much for playing, Crit.
Crit saying that beating your teammate is all that matters. Well, something that matters a little bit more is also beating your opponent, which Falcons weren't able to do in game number 1. In fact, no one's been able to do against Xtreme Gaming. Right now, they still have a flawless record. Not a single game has been dropped in this tournament, and they have the potential, the possibility to continue that streak for themselves. Game 2 will be coming up very soon, and if they get their hands on the Marcysphere, I know that you think that that's just GG, you just forfeit and you just go next on that one.
I mean, it might just be GG no matter what you pick right now. It just feels like at this current time that XG looks so strong. They look so strong right now. Like, whether they win or lose their lanes, they just have that stamina, I guess, to stay in the game and farm what they need to farm and then eventually get their items, and their team fighting is just way too good right now. I think you really have to figure out how you're going to beat these guys in the team fights. It's not about heroes. It's going to be about execution.
And that's something that you can't really figure out between games. That's the problem, right? So you have to resort to the draft, because that's maybe something that you have to talk about in scrims and, you know, practice for it. Because in a tournament, in a series, like, you can't just start suddenly changing your team fights, right? Like, the way you execute. However, it's so crazy that they lost the lanes as hard as they have, and they still came out on top.
I will say the composure for XG is very different. We've seen Falcons do this bottom lane rotation a number of times when they've been on Dire. They did it to Boom, and they sort of just really fell apart after that on the side of Boom. They did it against Liquid, and then we saw them fall into the same trap of getting team wiped in mid lane. Whereas XG, it happens to them bot lane, and then they avoid it. There's a lot of fights that aren't being given away. There's a lot of team fights that are taken better, in better situations for XG, and I think that that's what makes and breaks and really differentiates XG from everyone else that Falcons have gone up against so far.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't fall apart, like, ever so far, at least at this tournament, right? I think that's the big takeaway. And a lot of teams, you just keep running at them, and we think it was, what was it, the Liquid game you referenced? Where the Chen, they just kept going from lane to lane to lane. You try taking these fights, you just get yourself digging deeper in a hole, right? And the situation, XG's like, nah, I'm going to buy a Midas on Bane. I'm just going to... I'm not messing with you.
The problem is, it's not like he bought it later on somewhere in the game when it was already kind of recovering Midas. No, he just instantly knew from the get-go. And that's something that they do so well. Even if they're having a rough game, they still play for the late game. The composure is still there. And also, another thing that they really like doing, and that they do very often in this tournament, is play on Radiant, even in Birmingham. Like, they choose to pick, or they get Radiant at least in 80% of their games at this point. And they do very well on it.
I believe that it would be Falcons having priority in game number 2, because XG coming in as high seed, they would have had it for game number 1, then Falcons getting it for game number 2. But either way, in both of them, Xtreme Gaming ending up with Radiant. So like you said, Lizard, whether they get to pick it or whether it's how the cookie crumbles, they keep getting what they are favoring and what they're preferable on, and obviously what they've had strong showings.
Both of these teams actually prefer, when it comes to the pick, they prefer second pick. Like, that's something that you can see through their games. They're playing second pick most of the time.
And what we're going to see here too, because Xtreme Gaming having first pick does lean towards Falcons having that second pick. Falcons banning out the Marcy, and now Xtreme Gaming go, all right, the Razor's ours.
They never played it so far, I believe, in the tournament.
In this tournament.
In this tournament.
Yeah.
They haven't played Razor at all, and I don't think they banned it as well before this last game. Like last game, they banned it versus Falcons, but usually they'd let it go through. They'd play against Razor. Another hero that's in a very similar situation for Xtreme Gaming is the IO. It also went through, and it's also something that now for Falcons is available, but they also don't really pick it. Instead, they pick the Pango, of course.
Of course.
I mean, it's a hero that they let go very often. So they let it go against Liquid in the last series, and now they snatch it.
Yeah, and this Pango is the hero that most likely will go to 9. Very unlikely to see that on Amar. He will play it. He has some games on it, but it's not really a preferable hero for him. Unless he has like a good lane matchup, probably
They
won't
played
see
it
it
on
on
him, right? Like here as well. I feel like I've seen it.
Amar?
Yeah. Has he played it?
In this tournament?
Yeah, in this-
No.
Are you sure?
I will.
I don't know about
check
this
for you.
tournament, but I have seen him play it.
Yeah. Maybe I'm imagining things. It's possible. It happens.
The days have blurred into one.
Yeah, you're imagining things.
I was like, this tournament, he definitely has not played
He's
it.
played Razor, Doom, Timber, Mars, Underlord, Tidehunter, and Slardar.
Okay. Yeah. So no games on Pango for him so far. Other teams have switched it on offlane.
Like Liquid was doing with 33. He was playing the Pango on every role, right? They even tried to carry Pango. But I think for Falcons, it'll probably stick in that mid lane for 9, which is exploitable. You can definitely exploit that.
Yeah,
what is going to be the question?
Well, look at it this way. So far, the only team that I think got to play Bloodseeker was actually XG. And they played it into Pango. They won with it. Just
They
like
played it mid too, wasn't that right?
And they won with it the same way they won with everything else. And now the question is, Primal is banned. Do you ban the Bloodseeker as well? I feel like you have to.
We'll have to see, but Falcons has definitely made a couple statements already this tournament where we know you play these heroes, but we just don't think it's good, so we'll give it to you and we have something prepared for it. And that's probably what they're thinking about right now. But I didn't really pay attention too much to the early phase bans, but they banned the Marcy. I'm glad to see it. It's just too strong on Gen Q right now. It's too strong on the way Xtreme wants to play. Like, you can pick all these lane dominating heroes for Ame, and you just know at some point that extra core, that extra threat in the game will be there for you.
I feel like if you do not ban the Bloodseeker here, it's gonna get picked. They ban it, and now the question for me is Bane. Like, this hero is still left in the pool. You are playing into a Pango. I feel like it's a pretty much
Bane and
simple
Grim,
pick.
right? They like
Bane.
both those heroes.
So the only reason why I'd maybe dislike Grim is the fact that you have Razor. And if the Razor is played on the offlane, that combo already feels kind of weak for me.
Yeah.
So you're making a statement that it's probably not going to be offlane, but it's possible. It's doable as well. Let's see.
This one isn't too surprising. Hoodwink left in the pool. Last game, it also was left in the pool. I thought it would have been taken out, but it's left in there, and they pick it up. They go back for it, not wanting to put crit on the Tusk or any other hero. We know that he's had great success with it for, but no doubt XG have something to deal with it. They definitely could have seen that one coming.
The way I see it, at least, is look, Bristle is still in the pool, right? And now you have a break, at least, into him, which is always nice. And the Bane, like we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, just pretty cookie cutter stuff here coming out of Xtreme. But it's going to start spicing up soon here. Maybe not on this next pick.
Spice it up.
Maybe. It depends on what they pick here. It's like
Didn't they just
more
do
than
double
likely.
support?
More than likely, but there is an argument for Gen Q and how he plays on this team. Maybe delaying his hero a little bit could be advantageous for you.
So you think to pick it as their last pick in this phase and then go straight into bans?
Potentially. Like, the only other thing I would consider picking here is maybe a mid, and then you can still flex that Razor for either offlane or carry.
Okay, I could see that too.
But they'll go Shin Q. He's played this one before.
Interesting one, right? Because we've seen a couple of teams attempt this on the Pangolier as well. Just a lot of control into him. The Fissure is annoying in every fight too. And it's a hero that can actually lane with the Razor on the offlane. So if you do have this Razor off now, Is it the best combo? It isn't, but you can mess with the lane a lot. We've seen teams block the creeps at the tier 2. It pushes in the lane, makes it easier for Razor later on. And of course, you can always just cover him in the lane. So not too bad. I like it. Another thing that is interesting to me is like you picked this Razor, but the hero itself, when it comes to the safe lane matchups for that carry, which Fear might talk about, like all of these carries that are good against him are still in the pool, right?
Yeah, against which hero? Sorry, I was
Razor.
even thought Razor. Yeah, of course. Yeah, a lot of them are still in the pool, which it's your Morphlings, Faceless Voids, these type of heroes. Really good versus the Razor, even if it's you want to go Drow or something like that. But I like this look better playing versus Xtreme because Shaker doesn't become that, additional core that just kills you, right? They have two like very normal supports that they're going to be more control, more damage. Of course, you can change the tide of a team fight with either of these supports by positioning, but it's not going to be so I'm going to just buy BKB, jump in, and I'm going to kill you instantly
Win the
type
team
of hero.
fight, yeah. And it also does not allow you to play a poor laning stage. I feel like the laning stage has to be way better this time around for Xtreme Gaming.
You would think, but I don't know. Like yet again, I think the read that we're having for Falcons is this Pos 5 Enigma is definitely on the table if your supports are unable to kill Eidolons. And it destroyed the last game. It was super good. They're going to go back to most likely that same lane, but not guaranteed to be the same lane.
Yeah, if it is, and you're playing into... I'm just thinking, this time around, at least you have some AoE damage. Like, you have some fissure into Plasma Field, right? I'm not sure if it kills them. I feel like it wouldn't. It would bring them really low, though.
I'm just very curious if they're going to play the Razor in the off lane at all, because so far XXS has only played melee heroes, I believe, into the off lane. So, but they do have a Shaker, which, Shaker plus melee is...
Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he played a lot of Slardar this tournament, and it's banned out. Brew is still left in the pool if you want to run it
Do you
back.
feel comfortable running it back?
I mean, after that last game, I don't know. But they did win. So how much worse can your game go?
I mean, how much does he feel like he was the reason they won? That's like the better question. And they're going to pick up the Ame Clinks. This is one of the heroes where we traditionally saw him playing it when it wasn't popular. I think through several patches now, he likes to find a way to make this hero work.
I think, yeah, we talked about this earlier in the tournament, like in a couple of first days when Duratio was picking the Clinks. And I had an objection because the way Clinks was played in China was completely different. Like, this is the ultimate carry, and you put all into enabling him and also buffing him up with other supports, with other heroes. Right now, they don't have that. Like, right now, it's just the Clinks. It's on him to perform.
Okay. You might have to explain a little bit more on how it was differing to the Duratio Clinks that we've been seeing. Because they even talked about that. That's the Ame was the inspiration for why he wanted to pick it up.
Because a couple of games where I would see the Clinks, he'd have, like we mentioned, the Slardar that they play a lot on offlane. They'd have a Slardar, and it's like literally in an instant the hero dies. Just you jump in with Slardar and Clinks just blows him up. You can do that as well with Clinks, but then you have to itemize for the skill mode. And usually the Clinks that we see do not do that because you can fall off very quickly if you go for some Orchid, Bloodthorn too early. You need that Gleipnir or Glopnir, the way that Bcop calls it.
Yeah. I mean, I think the big difference between Clinks in general with Duratio and how Ame plays it is Ame actually farms creeps, He actually gets some items on him before, and maybe that'll help you a bit more in killing heroes if you just have more items. Whereas before, like, he's going to rely on his supports a lot to lock him down. He's going to get very farmed. Let's not forget Razor also does a lot of damage. And I think their supports make a lot of sense for the cores that they have currently picked. Both these cores do tons of damage. They just need a lot of lockdown before they can do that damage. So I like that kind of route, but you're going to also, on the same side of the coin, need a lot of farm on these two cores. And that's going to change Xtreme's playstyle just a little bit, where GenQ, he can't be as greedy in this game, or so I would think, because his cores are going to need that farm.
He will prove you wrong, trust me.
He might. That's why I say so. I think.
GenQ will prove you wrong. He will find a way to farm on this Earthshaker.
Yeah, the thing is, though, with an Earthshaker, you need a Shard and a Blink, and that's pretty much it right now from position 4. Later on, of course, you can get more, and you can be that guy, but it's not like Marcy. It's nowhere near. You don't scale from items nearly as much. It's more about the levels.
Yeah. let's cast our eyes towards what XG is banning. They actually went for the cuddle, and I do know that this is a bit of a protection ban, but do you also think that it's leading towards that they think the Pango is still a flex, that there is that room for it to move?
I think there is, because we talked about Skitter and his hero pool. Well, he played the Dragon Knight, he can play it again. DK Enigma on the safe lane, you put the Pango off with a Hoodwink, it's a solid lane, and then you can get your mid. They don't know, they're not 100% sure, so they're covering their bases. Keeper of the Light is a good base to cover, and I'm thinking maybe even something like a Sniper.
There you
banned
go.
out, yeah.
See, I thought maybe it would have been the Zeus, because we've seen Zeus
It's also a good call.
Yeah, picked into the Clinks. I also think if you can ult, you find the Earthshaker
like
and the
it.
Bane.
Yep.
But I just don't know if there is that move potential, that flexibility with the Pango.
That pick is really good, I think.
Yeah, even
Timber?
with the Timber. You're talking about the Timber?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Timber pick because I think, generally speaking, I don't think they wanted to play XXS on this Razor at all. I think they just want to throw it mid lane, and now you have the Shaker who can move there, and Timber is one of the better heroes where you're playing with another melee. You just give him solo XP on that off lane there, just fissure block, and then Timber gets a few levels, he can kind of exist by himself there, and that makes him think, are you going to put DK in that safe lane there? So this is going to be very interesting. And Amar is going to pick up with the Viper. They're still going to throw 9 on the Pango, and Skeeter's going to end up playing that. And that's going to, I don't know, this Viper versus Clinks matchup is incredibly volatile. Like, this Viper can die very quickly, very easily, but so can the Clinks. It's really going to be about positioning and the supports and who gets the initiation first.
And the supports are also extremely strong. Like, you have this Bane on one side, Pango on the other. These are your top tier supports of the meta on their respective positions, 5 and 4. Another thing that why I think Pango went mid and they picked the Viper are the rotations from the Shaker that you talked about. It's much, much easier for a Pango to dodge them, to get away and just have a decent game. Plus, it's a complete comfort zone for 9, and that's very important for Falcons.
Idea here. What if
yeah,
you do the Falcons thing again, and you put the Viper in the safe lane, and you put the DK in the off lane against
Oh, you
the
think they
Clinks?
might try and lane swap?
Maybe. Like the Viper...
Is that less volatile and more stable?
It's much better for the lane swaps, and this would make a lot more sense to me and why they picked the Viper, and they've done it before. So it could like really destroy this Timbers game, and DK versus Clinks is classic. You have high armor, you can deal with that lane no problem. It'd be advantageous for their lane setup. We'll see if they can do it again or if they're even thinking about it.
Would you take supports with you, like as if you take the whole safe lane and you just put it in off lane, or it's just the carries?
I think you just
the
put
core
DK
stuff?
Hoodwink, and that's it. You play that lane. You just leave the Viper with Enigma, and I think you'd be very happy with that.
Yeah.
I like the idea.
Do you have any worries of Falcons potentially falling off like what happened in game number 1, that there is going to be a much bigger scaling potential from XG's lineup?
No, I don't think so. I think last game was a little bit different because you had that additional core running into it. This is a more standard Dota game, core-to-core matchups, and it looks a lot better, especially you have the Enigma in there, you have the Hoodwink, these heroes scale too. I think you have better scaling on Falcons this game.
Yeah, definitely. And why do they have better scaling is because of the position 4. That's actually it. It's like now they are the ones that have this greed on position 4 that can scale indefinitely.
That's true. That was a pretty big difference in game number 1 and game number 2. We're going to see if it is able to work out for Falcons this time round, and I hope it is, mostly because I really want to see a game number 3 between these two teams. I'd love to see the series go the distance, but before we even get to a game 3, we've got to get to game 2. And in doing that, let's head on over to Tsunami, who's joined by Aoi.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Aoi of Falcons, where I want you to level with me, be real. Did that first pick Razor from Xtreme throw you off? Because they have not picked it at all this tournament, but they do have a slight history of picking it.
No, we knew they played Razor, and a lot of teams first pick Razor versus us because our hero pool is annoying, so it's not really a surprise. I think Amar actually called it after they banned Chen on 4. They're going to pick Razor.
Because the last time this actually happened was Game 4 of Elite League against you guys, which was the final game of Elite League, where they also first picked Razor. So clearly they have a history of dealing with it. Are you happy with your reaction throughout the rest of this draft?
And we lost Game 4, so that sounds bad for us.
That is, the precedent has been set.
Yeah, that's not good. I mean, we're happy with the draft, but we're happy in Game 1 and we lost 2, so it is what it is. You know, we'll just see how it goes.
Fair enough. Works for me. Let's see how it is in game number 2.
Well, always love to hear the brutal honesty coming out from the coach there as we are into this game number 2. Seeing if it's going to be like game number 4, perhaps a little bit more like game number 3.
What number are we on now?
We're on number
Oh my goodness.
3 of the day and 2 of the now and 7 of the tournament. I'm not sure exactly. As, oh no, did he get pulled up? DY could have been a way out of there for him, but unfortunately not looking like it's quite going to happen that way. Give First Blood over to 9. Something that Owie is definitely going to be very happy about, being able to get that bottle right out of the gate for 9. Did want to tell you, Trent.
Yeah.
A lot of Pango games in the last 2 days. Only one where he has won.
And who was it?
It was Liquid, actually. They managed to take 1 game.
Okay. So will Pango get another win here?
They lost 2 other with Pango, but, you know, it happens.
No, we'll see how 9 does this time, though. Obviously, 9 Pango, renowned. Very good. Currently dealing with a very annoying Razor, though. It's only level 1 in the Link, so it's not the worst, but you also don't have the most damage. Currently sitting at about 9 for 9. That's fitting. He left him with 9 damage. Would you believe it?
That's just, you know, that's swell.
That's crazy he could do that so intentionally.
XM.
Man, he's good.
On the money. Was it 9 or was it XM that did it?
Oh, that's a good point.
I think 9 is going for some branding right now. That's what's happening here.
Well, I said last game that there's 2 heroes I think of when I think of 9. Or, sorry, when I think of XM. And that's Viper, and that's Razor.
Okay.
So, he won his game on Viper. If I had to be a betting man, I'd say he's going to win his game on Razor. This guy's an absolute beast. You don't want to see him on the Razor. But, like Owie just said, they were prepared for it. They know it can happen. So we'll see if they've got those answers. Xingqiu chasing that courier. 1 touch is all he needs. Oh, no! A second courier!
I've seen this from him before.
Oh, goodness. Not nearly as mobile as the Monkey King, yet he still gets it done.
That's pretty gross. How much does that hurt their lane up top here? I don't think it matters a whole heck of a ton as Link up again on 9 out of the mid lane. XXS is going to have to run away from the Eidolon spam coming from Skitter and snaking up on the top side there of the map. That's 9. Goes for the shield crash step forward. Manages to get a deny there right on top of XM. Not bad at all.
I thought Fear had put forward some very good ideas about potential lane swaps.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised that they didn't attempt something like that, just because it is like some classic stuff there, particularly the Viper into the Timbersaw. I don't know if it's just an issue of like they think that the lanes just get swapped around and everything instead, but they didn't go for the swap. And XXS in a pretty comfortable position because of that really early Fisher block that we saw them do from Xingqiu. It's gotten the lane pushed out pretty far, and like you just saw a minute ago, Xingqiu was blocking out the camp, which is physically, with his Earthshaker to make sure there wouldn't be a spawn. And that's helping XXS have an okay time here.
Ooh, and that's nice. Get 2 of the Eidolon kills. Any time that you can make that happen feels amazing against the Enigma. XXS does manage to get 1 deny himself, so should be able to deal with this lane somewhat effectively on XXS. And yeah, after last game, we didn't actually get to see all of the numbers. I know we did get to see it on the post-game breakdown. And while it was low numbers of damage for his Brewmaster, it was actually the 2nd lowest in the game, if I'm not mistaken, only behind DY. Pretty rough.
Well, should go better on a Timbersaw, one would
imagine. Xingqiu trying to mess a little bit with the blocks. Ended up pulling aggro of the range creep there, but we'll let it go after the fact. And Snake King pulls it right back in. So we'll deny that one out for now. Clinks, though. This is the one that we got to watch for. A volatile lane was what we were promised, and so far, that volatility a little bit into the favor of Ame.
Whoa, he got his courier again? With
my
both
God.
Racer recipes?
Oh, no. Oh, that's actually pretty bad.
Mom, he's doing it again. He's stealing my couriers.
That's not good.
Let me play the game.
Yeah, that's really bad, as a matter of fact. And they're sending out another one on Enigma. Is Xingqiu?
Yeah, but he wouldn't get another courier.
I mean,
not with the same ward, because that would be crazy.
They're sending it out. Xingqiu, he's on the hunt. All right, they're sending it up and around. But that is...
Yeah, but that's where the ward is.
You know...
And he has a smoke.
Oh my God, he's going. He's such a bully.
Run away.
Get away, donkey, run! Get away! He's gonna... Oh my God, he's chasing it. Bro!
The enchant totem. The 100 bonus attack range. Easy. Courier's kill. Make that number 4 here. Oh, I have that courier. It's my favorite one. That's Patch Dash, and Hobbs, I think, are their names.
Well,
it's a good one.
You know, I think XinQ doesn't name couriers. It's like, you know,
No, they
cows
have
for
names.
slaughter.
Fair. He doesn't want to form the attachment. I understand.
As Snake King underneath the tower. You know what? If I'm Skitter right now, I say, Snake King, you got to die as Crit goes down because I need a new courier, and that's going to be you. DK is sending out another one. And XinQ already in position as DY trading a couple hits there, throws a few more onto Amar, and with Clinks on top of him, pops stick trying to survive, not gonna happen.
And DY honestly wouldn't even mind if he went down. Will survive, he's gonna die to the neutral, so even better.
And XM on to 9, can't do enough though, and is just going to back out.
Crit trying to figure out what to do here. He's currently running up top to this fight.
Skitter, I mean, without any courier action for him, XXS is just going in as a bully. Although they bring in the Hoodwink, and at the long wrap run, he's finally gifted his items.
He went back down here. Yeah, I don't think you can go back to the tower, my friend. Not that way, at least.
He got the salve from earlier, though, so that's important. 9, slept. DY, dude, this guy has been doing so much. DY, no mana left on 9 means that they managed to find that kill. I think you need to take away his Bane. Like, I think, like, there's a lot of great heroes, but it's just, he's been making it too easy. Look at this 100% win rate.
I mean, they've won every game, though.
Well, you know. Come on.
We can bring up every hero.
But Bane.
But Bane, yes, he's an incredible Bane. There's no doubt about it. But unfortunately, despite how many bans we have, it still feels like there's just not quite enough versus certain teams. Falcons, of course, have abused that to great effect. Now, XG, in a similar state here is DY. I mean, look, at least he's killable, right?
Surely. XM's just like, I'm not even coming over for you, bro. Although, now the Bushwhack's going to be there. And now the link up, that'll serve you right for trying to make the move over late. XM taking some hits. Crit doesn't really have mana, but will have a stick and another Bushwhack in 2 as the body blocks are out. XM, Bushwhack connects. Almost enough damage, 9. He wants it so bad, and they move in and finish him. Now XXX comes in. He wants to get a little bit of retribution for last game, and well, XinQ is actually going to be the one that connects for the finish.
It took so long. DY got there by the time he died.
You can't stop him. DY Bane. The legend of it. The only Bane that I've seen in a while that's still maxing Nightmare.
He likes to make the plays.
Ame hunting. Dun 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 dun.
Snaking level 5.5.
And right there. Onto him. Malefice. Ame still chasing. Is it going to be enough damage? Asleep onto Viper 2. Ame chases for Snake. Crits over to the side. XM finds another, and Snake King going to go down, but they lose XM. Now DY tries to run away because they brought more numbers. Still 2 for 1 so far. DY trying to sneak his way out of their nightmares himself, but in the end, it was still a kill.
All right, bit of a bloodbath here. 11 kills, 8.5 minutes. It's up top. 2 heroes that have been doing too much of that here. DK the Timbers again. They'll continue it down bottom.
Ame trying to survive through this. He still has the Lotus. Vision is there. And enough heroes means a dead Clinks.
Yeah, had to drop the sentry under the tower here just to guarantee it. No dust or anything. So they'll lose that, but it's well worth it for the kill as Crit gets the Arcanes delivered.
Wow.
It's going to feel great here. Keep them near the tower. As Snake King is really close to 6. And, you know, you would love it if Clinks came back to this tower and you got a black hole kill on him.
Oh, yeah. DY
Skitter's coming in behind. They're setting up for it. Snake King just needs a little bit of XP to kill something. Help me out here.
Stun.
They have a sentry
for the moment.
By the
Ame running away. And instead, they're going to turn their sights onto DY.
Just a little bit of XP.
With this kill, that should get him level 6 now on Snake King. But Clinks has already evacuated.
Okay, it's kind of a similar story here to last game. The net worth lead is a little bit in XG's favor, but in terms of just getting control over the map, it is Falcons. DK knocking down this tower. Will they respond up top to XXS's Timber, though? Or are they more concerned about just securing all of this Radiant jungle space here to try and take it away from XM's Razor? Because he is not afraid. He's got some stacks in here that he is farming up. And they chose not to invade. And speaking of stacks, even more over here on the western side of the map.
Couldn't quite get those Ancients or XinQ, but still has a lot of farm being built up. And if I know that man at all, he might Echo Slam it, depending on how it goes.
Just thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just make it happen.
He's got a Timber, though.
Yeah.
And 1 point in Aftershock. You know, it doesn't have that same oomph.
That's fair enough. XXS starts to farm these up. I mean, yeah, that is the big question for me for Falcons, is where are you going to see this black hole get used first? There's a couple of heroes that could potentially be vulnerable to it, whether it's the Razor or the Clinks. It's hard to kill off XXS unless you have like mass numbers in the area, but that could be something that we see from Snake King. Or maybe he just wants to hold it for a while and they want to play more of the passive farm type of game. It's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, he would like to catch back up. He's lowest on the net worth. XP has been pretty fine, though, considering he's mostly been avoiding the engagements right until that last couple there, as he's now got up to 4 assists.
Right.
And once more, we're going to have Skitter get into the early Blink Dagger on this DK. Just likes to play it active, wants to help create moves on the map for them. And again, they have this same issue of just like a 1 stun and they have the damage. You can be there very, very quickly. Blink DK, Rolling Pango, just the general attack range of a Viper. So it's not quite as bursty as last game. They're lacking a little bit of that damage since they're not the ones in the Timbers all this time, but similar playstyle can definitely evolve here for them.
Dude, this by DY, I think, is the key to his like success. He's just annoying, right? Like, he's randomly throwing out these nightmares whenever somebody's around, and oh my god, is he gonna break it? Crit. Doesn't get his TP completed. And now XXS is gonna TP out because of that. They broke Crit's TP, and that meant they couldn't get the kill.
Snake King did save him, though, because after the grip, they threw a Nightmare on him, and Ame was rotating over, but the Eidolons took the Nightmare off.
Oh, man. Well, barely keeping their Timbersaw alive and not getting the kill onto the Hoodwink, but I think you're pretty okay with that right now for Xtreme. More farm.
Yeah, overall, the top cores are pretty close. The only big standout one is XXS, as he has done a complete reversal from his last match.
Yep.
Feeling way better this time, and wants going for a relatively early Eternal Shroud.
Yeah.
Again, one of our items of the tournament here.
It's this and Wind Waker, pretty much.
And Gleipnir's.
Oh, fair.
But, I mean, you know.
Depends on what role you're playing, I guess.
Does it? I mean, we had 3 in one game.
You're not wrong. There are a lot of them. Ame not opting for any of those. Just want to go straight into the Deso after the Arcanes. I feel like there aren't many heroes that have like Deso and Arcane boots together as like a combination. It sort of feels weird when you see it. But it makes sense on Clinks. Will be able to secure themselves an early Roche, most likely, if they win some solid fights.
They are really trying to find XM here.
Yeah.
Blink, stun, sharpshooter, that's all they want. Come on. Oh, there he is. Look how safe he's trying to be.
Yeah. And
they went the wrong way.
Oh,
he's a genius.
But now he's back under a ward. XinQ is here, though. Fissure connection onto 2 and trying to bait out some movement.
I mean, that ulti.
Yeah.
Now, they are starting to steal that Dire Wisdom Rune, so they don't really want to come back for this fight. Instead, they're going to say, hey, let them have the tower. We're going to take their Wisdom Rune, make sure they don't get ours, and we'll get the lead out of this because we're holding the tower because it's Razor.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to keep them here, stuck here, for as long as possible, and they're sort of faking a fight at times just to make sure that they'll get the double Wisdom Rune.
And now
but doesn't come at a cost, though. They're already in on it. And
oh, that was gone
down
instantly.
low. It's not going to be enough. Already dead on that Razor, still trying to roll through and do damage onto both. Timbersaw doing what he can, but he's just got to back away as well. DK for Razor so far. Can Falcons manage to get out of here? Looks like, woo, DY. Oh, man.
Still has grip. He's been waiting for that right moment.
Grip and Fissure.
And the Nightmare cancel on the Black Hole was almost immediate.
Oh, Ame in a bit too far, and he gets caught. So Falcons, just by sticking around this area, managed to get the free kill onto the carry.
Oh, he even just got that Wisdom Rune, 2 extra valuable.
I know. Well, another Wisdom Rune will be claimed, this time by XinQ.
I can't believe that stack actually worked.
That was right on money. Earthshaker's getting towards the Blink Dagger. I will say I've been pretty underwhelmed so far this tournament with Earthshakers in general. Curious if XinQ can make this hero look solid.
Geez, they've only stacked 4 camps? That's crazy.
I mean, yeah, a testament to how different Falcons have looked in this series so far to their normal performances.
I don't even know if it's so much of a performance thing, it's just more of a strategy thing in this game.
Right.
Because of their cores, where it's just like, we're getting aggressive, we have a safe lane DK, we're trying to take towers, we're trying to fight, but yeah, that is weird. Nobody really needing them necessarily on the Dire, or being that proficient at farming them.
Right. But it does start to become a bit of an issue if you're, losing out on the map and the enemy team is able to farm up a whole stack, get that extra injection of gold into them.
All right, they're going to clear this camp. DY's got the smoke. XinQ's got the blink.
They're ready.
It's time for smoke and daggers.
There's a ward here, which is going to be right over by XXS, but XM, catch him here. TP coming from DY, wants to help. The roll is out. Manages to get the link up, still looking for more. Nightmare onto 1, Ame onto 2, and XinQ, he finds the 3rd.
Yeah, this is kind of like going on the bristle, It's a similar situation. It's like, that's the target they're giving us. We can try it, but it might not end well for you. 9, just getting out of there.
Haste, XinQ,
Hasted and Arcane Runed. This guy's all ruined up, ruined out of his brain. Can't even think straight.
DY got him!
See, I told you.
Oh,
He's too ruined up, man.
It always gets you, doesn't it?
It's always the haste rune.
Every single time. Well, just like that, Tier 1 tower gonna get hit. And Xtreme weathering the storm of the early aggression again in game number 2. Are we gonna get a similar result that we saw in the last time? Only time will tell.
We'll see. Maybe if Snake King picks up a Midas.
Yeah, right.
And we'll know.
XinQ out hunting a little bit here.
He still wants to use this thing.
Well, just out of range.
Not the target you're after,
No, not really.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And in fact, Crit is going to be playing it safe. Just backs away once he sees that XinQ is in the area. XXS going to take that farm. And both Snake King and XinQ, the more farmed of the supports at this point in time in the game. As we take a look at this replay here, and the
TP in to stop the sharpshooter.
Yeah,
that's really what ruins it for them.
It would have been enough. Why? They bring everybody and take down that Bane. Would anticipate a D-ward up on that cliff. Don't know if they're actually going to have anything for it right now. As the sharpshooter comes out, doesn't connect though onto XM. They have great wards. They see Skitter right now on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, kind of both teams. Pretty solid vision. Question is, what do they want to do instead of XG? They just want to pressure another tower here with Razor and Clinks. Are they happy just farming up for a little bit? I mean, we've seen Wallachia play this Clinks quite a bit, as he said. He kind of saw some of the Chinese teams and players playing it. Ame, I'm sure, being one of them. Kind of inspired him to go after it, so see the difference. Obviously, when we've watched Wallachia play, he plays it very isolated. As there's the Blink Dagger getting some use here. Dunks on the way out.
Yeah, but this was smoked. They saw this with a glyph, or rather with a scan, and so knew that they were hanging out right there. So Crit gave up his life, was baiting it out, and they get the kill.
Yeah, and the best possible kill. Obviously, getting that Timbersaw down in this game. It goes over to the Viper. It's going to help out Amar's game quite a bit here. As Viper, one of these really awkward heroes that hates being in like the middle of the net worth. Like you really wanted to shut someone down and then get nice and big, because every single game you have to buy this Hurricane Pike. It feels like that's when your game actually gets started. You know, now he's trying to get into these items that actually make you feel a little bit better playing the hero like the Manta style.
Yeah, and you feel like you have to keep it for so much longer. This hero incredibly immobile.
Is under attack.
Still a 4,000 gold lead, but that Timber kill helping to slow down the acceleration coming from Xtreme. A full Mage Slayer done with the Blink Dagger on Skitter, eyeing up the Manta style next, as you might imagine. Still a little bit scary as this game goes later, is dealing with, you know, this tri-core that they've got working on Xtreme. They've kind of got their, you know, sides covered with a ton of physical and pure damage.
Yeah, they do. And then damage-wise, Falcons not going to some of their traditional items here as Crit is currently looking for that Force Staff.
Oh, this is a big one. Ame comes away from the Tormentor, too greedy. And they will immediately get that kill.
Yeah, that was just way too easy. I mean, you would think they had like crazy vision or something in that case, but I don't even think they had much leading that, did they?
No. I mean, they just saw Tormentor dead and they run to triangle and he's there. Like at no HP.
A wise play.
Yeah, they were ready.
Crit almost spotted out there by Plasma Field. I mean, now we got DY, same space, also low, but immediately has the shard to Brain Sap's Mylon, so never mind.
Yeah, he's fine again.
No deny there. Or that wasn't a deny, that was also someone trying to kill it. No kill there from Snaking as Skitter gets the final hit.
I mean, so you often talk about this Earthshaker kind of having fallen off for a while because of like how limited the damage feels like it is eventually. Do you think that's going to be a concern in this game at all, that like you're not, your main other sort of damage sources, you're not getting that position for like we saw in the last game, or do you think the rest of the cores make up for it?
I think you just have to reframe Shaker, like, because I think there's still this idea of like Blink Echo Slam winning a team fight.
Right.
Which it doesn't, I mean, maybe it can, but it's not what it used to be. There's no such thing as like a 5-hero Echo Slam that just like takes 90% of their HP anymore or something, right? Or those like classic highlight clips, because everyone's just way tankier and beefier. But he's a Razor and a Clinks this game. So the idea is he's just controlling, he's ruining the terrain to let them flourish and shine.
Well, right now they need something for poor old XXS, as he is again gonna get solo Black Hole. I mean, he's kind of just been left for the wolves a little bit this whole series. I don't know, getting demolished.
I think if you have this big of a lead on your Timbersaw and you can use it to get way more gold on your Razor and your Clinks, then you take that.
Okay.
Now the thing that can't happen is this.
Right.
Obviously.
Well,
it's going to the Roche pit. It is most certainly happening, and yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to do much about it.
As Roche goes down, they're set up on the top side of the map with Bane and Ame. Ame realizing what's happening is going to start trying to take that tier 2 tower. It's DY waiting at the Twin Gate, see if anybody comes through. It looks like they could. They're maybe thinking about it, but no. No, nobody in the area. 9 maybe would walk through at the end of this one here, but it does end up being a tier 2 tower for Roche.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, no ideas about fighting it just yet. Although they are thinking about smoking through the Twin Gate with this fresh BKB on XM.
This is
that could be bad if they go through. Oh, they're committing.
9! Did they ping it? They didn't quite see him. And now 9 gets up to the high ground, trying to run away. Xingqiu on the hunt, and there it is. Fissure, Chant Totem. No chance for him to get out of there.
Yeah, I like the idea of just dunking, guaranteeing it. It is a Pango after all. No tower stands a chance versus this Ame Clinks, that's for sure.
It's so much damage.
I mean, they are in position to theoretically take their Tormentor really quick, but might not be worth it.
It's a little scary, no doubt. Now it's just as they have the Aegis in hand on Falcons, still a 6,000 gold lead for Xtreme, and I mean, Ame threatening a tier 2 now. They do have Glyph available.
I mean, you can Glyph all you want, I don't know. You have to be in position.
I mean, the other thing about this is the second tier 2. They took the other one, so that's no Glyph for if they go high ground at any point here. The next while.
Oh, this doesn't look too solid, though.
Good vision, good vision. Can they take the fight the way they want it to? XM gets hit with the ulti, gonna TP away immediately. And with no black hole available for 20 seconds, they couldn't come in to interrupt that. Skitter walked forward, spots another dragon. His cousin hanging out near him.
Oh, but his cousin's tasty and has gold.
That's right.
Doesn't kill him, though. Let him live.
Yeah, the Falcons' moves, like a couple of pickoffs here and there, but it really has felt like the game has slowed down, and it's just to the benefit of Xtreme.
Yeah, and part of that being, like, talk about how Crit went for the 4-staff first, so he's still not into his Maelstrom, so he can't do his classic style of becoming this big core. That's why he's the bottom of the net worth.
Yeah.
I mean, that's weird in a game like this, right? It's been relatively open map and stuff, but he's not been able to get that same net worth that we're used to because of the feeling the need of the pressure to get this 4-staff because of the Fishers and the Razor.
Eidolon scouting up on the high ground by where the Radiant Tormentor was. They do get Guardian Greaves.
They found DY.
Yeah. Seeing him there. Can't do much about it, though. And as they try and take their first tier 2 tower, it's not an easy go of it for Falcons. XM's illusion running out. They spot him now.
I think this is good pressure, though, because they know there's no BKB on the Razor.
But look at this. They're going to have to TP back to defense.
Yeah.
Things are getting weird for Falcons now. They kind of got to run, and they did send Pango back to deal with Ame, which, by the way, look at that bottom tier 3 tower. That's just a couple of seconds. They're still scanning and hunting on the other side, too. DY on the jump, ready to go immediately. Do they have enough to keep him alive? Oh, my God. That big brain sap onto all the Eidolons, keeping him survivable, but DY eventually is brought down.
He couldn't get the Nightmare there. And Ame, he did not stick around in the bottom lane. That tower very low, but he's back xylophoning in the mid lane.
Forget taunt. Coming to join the team. No Pango here. Skitter already down to almost dead. Still has that Aegis in hand for 50 seconds. Have not taken the tier 2 tower. And keep in mind, Xtreme have held the glyph the entire time too. Success. Oh, walking up there. Coming to contest. Still they hold.
Ame farming into the Lincoln Sphere as well, so has a defensive option here as he returns to the bottom lane for the pressure.
You know, it's interesting, right? Because I feel like a lot of times in the past, we would see this split push Dota happening when you felt like you couldn't team fight. And I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Xtreme of like, they have a really strong team fight lineup and they're threatening the fight on one side of the map and then also making the split push happen. It's cool to see.
Yeah, I definitely see where Dyrachyo got it from. I feel like Ame's play clicks basically the exact same way we saw Dyrachyo do it.
Roll up from 9, wants to run in. XingQ spots him, steals the Wisdom Rune. And blinks over him too.
No.
He is.
No. You have to die for this. You cannot live.
This is pretty disgusting. They move in, and Malefice is out, so they will bring down XingQ. Still, you got your Clinks out safe, and you stole the Wisdom Rune? Okay.
Yeah. It is still a net positive XP for the side of XG.
Amar getting towards his items. They do have still incredibly strong late game. Ame. Not in any detection area. Crit goes out, finds onto DY. XM, they're thinking about going in on Ame. Wants to go for a big target, and it's on to Snake.
He's holding a gem.
Reads everything, but look at the little Skelly boys.
Oh, he got
they take
courier.
him down. Oh, Skitter is gone, and now Crit also in trouble, trying to hide away from there. What a difference in the world a gem would have made in that moment.
No, he snaking head one.
Oh my God, it doesn't matter.
He somehow saved it with his courier, which was really nice. I mean, it's a big Pyrrhic victory. I'm hyping it up the fact that they're losing the game right now, but it was cool.
XXS gets out of trouble.
Snaking triumphantly jumping in the fountain. His brave donkey.
Look at that. 2,500 damage, and that's in the space of, what, how many seconds? 3? Maybe 4-ish?
Yeah. While being black holed.
Yeah. I feel like the skeleton should be black holed. What the heck?
Nah.
No? Okay.
Nah.
Fair.
We can't get things too confusing
Look
here.
at that.
Building.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even close.
DY and 9 just refusing to get involved here.
Pacifists. As we get to the 30-minute mark, Ame
Was that
stacks
also
another
really loud in your ear?
No.
Oh, really?
No, I didn't hear anything. Okay.
I feel like it was just someone in the booth, just like they were getting ready to do the voice for someone else.
Okay,
That came out, and they're like, you know, that clinks. That sounded good.
The clink sounds are amazing.
That's basically what you sound like before you get ready for a cast.
Listen,
He's
why
over
you gotta
there.
help me like that? That is not what I sound like. You're unbelievable. Over here.
Hot tea, hot tea.
Just trying to survive. Well, another move from Falcons. As you mentioned, they had that gem. Does somebody still have it? Pango. Pango's got it in hand for the moment. Well,
you just had to, didn't you?
Well,
no courier save this time. That thing is gone.
Dude, this Clinks is disgusting.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm listening to him.
He's a monster.
It's so loud.
It really is. Oh, Fissure.
Oh, another catch.
And they go take down crit. Ame on the job yet again. Skeletons just given 20 gold. And they're going to go and push the top side. Now they do not have... I mean, they have Black Hole. Doesn't have Blink Dagger yet on Snake King. They have Blink, obviously, on Dragon Knight. Amar trying to threaten. And
Oh, there's a Viper in this game.
Yeah, I know, right?
This feels like one of the most miserable games of Dota to
Oh,
play.
Skitter, he gets caught. The Yules is there. Well, everybody went back to deal with the wave. He is immediately going to be brought down. And guess what? Ame killed Snake King too, because why not? He thought he was out of there. They don't need Ame for that kill. They're getting torn asunder right now on Falcons.
They've just gotten pulled completely apart on this map. XG, you know, they have not lost a game here yet. I don't think that's in here. But one of the reasons for that might just be the way they play this damn map. Because it is just ridiculous.
It's all DY.
It's all the Bane, huh?
Yeah.
Undefeated again.
He's way too strong. Don't show me that. Look, the Bane, okay? The Bane, he's really good. Yeah, Enigma hurt himself
Almost looks
a little
like
bit
Bane.
too.
It's true.
He's got Eidolons, they're like skeletons. I mean, it is sort of strange that, like, Enigma takes a piece of himself to, like, create the little Eidolons. It's like how, you know, worms, if they get cut in half, they just make 2 worms then.
Well, do I need to explain to you where children come from?
No, that's not what you do. You don't, like, cut off your arm and then it grows into a child. Anyways, we're moving on. As 19-15, it is a smoke out from Falcons. And they see that Roche turns red. Will they kill anybody else? Great ward in the area here, too.
It's a nice ward.
I think that ward's about to win him this fight. Yep, Snake King found, gone. Roche about to respawn as XM. BKB chase down 9. He's got the full link onto him. Xingqiu waiting for his moment. Dun, 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 dun. Can he find anybody? No, not quite. And as a matter of fact, Skitter, he's going to get controlled by the Fissure, and now the grip. Xingqiu will die.
Yeah, he got tagged up by too many things for his Blink Dagger to go.
But it might come at a cost as 9 has a volley of arrows thrown at him. DY chasing the other support in this game. He got his eyes on crit, finds the finish, 5 dead.
I mean, that break into Bash, trying to control up that raise. That was really good. They take him down, but yeah, Ame still being up. The damage is very real.
So strong. I mean, even with 2 kills, they end up getting like gold benefit for Falcons, but it's just, it's way too much damage coming out from Ame. And now Pine Greaves on XXS. Tough time as they are going to siege and take the first set of Rex. Now looking for more. First time buying it on this hero. He's been tired of the Malefices. Unfortunately, his Greaves are on cooldown for XXS as the stuns come out, but buildings still being hit. And now the Hoodwink connection. Dual Scepter keeps him fine for the moment. They black hole the Timber, and, well, he's living. Ame just kills him. That's one way to cancel a black hole.
Keep it simple, I guess, huh? As the Aghanims will explode far away from the opponents.
With that, as people respawn, Xtreme will claim their bounty of farming out the entire map away from Falcons. He's going for an Octarine core on Xingqiu.
I kept waiting for the PvE event, but I feel like XG have just brought it into the competitive scene.
Yeah, they're ready for it.
It really feels like they played the map more than they played Falcons. It feels like they just got everything they could. They made Falcons run around the whole time. They were not able to get these successful ganks or pickoffs they had. They sort of built towards that too, but I mean, between having a Viper as a core, the Hoodwink going for the initial Force Staff, this Pango who's hunting for fights, they couldn't take advantage of all this space at the same time. And now XG just getting the next objective here. Crit nearby.
He's got to do everything.
He can scurry his way over there, though.
Got to do everything and a bit more, but he's not going to be able to make it into that Roche pit.
All right, it's DY time.
Aegis cheese on XM right now, and that Aghanim Scepter done for the Bane. Big
okay, so they're
rounds.
going to just send in XM once more. Try and bait him out. I mean, remember, he's got Lincoln's BKB. He's got one job, and he knows it. So they need to find Ame first. No Aegis on him, right? Just the Lincolns. If they can get the Clinks, they can actually still win a fight.
Looking, hunting. Crit has pretty good positioning here. Okay, never mind. Oh, no. Yep, that's going to be Snake King in some trouble as they run him through too. Now, they do both have buybacks, so all is not lost. Well, now they get the grip onto 9, and Amar completely isolated. Will manage to get the Force Staff up to the high ground, but DK not quite going to be so lucky. GG is called. An absolute clinic coming in from Xtreme. Who the hell can stop this team? They look unbeatable.
Oh, yeah, they have cruised their way through the bracket now. And the XG, they sit atop the mountain, daring the next person to come and challenge them in that grand finals.
Unbelievable performance. I think this team has just put together a masterclass of performance. Let's see if the panel agrees as we head on back to them.
There's absolutely no way that we could disagree that XG are putting on a clinic. I mean, the fact that they have gone undefeated, it continues here. This was the upper bracket finals. These guys are guaranteed top 3, and now XG making their way to the grand finals, very deservedly so as well, because of the way that they played not only in game number 1, but here again in game number 2. For you said the scaling potential was there for Falcons, and you thought maybe if there was a bit of a lane swap, that also could have helped them in the earlier part of this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were very confident in what they could do in the laning stage. They picked the Viper thinking, that's my Clink sensor. I'm going to destroy him in the laning stage. Clinks is not a hero that enjoys going jungle super early, but it didn't really happen that way. And later on in the game, you go this Deso build on Clinks. Viper does not like that. He gets bursted super easily in the team fights. And of course, September also had a fine laning stage as well because he was uncontested. And the lane swap I was talking about was potentially putting the Viper against the Timber and crush him and put the DK Hoodwink against the Clinks. If you ever stun him once, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, but they didn't go for it. Not to say that would solve all their issues here, because I think Xtreme Gaming just outplayed them in a lot of regards. They just play so well as a team right now.
Yeah, the first thing that you have to take care of is your couriers. That's like the first thing in your laning stage.
Yeah.
You know, you go back, and I just love the way that he actually used his observers. The first 2 observers were actually placed in the dire jungle. So okay, Shaker, the problem with this hero is almost always the laning stage, right? Like, you have to have a very strong partner to make him work, and then you have to play these shenanigans, like you're blocking the waves, you're killing the couriers. He did that extremely well. He made that Dragonite very poor for the majority of the lane, because not because he wasn't class hitting, just because he couldn't get his items. Like, he had 2 bracers on the courier that almost never got delivered. They were delivered when the lane was already ending. So yeah, those things were not really going their way, but this Clinks, I just love the itemization, and I just love the way that they played it. During the opening, we talked about this Clinks plus Slardar combo that they used to roll. He didn't need any minus armor because he had the Dezo, and then all he needed was a stun, right? And that's where Xingqiu comes into play. Like, he was constantly with the Clinks getting these pickoffs. Fissure into Ame just right-clicking you was enough.
Yeah, and something else that was really beneficial for their draft that you alluded to earlier, Fear, was the lockdown coming out from both supports. Xingqiu, we're used to him being on this hard scaling support, like a Marcy, like a Grim, like a Dark Lord, but he went for the Earthshaker, and it just showed why it was so beneficial for them. Getting the lockdown on any one of the cores, and then the Razor was there, the Clinks was there, even the Timber Sword. They're ones that can't lock them down, but they can definitely put out the damage, and that's exactly what happened time and time again, and why it felt the Falcons could not get anywhere in a team fight. It felt sure you might be able to take one hero, but at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to take the team fight.
Yeah, for sure. And this is, by the way, just to cover the item build, he went for the crit Dezo Dragonlance. This is very different from what we usually see. Arcane Boost to give you that farming potential, some mana. Of course, kind of weird to see it on a carry, but it definitely worked out. And the items are very different from what you see from Duracho and maybe Skitter when they play Clinks, but this is a kill build. Like, this is a build in which you're roaming the map. You're still farming, but it's so easy for you to get kills.
How many carries have mana issues like that where you would contemplate going mana boots on them so you're self-sustaining and can farm and also get kills?
Just Medusa, I think. That's the other one.
I mean, that's a different...
It's a lot different, but that's the only hero I can think of that goes mana boots. But yeah, to answer your question, that's also why Xtreme Gaming is so scary right now, where Xingqiu doesn't have to be that hero that gets farm and scales. He can take the backseat and they can pick Timber, Razor, Clinks, 0 stun cores. They do all damage though, right? And like, hey, supports. You're not going to do damage this game. You're going to stun for us. It just shows you that the versatility, how scary each single player on this team is, that they have that adaptability in the draft.
Yep.
And exactly why they haven't lost a single game yet. And also why they're going to be going to the Grand Finals. With this series win, it locks them in for Grand Finals tomorrow, but also means they're going to be joining Tsunami for our winners interview.
That's right, I am joined by Xingqiu, and yet again, Lillian will be helping me translate through all of your players because the undefeated streak continues. You have not dropped a single game, and for Xingqiu specifically, I imagine a lot of that success is because of his Marcy. This is not a hero that's very popular elsewhere in other regions besides China, and I was just wondering what Xingqiu sees in the hero, what he likes so much about it.
就是那个我们连胜的很大一个关键因素就是马西这个英雄，就是好像除了中国赛区之外，别的赛区的战队好像很少去玩这个英雄。就是对这个英雄你有什么独到的理解吗？
因为这个英雄我一开始是偷学那个阿瑞和奈克拉斯，然后但是我觉得他们那个打法不是很好，他们老是出祭品，然后大勋章、战鼓这种辅助道具，我觉得马西不应该是这样的，所以我自己来玩。
at first I learned from Ari, from OG and Nine Class, but I don't think they play quite well, so I did do some small changes. I don't like the support items such as Vladimir and Solar, so I play myself.
Yeah, I've been seeing he goes for damage item, goes for the Basher BKB. He wants to kill people. So how often, Xingqiu, do you get inspiration from other regions and other pro teams? Do you like doing your own research, or you like seeing what other people are doing?
就是你从别的赛区或者别的战队、别的选手那边获取灵感，就是从他们那边学东西的这种频率是怎么样的呢？
我基本上每一把比赛都会看。
I do watch every game.
He's a student of the game and a student of this tournament. For me, I've noticed that you've now beaten every other opponent left. So while you look forward to Grand Finals, you've already beat G2IG, you already beat Liquid, you already beat Spirit, and you just beat Falcons. Is there any one team that would be more fun to face off in a best of 5?
就是那个这位主持人他注意到，好像我们在这个比赛里，剩下对手我们都已经击败过了。那就是在即将到来的 BO5里面，就是你最希望遇到哪个对手？你觉得跟什么样对阵会是最有趣的
？IG 吧，因为就是他有我之前的好队友 Nothing to say。
IG because there is nothing to say, my friend in that team.
Good. Friends in outside the game, but combat inside the game. Xingqiu, congratulations on another 2-0 victory. And we'll pass it back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. A nice little insight into Xingqiu there. We've already said it a number of times. He loves to play this game for himself, especially from the position 4. You're giving me a bit of a pop quiz as well, by the way, Fia. Of are you able to play pose 4 like Xingqiu?
Me?
Yeah, you are.
Obvious. No, I mean, this guy plays really good. Like, I probably can't play like him, but I'd love to play like him. He's like cosplaying playing carry, you know? He's like, I'm going to be able to play these heroes like Marcy. I'm going to buy the carry items, and I'm just going to take the farm where needed. That's really nice, but he has 2 different modes. We saw it last game, too. He can also play a real support and buy support items and not steal the kills. And it probably doesn't want to, but...
I actually wonder which one he found more enjoyable. Maybe we should ask.
That's obvious, I think.
Yeah, that's true. So but you never know. Maybe you could have upset us with the answer.
Maybe. When you look at how many games he's played, it holds the story on its own. You know, you don't have to really ask him. But it's not only that he plays, he also plays these Grimstrokes and Dark Willows. You know, he can play he's literally a complete position 4 player at the moment. The only thing that I haven't seen from them is an IO.
True.
Until he gets that, he's not complete. So next tournament has to pick the IO. Or in the grand
later, I was going to say, we're still going to be seeing more of them. Not today, though. We won't be seeing any more Xtreme Gaming. They'll be waiting in the final series tomorrow, all the way in the grand finals. But we do still have one final series for today. There's going to be 2 teams that played off earlier today that won their best of 3s. It's going to be G2IG up against Spirit just after this break.
I'm never chasing a sound. I'm trying to chase an emotion. And it happens to be with sound. You know, when a chef cooks for you, he's trying to do it with obviously presentation and taste and all that. For me, it's really capturing an emotion with sound. And when you do it with the right equipment, then something special happens. We here at Burst, we want to be the best at everything. We have the best monitors, we have the best drum kits, the best amps, and naturally we had to have the best mics. And I remember walking around and thinking, man, I like this song. I wonder what it is, because I curate the playlist and I didn't remember putting the song on, right? And I look over and it's a band playing. I'm like, oh my God, it sounds like a record. And I go up to Steve and I'm like, man, that sounds so good. And I noticed that he was using Earthworks and I was like, oh, okay. Hearing those drums was incredible. I had never heard it in here.
There's a spiritual thing that happens when you get a whole bunch of human beings together in one room. And the artist is using that energy, and that energy helps to inspire them to keep going. One of the first things I notice about these microphones is they're solid, they're rock solid. You can tell they're just high quality when you pick them up. And so then you plug them in and you throw up the channel and it's like, oh my God. Because the articulation is so consistent across the entire frequency range, it doesn't have to be loud to be in the mix. I have so much confidence in what I'm getting is accurate and what's happening is accurate. I don't have to use any of the RAM in my head up on, oh, do I have to compensate for this or compensate for that? No, I can put that energy to creativity.
When Earthworks talk about a fast microphone, they're alluding to the capsule in the microphone moving really fast. How fast it reacts is going to determine just how accurate it is, how fast that capsule can move in response to the signal that it's presented with. So the faster the better. You know, the quality these microphones are putting out is something that, you know, needs to be heard. It's really great.
Once you use these, you just simply can't go back to anything else.
My name is Manny Mariquin.
My name is Steve McGuire.
My name is Kevin Madigan.
And I'm here to talk about Earthworks.
It's the penultimate day here at PGL Wallachia, and we are getting into our very final series. These two teams have already played off once today. We've got Team Spirit up against G2IG. It's been a long one, especially for Spirit. They were that first series. I'm not sure what they've done in between. I haven't seen them too much around the venue, so maybe they went back to the hotel, tried to take some bit of a break for themselves. But here they are back on site and going up against G2IG in another best of 3. Right now, they're secured top 4, but that's not where they want to stand. These teams...
Not bad.
Not bad? Would you be happy with it?
Considering their year so far, I think
for both teams?
For both teams, yeah. This is already, I want to say their best placement, right? So not bad, but of course, you want better. You want to get first place. You always want first place, and they have a chance, potentially. They still a chance to do that, so they got to start here, though.
Yeah, and it's so fun to watch the growth from both of these teams. Like on one side, G2IG, this is probably the best that we have seen from them recently.
Yeah.
From Team Spirit, you kind of always expect more. That's the only difference. Like I feel like from Team Spirit, they weren't happy with their previous performances at all. They were usually dropping out in the group stages. And yeah, they talked in the interview with the Russian interviewer. Like, Collapse was saying that this is pretty much the first time in the last couple of months that they're putting in full effort. Like they're analyzing all their games, they're playing pubs, and you can see it already. Like today, by the way, if we go back to the first series, I feel that they were all drafted in one of the games, but they still outplayed Boom.
That's right. We saw the bracket very briefly as well. It was Boom that Spirit went up against earlier today. These are some of their stats within this tournament of what heroes they like to pick up, but also their win-loss when it comes to first pick and second pick. We've been having the discussion back and forth here of what do teams prefer? Is the preference even in pick order, or is the preference more on side select?
Well, there's definitely going to be a little bit of a difference from team to team on it, but so far the stats say that if you get first pick and Radiant, you're happy.
First pick and Radiant.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, first pick is doing better than second pick, and Radiant's doing better than Dire. So obviously, if you get first pick and Radiant, you're happy. If you get second pick and Dire, you're not happy. But teams like XG played many games where they were Dire second pick, and they still destroyed. So maybe it's just an XG thing where they're just so good, side pick doesn't matter, but that's just kind of like where that's at right now.
I feel like I have a number here somewhere, yeah. XG actually played, well, with the last 2 games where they were Radiant, they played 9 games on Radiant.
Okay.
And they also played, I believe they were second pick in one of them, right? If they were second pick,
they were.
Second pick in one of them, that's 8. And they only played like 11 or 12 games in total. So, which is weird because it's very similar with Falcons as well. And these are your top 2 winning teams. They also had like second pick as their favorite at 1. Like they usually like to get it.
Well, I can see here from G2IG, their last 2, 4, 6 games have all been on Dire. It's been a mixture between second pick, first pick, but they seem to really like the Dire side, which, you know, stats are kind of cool and everything, but as it kind of winds down towards the end of the tournament, you start to see the teams that are winning and what might actually be the best if the stats would indicate otherwise for the mass majority.
Yeah, for G2IG, it's out of 15 games, 11 were on Dire.
Yeah.
So it's just, I feel like it's team preference.
Yeah, oh yeah, of course it's going to be a team preference. I'm also just shocked at how many games we've seen. G2IG, they did play a lot more in that group stage. Being in the lower bracket does lean towards you having more games for yourself as well. And that's a positive and a negative for both sides. For yourself as G2IG and even Spirit, it's great. You're getting more reps and more replays for you to analyze and to look at, ways for you to be able to improve your gameplay. Downside is your opponents also have a lot of material that they can look at, and that's what is going to play hand in these drafts. What are they going to let through for themselves, and what are they going to have to take away? Are there going to be any team-specific bans, or mostly just these dominant first phase bans that we see blanketed over every other series as well?
And one thing that's obvious and instant banned, it's the IO. It's completely different in this series versus in the last one where the hero was pretty much untouched. It instantly goes out. Team Spirit have been drafting it. They've been drafting it with good combos, without good combos, with something like a MOUZ only, or maybe with a gyro on that safe lane. So yeah, overall, it makes a lot of sense to ban it out. Another thing that G2IG got to play twice in a row versus Liquid, and they won with it, was the Disruptor. But we will not see it for them as they banned it out themselves. They value it. Liquid didn't. and unfortunately they lost to it.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of Pango coming out in DK, and I think we're going to see a lot more of Pango in DK just because we're seeing the same bans over and over again. Those are kind of the heroes that are getting through the pool. Never seeing Doom, never seeing Io, never seeing Chen at this point. Disrupt every once in a while. Batrider's thrown into the mix a little bit here, but they're debating the age-old question: do we ban Bloodseeker and pick Pangolier? And they say no.
Centaur and Shadow Demon. Okay, as these actually getting banned out in the first stage quite a lot recently too.
Okay.
It is a strong support, and we've seen some teams manage to deal with him in different ways. Maybe pick up that line for the illusions, for the gameplay, Impale following the disruption. It isn't that bad, but overall, Shadow Demon in a pretty damn good spot right now. As a hero, even without any combos, I feel like it's not as powerful as Io, but you don't need that big illusion combo for him to work.
Yeah, and I swear, every game I've seen Shadow Demon, there's been a Centaur on the other team.
And it's banned out.
Yeah, and I looked at the stats not recently, but maybe a couple days ago. I think just yesterday, but Centaur was winning for Shadow Demon too. It had a good head-to-head run rate, so they're just going to ban that out. And that Centaur ban was 100% just directed for that Shadow Demon pick.
Does the Magnus fill in the shoes similar to Centaur? Is there something that they overlap with? Or why exactly this Magnus being a first pick against a Shadow Demon or even against Spirit?
I really don't think it's that much into Shadow Demon, because I even like to disrupt it with Shadow Demon, right? Like you have a save, but at the same time you have JT and nothing to say on your team. And I feel like it's such a no-brainer opener. You just get the Magnus, no one else is doing it, but you feel so comfortable playing the hero that you get that full comfort zone for yourself. And you probably, because it's so comfortable for you, you probably have some hidden or not so hidden strategies surrounding him. So you can combo it with some position one, perhaps, that values the Empower very much.
Yeah, you have like two roads you can take in drafting. It's either you go for, I see this hero, now I'm going to counter this hero, or it's, I see this hero, but I don't really care. I'm just going to pick what's good for me and what I like to play as a player or as a team and just go for comfort. And I feel like most teams at this stage rather go for comfort than just counter picking. If you can do both, even better, of course.
Yeah. Both is probably the best, something that Xtreme Gaming really does the best. At least they have been doing it in this tournament. Bristleback banned out though, not going to be played by Team Spirit or IG, G2IG.
Yeah, I wanted to actually talk about that one because I did not think, and I think I said this in the green room, that I don't think Yatoro will play Bristleback. He seems like the type of guy that is just going to play his heroes, isn't going to play what's like just pops up randomly in the meta. And then he did it. He played Bristleback in his last series, won with it, looked amazing. And that is a very scary thing if you're playing against Spirit, where they're still evolving mid-tournament. Yatoro is just playing new heroes that I personally think he wouldn't even play. He played it, he looked really good on it, and now it got deserved a ban.
Yeah, I love it. Like they even comboed the Bristle, right? Like in this morning when they played it, it was some Bristle Pugna combination, which was kind of out of the left field, but it still worked out really well for them.
Yeah. And then they got 24 pick Doom.
Okay,
which is insane.
That's also
actually insane to think about.
That also helps from time to time. But one thing that you can already see on G2IG, if they are playing the Sodwing together with the Magnus on the offlane, you're already happy with that lane. You get answered, well, you don't necessarily get these heroes answered with the Grimstroke, but overall, Grimstroke in a decent spot. I'm not sure if they played that much on
They
Team
played
Spirit.
it with DK this morning against Boom.
And it's in the pool, so.
It's in the pool. And that's a hero that gets picked up a lot. So Grim DK is like a classic combo.
And Shadow Demon as well.
Yeah, even Shadow Demon. That would be like almost a perfect pick, I want to say. But they're going to go for the other strength tanky guy.
And this strength tanky guy is maybe a little bit better in the, well, both of them are good. Let's be real. Dragonite and Slard are both crushed their lanes, and this man in multiple.
No pun intended.
No pun intended, but this guy in different ways. And you have the Grimstroke with you, so it just feels like such a good, solid combination to play.
Yeah, I definitely may have slightly preferred the DK just because of the synergy, but synergy is still good though, right? Like you don't really play much with the Shadow Demon. It doesn't really matter. Grimstroke just wants a hero that gets in there really early on, and maybe they're eyeballing a bit of the Lifestealer on Team Spirit right now. You have the Magnus, You have a Hoodwink. You have no heroes that can really deal with them. And we've seen this Slardar combination with the Lifesteal. It's absolutely devastating. And that's probably what's going through their head right now. It's like, we probably want the Lifesteal on this next pick if they don't deal with it now. And DK Lifesteal is okay, but it's nowhere near the level of Slardar Lifesteal.
Yep. And there's this hero that deals with the Lifestealer somewhat. I don't think he deals versus Slardar Lifestealer, but there's a Razor, right? And you could maybe pick it here, put Mag on mid, but then the Mag and the Razor, the synergy between them isn't really the greatest, but it's playable.
I am still just worried of what you guys are talking about. If they do get their hands on that Lifestealer, because you're just going to be able to like blow someone up. You're just going to jump in there with your blink on Slardar with minus armor. Once you do eventually get there as well with the Ags, you just don't stand a chance. It's, no matter how much health you have.
I mean, this just makes me want it even more, even further.
We've all seen this Lifestealer on like this last 4 picks of the draft. It's just too good. Like, sure, if you first pick Lifestealer, there's answers. We've seen it before. But if you pick 4 heroes that are not good versus Lifestealer, I imagine he'll instantly pick it. And I rarely see it lose in a game like this.
So this either has to be Lifestealer or Lifestealer.
It can't be, though, because you have like Slardar.
You can't pick Lifestealer. That's the problem. Yeah.
I mean, you can, but...
You can. You just might not do so well. But at least then you're not letting them have it.
I mean, that's a hero that's good versus Lifestealer, but I'd take it anyway. Like...
It's good versus him, but you're playing into Lifestealer and Slardar, just pick it.
Yeah.
It's good versus maybe Lifestealer without this great amp that you get from the Slardar, but like this.
10 seconds.
What are the other options? The other option is something like a draw. Like you have Slardar.
You're playing versus Magnus. That's
true. That's true, actually.
That's the problem. Like a lot of these heroes, there's not a lot of good 1v1 matchups. You can like Anti-Mage and Drow Ranger are some of the ones that come to mind. But the problem with these heroes, I mean, Ursa's in theory good too, but that hero's like just dead. These heroes have an issue with dealing with the heroes that you currently have right now. And I think Drow versus Mag is very difficult because you can always get skewered into the team.
And you can, if you go for something different, if you still go for Lifestealer, I mean, you can secure it with the last 2 bans, so.
And you can't pick Naga either. You're playing versus Mag, Phoenix, these type of heroes. Yeah, so basically all the matchups that just counter the Morphling kind of have issues against the other heroes. So that is like the spot you're in right now. Like, do I want to pick the hero that's going to counter the other 3? And I have the combo with Slardar. And even the Slardar Lifestealer, if you jump on the Morphling, he just has to shift into full strength and just run away or die anyway if he's really low.
Spending the time thinking about it.
Oh, I mean,
they went for the spicy one. And,
yeah, they did.
And this, unfortunately, is the hero that over the past few tournaments is an abysmal win rate.
They've picked it this tournament
and
too,
lost.
And they did lose with it. But we interviewed Silent, and he gave a list of reasons as to why.
Look, the reasons can be great on paper. The hero just doesn't work in real life. You know, like it just doesn't work when you pick it. The lists are great, even here. You have this Shard versus Magnus. You have this hero that's great versus Morphling on paper. You get amped up a bit by the Grim, by the Slardar as well. You get a lot of attack speed into the egg. Like, it's all nice and dandy, but you go into this game and you just don't have impact.
All right.
Every time I watch
let me explain something, how I view this, right? The Lifestealer would have been basically the low skill, high, not high skill, just a medium route where you can just like achieve a win. It'll be pretty simple. It's maybe not the overall, in theory, best pick. It'll probably work. The Lifestealer is definitely the high risk, high reward one. The ceiling for the Sark is much higher than Lifestealer, but to be able to get there, you have to play much better. You have to play so well. Whereas if you play like a Lifestealer in this game, you don't really have to play that well. You'll probably still win, but it won't be flashy for sure. And maybe he wants to go with the best mid-max possible hero that he could think of. It's just not easy to execute.
And it is team spirit, after all. And this, honestly, looking at the way the tournament is shaping and how well Xtreme Gaming is playing, they need to step it up in order to win versus Xtreme Gaming. You're not gonna win with your classic ease of execution medium type heroes. So in that way, okay, you get something different, something that's out of the pocket, out of meta, but you now have to win with it. You actually have to confirm those words that you're on 100%, 100+% try hard.
We did see when, Spirit has been in their form, in their best stride, kind of treat a game number 1 as something of our theory and our idea is really strong. It should be working. Let's double down on it and let's make sure it works. Game number 2, I feel they normally take the safe route if it doesn't work in game number 1. But if this pays off, then teams have so much more to be scared about as well.
That Lina ban, by the way, is pretty much, I feel like the only team that really plays it is Team Spirit right now, that will pick it very often.
Last time Lyle played it, I think he got one of the earliest ags on...
This morning, right? Like he played it as well. He played it with the Faceless Void, and it made a lot of sense. It would make a lot of sense here. Like you get this burst into the Morphling, you get this high attack speed into the Egg. But honestly, this... I don't want to be a hater on Team Spirit.
Not do it.
They're my Slav boys.
Not do it.
But I wasn't impressed with their drafts earlier today when they played against Boom. I feel like Boom had them in first game out-drafted. The second game was very even, in my opinion. It's just that they played very damn well. They played better than Boom. Now, in this game as well, now with the Slark, I can completely see your point, Fear, but I'm worried for them once again.
You should be worried about a Slark. There's lots and lots of Slark players out there. Everyone loves and enjoys playing this as a carry player. And if people aren't picking it, that truly means the hero's not very good right now.
You know, a lot of people said that about Juggernaut, and I remember Yotaro actually winning a couple of games with Juggernaut back
They
in the
picked
day.
it earlier in the tournament, right? And they won with Jug.
Yeah, that hero's terrible too.
Another hater. another
Certified.
reason to hate. Another hero to hate. Certified hater right there in Fear. All the bans are completed now, and the Igma TA being taken out, and does leave the Zeus to be left over.
It's a good safe pickup, right? Like you get this Zeus. There aren't really many.
Just put Mag mid at this point, right? Like you're not going to crush Zeus. What heroes do we have left that can like control the Slark? Because their Slark control, it's abysmal right now. It's definitely really bad. I mean, I was thinking like Axe, but like please, nobody experiment with that hero ever again.
It was picked when? This morning or yesterday?
No,
it was
yesterday was Gaimin
right?
Gladiators. Ace picked it up. He went like 0
Oh,
12
okay.
for a little bit of PTSD.
I like this draft overall on IG. It's very simple, ease of execution. You get multiple ways of controlling the fights. You get hero that can control the Zeus as well. You get this Dream Coil Phoenix Egg combo. On top of that, you get the RP if necessary. It's just very simple, solid, good looking. I like it. I don't think that Slark is enough for the Phoenix Egg as well. So overall, I like their draft better. But you do get the burst from Larl for the Morphling, and carry-to-carry matchup is great for Slark.
Yeah.
But the hero is Fear.
Yeah.
How's that hero?
Slark? He's not in a great spot, but there's a lot of like variables to take into account for this game because like you do have
Naming
the
them
Morph,
all.
which is good. I mean, you're playing Morph against Shadow Demon, so he can make great illusions. They're playing Morph against Grim. He can also make an illusion of you. In that regard, Slark doesn't even have to be the carry. The supports could actually carry this game quite easily from Team Spirit. But then on the other side, you have like the overall team fight where you have Magnus, Phoenix, and Puck. So I don't think this game is going to come down a lot to the Slark. I think it's going to come down to how long can the Slark survive so his supports and mid can do damage.
You have just given me PTSD. The last time I saw a Grim into Morphling in competitive was in Elite League. You probably would have seen it too, Lizard. And you just rushed the Dark Portrait, and the Morphling ended up killing himself with the Dark Portrait.
Just don't farm on Morphling.
Just don't follow more.
There you
Just
go.
don't be a carry.
Just don't be a
Stay
carry.
That's your solution.
No, stay full strength at all the time. And then as soon as he makes a
Do
Dark
no
Portrait,
damage.
morph down.
Just go Kanda
Genius.
build, instant Kanda. That's it. That's all you have. Burst people down. But yeah, overall, I do like that point. Like you have the Grimstroke and the Shadow Demon. We've seen what Xinkyu can do with the Grimstroke when he gets that Dark Portrait. I believe that they can recreate the same thing, get it against him very early on, just insta-rush Aghanim's on Grim.
Well, look, I'm not really enjoying the ideas you guys are coming up with to counter Spirit's draft, but we're going to see exactly what ideas G2IG have for themselves as we head into game number 1 with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. I love the theory crafting ideas. It sounds sick. Let's max out Q on Shadow
Right.
Demon. Let's get the Aghanim.
Strength Morphling.
Easy peasy. All this stuff is good. No problems at all, right?
I see a lot of good defensive options here for the Slark. It's kind of interesting because Slark, obviously a carry that, like Fear said, every carry player wants to play this. It's like Anti-Mage, right? They all want it because you get to do these crazy plays where you're Dark Pacting out of like 6 disables and you're fighting the whole team and then you get Giant. Plus he's got the permanent stat gain, right?
Oh,
all these games are going long, infinite stats for a Slark. That's pretty excellent. And you got the Shadow Cleanse coming out. That's pretty cool. You got the Dispel from the Grimstroke Shard. Very nice. And then, of course, Depth Shroud. I mean, let us not forget that despite Slark being kind of bad right now, that's got to be one of the most annoying shards of the entire game.
I mean, it just completely turns around a fight. And I think also against the Magnus, it's kind of insane, right? Let's say that they decide to go instead of on Yatoro onto any of his other teammates. They get a big RP even onto 4. All of a sudden, you just pop that out, and then they're all surviving through it too.
Wild.
Not fair, I think, is the thing that's going on right there. As they ping, oh, are they going to get beta sentry out of that? Are they going to place a sentry down? Bobica thinking about it. They walked forward like he was warding the high ground. And I think they're just waiting. I don't think they're actually going to drop it on IG. We'll see, though.
Quite the standoff, though.
G2IG, though, coming in, facing off against Spirit. I would say that in spite of what Lizard was talking about, of the kind of weird drafts that came out, still the favorites in this one, I think, on Team Spirit.
Oh, yeah. Everyone knows they can just turn up. It's a bit of a fear. And IG have looked a little inconsistent, I would say, but they're doing better, obviously, at this point. Had some great games earlier today. So going to try and keep that up right here.
Monet going to take some hits from his own self that were created there by Mira. And they did manage to get the D ward up on the high ground. And now Maposhka coming over to try and block things out. As off to the races they will go. I want to see how this lane works itself out. Magnus, not a hero that we've seen a ton of, but can, obviously with that Empower in the later stages, massively increase the damage that the Morphling's going to have.
Yeah, and Hoodwink, the most popular hero pretty much everywhere right now. Pubs, pros, at least the top level. Tons of Hoodwinks everywhere. Actually, statistically, for the Slarks that are playing at the highest MMR, their best matchup is Hoodwink, which makes sense. Right. Slark, despite having a mediocre win rate, actually goes up to 61% up against Hoodwinks, just because of Bushwhack being so dodgeable.
Yeah. No, you're constantly ready for it. Oh, that was nice there by Laurel. Using the jump to lower the attack speed, and then he gets the deny on the range creep. Some high-tech stuff coming out in that matchup against Nothing to Say.
Constantly evolving, you know. Puck, pretty much the same, at least in the laning stage. Waning Rift gave that a little bit of a jump, changed things around a little bit, but over the past couple of years, Puck's laning stage has only gone down. Just over and over and over again. Like, Puck used to be like a winner. Puck was like a first-pick hero. Now, Puck is I don't know. Puck's definitely not a lane winner these days. Puck is oh god, I hope they dive my allies under tower and I TP and coil them.
Right. That's pretty much the extent of that early game that you're going to be seeing. Now, there are a couple matchups where you dominate, like the older heroes, like Quap.
The other oldies, you know, the boomers.
Exactly. But we'll see. This game is not just going to be based upon the laning stage. It's going to have a lot of the mid-game team fights going to be really impactful. And of course, we've seen Zeus get let through more than a few times. Definitely feels like it's one of those games where getting the right vision on these targets is going to allow both Zeus as well as, or rather, Slark as well as Slardar to go out of control.
Well, I mean, IG already today, they had their matchup where in 2 games, there were 3 rapiers. So currently they're averaging more than 1 rapier per game.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, maybe they'll get some more here.
I feel like also they don't have great rapier heroes. I guess Puck is pretty insane. Now I'm saying that.
See? There you go.
It's true. Monet, not having a great time in this lane so far.
But it's his hero.
You're
it's the Monet Morphling. I mean, he had his little book there in the recent G2 content piece, or opened up with how to play Morphling, you know? Hopefully he's been studying up. I'm sure he has.
G2IG definitely going to need it in this one. He's got to have all the damage in the world. Because if he manages to like get on top of a Zeus, for instance, in the mid game, I think that Zeus is just gone. There's nothing you can do against this guy with how much damage he deals out, particularly if you're going in for that Conda build. But there is also the potential to catch Monet unawares, and if he's not quick on that attribute shift, could definitely be hitting the dirt. It's still 10-1 versus the 15-8 on Slardar, and that's with a whole wave coming into Slardar still.
I mean, he's the fish. He's the guy. He's been a big hero over these last couple of days. Slardars and Bristlebacks been taken over here. And Wallachia still feeling great. Tons of creeps coming into his tower right now too.
Yeah.
Claps is just looking humongous.
Yeah, this is really good for him.
First name Hugh.
Okay, gotcha. He did miss a creep right as we were saying that.
Yeah, well.
And there's another one.
Tends to happen. Players are a little camera shy, you know, with the interviews and everything. They can also sense when you're looking at those last hits.
Another one, yeah, it goes away. Open's just being a bit of a butt. Keeps the pressure on there. Forcing Yadaro into not having the easiest time underneath the tower. Bobica continuing to mess with him as Miposhka comes over, trying to zone out JT from contesting that pull. But it will be a salve. He'll back up, and already eyes on the Midas for Yadaro.
Okay.
Has certain ideas about how he wants this game to go.
So be it, I guess. 20 last hits in 4 minutes, just not enough for this guy. He wants to get Midas, then he wants Ags, then he wants to fight. And, well, you look towards Collapse and you think, what's his early game going to look like? He's got 2 bracers. He's not a 3-3 kind of guy. No nulls.
Nope.
He's going to be a little bit more combative here, of course, with the help of a Zeus, the scouting, the general damage. He could also get active pretty early. They don't really need Yadaro to be online.
No, I mean, that's the build that I feel like we've seen most commonly out of all of these like big tanky strength offramers. Double bracer into Soul Ring, you know, with some boots, and then going into the Blink Dagger, and then you're just battling.
Yep.
As we get closer to level 6, Monet gonna need to be careful as that Thunder God's Wrath is up and online. Something that Morphlanes always have to think about.
Yeah, no more 1 HP morph downs.
No. Already has a raindrop queued up too. Might need to send that one out pretty soon here. But we'll see if they even decide to go on him. Sometimes they don't try and make that move around the level 6 of Zeus. So Poshka.
It's just a single shockwave and they jump on him.
Gets him caught there, and now into it. Yadaro, a couple more hits, and get the Dark Pact off.
Just trying to find that tiny weakness there as he's close enough to try and snipe some last hits with that.
Yeah.
They can't get the kill. A jump out from Larl.
Ooh, and that's a regen rune. So a nice get there for the Zeus as he's working towards Arcanes, and every time I see that, like the entire game, I'm just gonna be freaked out.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good to steal that away as well because Nothing to Say actually has some stacks nearby. So he's got 3 points in the illusory orb. He's farming those up right now. And same thing for Larl, right? That regen room was basically a battle to see who was going to get more farm right now because they both have these stacks set up. Larl just getting so much right now.
Yeah. He is, I mean, still a little bit behind the puck, but that catch-up is going to be insane.
That was so many neutrals.
Miposhka waiting for the creeps to pass by, and he knows where he's going. Oh, man, this is pretty rough if he manages to get this. Bobica in the area. Knows what's coming, and stealing it, walks forward, silence into the stun, and Miposhka takes the Wisdom Rune. And now, I mean, Bobica kind of has to use his spells, otherwise it might be a kill, and Laurel takes him down. Miposhka gets away scot-free.
That is so helpful. For all the teams we've seen going for these Wisdom Rune plays, having the Thunder God's Wrath makes such a massive difference for your support. You just have this trump card.
Yeah.
It's like generally you're going to be trading relatively evenly, then the other team just TPs in and oh boo-hoo, I lost, but they didn't TP in. Thunder God's Wrath gives him the easy W. And Larl at the same time was also farming up more camps, so he's now taking over the #1 slot.
I mean,
that was first blood.
This feels bad to be X-Nova right now. Like, honestly, you're level 3 on a Phoenix in this game. Like, you're playing in lane with a Morphling. You can't really do anything.
3.5.
Okay. Okay. Doesn't have disruption there, but they can't really do much to Mira. This Collapse just gonna farm up all of these creeps, and everybody on Spirit right now having a good game, it feels like.
G2 IG, gonna have to try and figure out where they're gonna go from here. I mean, they have a puck mid. Their game is a little bit decided there in terms of the kind of plays you're gonna be looking for. Get runes, try and rotate. I mean, you have a Hoodwink too, so you got the damage to go alongside that control. But they have to be very precise because it's not perfect. You know, you don't have like both supports that great at rotating. You got a Phoenix as the other ones. It's kind of like, It's not a lot of damage you can add, at least not quickly.
Yadaro now level 6, so he is free to work his way towards that Midas. Nobody coming to his lane at all, as JT is just off to try and farm a little bit. Bobica will stack up some more camps for him.
Yeah, this is all spotted. That's why they're going to catch him here. That obs.
RP used. Can't get in with the Inkswell. But still, that's RP now down.
And it ruined the stack, too.
Oh, yeah. Just to be taunting away there on the Hoodwink. As a little bit over halfway to the Midas at 9 minutes, with a whole lot of other items online for this Slark. And you can see Mira free to take over the mid lane for a little bit while Laurel is out farming. Laurel takes the farm back away from the Shadow Demon. And he's working towards Phylactery. Yeah, I'm just not seeing where G2IG are going to be making their moves. Like, you obviously have to have a rune to make this work, but it doesn't feel like anybody really wants to be trying to make aggressive pushes.
No, nobody's coming mid to help like secure a rune or anything like that because they have a Phoenix and a Hoodwink who's busy stacking, so...
Right.
It is a little bit slow. It's just going to be just that, slow, I think. And that's a good read from Yadro to go immediately for this Midas too, because I think we're just going to be farming for a while. Now, Puck does kind of need those ganks, of course, but he's been very diligent. Nothing to say has been farming these two camps non-stop, has been stacking them as well, so his net worth is still fine. He's not really the problem, and he, of course, can't go for these scaling items. You get this right-click stuff going on later with the Shard, and then potential Aghanims later in the Mega late game. But your other allies are not keeping up to that same level.
No, you're really not. And that's a pretty scary proposition again. You can see a lot of stacks being made by some of the members of G2IG, but Mira clearing those ones out with the Zeus. His farm acceleration is pretty nuts. And if he starts making any moves over and helping people out, you're going to have to be real careful. As Miposhka makes the move to stack up some more camps and then head on over towards mid to take over for a bit.
Dude. Monet has to be careful here. He gets bashed. Does get this. Oh, he's got raindrops, so.
Yeah, and Laurel doesn't quite have the mana there for Thunder God's Wrath. Was heading back home. As, again, the JT Magnus, a hero that he is really confident on and has made some really standout performances at various points. Wants to get into that Blink Dagger and start making moves.
We might be doubling the kills in this game here, folks. Hold on to your seats.
Danger, danger.
They have a ward, so they know that he's gone.
Yep, they're running back to bottom.
Kobold on the hunt.
Okay, and instead they're going to go mid? I mean, the silence is pretty gross if they can get it on to nothing to say.
They're going to gank this rune.
Yeah, they're just bringing everybody for
the trusty shovel creep. It was going to try and deny it, but Miposhka was forced to take it over from under him. Immediately, it's noted there by Bobica. He says, hey, my Kobold stole it from me. Oh, and 2 bounty runes and a 3rd for collapse up top. Amazing. They're rich.
They're so farmed. Look at them go. Yeah, I mean, I feel like at some point you've got to punish this Midas. I'm going to be honest. If Slark Midas gets off to this completely free start, I'm pretty worried for G2IG.
All right, do you think that X-Nova's going to die here without egging? Do you think Collapse will get this blink and just go for it?
Yeah, with Zeus probably. How much longer? Zeus has no more Arcane. He used it earlier.
He's got raindrops.
It's true.
I think they might need a little bit more. I don't know if they can do it with just Thunder Gods.
Does not have a lot of armor, though, worth noting.
Well, what did you expect?
That's true. It is a Phoenix.
I'm seriously
All right, ready to go again?
Oh, he's dropping the Queen Imperial lines.
There you go.
Bobica's doing the lore.
He's ready for it. If he can prep a bash.
She's not happy because there's an uprising of the Flightless. Lyrical. I know you've been reading while you've been doing Crown Fall, right?
Yeah,
you
sure.
All the lore?
Definitely.
Yeah.
That's something I've been doing.
Well, you know, she doesn't trust Draconis.
Is that what's?
I don't think she should either, frankly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Draconis?
Yeah.
Is that Dragonite?
No. Good guess, though.
Okay, I tried.
So close.
I definitely didn't just like immediately close all those as I was playing games to get the tokens. JT finds. Oh,
what?
Oh, Mira. He was ready. He was very ready, and now the crush comes. They get the egg off. Yadaro gonna walk right forward and start hitting this egg. They have enough to take it down, yes.
All right, call
and Collapse lives?
Just go next. Go next. Yeah, when Mira's tipping, you know something went down.
Damn, dude.
That's crazy. I've never seen that happen, I don't think.
Oh, that hurts.
That's so fast for a disruption save.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty rough. Wow, okay. So that attempt has tripled the kills in the game. As he was there, immediately found the banish, and I thought Collapse was gonna go down here, but somehow they weren't able to find the kill. They just didn't commit, nothing to say, didn't like the way it looked, and everybody else was dead. JT.
Like he got me.
He got
boomed me. That Mira Shadow Demon.
He's so good. He's so good. He's so good.
Man, that is a disappointing Blink Dagger reveal, I gotta say.
Yeah.
JT, he's gonna be the jungle for a while after that one. He's like, I'm never coming back out again. 3-0 at 14 minutes.
But I mean, you kind of have to, right? Like, you can't just be like sitting back farming. I feel like this is a tough one.
What's the opposite of a barn burner? Is this a barn builder? Because since we're farming, everyone's just farming. We're just building barns everywhere.
I mean, it seems like it matches the lore.
All right, good. Plant some crops.
That's what the Midas is.
Yeah, the Midas is like the melon crop, you know? It takes longer to grow, but it's worth more in the end, as opposed to going for something like the onions or the radishes, which, you know, cheaper to get, grow faster, but less reward.
What about tomatoes? I like tomatoes.
Well, the good thing about tomatoes is that they're an heirloom, right? So
yeah.
they'll keep producing over time. So economically, it's very good over a longer duration. But in the short term, if you need that quicker burst, not as good.
I do love tomatoes. Tomatoes are really yummy.
Like cherry or like beefsteak?
Like Hellbear.
Ah, Hellbear. Yeah, that's pretty good too. It's also my favorite brand of potatoes.
There's a couple come on through the gate. Ready to push out. Maybe catch this sleeping Bobica, who is actually level 9. I mean, everybody's sort of similar levels at this game, it feels like. Everybody's been able to get a decent chunk of experience, nobody getting completely skunked.
That's what happens when we're all just farming.
It's true.
And barning.
Barning it up. It's 16 minutes. 3-0 scoreline. You can see Laurel just scratching the back of his head there, trying to figure out, well, where do we want to go next? What's the next move?
Oh,
Phoenix
yeah.
the Midas, and we're ready.
Woo!
Okay. Let's go for it.
I mean, it's a Phoenix too, one of the better Midas heroes, of course, because this hero desperately relies on XP, and you're buying it with your gold. JD.
Oh.
Okay. Right. No disruption this time.
They're in. They're taking him down. The crush, but he's gone. Collapse. Went in finally a bit too far. So JT finds redemption there off the back of the collapse kill.
Way better kill there. Going over to the Phoenix.
Yeah.
X-Nova is snagging that. So, you know, that's going to get him his shard very quickly after this Midas here. Is nothing to say. Continues farming up a storm. Actually, he's the most last hits in the game.
Okay.
You know, 0-0-1 puck, just hitting creeps. He's maximizing. I remember Sumail used to do this a lot on the puck too, where there would be these games that just stalled out. And I remember going through his replays, just watching the way he farmed on puck. Like, nothing to say he's just doing that right now, where every single spell has to have that perfect use, right? Get you to the next camp, killing this stack. Because keeping up with heroes like Slark and Zeus is not that easy on puck.
Well, he's been able to do it quite well, still just a little bit behind Slark and Zeus, but Yadaro feels like he is ready to start making moves and finds his first target. First bit of damage out now and takes down Bobica. Actually was a little bit afraid of that one and decided to pop the ultimate.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
Best not to get yoinked up there.
Fair. Laurel, at this point, has the shard completed, looking for an illusion rune. Will he get it? No. Oh, wait, yeah, it's down there. Oh, my God. The value. The value illusion rune with shard at 18 minutes.
Feels good.
Jeez.
You know what feels good is Mapoche getting to level 10 there with the Inkswell cooldown. So it's 14 seconds on this save now.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, this timing feels very nice for Team Spirit.
And it's really important for Collapse, of course, because of the Fire Spirits.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
He needs that Dispel. So I think that's why Mira will probably get the shard on the earlier end, too.
Who knows? Maybe they just, you know, if they feel like they can control the map, they can possibly just go on in and take the Tormentors at 20, you know? I feel like there's an opportunity
That's a
there
good
for
point.
Team Spirit to come on in and just, like, crush the bottom lane.
I mean, Slider is really good at that. It's not just Roche that he helps you with. Oh, first Pounce connects.
Leash now in trouble. Second one. Are they going to be able to go for more? JT pops the ultimate to try and get out. Now, can he actually fully escape?
Well, let's give some credit here. That was pretty sick.
was
The
well
first
played.
pump fake to force out the Dark Pack gets it just at the very end to survive, wasting all of this time. Surely he'll escape and not get caught. On
They
the stairs
take
to
down
his
nothing to
base.
say, and they go all the way in, and JT! They hunt him down. That was a nice RP you did. Shame if something were to happen to you afterwards.
Oh man, and to lose your puck as well. The crush connecting with the silence there too. No escape.
Yeah, Team Spirit in this one feel like they have come up with all of the answers. But still, G2IG, they've got the Morphling into the later stages. They obviously have great team fight potential if they can take those fights and aren't just getting picked off.
Yeah, if Slark can't react, it just gets blown up. That Conda coming out here, of course. Monet with every carry player's favorite KDA right now.
Oh, yeah.
0-0-0.
I mean, that's where you want to be.
Shivers.
Is he going to go on in and... Oh, he's just... All right, farming Ancients. I thought they were going to try and take the...
Yeah, so did I, actually.
Tormentor quick. They still might. There's a lot of heroes over there. Yeah, they're going to go for it. So waveform through. And Tormentor... It should not kill these supports. It should not... Oh, my God. Wait, Zeus. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
That's why they smoked.
Oh, jeez.
Safety first.
Yep. That's dangerous. Can you imagine if they had a ward there and they just, like, Zeus ulti as they go in?
Whew.
Feeling lucky.
All right, they get away with it, yep. And it's a great shard, of course. The boomerang here, really helpful for a Morphling.
Oh.
Maybe you can get that on someone.
Monet! Monet! Jump crush gone!
Man, that's going to give a lot of Monet.
And the Wisdom Rune to boot. Ooh.
And a quick TP back here to ensure that that's not going to get stolen. They'll leave it for Collapse to make him even more frightening, and then start stacking it up onto this Tormentor.
Yep. So 4 stacks, gonna go for 5, and then can finish that one off. So now it's actually given over to the Slark, the shard, and well, there's an Orchid reveal now onto the poor Phoenix.
He just got that delivered.
Yeah, who needs a BKB when you can just keep killing? This is starting to get a little bit out of hand for G2IG.
Yeah. It's not ballooning too crazily right now, but the problem will be when they go for the Aegis, and then they start pressuring tier 2s, and then it's going to come down to making that good team fight happen. And you are at a bit of a vision disadvantage because you're playing up against a Zeus, you're playing up against Shadow Demon. It's fairly easy for them to get in and get these solid wards down, but that's what G2IG have to play for.
Yeah.
You know? They've got the nerves of absolute steel, thanks to legendary Venomancer player and manager Jack Chen. You know, he's trained them.
Now, they've certainly been playing enough pubs for the both of them. For all of them. At 22 minutes in, it's a 3,000 gold lead. And Team Spirit, everywhere they go, G2IG have to back out and get out of there. But are they going to try and make a move themselves? I mean, Magnus has Blink BKB. You'd think that this is like a window where you'd want to try and make something more happen with the combo, but they just kind of don't really have a...
They have zero vision.
Yeah.
I think is the problem. So, like, how do you contest Roche at a good time? It's so difficult right now. They can't know for sure if it's happening, and then you know they're going to do it so quickly on Spirit that you might just have to take the L.
In fact, it looks like that is indeed what's going to happen. So Roche going to be claimed by Team Spirit as they have already cleaned up all of the tier 1 towers across the map. And G2IG still 1 tower remaining up top for them to take, which I think they're looking towards right now. Want to finish that one off if they can. But you got to imagine that it's going to be Team Spirit trying to put the lockdown across the map.
Yeah, that did give quite a bit of gold over to G2IG. They're able to get around the whole map. They cut the lead down by about 2K. Just, you have to make sure you get out right now.
Yeah. Aurora shows up, and they are actually going to get the deny on that tower as the rest of the team comes through the gate. In towards mid, Bobica trying to farm.
Yeah, he's got that early Maelstrom into the Nullifier. Seen this item again, picking up some steam here.
Oh, yeah.
Very good versus all these defensive options. All the Wind Wakers coming out.
Deep ward as Mira gets one over by the top tier 2 tower. Collapse eyeing that Aghanim Scepter next for himself, as Laurel will get another Illusion Rune. So Manta working towards Octarine Core. They have cut the lead back down a little bit on G2IG.
Yeah.
JT?
Oh, this is a bad place to be.
They know that he has vision
Oh,
there.
man.
Yeah, and just needs to run away.
Every smoke is so important right now for G2IG. I mean, they've got, what, 1 on the Phoenix, 1 on the Hoodwink as well. That's your best chance of like trying to get a wraparound play or something here. There's still 30 seconds to the Thunder God's Wrath. In theory, you might be able to find something here, but it doesn't feel good fighting into it. Like when you're counting on team fight, fighting into the Aegis just stinks.
Yeah. They're still getting good farm around, and you can see Bobica.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. Nice play to get out of there right before the damage came. So dodging fights, getting their farm, trying to get towards their items.
I mean, Nothing to Say's been working on this Plasma for what feels like forever, because it kind of has been. I mean, it's just a big item to get this early in the game. But it's a pretty significant jump in the damage, of course.
That's massive if they can get to it. You know, you're getting to the BKB on Morph as another option after finishing off the Conda Manta.
The amp might go kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Right? Because you have the reduce the magic resistance by 20%. It's not an amp-based one.
Oh,
right?
no.
You got duels.
Does he have enough to get out of here? They are going to follow the orb. Yeah. Nothing to say. Gets the blink out. Well played.
Yeah, just not quite able to get there in time for the Dark Pack canceling the blink.
Oh my god. Very bold move there by X-Nova. Does not end up getting caught, because if he gets caught by that Orchid, it's basically all over at that point. And finding Nothing to Say again, forcing him back by the Slark.
Dude, he's so close.
Not quite there.
And that's another problem too. Is we're talking about, like, you know, they couldn't contest Roche because they had no vision. They're playing into they're playing this team fight style where they're trying to get this giant wombo combo to get back into this game and feel like they have some control over it. And you're against the Slark, so
yeah.
Getting the jump is always going to be difficult.
And they find him. Onto him immediately. Nowhere to go.
He could not have abandoned him faster.
Yeah.
He didn't even think
he
about it.
missed. Godro misses a pounce. Meanwhile, Collapse trying to hunt and chase.
Oh no.
And Laurel shows up. And now Collapse, he needs 3 hits, so he's not going to really get there. Still, you can see the bullying that's going on right now by Team Spirit.
Well, despite their 8-kill lead, they have, again, not taken a really substantial gold lead here. But taking down a lot of these towers, feeling like they're the ones in control, knocking all the vision down with the Slark, plus the help of the Zeus. It's all been going well, but they've managed to get the Plasma done.
Yeah.
So, again, magic resistance reduced, the boomerang being there, give yourself some incoming spell damage amped up. All that, plus a Morphling who's got a Conda.
They've weathered the storm.
The
They've done a
potential
really
could
good
be
job
kind
of
of
it.
crazy.
I mean, yeah, if they can find the right targets and get onto them, it's really hard to deal with this. Like you said, the problem is going to be finding that right fight. And they TP back, Nothing to Say, realizes there's danger coming his way. And we'll pop that Zeus ultimate. Also Bobica manages to get the Wisdom Rune, but it's going to come at the cost of his own life. So they take down that Squirrel. 10-1. but still a very even game.
Okay, so, man, I wish I could just like do a demo right now of the theoretical max damage, because it's actually insane for Monet, right?
Yeah.
Because like he could be empowered.
Right.
Conda.
Okay.
Boomerang.
That's a lot.
Plasma.
Yep.
Veil on Phoenix.
There's a lot of things.
If they can assemble all the pieces of Exodia,
yes,
they can kill anyone.
I mean, that's just math.
Now, mind you, if Collapse BKBs and bashes someone, I think they also die.
Yeah.
So the execution, it's slightly varied here.
They say CJT and wait for him there. Hi, how's it going? One punch on his way out, and JT gonna RP. Trying to run away from this one. Collapse still on the hunt. Does he have it? Yes, the bash was pre-primed, and while that's happening, Yadaro takes down the Phoenix.
This TP just wasn't up right away?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I was looking like, why isn't he TPing yet? But I'm guessing it probably just wasn't available because he's been jumping around the whole place.
Well, what has so far seemed like a pretty simple game for Team Spirit. And for G2IG, it has been all banking on this idea that eventually, when Aegis is gone, when their items are up, when everything is pulled together, the moon is in the proper alignment, they can take this fight. We'll see if they can actually manage to find the win on it.
Some good illusions here from Mira. Yadaro's gonna catch a wave, but not catch this puck.
No, not yet. Going in for the Scotty next. Another item that really messes with Morphling as he works his way towards that BKB. So waiting for somebody to show on wave. Bobica comes on over and Collapse. Dun, 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 dun. Does he manage to get away? Yes.
Oh, he missed the crush.
Couldn't connect on it. A little too far away from him. Nullifier done for Hoodwink.
All right, he's been working on that again for a long time. Some of these bigger items are online.
I mean, you look at the farm.
Nothing to say to the blink out there. Oh, X-Nova, not as lucky.
Yeah. Yep. Pops the egg. All right, living.
Well, it does survive, but this is one of those larger spells that they're kind of counting on if they're ever going to win a fight.
Bobica tries to get away. And BKB crush connection. Monet just has to back out. Yeah, I mean, again, like you look at those net worths and you can see that while Magnus is behind the other cores of Team Spirit, there is a Hoodwink and a Phoenix that are relatively farmed right now.
Oh, man. Nothing to say, has 350 last hits. He's 6 behind the Zeus. Like, what a puck game, man.
The damage numbers I'm actually somewhat curious about. As Crush, Bash, nothing to say. Trying to get out of here. And there's the Yules, but the hunt by Laurel. They find him again. How you going to get out of this one? Jukes to the side. Mira, oh, they don't guess the wrong direction.
That, if you're wondering, it's like that.
Yeah, he didn't have the Thunder God's Wrath.
And he does TP all the way home, but they're going to join up here. They have a smoke. They're on the move.
Looking for anybody. Just want to find a dead body.
They're just sounding like Seattle right now. You're like, Yadaro.
Yeah.
Yadaro. Chanting it as they try and will it into existence. Unfortunately, they're not going to find him.
Are they going to go through the gate now, too? No, they're waiting for them. Surely, if we wait long enough, they're going to come up top. Maybe they think that Roche is going to spawn top, and then they're going to have to go through it on teams. Oh, now they're
gods. Okay.
They see them.
It is a rather long spawn here.
They're going to take their Tormentor.
That's unfortunate. They really needed that.
That's a Mira shard now, too. Very nice.
They would have had a 50-50 of getting it onto nothing to say. And he desperately needs the shard right now with his Plasma.
That's another smoke used now by G2IG. They got to get something out of these. Because they're going to take the long route down and start heading back to the Roche pit, where 1 minute and 15 till the respawn. Monet, the first one out in front.
Jeez, Yadaro knows, though. Look at the way he's farming that camp and pouncing back.
Jumping away, not wanting to get caught.
Bobica draws the line.
They're ready. They know right where they're at. Collapse with the Aghanims, just making a puddle. Bobica seeing the puddle.
Oh my gosh.
Team Spirit are mega ready. They jump forward immediately. Ink, Swell, and
it's a little poke from the puck. Just a teeny one.
They take away that ward. Now sending in the Zeus illusions.
He has the Arcane Rune as well, so
jumps forward, finds Monet. They're onto him. Yatoro pops the ulti, backs out. Nothing to say, blinks forward. Not finding anybody yet. 40 seconds on Shadow Dance.
They don't like it right now, Team Spirit.
Mira's in kind of no man's land here and sees heroes. Drops down the ward, backs away. They didn't see it. Okay, now they know though. And Mira, disruption, collapse, chasing, finding the back line with that ward. They get it, and he gets silenced as he went for the dive away. Buyback comes from Mira, and now they have him fully encapsulated. Monet pops that BKB, tries to turn and fight this one. The silence, the leash onto both, they're gonna fall. Monet tries to get out of there, but there's no escaping from Yatoro. 4 dead for nothing.
Oh man, the positioning there from Team Spirit, just way too good in this team fight. Sure, Mira goes down, but able to drop the vision. Oh wait, did he actually not go down? Oh no, he did buyback. Okay,
yeah.
I'm not crazy. Yeah. It just made it so good for them because that ward actually stuck around after. So that helped the Collapse find the catch into the back there, as you saw, onto the 2 supports.
Fine, go all in, and then Collapse just runs on over. Nice and easy, gets the stun, and man, that Orchid, perfect timing to catch the Phoenix.
Yep, and you just get so much farm unable to be used. Bobica not able to really help out at all.
And I mean, right now, I feel like as G2IG, you gotta be thanking your lucky stars you didn't get leashed on the puck. If he would have been the one that was caught with that soul bind, might have even gone even worse. 11,000 gold lead now. As Laurel is gonna push out this lane with his illusions. Eyeing up that Aghanim Scepter next. Nothing to say, just gotta keep farming.
Also considering a nullifier.
Obviously, Wind Wakers eventually are going to become real solid.
I mean, we don't even... I guess it'll be just the one on Collapse, yeah.
Another Wisdom Rune taken.
But dealing with the Ink Spell, always really good too, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Shadow Cleanse is online.
Oh, man, he just doesn't have a way to deal with this.
That was sad to watch, you know? Nothing you can do.
It's been a rough one for the old Phoenix.
The good news is Xnova has Philosopher's Stone. So every time you're dead, put it in your inventory because it does work. So that's good. He's gaining more gold while dead.
Collapse. Not quite having eyes on Bobica there. Just on the other side of the puddle. 18-2, Trent. And now they have a Hex on Grim.
Yeah, he's been working on that for a long time. The old Aether into Scythe.
Yeah, doesn't even need to go in for the Ags. Zeus has one now also. Double Hex at 36 minutes is pretty rough.
Yeah, nothing to say sweating right now.
I mean, him, Morphling, like all of them. Apparently the first Hex bought on this hero at this event. It's been
kind of surprising considering how many Grimstrokes there's been and how long these games have gone, but
it's true.
Like you just said, they've often been picked for the Ags specifically in many situations, or it's just been such a good game for it they had to get it. So, I mean, this is definitely a fine one. It's just the Scythe is more useful for how IG are delaying this game.
Yeah,
you're pushing all over.
Slark, level 25 now, waiting to choose his talent, and eyeing up the refresher next.
Yeah, he's going for the 40-second Essence Shift.
Oh, man, he got... Oh, jeez. He's gotten everything. Everything you could have wanted. Ninja gear online. He's ready to start running around and killing people.
Yeah, that's kind of terrifying.
Just on the hunt. Like, this is the thing, too, that Slark provides for you. How many times have we seen these supports going out and farming the side lanes and all the rest of it? Dude, he just goes in. That's the entire team. Doesn't care. Has the Aegis. Threatening, forcing them back behind their tier 3 towers.
Yeah, and all you can do as IG is try and like drop these wards for the fight. Like that ward is placed there in the hopes of maybe winning that fight, but they're gonna get removed instantaneously versus a Zeus and a Slark. So there's no long-standing vision at all. Like you'd have to get it on the map and just try and find the sneakiest spots.
Right.
And they're unable to do it.
Well, Puck finish Nullifier now, which is something at least, but yeah, no, they're just in their base. And
Spamming the last lines apparently too.
Yeah. What more can you do?
Giggling up the storm there on the Puck. Yadro looking very serious on the Slark.
Yeah. It's just Dark Pack killing creep waves without revealing himself.
A little bit of shadow push happening there. And 55, 54, 53. I'm just going to count down the ages because.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's probably 50, 49, 48.
Look at this guy, though.
Hard.
Hey, if they're all up top, that means X-Nova can be bottom.
Wahoo!
Look at him go. He has a full Shiva's Guard done and then realizes, I have been dying a lot. I need to get something to deal with it. Gonna get a Ghost Scepter.
Buyback might be good. That's
true. You're not wrong. Maybe he doesn't want a buyback. Maybe he's had enough time out on the world. Oh, God, JT.
Oh, the instant TV from Collapse, too.
Yeah. X-Nova. Ooh. Okay. Hide. All right. And that's a TP out from JT. So JT didn't get found.
And X-Nova stayed.
Yeah. So Aegis reclaimed now with this 15,000 gold lead. And Team Spirit showing us that, you know, they've still got what it takes. Yeah, they're not having a good time on G2IG. It's tough for them, man. Oh, they take a Tormentor. More gold. Because you can always find more on the map right now. That's the lesson.
Always.
Still more time, as that is a sold Midas, and now trying to build the Swift Blink for the Slark. Because he wants even more mobility. Oh. Pull back one. Maybe an opportunity here on Namira.
I'm holding my breath. It's not going to happen.
Nope.
Oh, I thought we were going to get the third kill of the game.
It's not happening. Nope. Laurel G2IG. Laurel has an Invis rune. Was underneath a ward. Maybe an opportunity there. A sentry. But they didn't see it.
When you're truly desperate.
Well, Bobica, the happiest member of G2IG right
Sentry
now.
Ops combo. Well, right away.
It's about to all be taken away. As Maposhka is right there. They got the Hex. Who's getting this kill? Maposhka takes it. Now he's got a Blink Dagger. Almost level 20 on the Grimstroke.
Well, at least X-Nova can still farm down here.
Didn't we see this the other day too from Spirit? They were just like, we're gonna make you feel bad as a team for staying in this game as long as they can. And now the leash up, the damage starting to amp up on Monet. Yadro realizes, I don't want to be here anymore. Pops the BKB, RP, maybe an opportunity, a chance, a hope, a dream. Yadro turns to fight, and now the rest of them showing up. X-Nova's gone to collapse. Oh, the silence is out. Monet will die. Yule Scepter lift up. JT, nowhere left to go. BKB doesn't matter. 4 dead, 3 don't have buyback. Team Spirit, they're going to start hitting high ground.
Yeah, he's just grabbing that armor there, and at that point, they're just hitting with physical, and it's tickling Yadro. Just absolutely nothing.
Pulling all of these waves, too, and nothing to say. Still no answer in this game.
0, 1, and 2.
Yeah, man. Well, there's only been the 2 kills.
472 last hits.
It's been a rough one for poor old G2IG. It's collapse. Threatening. This Team Spirit team jumps in, finds, and kills Bobica. Not a chance. And now onto the puck. GG is gonna be called as Team Spirit with perhaps the most dominant game that we've seen this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it started pretty early, obviously. I mean, it took a while for us to get any kills on the board from either team. But Team Spirit eventually, they start to take control, and G2IG, they start planning these movements, these moments where like, okay, this is where we can do it. We get an RP, right? We get a big team fight. We're gonna get an egg. There was really like one team fight, I would say, at that bottom Roche, right?
Yeah.
The war got down. That was kind of it. That was the fight.
I don't even fully remember that one, if I'm going to be honest. I think that's one of those games that you go back to it afterwards, and you sort of like the combination of the item builds and the way that they want to do it. It's very clear that nothing went the way that G2IG wanted it to.
Yeah.
So maybe next time they can do better. There's only improvement from here as we head on back to the panel.
Hopefully so. I hope the 2 kills isn't the best that they're going to be able to do this series, but game number 1 was so rough for them. Nothing went right. I think even all the way back from that draft, we had a question mark around the Slark just because we had seen Spirit have confidence in it before. They've tried to make it work in the past in this tournament. It didn't succeed, but this time around, it was a whole nother story. This Slark did a lot, and of course, that was due to the help of the supports that he had as well.
Yeah, it was a little bit of everything in this draft. Like, the Slark worked out pretty well. It did what it needed to do. And I think their idea for picking it was you're playing against overwhelming team fight. So you're picking a bunch of these heroes like Slardar and Zeus, and of course the Slark, where you can just avoid the team fights. Just push the map as much as you can. Be hard to gank too. And I think you really wanted a team fight if you were IG. It felt like since that very first moment where you got the Blink Dagger on JT, tried to go on Mira, got disrupted instantly, they stopped trying after that. It's like, all right, let's just go farm. Let's see what happens from there.
Yeah, sometimes your lanes go poorly in this scenario in which you have an abundance of team fighting heroes, because usually they're not the best in the lanes. But this time around, yeah, that happened. They tried that one singular fight. They failed. And then they started using their big ultis always defensively. Like JT, how many times did he use the RP just to try and save himself? And most of these times he just dies afterwards.
It was like just prolonging the inevitable, delaying it.
Yeah, but it's like, sometimes you can see it, even, I don't know, in China it's very popular, like old 11 neck god, he uses Ravage regardless of where he is, you know, he's alone versus 5, just ravages, runs away or dies, it doesn't matter. In this game, I don't think you could have afforded to do that, because in the end, it was only nothing to say actually doing stuff on the map. He was constantly behind enemy lines, farming, creep skipping, but that's because the hero allows it. Like Puck can't do that. Everyone else was just waiting for something. I don't know. Like, you initiate. No, you initiate. No, you go
It's not up to me. You do it. You egg in. You jump in.
You egg. No. You go RP. I'm not sure what happened, but they fell flat and they were just absolutely outplayed on the map by Team Spirit.
We're going to see Yatoro on a Slark here, the hero highlight. This is his final build. The other thing that I very quickly, though, before we deep dive into it, or even if you want to talk about it more, is that Lal finally played Zeus. This man, not a couple of days ago, said, Zeus, I don't really pick it. I don't really play it because it's kind of for noobs. It's something I don't really want to pick up for myself.
Yeah.
But
Is he a noob then? He called Zeus a noob hero for noobs.
Yes, but here's the thing, right? Like, you talked about this interview on Collapser going full tryhard. This is what you got to do if you want to go full tryhard. Like, Toro has to play these bristlebacks. Laurel has to get over, you know, whatever. It might be his ego thinking this hero's for noobs, and start playing the heroes that are winning matches. And they're doing that. They're getting over themselves, right? And they're playing the games that or the heroes they need to play. The Slark, I mean, they genuinely think that hero is good in the right game, and they proved it this game. Last time, they couldn't prove it. This time, they could. So, I mean, if they pick it from now on, you have a little more faith at least.
Yep. That's true. A 50-50 faith, but more faith nevertheless.
Better than zero. And it's also also this hero now that you have to worry about if you want to be picking heroes that are generally bad versus Slark. Now, when you're playing not only G2IG, but any other team that's playing into them, they have to keep in mind, oh, these guys actually can make Slark work.
Yep. They can make Slark work. It means that there's a lot more that could be on the table for Spirit to draft in game number 2. And a lot more answers that G2IG are going to have to come up with. But that's not happening until after this break.
We are back with another Dota 2 surprise, and I've got GH from Shopify Rebellion with me here, ready to become maybe a coach or a general manager and build his ultimate team with a little bit of luck in there as well. Are you feeling lucky today?
Feeling good.
You're feeling good? You ready to take on the challenge? Well, let's see which team you get first to build around and who you will pick. So get started and pick your first one.
All right.
Digging a bit deeper, I like it. Not just taking what's on top.
You know how it is. How do you open this? There you go.
The first team that I got is Azure Ray.
Azure Ray, okay, nice.
So I have Lou, Ori, Faith, Beyond, and FY. I would pick from this team Ori.
Okay, why Ori?
Just like his name.
Just like his name, that's it. The starting piece, he's got a good name, must be cool. You gonna keep him in position 2 or you gonna wait and see how it works?
I'm gonna wait and see how it works.
Okay, perfect.
Do I pick another one?
Yes.
I'm gonna do it anyways. All right. The second team I got is Gaimin Gladiators.
Good, it's a pretty good one.
All right, from this team, I'm gonna pick the mid laner too, Quinn.
Okay. So we've got 2 twos in there. Why Quinn?
I like him.
You like him, yeah?
Yeah, I think he's a good player. I mean, I like all of Gaimin Gladiators players,
Okay.
but I think he stands out the most for me.
Nice.
Okay.
Third team was Nouns Esports.
Ooh.
And from this team, I'm gonna pick Yuma because he is my friend.
Ah, nice. Okay. So Yuma, your friend in there, you got to give him some love, put him on your team.
100%.
General manager says, I'll pay you a salary, I'll keep you in a job.
And for the fourth team, I got Team Liquid.
Oh, nice.
And from this team, I'm gonna pick their position 4, which is Boxy.
Boxy, lovely.
I think he's a great player. I don't think he needs any more explanation than this. So.
Boxy is who he is. You're happy to have him on your team.
Yes.
But who's the last player going to be? How are we going to work this out? And it's going to come from?
And the last player is from BetBoom Esports.
Ooh.
And we're gonna switch the egg.
No, you can't switch the egg.
We can't?
No, you got to see, this is you're stuck with your eggs.
Oh.
Why did you want to switch the egg?
I don't, because I'm not very familiar with all their players, right?
Okay.
So this is why I didn't want to do anyone injustice. And for that reason, I'm gonna pick their position 1. Pakaz.
Okay.
I have 2 position 1s, 2 position 2s, and 1 position 4. This is why this team will have substitute players.
I like this. He's adding a substitute player.
And the substitute will be from Aurora Gaming.
Okay.
And I will pick the position 5 from Aurora Gaming because I need to make a good team with multiple players on multiple roles. So we're missing a position 3, which will be... it will be from Team BetBoom, and we will get Miero from Team BetBoom. I think he's a very good player. And this is our dream team with 2 substitutes.
GH had the best Dota surprise yet because he went absolutely crazy. We had 7 choices in there, but this is his team and he can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Thank you.
I'm not sure who's more confused after that content piece. Banks, GH, me, you guys at home. I mean, I couldn't make heads or tails of what team GH was trying to put together there.
I'm not sure, but it's going to have a lot of carries. Laurenov apparently new position 5 as well.
Over on Aurora, he got demoted from mid lane to post 5.
I mean, there's a lot of cores there. Only poor Boxy having to. Even he was a core, right? So, yeah, an interesting one.
I mean, if there's any orgs out there, looking for someone to consult
manage.
No, just find consulting to like build a roster. Go to GH. He's your man.
He'll give you all the substitute options as well. It was a great watch either way. And I know our game number 2 between Spirit and G2 IG will also be a great watch for us, especially because we don't know what is going to come out in this draft. We thought in game 1, a lifestealer would have been a pretty safe bet for Spirit to pick up for themselves, but instead they go for that Slark. The one that they've tried to make work before in the past has failed, but this time around the success came out in buckets because it looked fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it had a high ceiling, as I said, right? And
sure you did.
He hit the top of the ceiling on that one.
You think there's no more room to grow for a Slark carry?
Yeah, I mean, in general, it gave 2 deaths away, right? If they had a lifestealer, they may have given away like 4 or 5 deaths, right? So they hit the top of the ceiling with that pick.
Yeah, it was a hard performance to beat, but if you're G2IG, I feel like after that game 1, you have to reconsider your approach to the laning stage. Like the lanes have to be better. That's first and foremost. Because you couldn't play this full team fight game after the lanes went as poorly as they have. And I do think that they had this nice idea about how to play the late game, but everything was, not late game, mid game, but everything was on cooldowns for them. All these big ultis were never really used because they could never get out on the map. They could never do stuff. Like Hoodwink had farm, like your Phoenix had farm, but you could never feel it. It was never actually utilized.
Yeah, that's more of the issue for me, is I never actually saw them as 5 together unless it was behind their tier 3. That was the only time G2IG even looked to be in the same area of the map together. Kind of just losing themselves coming out of that laning phase, maybe going too heavy on the team fight, and when you can't even engage or initiate a team fight, it's like, what is the point of this draft or this roster that we've done for ourselves?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. I think this last big puck was... It had to do a lot and put them in a weird spot, because the Magnus versus Zeus, in my opinion, is like a wash. They're both going to farm. You're going to make some plays with Magnus. That's great. But putting Magnus in the off lane against the Slark, you're never going to punish the Slark with that lane. Hoodwink Magnus, not the super strongest lane against Slark. And then on top of it, I don't think you're punishing mid either with a Puck versus Zeus. I would have loved to see more of like a Dragonite in the offlane and just be really, really tanky to the point where you can not only bully the lane with a DK, but you can just get to this point where you get empowered. You have these DK things floating around, the Manta style with the Aghanims, and you have some more scaling potential. But unfortunately, just they were all in on that let's go team fight with all these big ultimates. And you're playing that versus a Slark. It's never really going to happen. And their lane shove wasn't good enough, and it wasn't able to make enough space for Monet.
I just love looking at their, by the way, we still have the scoreboard here from the last game, and I'm looking at the neutral items on G2IG, and it's 4, what's it? Ninja gears. We have 4 Ninja gears and 1 Ancient Guardian. So kind of tells us. Of course, Ninja Gear is the most broken item for me, at least, and you want to have it on supports. But when
Are you running away a lot?
Yeah, when you see 4 of those, yeah, they
being perma smoked is kind of OP.
Yeah.
It is, for sure.
They just wanted to be invisible the whole time, like not be seen on the map.
So they're just trying to save money, you know. If no one has to buy a smoke and you all just get on your neutral item, that's just a little bit of extra gold in the pocket, right?
I mean, if you look at it this way, like first TA, you get the Gossamer cape. For Zeus, you get the Ninja gear, because if he can't see you, he can't hurt you.
That's so insightful. I feel like we could make that into a quote, like an inspirational quote by Fia. If he can't see you, he can't hurt you.
So true.
So true, so true. But they're gonna have to see what draft is gonna be coming up here. Everyone on the side of Team Spirit did so much. This slug, again, it's now in this weird position where you don't necessarily want to put a ban towards it, but you don't want Team Spirit to pick it up again. So how do you draft to kind of negate this effect, this mental battle that it now has on G2IG?
It's gonna be very difficult to like replicate this. Like the reason why he picked it, it's like a very niche scenario. First of all, there's a Morphling in the game, and Morph doesn't have many bad carry-to-carry matchups. But as I mentioned, Slark. I didn't mention Slark because I didn't think anyone would pick it. But there's a couple of heroes like the Ursas, the Anti-Mages, Naga type of heroes. There's probably like 4 or 5, maybe 6 counters to Morph. And then also, it just so happened to be good against the Magnus, which they picked too. So if they're planning on doing the same draft with the Magnus first pick and they want to morph later, then yeah, perhaps you ban the Slark. You weren't able to deal with it.
Or just don't overlap the Magnus morph into
I feel like it's just about the Magnus.
Okay.
I think you open up with something a bit more meta, something a little bit easier to execute with, and you play off of that, or you just completely I don't know, step it up a little bit. Because for me, we're harping on, and yeah, of course, it was a difficult draft to play, but you could have made some plays. I don't think it's justified that you end the game with 2 kills. I think they ended it with 2 kills.
They did, yeah. Yep, 2.
24-2, it looks like.
Yeah, I feel like this draft, even though it was difficult, sure, it was still playable. I don't think it's that bad. It's just the team spirit, like they talked about, like they're getting in that true form the team spirit can play in, and when they pick you apart the way that they have, you end up looking pretty much like you can't make a single move on the map.
every time this Magnus has been banned out, I went back and had a look, by the way, in this tournament. Every time it's been banned out, they obviously have to open with something else. But when it's been let through, they've always gone for that Magnus. They only have a 50% win rate on it. Now it's a little bit less than that because of that game just there. But it's something that feels like old reliable for them. And I know, Liz, you just said you want a different opener, but what exactly could that potentially be?
I mean, you can't play this against Collapse ever again after this showing. I'm kidding, of course, but you do it. Like, it's also nice to steal it from him. But when it comes to easier heroes, Slardar is 10 times easier, I feel like, to execute with and to play Dragonite as well, that Fear mentioned.
Yeah, I feel like DK is a first phase pick. Slardar, though, where does that really sit with you?
Oh, it's... What do you feel about
Slardar
it?
first pick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay, like, right now. It's the stocks for Slardar are continuously rising just because how a couple of things that this hero does really well. One, Tormentor. Number two, he's really fast, and he can run across this 40% bigger map we have where everyone's farming and gank, 40% faster. So that kind of makes the map feel a little smaller in some regard. And of course, Roshan is great too. And who cares about going high ground? We're going high ground anyway, so we don't need any heroes that can go high ground.
Just don't even draw for high ground. Just choke out the map, make sure you get enough of a gold lead, and then try and attempt once you obviously get Aegis.
I think another thing that makes Slardar a little bit better is the fact that a lot of teams are experimenting with Slardar mid. So you kind of aren't sure which way it's going to go.
Well, that's normally the Magnus for G2IG, is
Exactly.
that you have that flex.
Exactly. So you can have it with this as well. But different heroes counter him. I feel like recently we've mostly seen an emphasis on Troll versus Slardar, either being banned out in the end or picked. So that's something that you might think about if you're G2IG and if you're letting him go through once again.
Yeah, I think there's only been one Troll pick this entire tournament, but it did win. I think because was playing it. But that was like the epitome of Troll doing well, right? We haven't seen the side and why most people aren't picking this hero where he's not doing well. Because it gets really ugly really fast with that hero, so... But against Slardar, maybe you have an option. It really comes down a lot to, as I always say, the supports. The supports matter so much for if a hero is going to be successful or not.
Yeah, and those supports were doing so much work in game one. You had the Shadow Demon and Grimstroke, so many dispels, just from the two of them, so much utility with the Grimstroke shard, with Shadow Demon shard, and then on top of that, Manta on Zeus. Slark just having a built-in dispel. It was difficult for them. It has to be said. It was difficult for them to take any of these heroes out, and Team Spirit,
on the same, they're on the same wavelength as us. They obviously ban it because G2IG have that opener, and they're like, this is something they really could open with, and we don't want to have to deal with that. We don't have to want to think about where it could potentially go and the scaling potential that comes with it. The weird thing for me, I don't know if weird's the right word here, but G2IG only have those 3 bans for themselves, and Batrider is still enough of a priority to fit in there. That's what they banned in game number 1 against Spirit, and I thought it was because they had 4. Sometimes you kind of just had that leeway with 1 extra ban for yourself, but this time around, even with only 3, Batrider still makes it that.
I feel like it might be even a Shadow Demon hero? Disruptor, right? Ah, never mind, banned first. So why my brain went on Disruptor is because they banned out Rubik, but Magnus also makes sense why they ban it out. But they're still the same opener for, well, not necessarily the exact same, but you have the Shadow Demon still if you want to play it into Magnus.
It's pretty good overall. I wouldn't hate it. It worked really well in the last game, even though that was kind of a really fast reaction time, or maybe he had vision and he pre-clicked it, who really knows, but you have that ability to save even through the RP, or maybe he's a little slow on the skewer and you get the disruption there too, so that'll help. We'll see if they even want to ban the Centaur now that they've shown a Magnus, because to me those heroes have a lot of overlap, like having a Centaur Magnus kind of the same draft doesn't sound very good, but neither of them do a ton of damage, they're mainly your control. Generally not a fan of having multiple heroes on the same draft that do the same thing.
Yeah, even though you could lane them, like you can obviously put Mag mid, Centaur off lane. It's like Fear said, they fit the same thing. You probably don't want it. So the Shadow Demon pick should be very safe. What they have banned though in
they
that
banned
last
the Centaur. That's the other thing about Shadow Demon. He's really good with Centaur. So easy for them.
For sure, ban out the Cent. And now if you're Team Spirit, you might be thinking about that Lion once again as a ban.
Are you guys curious as to what did get let through because of the small change-ups that we had in the first phase ban?
Nah,
Okay.
just kidding. Tell me, what was the change up?
No, you said no. You said no.
Well, the Slardar is the change, and I believe Rubik as well. Rubik wasn't banned, right?
But they let through Timber and Ench, is what I was alluding to.
Timber. Okay.
Timber and Ench were banned in first game and let through here.
I feel like and Shadow Demon as well is really damn solid for Team Spirit. I'd maybe not pick it right here.
Yeah, you wouldn't?
You still have one more ban, right, on both sides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, Team Spirit haven't had the one ban that they get. But they go ban into pick, and you don't feel comfortable having the two supports shown straight away, or you just think that there's a better pickup that you could get, a ban?
What's the problem with Shadow Demon and Ench when it comes to opening up with that? Like, you don't really have a lot of catch. You open yourself up for a lot of these kind of heroes that benefit from your supports not being able to catch you and control you.
It'll just put you in a position where you have to pick a lot of catch on your cores.
Mhm.
I feel like the downside about the catch cores is the fact that you are limiting your laning stage potential, because most of the heroes that are good in the laning stage aren't your stunners. So that's usually not great. So having another form of either save or initiation could be really good. As in the last draft, we saw they had not so necessarily initiation, but they had Grimstroke with the Shadow Demon, which aren't really initiation supports whatsoever, but they're not going to get this time around. So I'm not sure what they want exactly from this pick here.
There's still, like you called it last game during the draft, I'm going to call it this time around, there's the Dragonite. I feel like it's a solid opener together with the Shadow Demon. Another thing that they have played in the past, of course, is a MOUZ, also an option. And so interesting to watch this tournament, go through different games and see different teams just completely have different priorities. Like Razor, look, untouched. Like hero isn't banned at all, isn't picked.
That's just like a Falcon special, really. Whenever we see Falcons, someone's either picking or banning the Razor for sure. But these teams
there's
just have
Razor,
completely
there's
different.
also Pango, right? Like also another hero that is completely left in the pool.
I'm happy with that. I'm happy to see Penguin completely ignored.
Yeah, you probably can't. Just looking at the bans, Bloodseeker is still left on the pool, so you can't really pick it up.
And they're spending a lot of time on this. They ban out Baboka's Marcy. They figure that one could be a threat.
After this morning, I don't blame them. It had a fantastic showing.
And they do go for
They
the
get the
Enchantress anyway. Okay, so that basically just means that we're probably going to see something like that Dragonite come out for Spirit later on. They need some form of initiation because these two supports will not be doing it. They're going to be sitting in the backlines.
Yeah, they are sitting in the backlines, but what are they bringing? They're bringing really strong lanes. Once again, they had it in game 1. They're going to have it in game 2. And you have always an easy time controlling the map with the Enchantress, either by rotating through the Twin Gate, pressuring the tier 1. Later on, of course, you can use the creeps to always be pushing in the lanes without showing yourself. And you always find farm because you're doing it for the team, right? Like you're pushing in the lanes, but at the same time, you're getting damn rich.
And we see this one time and time again. Enemy team picks Ench. You double down, I guess, in this case, and you pick the Clinks, and you go ahead and pick that CM. Both these heroes are very good at killing Enchantress's creep later on, which is very annoying. So already this Ench's game is going to be shut down in a lot of ways. Still okay in the laning stage just because you do have that heal. You can right-click pretty hard. But a big reason of why this hero is good is because you can send these creeps all around the map to get yourself farmed. But now you're playing versus two heroes that can just turn that farm into their farm.
And also one more thing, this Clinks, 99% is the carry. It can be a 4 though. Like Chinese teams have picked it as a 4, and then you would be even laning into her, probably, right? So there is some flex potential there. I'm not saying it's high, but there is that flex potential, and we get the Dragonite we called for earlier.
There wasn't a ton of options otherwise. I mean, maybe Primal Beast and stuff like that, but we've seen time and time again now that if it's between a Primal Beast and a DK, we almost always see the DK. Poor Primal has not had a lot of showings as of recently, just because there's so many other good options. I feel like Primal's been completely replaced by Slardar recently, and then DK is, he's been DK last year. He's been pretty meta.
Meta for a year. It's a good place to be in as a DK spammer.
You had to feel good about that one. But what are we feeling good about to see Spirit pick up for themselves here? Not a lot of reserve time. They have been chewing through it, especially on the bans.
I would personally like to see a mid, just pick a Laurel hero, but that's because I think from the carry role, you can get a lot from it if you see more, and Yatoro's that type of player, as we saw last game. You can find like that perfect pick for the game, but instead they're going to pick something that we've seen it in 2 different roles so far, so it's a flex.
It makes your draft very flexible. Like
Yeah, because you could have the Dragon Knight mid and the Bristle off.
you can have the Bristle safe lane, Dragon Knight off, Dragon Knight mid. Like these 2 cores are pretty
juggling cores at the moment on Spirit.
they're not giving away anything, and that's what's so nice about them. And now it's also you're in this place in which you're throwing problems at them. This Bristle is definitely a problem. They're gonna kind of answer it, and this Clinks that we mentioned earlier will be delegated to position 4.
Delegated or relegated? Both.
Relegated, both of them, yeah. I'm not sure if I like it too much, but
let's hope it's not relegated.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're an IG fan at least.
That's true.
This is their last chance here.
This is an elimination match. It is when you're already 1 game down. I don't think you want to be changing up your draft idea halfway through.
Yeah, you probably don't want to be playing the Clinks into both the Dragon Knight and the Bristle. Way too tanky, way too much damage to chew through as a Clinks. Lifestealer, kind of easier to play into that. But I don't think it's enough. I feel like maybe some Timber on IG might do well. Like you don't really have a lot of okay, Dragon Knight into him in the laning stage, sure, he can do well, but throughout the game, not a lot of catch. They have the damage from the Inch, from the DK, but from the Bristle, sorry, but looks like a decent Timber game.
I mean, I don't know a lot of things, but I do know one thing.
Yeah?
Clinks Magnus is such a bad lane. And if you ever lane Clinks with a position 3, if you're playing a support that can't help you, you're going to chain feed. This hero has like negative HP. Like they're just gonna go on you level 1 and some skewer, or even if you pick like a Timber can't do anything to help you, right? And this Clinks will feed. So I really think they need to pick a stun, whatever is left in the pool for this Clinks.
Is there a way this Clinks could go anywhere else? And then I'm thinking the only other place it could really go is mid. Do you really want to mid Clinks and then pick up a different pose 4 for you that might have that stun? Definitely feels like you're making your draft even worse, creating more problems for yourself.
Yeah, you are. The Ench's lane isn't going to be as amazing as it can be because she's playing into Clinks, but besides that, like, she can have a different skill build and she's still going to be fine into you, so who really cares?
I mean, the Primal ban as well. I'm a little worried for this Clinks' game, I'm not going to lie, because this hero, as a support, really hit or miss. Like either you get a decent laning stage, you run around the map, you get kills, or you just have a really bad laning experience and you're kind of a burden to the team. And if
you're a walking ward.
Pretty much. And the reason why Clinks would have a bad laning stage is if his position 3 can't really help him in the laning stage.
We have seen, I think it was Tofu that played Clinks. He didn't have a significant impact. Like it wasn't some crazy game in which he's owning, but they still won. So, you know, in the past, the precedent has been set.
I feel like you're just taking a statistic and brute forcing it to work in this case. Because like when you really looked at the impact that pose 4 Clinks had, it was pretty much what Fia was just describing.
Okay, this hero actually went through. There's a
yeah.
There's a yeah?
There's a yeah.
What does that mean?
There's something like a TA against him in the lane that's good. There's a Zeus still left in the pool as well if you want to pick it.
That's for noobs, please.
I mean, I saw the DK recently today play this matchup. He went stun level 1.
And just denied the range creep over and over
he
again.
Kept doing it over and over. Like, you can pick whatever you want against this hero, but then we're going to get a Faceless Void.
Well, we talked about how
I
flexible.
really didn't expect this one.
Yeah, I was gonna say we talked about how flexible the Dragon Knight and the Bristleback being picked up were, but it does go. The Dragon Knight is mid. Bristleback will be in what his stereotypical role normally is in this game, is the off lane, and then Faceless Void being the carry for Yatoro.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach. I expected something different, but they've made the Slark work. I'm sure they can do this as well. Faceless Void, of course, cannot be ganked that easily by the Keeper of the Light, which is a pretty good thing for them as well.
Yeah, I thought they'd put the Bristle in the carry position and just abuse this lane top, but they're not going to do it overall. It's still fine. They're going to pick a good carry. Collapse, however, he is going to be versus a Lifestealer lane, which they can be a little bit scary, I suppose, but at least he'll have stacks to go back to. And I talked about it before. The best hero, the carry matchup against the Lifestealer is the Faceless Void, so they're wanting to just secure their late game here. They don't have the best chrono damage ever, but it's still good lockdown for the Lifestealer, and Clinks will obviously feed too if he's ever caught in there.
Yeah. One more thing that I'm...
Bit of a postable Clinks hater over here. I'm vibing.
No, the lane matters. And I think Magnus Clinks lane, it doesn't fly for me.
Okay. Sorry, Lucas.
I absolutely agree. Like when it comes to the lane itself, I'm a bit worried for Baboka. You know, he had some really good games. Like even in that last game, he got a lot of farm on the Hoodwink. I just want to see how he's gonna find that farm. He's playing versus Faceless Void that can get on top of him, plus the Ench with the slow, with a lot of damage, with the heals. It will not be simple.
I have a feeling it might be Couriers. I've seen Baboka do that a couple of times.
Ah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that one's really going to be enough, though. Is this going to be a really short window or opening for G2IG to make plays? You've talked about how good the laning phase might be for Spirit. Well, they've got the late game secured. Is there a timing for G2?
I mean, they're playing the Keeper of the Light, so they are on a timer, and they have this timing, and it's post-laning stage. You want to have this Kotl rotating around, get a fast vessel. When you pick this hero, you're bound to play the tempo, basically.
I mean, pretty much it. A lot of eyes, as usual, in a Kotl draft. How well is he going to do? How well is the Clinks going to do? That's the big question mark for me. And the last one is Collapse. He's playing this Bristleback. Will he do well?
Okay, I like that you at least put a question mark around Spirit. It can't all be on G2IG. Spirit, though, they are one game up. They're looking to be able to play tomorrow to continue their dreams in this tournament. So let's head on over to their coach and Tsunami to get a bit more insight.
Thank you. Yes, I am joined by Silent of Team Spirit, where, obvious question, we saw the Bristleback, and you guys played it on carry earlier today. Seems like at the very last moment you decided, Collapse, you take the Bristleback. Yatoro, I'm going to give you Faceless Void instead. What was the reasoning for that?
Yeah, she just wanted to play Bristleback more than Yatoro, so we decided, okay, you will play.
Really? Since when is Collapse a Bristleback player? I've never... he likes Blink Dagger carriers.
Man, previous year he played Bristleback a lot.
Okay, I see. Okay, well, it's back to his roots then. Then, after you pick the Faceless Void, the obvious question after that is, well, what's the damage into the Chrono? And right now, there's not really much coming from the cores, but is it Miposhka? Is he going to have to start tossing in impetuses?
Yes, I hope Miposhka will carry this game, and also Void is just a support here. Bristleback carry, Enchantress carry, Void just to juke them.
Right, so actually it's...
He's pretending he's scary. No.
So then Yatoro and Collapse finally get to switch roles, because usually Collapse has to be like, hey, I stunned everyone for you, Yatoro, now kill them. Now Yatoro gets to return the favor.
Yes. He uses Chrono, and then Bristleback uses his Saganin into.
All right, well, let's see if Collapse is going to single-handedly, or maybe double-handedly with Miposhka, carry this game number 2.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Silent, just an absolute goated interviewer there for the pregame stuff. You love to hear him talk about that stuff.
It's too good. It's too good. Yeah, I love him on there. Just the honesty, you know? Tells us, he's just pretending to be the carry.
I mean, I don't know if that's honesty, if I'm going to be real about it. I'm pretty sure he's trolling a little bit, but that's great.
What do you mean?
I will also say shout out to our panel with the bold prediction of the team that won 26-2, that they're going to come in and win game 2. Love to see that. And Laurel already taking them down early right here as well. Good chunk of denies, 1-3 on the DK.
And we heard Silent say that Collapse just wanted to play the Bristleback. I just had a gander.
Okay.
He has played 2 other games of Bristleback ever. And they were both at TI 2023 in pros.
Yeah, okay.
And he won both. He's undefeated. So, you know, they won TI with it, so it's good to go.
All right. Well, yeah, it's good that, you know, Collapse is like, yeah, I've done it before. It's fine. Don't worry. We've got an answer to it. And we'll see how bad this laning stage up here actually ends up being, because that's something that the panel was very adamant was going to be a huge problem in this one. The Bobica Clinks, will he be able to get out of the laning stage unscathed?
That is the question when it comes to this. It's such a feast or famine, as we say, support hero, where it's very, very hard to emulate in your pubs. Do not try this at home. Unless you're in a 5-stack, then go for it. Your friends still have to like you, well, probably, even if your Clinks is terrible. It takes a lot of greed. It takes perfect positioning. I think Lizard made a good point at the end of the panel there, too, talking about how, like, if he gets spotted once, he just gets enchanted or something, and, like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, you're just standing there.
You're just dead, right? You don't have an escape option. He's got to turn and burn, and we'll see if he's got the fire for it. There's a skewer from JT to get Yadro onto the tower, but hey, it's Faceless Void.
Yeah.
Back out.
He's perfectly safe, gonna be fine. Doesn't end up taking any damage from that one, really, to write home about. And so far, Yadro, 11 and 4. A lot of denies stacking up. You can see Crystal Maiden down here on the bottom side also keeping up some of the CSing, securing those range creeps for her lifestealer. So bottom lane at least is going pretty well right now for G2IG.
2.5 minutes in, and all is according to plan. Oh, wait, that's probably not, though.
Oh, that's really bad. Although he doesn't have Breathe Fire for a little while now. He's taking him on a walk. Get the hell out of the lane. You're not able to leave.
The HP just keeps going up. It's like, when does this change?
He's going to have to TP all the way back home. So Laurel...
Well, back to the lane, you mean?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Excuse me. That's his home.
That is his home. Yeah, that's where he wants to live. He's a coddle, so he doesn't ever plan on going back, of course.
Deny one. Doesn't manage to get the other, though, on the Dragon Knight. But Laurel showing that this DK hero is still pretty good mid lane.
So many times we're just seeing it banned to the first phase here.
Yeah.
So finally gets a chance to shine. That ridiculous flex potential being saved throughout that entire draft. Give ourselves an off-lane Bristle, a mid DK, and thus the Yadro Faceless Void. Probably one of my favorite Yadro heroes to watch, so.
Yeah, he will definitely, I mean, you know, there's some talk there about the Bristleback Aghanims and how much damage can be spammed into the Chronosphere if they manage to get that online at the same time. And I will say that this draft looks pretty freaking fast right now from Team Spirit, as Laurel is going to glyph the wave and try and set up for another deny here, and not able to get it. It's taking actually a lot of damage right now from Nothing to Say. But we'll be able to get on over and pick up one of those water runes.
Yes, thankfully still playing Dragon Knight, so he'll be okay.
Yeah. Oh, connect the wave? Yeah, things getting weird with the coddle. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, that's going to be 2 games in a row now where we're getting a rather late first blood.
Yeah, it's true.
4.5 minutes in, nothing quite yet.
And I think, I mean, I would anticipate that G2IG are going to feel more on the clock to make moves in this one, considering that they've got that coddle, right? You're not wanting to just sort of like, well, I don't know.
I mean, it's hard to make less moves than last game.
That's true. I was going to say you don't want to just sit back and farm, but now that I'm thinking about it, that's kind of one of the things you want to do as coddle, is the TP away from Mira. Will he be able to get out of there? Yes!
Oh, stun him!
Yeah, and the stun, the little bash lands onto Xnova. Oh my god, he almost got hit by another one. Oh. Just
get out of there, man.
JT forced Skewer away. So far, Bobica hasn't been killed at all. No, having a decent time.
That's the bar?
I mean, I don't know. The way they were talking about it, I was like, every second he was going to be going down.
I think they mean in the mid game.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice to win your lane as Clinks, too. That will be amazing.
Yeah.
Because the hero does need to get off to that great start, but yeah, I'm definitely concerned about any rotations the hero plans on making later. I mean, look at this fantastically fast rotation through the mid as he hobbles around at 320 move speed.
Oh, on the Clinks.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was talking about Clinks, yeah. He's
Laurel,
stacking it up, doing his job.
A slight level advantage, and Xnova is going to TP back behind the tier 2 tower. Now, this is an interesting call. Are they trying to set up for something on here with the supports at the 6-minute mark? It's a shield rune that Bobica takes, so that TP not really bearing any fruit.
He was getting bristled, so I think it might have just been a
potential
escape option as well.
Fair.
And he's going to D-ward on his way back. Mira going to disrupt him to get the deny.
There they go. And another round of Illuminate Blast out from Nothing to Say as Laurel steps forward in his dragon form and is going to hit that tower a few more times before it expires. Now, the plus side of... Oh, okay. Xnova, he's in some trouble. The Blood Grenade and Maposhka getting ready to start carrying. As he chases down Xnova. Is it going to be enough?
Oh,
not quite.
At Lotus.
Staying alive.
Well, there's another reason Maposhka wants to be in here. He wants to disrupt what Caudle wants to do. Just go in here and just farm up these stacks. So he wants to see what's going on, steal some of this gold. They haven't blocked it off yet, but could be an option as well.
Mira stacking up that ancient camp that's over behind the tier 1 tower. It's going to be a nice little gift for Collapse when that eventually happens. Could also see Mira make the rotation into the triangle itself, or just walk right into Monet as this connection comes in for a half pull.
And Maposhka, he's running in mid here as the TP comes to the bottom lane. Here we go, this is the fight. Nothing to say, want to get an urn charge here.
Can they get Collapse? Oh, he just, oh no, they get him!
Yep, Frostbite.
Wow, nicely played. All right. On the board first for G2IG.
Yeah, I think Mira tried to go for the save there by disrupting the CM as the only one with the stun, but was just able to get the Frostbite out first, cancel the TP.
Stun onto Bobica. Trying to survive through the damage, but another hit, and the DOT is going to be enough for the finish there. Well, Mira is kind of in no man's land himself. Disruption. And will he be able to get out? Do not think so. No TP. Trying to walk away, but the Frostbite is there. Nothing to say. They have matched their kills from last game.
Wow, 8 minutes in. That's pretty incredible.
That was not RP used up here either, so JT can still stand in the lane and be a threat to Yatoro.
Well, nothing to say. We'll get 2 charges on the Urn of Shadows. So ready to use that Spirit Vessel on this next rotation as that's being delivered to him. But he did lose that mid tower, as Dragon Knight will do once you leave. And that's putting Laurel pretty close to that Blink Dagger. So then you think about how Caudle wants to play. DK very capable of matching that. You want to come and just run at my people with an ulti and stuff. Like, you know, you just get stunned up by a DK, suddenly you're in trouble.
Yeah, he can keep that pressure going and you know, turn it around very rapidly. As Laurel does, well, he's getting close to the Blink Dagger, about 500 gold away. His Collapse, we know what he wants, into the Aghanim Scepter. And that stack is really going to accelerate his farm in that direction, although Mira, he might be in a little bit of trouble himself, is able to dodge away from some of the damage, and now tries to run, but yeah, there's no way he's getting out of there. Collapse cannot really help him at the moment, as he needs to finish off these stacks before any of them get stolen away, and he is somewhat low too. They're scouting for the stacks in the triangle, but wisely, Team Spirit put him in the other area. Now a Chronosphere used up on the top side of the map. JT still has RP at the ready if they need it. And with nothing to say making the move over, they're gonna stop all of that. Laurel steps forward, Dragon Form looking for him. Stun connects, a couple more hits coming from Maposhka. The Blood Grenade, JT, RP onto 2. Damage for the turnaround, is it gonna be enough? No, JT is gonna die.
Thinking that maybe there's a chance, but it's not quite there. If you had everything connected, you would have quite a bit of damage, right? Like, imagine if the armlet is done.
Yep.
Maybe Monet can join, like, get a quick infest. Maybe if he had a TP and infest saved at the end of the RP, they turn around burst damage, but it's all just potential stuff there, and JT was kind of throwing the Hail Mary there.
Right. Well, at this point, Team Spirit farming on all 5 of their heroes. For the side of G2IG, Bobica not super confident popping out and showing himself when Laurel's nearby, as he does have that Blink Dagger at the ready. But yeah, it's again feeling like it's kind of slowing down a little bit for G2IG. And again, as the laning stage breaks down, you do want to be trying to play at that fast tempo if possible. So we'll likely see another move come in soon, as it's going to be the bottom tier 1 tower taken and trying to deny space on the map for Team Spirit to just keep farming.
All right, seen some similarities here at this last match.
You're not wrong. JT, he's eyeing up the Blink Dagger too as he starts beating into this with the...
Just, like, you see these stacks, like, what? You can't help yourself.
I know. You gotta farm them. It's gotta happen. You can see 8 to 8 on the stacks. Very even. I like that.
Truly the stat that actually matters.
I know. It's good. Bobica trying to rush immediately into the Orchid. That's
Yeah.
gonna be the call for him.
Our go-to Clinks players. That's what they've been up to.
Summoning. It's going to be an Invis rune, and Maposhka, not easy for him to get out of there. With that Spirit Vessel, no healing for you, so he's dead.
Yeah, that's a nice play set up by the Clinks, right? Sitting there waiting, kind of baiting a little bit there. And yeah, he's doing it again on Bristle.
Oh yeah.
Has lost his tower at this point, of course, so it's not quite as secretive as before. Although I don't really think there's much they're going to do about it.
No, he's...
Oh, well, I say that, you know? Maybe there's a smoke here coming out of mid lane.
I mean, they keep on trying to make the move right into the triangle because that's where they're anticipating he's going to farm. It's actually a lot harder to get in and contest for the other side. So Mira's going to give up his life here, but this is Collapse, you know, almost with a completed Aghanim Scepter, and they haven't been able to contest his farm. It's kind of a cool play.
Yeah, let's see what kind of vision they can get down. They'll actually last here too, right?
Yeah.
That would be the other goal. See if Xnova can find a sneaky ward. They're all coming in here. They really want to remove this potential gold here for Spirit, and Monet trying to get closer to that Radiance.
Right. I mean, they are not going to be able to stop the Bristle from getting the axe. That much is clear at this point.
Yeah, very much so.
So
it is inevitable.
The big question mark is, okay, once that's online, what do you do as G2IG?
Oh, I have an idea.
What's that? Tell me. Hit me up.
Kill Ancients.
Kill Ancients?
Yeah, and wait, I got another idea.
Okay, tell me.
Stack them.
Stack the Ancients and then,
And
so we
then
should flip
kill
them.
them.
Okay, got
Yeah.
it. That's the right way. Well, that feels to be a success. Successful strategy. Oh, and even blocking Ancients. Now that's nifty.
Oh, the next level.
Yeah, Mira.
Here we go.
Having his Ancients blocked. Not feeling good on that one.
Wow, that sentry is so close to being in the one on the low ground.
Yeah.
It's just out of range.
Collapse is going to ping it, see that the Ancients are gone. Maposhka, TP's out. Can Xnova get there in time? No.
Yatoro TP's into the tree line there.
He was ready for
He
this.
wants his play. I mean, he's got Mask and Madness.
They are all grouped behind, though. This is a hard chrono to use. Yeah, Yatoro is just back to farming a bit. And in fact, JT with the Blink RP.
Remember the
ready
auto
for
shotgun.
this? Do they have enough? Trying to kill him off. Yes, they will. Okay, G2IG, after a very disappointing game number 1, are looking a lot better in this one.
Best RP of the day so far for JT.
You're not wrong about that. And they return it into anything else. Now, Laurel jumps forward, stuns onto JT. Collapse pops that Aghanims and still taking a ton of damage. Where's the save? It's there for the moment. Infest inside of the creep, still trying to stay alive, but Collapse cannot do it. Now looking to finish off JT, but they don't have the damage right now.
And one of the benefits there of the Clinks. Just keep pressuring that tower while the whole fight's going on.
They need something to take off that Solar Bind and the Spirit Vessel. Some type of a dispel would be really nice for them on the side of Team Spirit, because right now, G2IG are coming up with answers to this. 7-2 is the kill score. At least for now, seeing a much better performance from the squad that needed it in this elimination matchup.
Yeah, they don't want to go home quite yet. I mean, the night is young here in Bucharest. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. I mean, could go for a game 3, I would think.
Absolutely.
I think the people would like to see it.
See if they can get there, though.
But the Team Spirit fans, they want the Yatoro Chronos.
Oh, and this is gonna hurt. Yeah, anytime that coddle gets brought down, it's pretty rough.
Well, the map just starts to shrink when that occurs.
Yeah. Oh, now TPing in more. They're just gonna drop the chrono right away onto that Lifestealer. Wanted to get in range for the stun, couldn't quite get him, but doesn't matter. Mira with the ulti, and Monet going to drop.
Just a few seconds away from an infest. I mean, if he has it there, maybe he can get out.
It's like a spring being, you know, loaded and loaded, and then just this explosion of damage coming out from Team Spirit. As Xnova thinks he can get away.
Stun mid-flight.
Yeah, that's scary.
Oh, he is correct in where their ward is.
Jump in, try and get the kill onto Laurel. Much more action-packed this time around. as they managed to kill off that Dragon Knight. And now an Orchid done for Bobica.
There he is. He's online. Support
Bobica.
Clinks has arrived.
Bobica. Bobica?
JT looking to get the Aghanim Scepter here versus Collapse, of course. The man who made Horn Toss what it became.
Yep.
The man who got it relegated to an Aghanims.
All right, this is a big moment. If Bobica can find this kill, he just used Time Walk 2. Waiting, more friends joining in. Yadoro maybe realizing the danger that he's in is gonna just TP away. Oh, nobody shows. He just read them like a book.
Yeah, I guess it's just what else was happening on the map, just realizing Ham probably being chased down. You always have to be thinking, like, is there an Invis guy underneath me? Because Clinks, of course, can't do it himself.
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to end that TP.
Big, big, big plays. And with that, they can make another move potentially here. Bobica trying to find some heroes. Collapse is a pretty hard kill, if we're going to be honest about it. Particularly when there are friends nearby. Miposhka, they spot him here.
Yeah, that is one thing here, is that we haven't really talked about the Bristle problem.
No.
Killing the Bristle, as, you know, of course, you start to get more and more HP, and this Bristleback becomes more and more impactful. What are the tools that they're going to find? It looks like it's just going to be raw repositioning.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you're not going to be getting like a... The plus side I will say is that they're going to have an incredibly farmed Lifestealer. You know, he's got level 4 in power being thrown over onto Monet and has this Radiance done at 18 minutes.
Yeah, and maybe the open wounds could help you like sustain a little bit, but I don't know. Lifesteal and stuff doesn't help that much versus Bristle, because like 3 quills more and suddenly it's just stupid amount of damage.
It does become a serious problem. No, they're going to need something to deal with it. JT stunned, pops the ulti from the Shadow Demon. They bit off more than they can chew, though.
Skewered in a bit there for that one.
With nothing to say showing up. Now they need to be careful they don't lose more. Laurel. It's brought down very low with that Spirit Vessel Solar Bind combo. He's almost got, well, not almost. He's almost got the Yasha, but he's moving the way toward the Manta.
Yeah, they're going to run to Roche.
This is huge.
They're taking that little bit of a lead here from that kill and saying, you can't contest us. And, I mean, look at Team Spirit's lineup. They also could have done this pretty fast.
Oh, yeah.
The help of Bristleback and whatnot, so.
Look at Bobica. He's so happy. He's smiling over there. Having a real good time. 9-4. Everything coming together in this game, too, for G2IG. Looks like a completely different squad.
They're looking a lot better. Now they're going to play around this Lifestealer Aegis. Try and get into this next couple of big items like that Magnus Aghanims to increase these pickoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Try and get more vision down on the map to make life easier for Bobica.
I mean, the plus side that you can see is that they're still getting a decent chunk of farm on to Miposhka, but it's not at the same levels as Baboka. This is some fun support's name to say.
They really are, actually. It's
Miposhka, Baboka.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's all just one word. But yeah, trying to get into the Mantas for Team Spirit. They understand how strong this combination can be, of whether it's the, you know, Solar Bind, the Spirit Vessel, or even just that Orchid.
Yeah, and that's why we have Mira purchasing up the Shard, too,
Yeah.
on the earlier end in this one on that Shadow Demon. Just came out of the courier about a minute ago.
I mean, do you think that G2IG is getting enough done around the map right now? Like, they're finding kills. It feels like the game's going in their favor. They've got an Aegis on Monet. Do they need to keep up this tempo?
No, I think this is fine. This, you know, it's going to come down to JT again.
Right.
Because he's going to find a skewer play here, perhaps without an RP, as the Dire have taken the Tormentor.
JT looking, doesn't have Aghanims yet. Still very close to having it completed, 150 gold away.
But this is good, using Bobica for the siege potential. Not a lot of supports are able to do this.
Yeah.
But you can just Tower Bomb, and if you want to save this as Spirit, you do have to fully commit.
Hey, steps in, Omelet on.
Oh, and they're... Oh, maybe not, actually.
Thought they were going to go for an Infest play.
I thought they were going to go for a Twin Gate play. They just kind of left Monet alone for quite a while, but he's just going to end up TPing down the bottom lane with Empower. And then they're going to smoke.
Well, Team Spirit, I don't think they're ready to take this fight yet. I mean, obviously, well, okay, maybe they are. They're getting together a little bit. They're very close to having that Manta style done.
This feels risky, though.
This is really risky. Mira needs to get in time, but he's not going to get close enough, and it's just going to be dead. Yatoro, X-Nova, pops the ultimate. Collapse is off to the side. They're doing a lot of damage to him. Already dead.
Are they going to try this, Bristle? I don't think you should. Monet gets spotted.
And now he's in trouble. They kill off all the creeps they have in Infest to get him out.
Yeah, no. So my main concern was if they jumped on pretty much anyone but Faceless Void, but G2IG found him. I think it was kind of risky, and now they go for the shout even. Perfect.
Another kill, stacking him up here. Collapse, throws out the quills. Good damage onto JT, but not quite enough. One more hit comes out from the quills, and they bring him down. Now, can they get Monet again? He is getting ran down here. Does not have Infest for 50 seconds.
Oh, see now, suddenly this is the problem.
Although armlet toggles, it's not going to be enough.
All it takes is one little slip up there.
That's dangerous, dangerous. Rage TP out. Monet realizing that he can still be safe.
They do not have a way to kill Collapse. If he has any sort of help around him at all. And yeah, I mean, Monet is recognizing, he's like, I guess I have to go get the Silver Edge, huh?
Yeah.
Because you look at the rest of his allies, and there's not really another way to do it, unfortunately. This is why we hear this discussion of just like getting an actual break, you know? Finding some way to deal with this Bristle, trying to get it in your heroes, because itemizing for break just stinks.
Bulbica with the Tormentor. We'll get the Burning Barrage. Yeah, I think it is kind of a tough one, though, to figure out. Because, like, that last fight, it only felt good at the start because they were able to blow up this Faceless Void. And I don't think that you're going to be able to reliably do that now that he's, like, about to have Manta online. And particularly, like, once Mira starts getting more items up, too.
I mean, if he has Blink and he just Blink cleanses the Bristleback, I don't think he can die. Because they won't be able to Bloodthorn him, they won't be able to Solar Bind him, they won't be able to slow him down with Crystal Maiden, and he's just going to keep going at them.
Right. I mean, I'm talking about, like, you know, the Faceless Void dying, but like you said, if it doesn't necessarily matter if Collapse isn't going down. Like, he is the real raid boss, real carry in this game right now. It's just the Yatoro there to try and keep him under control. Or rather, the rest of the enemy team. Well, proof of concept here. As a smoke up, the Aghanim Scepter Horn Toss is ready. Nobody home, though. As they are all going to get together and smoke up now as Team Spirit stepping forward. Illusions, the first one out. They see Monet, JT hiding, still invis for the moment. Inside of that smoke.
And Baposhka definitely wants to be the one who goes in first, eh?
Collapse, they break smoke, they see him.
Well, I mean, this is the dream.
Can they go for more? Stun onto JT, they got him caught. Walk forward, Chrono, he's not getting out of there. And it's Maposhka that picks up the kill. Now Laurel looking for more. Manta immediately to get out of that. He is not quick enough to chase down that Coddle, though.
And Collapse able to just solo kill Crystal Maiden on the side of that fight as well.
Yeah. Can't do that much more. So a Bloodthorn is in the works for Bulbica, who is going to find Laurel. Oh, that's not somebody you can kill.
Yeah, but he can take that XP. Uh-oh. Wait a second, Laurel's, wait, hold on.
Yeah. Oh, man. I had an idea of what's going on.
Laurel's blinking in the tree line, trying to find him still. Gets to farm up his skellies, though. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, that's nice. Well, it's 20 gold.
Yeah, but he killed 4 of them.
All right. That's fair. I think it should be more gold, personally. I know Clinks isn't picked all the time, but I feel like, I don't know. I want more gold from those little summony things. They're super annoying.
Well, you're not wrong.
More camps stacked right now, 10 to 18. As G2.
All right, they're going to try it.
They're going for it. They're going for everything right now. Can they do it? No, I don't think so. As they pop the cleanse onto Collapse, and now you're in far too far. Laurel looking for a stun connection. He hops inside of X-Nova. Oh, I I don't know if they're going to be able to keep Xnova alive, though. Maybe they will. Laurel still has another opportunity for a jump stun if they want. Collapse is starting to take some damage, but there, just in time. Mira with the save. On to JT now. He is going to die. 2,000 gold lead in raid box. Collapse is still really hard to deal with.
Yeah, and in case you thought you had a chance, Mira's got the Blink Dagger now, too. He's doing all this without a blink at this point.
Oh, look at him smiling over there. Oh, he runs into a couple more. How you doing, Xnova? Chase? Oh,
I'm allowed to dive. I'm the offlaner.
He might go. No, he's not going to go. Wise decision.
Bristleback problems.
You're not wrong. What's funny is I remember Jack spamming Bristleback. Back in the day.
Do you know?
That was the classic. Look at this. Look at this. Just can't do anything, man. Bulbaka just died to the quills as he was trying to run away.
Yeah, it is just a problem. It truly is. They cannot jump the Bristleback first. There's just no way. I mean, we saw that was like Mira wasn't there for quite a while.
Look at this. Dun 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 dun. Ready.
It's actually ridiculous.
He was so prepared for that. And then Laurel was there to just clean up after the fact. The problem is for G2IG, as you can see, Collapse pretty happy with what was going on.
Thanks, bud.
They just have to keep going. They can't stop, really.
They just got to find someone who's not Bristle.
This is not Bristle.
No, it's not. Oh my god, it's so tempting.
Yeah. The haste run. He's just taking out the ward. Oh, man. Illusions to D ward, and then off to the other side of the map.
Scan.
JT wants it desperately. They find one.
No, no, not him, not him.
This is not what they wanted.
Anyone else?
And Monet just has to hide and get out of there. Xnova in trouble. Mira's there for the banish. Monet will manage to escape, but
I'm reporting my Magnus.
It's a rough one, man. It is a rough one. I mean, you feel like you gotta find somebody. I get the jump. It hurts though.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
And that's not easy. I'm not saying that, but I just don't think you can jump Bristle.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he knows that. But it's elimination. You see a little blip on the map. You just go for it.
Team Spirit, they're going to go for it now, trying to take this second Roche for themselves. And the part about this that I think really hurts is that they don't, by any stretch of the imagination, need to give it to Collapse. Like, in a similar fashion to the jumping on him, it's anybody else but him. But an opportunity here. The Soul Burn, yes, it's enough. All you switching in the Ghost Scepter. Bulbaka, Bulbaka, Bulbaka. Gets away. Yeah, it's Yadro that picks up the Aegis.
Well, makes sense, I suppose, huh?
Yeah. Cheese for Collapse. Well,
all right. Let's go, Monet. Farm up that Silver Edge. Get us a game back here. You can do it. They have the delivery system now. Like, if we rewind the tapes here, and we got Blink, Horn Toss, Skewer, RP.
I hear you.
With an Infest exploding Silver Edge Lifestealer.
I mean, I'm hearing you. This all sounds like good stuff.
That's what we need.
Can G2IG make it happen? Maybe an Infest inside Bulbaka and go kill the other supports or something? That could also be pretty nice.
Yeah.
Although I feel like right now Team Spirit are playing very together. Oh, and they get him. Bulbaka in some trouble. He does not have TP and they actually don't want to chase forward. They're respecting the jump that can happen from JT. A very disciplined team, after a couple of disappointing series for themselves, do not want to give away anything. I was looking at the Team Spirit Twitter pages and stuff, and there was sort of some messages being given out, and I think they were not even completely happy with their results from earlier today. Still feeling like they have a lot of room to grow within themselves and wanting to power up for the rest of this tournament. This previous match that we saw in this one have been a very big turn of events for Team Spirit. We'll see if they can close this game out, if they can feel good about their positioning. That's a pretty good win probability there.
Yeah, yep. So here it is. All right, well, he used the Silver Edge already.
Yeah. Flipping the wave. And hitting the bottom tier 2 tower. Yeah, it's really tough. You need everybody to make the fight work, and you might need everybody in a bit more. They need that GH team with 7 players.
They do. That's what they need. More. Oh, here we go. Look at this. A gift. No one else is nearby, and the rest of Spirit is there. It would be a total disaster.
Oh, God.
He also has a cheese. So, yeah.
Dude, this DK's running around with dust. This guy's cheating. It's messed up.
It's kind of cringe, if you ask me.
Absolutely.
Core heroes with dust at 32 minutes. Have you seen how much gold is on the map? You shouldn't have a slot for that.
It's not fair. Mira on the hunt. Oh, right onto him. Let's be careful. Monet is nearby. But I think, yeah, JT's just going to get stunned. It was a bold attempt.
World's most ambitious TP.
It can't quite get that one in time. And so up towards the tier 2 tower with no Magnus. I mean, they don't have to be concerned about anything. So they are going to pressure and try and take this tier 2 tower, while simultaneously Laurel is out here hunting. Monet gets clipped by the dust. Bobica gets away, but it won't be brought down. After finishing the Silver Edge, Monet going into the Aghanim Scepter next. But
oh wow,
Team
high
Spirit,
ground?
Yeah, they're going for high ground. They're ready for this. Wait a minute, TPing back on one. Laurel there. It's going to take too long for him to come in. Can't get the Chronosphere off.
He needed a long TP on that one.
Yeah.
There's a Magnus. You have Bristle, DK, Faceless Void. Going high ground, you know, it's not that safe. I don't think you should ever do it.
Never.
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 And we saw last game. Did they go high ground?
Never.
Took a long time.
Forever, ever. So he's going to hit him once, even? No.
Just to see if it works?
Yeah, just to
Do they?
make
Oh, he's
sure
broken. Look.
It still functions properly. Yeah, not opting to go for that. To be honest, like, I think that he would just have chased him for a while. Collapse is feeling right now, I think, like in one of those moods where you have to be a little bit careful he doesn't like accidentally throw.
That would have been so nice if he actually got a pick there.
Yeah, that would have been good. Needs a little bit more before he can get to the sheep stick. But yeah, we might see Collapse in the fountain if this game continues this way.
I would have to agree, yep. Yeah, he's going for the Wind Waker too.
He's positioning himself right now. Just getting ready. Ready to move forward. As the Aegis expires, we'll have to see if G2IG start to feel comfortable trying to make some type of a play around the map. At least for now, it feels like that's not really going to be the case, as it is the Shard passed over to the Faceless Void.
Oh, it's a good one for going high ground.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of little pokes in there. Give an idea of where Laurel should jump.
Maybe a few prods.
Maybe.
Maybe.
If you're feeling kind of feisty.
Bobica. Bobica is going to be going for that Hex, and he's 700 gold away. More farmed than JT at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, the game has developed into a way where it's relatively open for him to get this farm. He's been doing a good job. It's pretty risky for someone like JT to get a lot of that same farm. Harder to move across the map. Much more difficult to deal with the general ward situation.
Right.
So, kind of makes sense that JT's been relegated. I mean, he went for the Horn Toss first on the Ags too, so he kind of got what he needed. He's got one goal here.
Oh, yeah.
That's to get someone who's not Bristleback.
Maposhka has a big opportunity, too, to start spending some of this 3,000 gold for himself if he wants.
On an Aghanim Scepter, since we didn't get to see it versus the Chen in that other game,
It
right?
should work on the skeleton.
That's what I'm saying.
That'd be sick.
They look like little friends.
I would be down. I mean, if there's a spell that looks like Little Friends, it's got to be that. Particularly from Clinks.
Just to be clear for the people, it does not work.
No.
Just so we're all on the same page here.
Chrono! Nope. He's not going for it.
Trying to call your shot or something?
I thought it was a chance. I mean, they were ready for it.
Is Bobica ready for this? It's not found. Oh, your courier!
Oh!
It only takes so many.
No, Yadaro is back farming Ancients. They're going to wait for the next Aegis, it seems like. A minute until it's capable of respawning. So just dotting their I's, crossing their T's, feeling like they are in firm command of this game. And can send out some of these illusions. You know, you got Mira sending them out. You've got DK sending them out. Look at that siege.
Whoa.
That's gross. Yadro waiting for somebody to come by so he can just jump down off that cliff.
Anybody who wants to mess with me.
All right, he says nobody's there.
Those creeps never saw it coming.
It is interesting the way that this stuff has developed. I appreciate that he's still out there looking for kills, you know? He's not just farming Ancients, but he's making sure that if there was somebody that showed up there, they would have been dead.
I mean, he's intense.
Yeah.
You can see him. Bubka, he looks a little more relaxed. Although he does just keep checking that mini-map.
Oh, yeah.
Nervously.
He's always keeping an eye on it. And
here?
Oh, there's people. There's a lot of people. Gotta be careful.
Smoke up.
Ooh, that's a quick spawn. That is a very quick spawn. And they're already heading over here.
Oh, they have an Op Sentry combo here right on top of Bobica.
Yeah. He's not long for this world. So they take down the Clinks, and they will go in and check and be gifted with the third Aegis. This is really nice for Team Spirit here. Maybe they'll give it to Maposhka. Find out about those little friends.
That would be such a terrible decision. I would sooner give it to Collapse with his Ags than Maposhka. I hope Mira gets it.
No, they're giving it to Yadro. Actually, yeah, I like Mira. Mira's cool. That'll be good. So Aegis gonna be claimed along with the Aghanim Scepter. Just so that way they have 3. Oh my god, he took it. You unbelievable carry player, you.
Yeah. I mean, it's good.
It is really good.
But I feel like Mira's like clutching up here. Like he's going Aeon Disc too. It'd be so easy to get off all his spells.
Yeah. Well, maybe they just think that they're never gonna jump onto Mira.
Yeah, he's like, I don't need it. I don't even want it.
He's perfectly okay with it. Has the Ghost Scepter already done. And now they go in for the Constrictor move. Yep. Take him down.
Straight to that high ground.
Monet, on the meantime, has finished off the Aghanim Scepter. So one thing that we could see that would be pretty cool is if like he infests inside of Collapse, then Collapse TP's home, all of a sudden you have the Lifestealer back in your fountain.
Or he jumps out and then there's no more Bristle.
That's true.
Maybe that happens instead. All right, here we go.
It's a possibility.
Hunting on the Great Savannah.
Yadro wants to make sure he gets that next item. And is going to be pushing out bottom here. Will he find Nothing to Say, Monet, and X-Nova? I mean, this feels pretty bad. You got 2 cores and a support and a solo Faceless Void, but now they feel like they can maybe fight because there's no Faceless Void there. JT getting his Blink Dagger broken, has to run away. And Collapse, ready to run forward, says, come and fight me. Drop the Will-O-Wisp down, and a tier 2 tower to fall. Yadro still not joining the team. It's Team Spirit managed to get what they want. Now there is a little bit of a play down bottom with the Faceless Void in the creep wave. Do they want to try and go for a sneaky little pick off onto him maybe? Oh god. Oh no. Oh, that's not what they wanted to see. Has nothing to say, won't be able to do anything. He is caught and killed.
Okay, has buyback.
It's good. JT
Positives.
Ready? At a moment's notice. Do they go for it?
It's a lot of DKs.
Do they go for it? There it is. Horn toss. Pull him in. The Silver Edge. And there's the Yule Scepter to get away. Mira there with the save. They have him out immediately. He's silenced,
Still
but
broken.
running away. Still in some trouble, but he pops the Bloodstone. Oh my god. Sweet heaven above. He did not stand a chance. Dead for 84. No buyback. And the mass tips come out from Monet. He didn't even need it.
Oh,
had that second cheese the whole time.
Oh man, when your cheese is coming off cooldown, I think you're having a good game.
3,386 damage to Lifestealer as they interrupt the jump from JT. Still in trouble. They move forward for the bash.
Oh,
Get on in there, Collapse. It's time. It's time for all the action to come on out as 1, 2, 3, maybe another goes down. Why not? Triple kill for Collapse. GG is called.
Jeez, getting in the fountain like it's Therme.
As that is going to be Team Spirit taking down all 5. What an absolute beatdown of a series that was. And with that, G2IG is going to be knocked out, but Team Spirit moving forward.
It feels like they really took the series to like power it back up, you know?
Oh,
Team
yeah.
Spirit, they've been getting stronger and stronger, moving through this lower bracket. That's kind of what you expect from them. And I think we all had this idea of Team Spirit making it, Collapse in his interview very early this morning with Banks.
Yeah.
He was exuding confidence.
Absolutely. And he did
There
it.
it is.
Well, I mean, is that what the quills are? That's the confidence?
Yes, and
that's
they're
coming out.
hazardous.
I mean, he is undefeated on Bristleback.
3-0, baby.
You
Can't
give
be
this
stopped.
guy, give him Bristleback. You're going to have a bad time.
I mean, I think that applies for most players in this tournament right now because it seems like the hero's just quite good.
No, for sure. I mean, Bristleback feels like it's one of those that completely changes the way the draft goes. You remember the other day, too, we had that Dazzle paired together with it?
Yeah.
Like, this isn't... I mean, obviously, Shadow Demon's a pretty disgusting combo with it. Really good. But I feel like the Dazzle also is something that maybe is a little bit unexplored.
Yeah, more Mira, Shadow Demon as well, of course. Way too good that game. I mean, it's easy to just like praise the Bristle and everything, but Mira played perfectly and great itemization there too.
Well, we'll see if they can continue that action tomorrow, Grand Finals day. But for now, gonna head on back to the panel.
That's right, tomorrow is Grand Finals day, but we're not quite looking at that just yet because we want to close out this series. We want to give G2IG the justice they deserve with some analysis of game number 2 here. It was tough. You knew inevitably that this Bristleback was going to come online. Didn't expect Monet to die like that, though, right towards the end in his high ground. That's the way to get around high ground.
They're stubborn. They keep on hitting him in the back. It wasn't the first time. They had a couple of team fights as well where they did exactly the same thing. They jumped the Bristle and then they start hitting him from the back. Generally not the greatest idea, but they thought that they had the damage, and obviously, unfortunately for them, they were wrong. But this game number 2 was much better than game number 1 for them. They had a solid lane performance. They itemized well. You got the Orchid on Clinks fairly early enough. The Coral rotations as well. Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough for this lure of a Faceless Void and this real carry on the Bristleback.
Yeah, we just spoke to Silent just before coming into this one, or at least Tsunami did, and he said, yeah, Collapse just wanted to play, wanted to pick it up. He wanted to be the carry. That's what they drafted around, and that's exactly what ended up happening. It felt like the Faceless Void was just the off-laner from the safe lane.
Yeah, I mean, this clip here, like, Bristleback in a nutshell, honestly. Who wouldn't want to play that? Like, that is just, that just looks so fun. And this is why you wanted to play, because, like, it's all smiles when you play Bristleback right now. This is why we're seeing this hero banned so much here at this tournament. And it's going to be continued to be banned until we get a new patch, for sure. Because the way you play against this hero, you think, oh, I'm a lifestealer, right? I can sustain by hitting him because he has a lot of HP. The feast is good. It's going to do damage, but you have to burst Bristleback. You cannot have sustained damage against him, or that happens. That last clip, I just can't get over it. You have like this Lifestealer 6-slotted hitting you. He just dies in like 1 second to this. So if you don't have like a break and you can't just burst him right away, then there's no hope. And it's not easy to do because Silver Edge right now is kind of in a bad spot. This item is not good. This helps, you know, Bristleback players all around the world because they can rejoice. There's not many break mechanics right now that mess with them.
And they didn't have it. And that's one thing that I feel like their itemization lacked. Even though it's not great, I feel like one of them needed to get it. Clink, Silver Edge, let's go.
Lifestealer did have it, that's the thing. He actually had it, but it wasn't enough.
And I was going to say,
normally, 2 of them.
normally you try and find it in your draft, right, for a hero. And that's sort of where you could put it in your pose 4. I know Hoodwink was still in the pool, but they'd already gone for that Clinks, whether it was originally going to be in the pose 1 for them and then ultimately put down to pose 4. Either way, that is one of the things that you lose when you are moving your Clinks into a support role.
And if you're wondering what you need to buy on the Bristleback to own your pubs the same way that Collapse just did, well, this is pretty much it. Like, all you need is Aghanims from the laning stage. After that, buy that Bloodstone. if the game goes late enough, usually in pubs, this is where it's over. You have the Aghanims, you're just owning everyone. But after that, you can get some Wind Waker, you can get a little bit of status resistance or Wind Waker just to get rid of the Silver Edge, you know, fly away while it's on you.
Is this also one of those small cases where mana is really needed for Bristol, where going those mana boots was very advantageous post-laning phase?
Yeah, I mean, I think every game you're just going to buy mana boots right away just so you can do the stacks. And it's just kind of a meta where you're getting a lot of stacks anyway. And I can't harp over enough like why Bristleback is so good this patch. Like Silver Edge, not very good on most heroes. Stacks are amazing this patch. This hero's good at taking them. So
and learn to stack if you're a support.
I mean, if you don't already.
That's what I'm saying.
Something
don't
wrong.
already.
Something you definitely have to do. If you look at, even if you listen to our casters, maybe not this pair, but the pair previously today, Lacoste and B-Cop, they had the highest amount of stacks per minute said, I believe, in the tournament.
Wow.
So, because people are stacking a lot, and you have to praise it because it matters so damn much. In this game as well, we praised G2IG for having a better laning stage. Well, Bristle, he just went and recovered. It didn't really matter. He had a ton of ancient stacks.
Well, let's do some more praising. In fact, it's not going to be from us. It's going to be Tsunami, who is standing by with an interviewee.
Thank you, yes. And our interviewee is going to be Mira of Team Spirit. Congratulations on that win. And this is an interesting game for me because I get to get your perspective on two of your cores. Who's more stressful to support as a Bristleback, Collapse or Yatoro?
I think it's harder to lane with Collapse, like as a Shadow Demon. Like if you like saying about this hero and with Bristleback, because when you're playing like safe lane, you can just like stay lane, pull and farm and have your level. And when you're playing like off lane, where you get like two big camps of ancients, and you have to like stack them non-stop. So you're just running to stack, then to just I don't know, just like run around. See position 5, hit him one time, and just go back to like stack. That was like basically like all my gameplay first 10 minutes, and then next 5 minutes, and then like next 5 minutes too, I think. So yeah.
So then who is typically more demanding? Like let's say when you're just in the mid game, is anyone ever asking like, yo Mira, you're supposed to be making stacks for me? Does Collapse or your Toro typically push you to do that, or you're just so good at it yourself they don't even need to tell you?
I think since mid-game, like it's more Yatoro because he is farming Dissensions since like minute 15 and later on. So like during the game, Yatoro like is always just stack for me, please, and then stack for me. And I was like, okay, but I wanna play Dota too, but I wanna like hit some heroes and like use some spells. Can I please? No. Okay.
You gotta know your place as a support. Know your place. I can relate 100%. And then my second question would be just your entire journey throughout this tournament, because obviously we know that the first 6 months of every single calendar year is kind of a little tricky for Team Spirit. For you personally, are you proud with your performance that you've achieved so far in this tournament, or you're still itching for that last best of 5?
I think if we're talking about my skill personally, I think like it's better than Birman game and these tournaments this year in the season that I play better now, but not good enough yet. And I still have a lot to improve, and I like trying it like every day. And we spoke about like all of our form and our skill level, and it wasn't like good enough. We have a lot of stupid deaths and bad decisions, so we decided since like this tournament we're gonna like try super hard, and we playing like every day for 10 and plus hours. So we just like try do the max we can actually to like improve. And I think from this and later on we will do more and much better. So yeah, I think this is starting point to slay again.
Nice. I'm glad you gave me a real answer, because I'll ask Maposhka oftentimes, and he's like, of course, we always try as much for every tournament. And I know everyone tries, but the fact that you can feel that like the effort is a little bit more this event, and it's clearly showing with this. And we haven't seen Spirit make it to the last day of an event in a while, so congratulations on making it to the final day. Best of luck tomorrow, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Mira being very honest there is, I think we could ask him, even if they won this event or had won previous events, he would still say the same thing, that there's a lot of room for growth. That's just the sort of player that he is, always nitpicking, always making sure that min-maxing there, but definitely being honest that right now, even getting guaranteeing top 3, sorry, not getting third, that's a bit presumptuous of me, but guaranteeing top 3 for himself, that's still not enough. There's still so much more, and now they're playing 10 plus hours a day, Lizard.
Now, of course, if your team spirit, top 3 is not enough. The first place maybe is enough, and maybe the first place at TI. Maybe, but yeah, to be as good as these guys are, you have to be thinking the way they're thinking. You have to be nitpicking every single thing you do. You have to be always hungry for improvement. Of course, not always, not in the first 6 months, but after the first 6 months of the season are done, it's time to improve, it's time to come back. And you can see this is the tournament they chose to actually start spamming Dota. 10 hours every single day, that's some... For them, I mean, for a team of such caliber, I know there are players that aren't even playing pubs, so for them, that's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit is very admirable because they're a team that has won pretty much everything that you need to win, and they're still hungry.
Even sometimes twice.
Yeah, sometimes even twice. That's what I mean. And a lot of teams would be like, you know, I've done it all. I'm kind of burnt out. I won Dota 2, but not this team. Like, they want to continue winning forever, and they're very humble, and they're like, I'm not playing really well right now. Like, the past is the past, but the present is the present, and I need to be better right now. And it's very inspiring to see teams to be able to do that.
Yeah, you're coming out with a lot of inspirational one-liners there for you. The past is the past, the present is the present, and also the future is the future. And let's have a look at what our future does entail for us. Our bracket should be coming up on screen so you can see the path that these teams have taken and what is going to come for them. In fact, it's going to be the results from today. They were all 2-0s. That's a little bit disappointing. Would have loved to see some more games, but what was not disappointing was the fact that Spirit, G2, IG, they played earlier today, knocking out Boom and Liquid. We saw them play again just then, where Spirit take it 2-0, and unfortunately ending G2IG's run in PGL Wallachia at... don't laugh at me, Lizard. Don't laugh at me, at 4th place. And then Falcons and Xtreme Gaming as well. They went up in our 3rd series where Xtreme Gaming guarantee their ticket to grand finals. And Falcons and Team Spirit will be playing in that lower bracket finals tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I feel like this tournament as well is a pretty good proving ground for Team Spirit now when they face up against Team Falcons, because Team Falcons aren't their best self, obviously, even after this 2-0 from Team Xtreme Gaming, and they are playing with a standard, of course. We've all heard this, so it's a good place for Team Spirit to start improving, to get there, and I feel like this is also so nice for them because they have room to grow and they have space to grow. They have one game after another to build themselves up and maybe reach those finals, but it's not going to be simple or easy for them because they have to go through Falcons first. And this is a team that has been winning absolutely everything. With the stand-in, with scrims, without scrims, they've been dominant for so long.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be a tough opponent, but I'm really happy how the tournament shaped out. We had G2IG 2-0 Liquid, and then Team Spirit 2-0'd them, so there's no doubt these are the 3 best teams in the tournament for sure. And that's always nice to see. And we're going to see who's the actual best. Can Xtreme Gaming keep their undefeated streak? Is Falcons able to win yet again with a stand-in? Can Spirit stop them? A lot of great storylines here.
It is, and the times for us as well came up on screen there. So the first series is going to be starting an hour later than what it has every other day for this tournament. It's going to be starting off at 11, and depending on how long that series goes, that is where our grand finals will eventually take place. But any other final words before we close out our penultimate day here?
Any final thoughts? Well, it's been a pleasure watching the tournament this whole time. I know it's not my ending speech, but it's not yet still gonna be here tomorrow. But no, just looking forward to some amazing Dota. Looking forward to seeing the
and hopefully no Pango, right?
Definitely no Pango. Please, no Pango.
I feel like this series was good because we had no Pango at all, no ban for him, and no picks for him. Phil.
Can we have an
That's
agreement?
biased, but no. I mean, I don't mind Pango so much, but it's nicer to not have. What do you want, Pango or Bristle? Like, pick your poison.
Oh yeah, you're kind of right about that one. Oh look, I'll sleep on it. I got to think about it. Pango, Bristle. All I know is that I'm very excited for what tomorrow is going to entail. It's our grand final day, the last day here at PGL Wallachia, and we'll see you tomorrow starting at 11.